Daxia Tianbao Year 91. On the Tianyuan continent in Yunzhou of Daxia's northwest in Anning County of Yunmeng Commandery. Though the summer solstice had already passed, the three suns, hanging in the firmament, still burned like red-hot iron spheres, roasting the earth until waves of heat shimmered off the ground. Lin Bai hunched beneath an old pagoda tree, using his straw hat as a fan and furiously fanning himself. As he gazed up at the three suns in the sky, the heat in his heart grew even more stifling. He could not help but grumble inwardly. I've been in this world for 15 years now, yet every time I see these three suns, I still can't keep a straight face. Am I the real, authentic Trisolaran? And the suns aren't even the same color. One white, two yellow. Could it be that the Pangu great god who split heaven from earth in this world was born with double pupils? Just as Lin Bai's thoughts ran wild, a palm smacked the back of his neck. You little brat, what are you daydreaming about? Didn't you hear me calling you? Stung by the pain, Lin Bai leaped nearly a meter high and turned around to look at the tall man behind him. His father, Lin Yi. Lin Ye's skin, weathered by years of wind and sun, had taken on a bronzed hue, and vicious scars crisscrossed his body. Though tall and powerfully built, his features were not rough. They could even be called handsome. Lin Bai stood up and moved closer to Lin Yi. The two of them headed toward their family's spirit fields, while Lin Bai kept muttering under his breath, "Dad, next time you call me, you don't have to use such an intimate method. You brat, all you ever do is loaf around here. I'm conserving my strength to serve SOC. No, to pour my heart and soul into our family's spirit fields." Lin Bai hastily corrected himself, defending his own laziness. In truth, the Lin family counted as quite prosperous. They owned a small shop in town and an estate outside the city. All of this had come as part of his mother's dowry, except for the 3 mu of spirit fields within the estate, which were a reward granted for his father's military merits. The Lin family's so-called spirit fields were in fact patches of spirit-infused soil. After Lin Yi and his wife married, he had the spirit earth moved into the estate grounds. Before long, father and son finished their inspection and headed back. There were no problems with the fields. The spirit rice was growing splendidly. Nothing seems wrong. Let's go, time to head home. Lin Bai followed his father outside. Lin Yi needed to give instructions to the people who handled the day-to-day running of the estate, the steward in charge. The steward's household consisted of 3 people, a husband, a wife, and their 8 or 9-year-old daughter. It was harvest season now, so they were wary of scoundrels stirring up trouble, though there was little real need to worry about security here. There was a joke that if someone shouted for help here, the constables would arrive far faster than they ever would in the slums of Anning County. While Lin Bai loitered idly behind Lin Yi, he noticed the steward's little daughter peeking at him from behind her mother. Amused, he suddenly felt the urge to tease her and gave her a playful wink. In a flash, the girl ducked back out of sight. Seeing this, Lin Bai felt unreasonably delighted. Lin Bai had been in this world for 15 years. Unlike those transmigrators in his previous life stories who were born with full knowledge, he had begun around the age of 3 to receive fragmentary memories, bit by bit gaining more as he grew older. Only a few days ago had he finally recovered all of his memories. Lin Bai suspected it was related to his spiritual strength. As he grew, his mind grew stronger, allowing him to receive more and more information. Thus Lin Bai was like a child who possessed an adult's way of thinking. Yet within he still retained a child's heart, and would occasionally do things perfectly in line with a boy's playful nature. At last, after finishing his instructions, Lin Yi led Lin Bai out of the estate. A donkey was lazily munching grass beside the main gate. Lin Yi led the donkey over, hitched it to a flat cart, took the reins at the front while Lin Bai sat in the back. Lin Bai watched the scenery along the road. Some villages clustered together like dumplings, while others were scattered among the hills, thin, cooking smoke curling into the sky. "Dad, are we going back this early today? Your sister is coming home today. We need to go to the market and buy a few things. Big sister is coming back." Hearing this, Lin Bai was overjoyed. Lin Yi had 2 children in all, with Lin Bai being the younger. When his elder sister Lin Su awakened her spiritual aptitude at 15, their parents had pulled some strings. And because her talent matched the ethos of the Good Heart Hall, she became an apprentice pharmacist there in the commandery city. Lin Su was now 18. She only received 5 days of leave every half year to come home and reunite with her family. Lin Bai had been raised by her since he was small, so his bond with her was naturally deep. After his initial joy, a trace of doubt surfaced in Lin Bai's heart. By rights, it had not yet been half a year since her last visit. How was it that his sister could come home again so soon? Sensing his confusion, Lin Yi continued, "Your sister has already become a junior pill pharmacist. She can request leave to come home. Besides, your awakening day is in 2 days. Have you forgotten? So of course your sister had to come back. Hearing this, Lin Bai understood. For his awakening day, if Lin Su could return, she would naturally choose to do so. What surprised him, however, was that his sister had already become a junior pill pharmacist. Normally, ordinary people needed 7 or 8 years of accumulation to reach that level. He had never expected his sister to achieve it in roughly 3. Still, given that his sister's talent harmonized with the Tao of pills, and that her spiritual aptitude was high, it was not that strange. Speaking of this, one had to mention the wondrous sight of this world. Transcendent spirituality. This world was home to supernatural power, much like the cultivation and chi refining in the immortal cultivation novels of his previous life. Just as dragons and phoenixes were born with divine abilities, the human race of this world possessed its own marvel innate spiritual aptitude. When each person reached the age of 15, there was a chance to awaken a spiritual gift. Some awakened successfully, others failed. In fact, failure was the fate of the majority. Yet the era in which Lin Bai lived was a golden age. There were pills that increased the chance of successful awakening and pills that allowed those who had failed to awaken to try again. Moreover, after many rounds of refinement and innovation, the prices of these pills had become relatively affordable. At least affordable for a family in Lin Bai's circumstances. If this had been the near-ancient era over 300,000 years ago, talent awakening would have been like gambling on rough jade. You either had it or you did not. Of course, awakening alone did not make one invincible. One had to accumulate Tao attainment and strengthen one's life force to have any hope of reaching a realm akin to the gods. Thinking of this, Lin Bai's attention drifted away from the scenery along the roadside. He began to imagine what his own spiritual gift might be like. Would it be a bodily gift suited for the path of the martial warrior, or a soul-side aptitude like that of a chi refiner, who communed intimately with the energy of heaven and earth, or perhaps a prophetic talent like a seer who could grasp the whole from a single falling leaf? These common roads of cultivation were all things Lin Bai had already learned during his most basic studies. Time always passed swiftly when one was lost in fantasy. When Lin Bai lifted his head again, he saw distant walls rising ahead. The city walls of Anning County. In some respects, this world's productivity was remarkably advanced. Anning County was not a particularly large county town, yet its walls rose nearly 10 zhang high and faint sigil-like patterns flickered along their surface. Anning County had 2 main gates, one to the south and one to the north, and the town's overall layout was officials in the east, merchants in the south, commoners in the west, and the market in the north. The names spoke for themselves. The eastern quarter housed the yamen and the residences of officials. The southern quarter belonged to wealthy traders. The western quarter was where commoners lived, and the northern quarter held the main marketplace. In practice, though, except for the eastern district, which truly had strict regulations against mixing, the other areas were more or less interwoven with one another. For instance, there was a small area in the southern city convenient for common folk to gather and trade after entering through the south gate, and the western quarter had similar places as well. Usually when wealthy merchants and gentry needed fresh vegetables and fruit, they could purchase them nearby. The northern market existed primarily to regulate goods related to the supernatural. For example, the Lin family's spirit rice could not be sold in their own shop. Anything containing spiritual energy could only be traded at the northern market. He had once heard of some wealthy merchants joining forces to petition the yamen, hoping to gain a kind of exclusive operating privilege and open branch markets free from the constraints of the original northern bazaar. It was said that the very next day those merchants and their entire families were all found hanged. When the constables investigated, the conclusion was suicide by hanging. The case was closed and sealed at once, and even the powers backing those merchants fell utterly silent. Seeing such an outcome, everyone understood that this was a taboo topic that could not be touched. The Lin family estate lay outside the north gate. From the northern city gate, a side road led directly to the market, while the Lin family residence and shop were located in the southern part of town. After buying a few things at the market, father and son noticed that dusk was approaching and hurried home. Pushing themselves and the donkey as much as they could, Lin Yi and Lin Bai finally reached the area beside their own shop, while the last light of the setting sun still lingered. The family shop was called Su Bai Rice Shop. The name held no special hidden meaning. It was simply formed from the siblings' names, and since the Lin family sold rice, the choice was natural. They employed 2 workers, their name Chun Gui and Zhao, when both in their early 20s. Both had successfully awakened their spiritual gifts, but only the most commonplace kind, enhanced physical strength, and they had no methods of cultivation to further refine it.
Thus I have come to report this to you, and sincerely ask for your guidance. This statement expressed both loyalty and bound him to Bai do.
contracts with. As Lin Yi and Lin Bai stepped into the shop, the two clerks were tidying up while greeting them at the same time. "Good day, shopkeeper." "A good day, young master Bai." "The young mistress just returned and madam has already gone home to keep her company." "So sister got home early." "Dad, I'm heading back now." Grabbing the ingredients they had just purchased, Lin Bai bolted for home. Before Lin Yi could say a word of instruction, his son had already vanished, leaving him no choice but to shake his head with a wry smile and a scolding mutter. "That rascal running off in such a hurry. It hasn't even been that long since his sister's last visit. Looks like I'll be cleaning up by myself again." Though he complained, Lin Ye's hands moved markedly faster than usual. The shop was not far from the Lin residence, so before long Lin Bai arrived. The Lin family home was a 4-courtyard compound. On the way in, Lin Bai dropped the ingredients off at the kitchen and learned that his mother and the others were in his sister's courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he saw his mother and sister chatting together in the yard. "Sis, when did you get back? If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone to the estate. I would have stayed at the shop to wait with Mom for you instead." Mother Wang Xiu and elder sister Lin Su were not surprised to see him arrive. In fact, Wang Xiu playfully said to Lin Su, "I told you so. Your younger brother, upon hearing of your return, would rush back immediately." With that, she beckoned to Lin Bai. "Come over here, your sister is recounting the amusing happenings in June City. You should listen too. Who knows, after your awakening you might even head to June City." While Wang Xiu and Lin Bai were speaking, Lin Su observed her brother, whom she had not seen for nearly half a year, and inquired about his recent circumstances. "Little Bai has grown taller again. Mother said that you finished all the lessons at school." Indeed, Lin Bai was growing quickly. The 15-year-old youth's stature was nearly equivalent to 1.8 meters as in his previous life, and amid his growth spurt he might even reach 1.9 meters, maturing into a robust man. As for the school courses, they merely taught literacy and some basic cultivation principles and doctrines. Being no longer a child, Lin Bai could scarcely sit still in class and soon completed them all. "Sister, stop praising me. How are you faring in Yunmeng City? Your sister is truly remarkable. Not only did she become a junior pill alchemist in 3 years, but she also apprenticed under an exceptionally capable master," explained Mother Wang Xiu, her pride in Lin Su's achievement evident. After all, Wang Xiu was no ignorant woman. Her natal family resided in Yunmeng City. Otherwise, she would never have dared to send her 15-year-old daughter to June City. "Mother, please don't lavish praise upon me. It's all thanks to my teacher's nurturing, and my pace is rather slow. Some prodigies finish within a year." "A year, you say? Prodigy indeed," Lin Bai exclaimed with awe, for pill alchemists, much like doctors of his past life, not only study theory but also engage in practical hands-on work. Lin Bai listened as his sister recounted intriguing tales of Yunmeng June City, how the 3 major factions were once again embroiled in conflict costing dozens of lives each day, and how in one noble family, the shadowy Lu clan, had seen its main branch usurped by a collateral branch. Lin Bai was astonished to find that Yunmeng City was even more chaotic than his hometown of Anning County. While Anning County truly lived up to its name in tranquility, its interests long partitioned, Yunmeng City by contrast was engulfed in fierce strife. "These are mere ripples. My Shanshin Hall operates normally every day," he remarked. Half an hour later, a maid announced that dinner was ready, and Lin Fu was already waiting for them in the dining room. After dinner, they proceeded to a small courtyard to enjoy the cool night. While the interior felt stifling, a gentle breeze offered relief outdoors. After Lin Fu signaled the servants to prepare tea and pastries, he began a conversation directed specifically at Lin Bai. In 2 days, it would be Lin Bai's 15th birthday, also his awakening day, a milestone that had prompted Lin Su's return. Lin Fu and Wang Xiu had already made the necessary preparations. They had procured a shingling stone and a guan pill costing around 50 taels of gold in total. Similarly, such preparations had once been made for Lin Su. Merely equipping the 2 siblings with these items had cost 100 taels, enough to secure a lifetime of comfort for the family. For the Lin clan, it was a considerable sum, roughly equivalent to half a year's profit from their shop and farmland. Moreover, these items were not simply purchasable with money. Just as with the shop attendants, even after awakening, one could scarcely find even the most rudimentary cultivation methods. The guan pill was relatively simple to obtain with a monetary expense. The true challenge lay in acquiring the shingling stone, which had been secured through Lin Fu's old connections. At that moment, the 4 of them deliberated over the items that Lin Su had returned with. A Yunshin pill, a medicinal pill intended to enhance one's spiritual essence at the time of awakening. The cultivation system of this world revolves around awakening one's spiritual essence, realizing innate talent, and absorbing energy to evolve oneself. The root of cultivation lies in spiritual essence which permeates every part of the being, from the physical body to the soul and true spirit, dormant until awakened. So how does one embark on the path to transcendence? It is once again through spiritual essence. The nascent spiritual essence, much like a sponge, absorbs energy to transform and fortify one's life force. Thus, the abundance or scarcity of spiritual essence directly determines one's cultivation pace, the difficulty of overcoming bottlenecks, and even the ultimate ceiling. Moreover, the Yunqian pill can provide a slight boost in spiritual essence at the moment of awakening, even if only marginally, without triggering a qualitative leap, and despite its many limitations and potential conflicts with other essence-enhancing pills, it remains highly coveted. The Guiyuan pill, purchased for several dozen taels, merely shortens the time required for the condensation of innate talent, whereas the Xingling stone accelerates the process of awakening spiritual essence. Both pills serve to enhance the probability of awakening. Although one might be more elusive, they are ultimately obtainable through monetary means. However, the Yunqian pill is renowned yet practically unattainable. Even if one were to sell the entire Lin family fortune, it would not be enough to obtain it. Lin Yi and Wang Xiu were dumbfounded when they saw their daughter claim that it was a Yunqian pill. The classification of the Yunqian pill transcends that of a simple 6th-grade pill. Its principal ingredient is said to be a miraculous flower that blooms but for one night every 100 years. Consequently, the pill imbued with this characteristic loses its efficacy 3 months after its formation. Some days ago, an old friend of our teacher's had a grandchild who awakened these days. He delivered medicinal ingredients, hoping to obtain 1 Yunqian pill. The teacher fired the furnace and produced 5 pills, of which only 1 reached premium quality, while the others were merely just passable. Apart from the premium pill, the teacher bestowed the remaining ones on our senior siblings, with the eldest receiving 2 and I and the second senior sister each receiving 1. After receiving them, I mused that in a month on my awakening day, the pills being only a month and a half old would still be effective. Lin Su recounted how she acquired the Yunqian pill, prompting both Lin Yi and Wang Xiu to nod in agreement, while Lin Bai was thrilled, for the pill was intended for him. After listening to Lin Su's account, Wang Xiu turned her head and solemnly addressed Lin Bai. All of these are the benevolence of your sister. I hope you remember them in the future, and should you possess extraordinary talent, repay her kindness. I will never forget your kindness, Lin Bai vowed resolutely, for it was only right. After confirming the conversation, Lin Fu stepped forward to break the somber atmosphere. He approached Lin Bai and ruffled his hair. You rascal, you truly are fortunate. Always so clever and alert from a young age. Your spiritual essence must not be lacking, Lin Fu remarked, albeit using an imperfect generalization. Those who are bright and robust from childhood often display sufficient innate talent upon awakening. After acquiring the Yunqian pill, a sense of relief permeated the Lin household. Many plans would be deferred until Lin Bai's innate talent and spiritual essence were confirmed, or otherwise, if his awakening talent proved unsuitable or his essence too meager, all efforts would be in vain. Until the silvery moon ascended to the zenith, the family concluded their idle chat. Then Lin Bai and Lin Su strolled along a bluestone path, bathed in moonlight, where Lin Bai softly spoke. Sister, I will not let you down, Lin Bai murmured. Lin Su glanced back at her precocious brother and shook her head. You need not burden yourself with excessive pressure, she added, then turned to face Lin Bai once more. Between us siblings, there is no need to mention such matters. I naturally wish for your success. And if one day you obtain something even more befitting for us, would you hesitate to share? I will surely keep you in mind, replied Lin Bai. Very well, now return and sleep, so that you may gather your strength. Back in his room, Lin Bai lay down, tossing restlessly. At last, he gazed out the window and noticed that tonight the stars shone brighter than ever. Lost in thoughts about the day's events and filled with aspirations for transcendence, Lin Bai gazed at the stars outside his window, his mind wandering aimlessly. As his thoughts drifted, Lin Bai's eyelids began to close, and he fell asleep, lost in visions. August 20th was a serene, sun-dappled day. The very day Lin Bai entered this world. Lin Su stood nearby, reciting the essentials of awakening, though she had repeated them dozens of times before. Lin Bai, far from growing weary, listened in quiet reverence. Truth be told, Lin Bai was deeply anxious. Upon learning of the existence of the transcendent, he could no longer bear the thought of living as an ordinary mortal. Yet awakening remained profoundly uncertain. One might prepare meticulously only to awaken with lackluster spiritual aptitude and meager innate talent. After bidding farewell to his family, Lin Bai entered the meditation chamber. The duration of awakening varied widely, from mere minutes to a full day and night. In this world at age 15, the human race's latent spirituality stirs from dormancy into awakening. Should one miss this pivotal window, even later attempts, aided by rare celestial herbs or divine treasures, would yield little more than mediocrity. Not only would one forfeit the prime opportunity for cultivation, but one's spiritual essence would also suffer irreversible diminishment. Calming his mind, Lin Bai gently cupped the spirit awakening stone in his palm and placed 2 pills upon his tongue, each coated thickly in honey. The first step of awakening demanded sensing the slumbering spirituality within, one now stirring to life. And indeed Lin Bai felt something wholly unprecedented: the presence of his own spirituality. Dormant spirituality resembled dull gray meteorites. Awakening spirituality fissured like stone under pressure, light bleeding through its cracks. Awakened spirituality rotated slowly like stars, radiating luminous, gentle brilliance. Lin Bai perceived himself as a higher dimensional observer, gazing simultaneously upon his spirituality within flesh, soul, and true spirit, a phenomenon whose mechanism eluded him entirely yet granted him surgical clarity across all 3 layers. Gazing upon his starry constellation, a swirling galactic tapestry, he nearly lost himself in its splendor, until abruptly snapping back to awareness, most stars within his stellar chart remained either dormant or only half awakened. Without hesitation, Lin Bai crushed the spirit-nourishing pill and swallowed it. Within minutes, its effects took hold. Heat bloomed from his abdomen and radiated outward, suffusing his entire body. Strangely, while his body warmed, his sea of consciousness grew cool, an exquisite duality that resonated deep within his soul. His focus locked onto the stellar chart, which now began transforming. Clusters coalesced and gray meteorites gradually formed anew. These were the foundations bestowed by the spirit-nourishing pill. Yet Lin Bai's stellar chart was vast, rendering them mere embellishments. Still, he felt profoundly content. This confirmed his innate spirituality was already exceptional, and the pill itself was far beyond his current tier, gifted only through his elder sister's extraordinary fortune. True wisdom lay not in greed but gratitude. After 10 minutes, Lin Bai observed a small new region blooming at the periphery of his stellar chart. The pill's potency had faded, but the chart now exuded a profound sense of primordial wholeness and completion. If left unchecked, prematurely awakened spirituality might lapse back into dormancy, even as others barely stirred, guaranteeing awakening failure. His only recourse was to gamble on speed, and thus on fate. A faint smile graced Lin Bai's lips. "I've invested heavily." The spirit awakening stone in his hand tightened, its surface fracturing with delicate veins, emitting wisps of emerald mist that coiled around him and seeped inward through his pores. The husks encasing his unawakened spirituality dissolved instantly, as cold oil meeting a red-hot blade. Once all spirituality had fully awakened, his pores ceased absorption. The residual mist now entered only through his nostrils, serving solely to sharpen his senses and clear his mind. Lin Bai watched countless awakened stars whirl and orbit within his stellar chart, every point alight. The first stage was complete. Fixing his gaze upon the chart, he drew in the ambient mist to heighten lucidity, and decisively initiated the final step: talent condensation. Though every spark of spirituality now blazed awake, without anchoring it through a manifested talent, it would swiftly relapse into dormancy, or dissipate entirely. With a flick of his tongue, Lin Bai swallowed the final pill, the foundation-stabilizing pill. This time he felt nothing. Yet his stellar chart erupted. Each awakened spark emitted radiant filaments converging upon the center. Witnessing this, he exhaled softly in relief. He had done all that could be done. Now the talent would emerge, not by effort but by heaven's will. His mind went utterly still. He had struggled immensely to reach this point. Yet how, he wondered, did ordinary youths awaken without such aids? Indeed, awakening at 15 was rare among the common folk. Most waited until after 15, when their spirituality began eroding, before any stir occurred. Yes, beyond age 15, spirituality inevitably waned regardless of awakening. Failure meant not merely dissipation but grievous spiritual injury. Ordinary cultivators thus waited for time itself to wear away the outer shell. Yet in doing so, some spirituality was inevitably lost. The consequence? A prodigy reduced to mediocrity, like the shop assistant in Lin Bai's family store, who awakened at 18 with only low-tier spirituality. Had he awakened earlier, he might well have achieved mid-tier potential. Lin Bai shook his head, banishing extraneous thoughts, and focused intently on the coalescing cluster at the heart of his stellar chart. Suddenly his expression shifted. The cluster bore not one but 2 distinct cores. In this world, centuries of observation had confirmed that awakening yielded only a single talent. Why then did his manifest a double yoke formation? Was this dual talent? Or awakening failure? Lin Bai drew a slow, deep breath and began praying silently. Lord Laojuan, God, Buddha, deities of all realms, please spare me. I refuse the talentless prodigy trope. As he prayed, the luminous cluster shifted. The two yokes seemed to sense each other, drawing near, entwining, until merging into a single orb shimmering with interwoven crimson and sapphire light. Lin Bai sighed deeply in relief. His future hinged upon this moment. Better safe than spectacular. The orb began absorbing surrounding luminescence, swelling steadily, until a radiant crimson sapphire star blazed at the heart of his stellar chart. Countless sparks of spirituality now orbited it with perfect, harmonious rhythm. A surge of information flooded his consciousness. Lin Bai paused, then erupted into unrestrained elation. It truly was dual talent, his intuition correct. Was it because he was a transmigrator from another realm? At that very moment, ambient spiritual energy in the air was drawn toward his awakened spirituality, beginning to refine his physical body, soul, and true spirit. This tangible sense of progress is exhilarating. No wonder so many become martial fanatics. Lin Bai's awakening was complete. Only now could he reflect calmly upon what set him apart. First, his stellar chart, previously unnoticed during awakening, now revealed itself to him in full. Its abundance of spirituality astonished him. According to established doctrine, fewer than 100 sparks constituted low-tier spirituality, 100 to 500 mid-tier, 500 to 3,000 high-tier, and over 3,000 supreme tier. Lin Bai recalled hearing last year that the youngest daughter of the Prince of Yunzhou had awakened with supreme tier talent, 9,000 sparks, deemed prodigious enough to echo even into his remote hometown. Carefully assessing his own chart, Lin Bai counted precisely 129600 sparks. Gazing upon its breathtaking splendor, he stroked his chin and murmured, "Is it active?" Next came his talents. Dual, unprecedented, unheard of, beyond his own perception. Synthesizing the influx of knowledge, he realized they were intrinsically fused, complementary, inseparable. Chrysalis reveals the optimal evolutionary path for spirit beasts. Concordance superimposes a spirit beast's peak attribute onto the cultivator's own. Chrysalis, literally named, possessed a passive ability discerning a spirit beast's innate talent metrics. Truly the supreme gift for any beast tamer. Concordance, also literal in meaning, carried two strict conditions. The spirit beast must be one's soulbound destined familiar, and only its single highest stat could be transferred. Chrysalis, paired with Concordance on top of his stellar chart, made him quite simply a walking statistic anomaly. Lin Bai affirmed this with quiet certainty. No harm done. It's active, isn't it? Frankly, beholding his staggering spirituality and dual talents, Lin Bai half wanted to dash outside and shout, "I renounce beef forever." Lin Bai shook his head again, dispelling idle thoughts, and turned his attention to how he would present himself to the world. After all, possessing 129600 sparks alongside dual talent, combined with his family's standing, was tantamount to a child clutching gold in a bustling marketplace. Anyone who resisted seizing it would be nothing short of divine. Nor should one blame Lin Bai's heightened vigilance. Consider, how did scholars establish these precise tiers of spiritual potential? Such traits are not etched upon foreheads. They require vast empirical data to quantify. And whence came such colossal datasets? A question almost too obvious to ask. First, his spiritual aptitude. Lin Bai resolved not to conceal his supreme tier status. Only supreme tier awakening could draw ambient spiritual energy, aloof as a celestial goddess, into his body to refine and elevate him. With low-tier talent, sensing such energy would be impossible. Moreover, even if concealment techniques existed, where would his resources come from? Where would he acquire high-tier spirit beasts? Yet supreme tier itself possessed gradations. 3001 sparks qualified, 9000 did too, and so did his 129600. Lin Bai decided to claim roughly 4000 sparks externally, well below the prince's daughter's benchmark. After all, if she was hailed as prodigious at 9,000, declaring himself at half, that would raise no eyebrows, nor invite dissection. As for talents, he would reveal only part of Concordance. Chrysalis, utterly forbidden. Even mentioning it might see him vanish before nightfall. Until he attained self-sufficiency, he would employ Chrysalis exclusively upon his own familiar. To assist others openly, even if they failed to deduce his dual talent, would inevitably suggest possession of a rare artifact. But confining its use to his soul-bound familiar allowed plausible deniability, a fortuitous legacy, and inherited technique. Since familiars were irrevocable and few in number, such refinement remained within credible bounds. Early-stage evolution attracted little notice, but what if his familiar ascended to higher realms? Then the question itself would be absurd. My familiar has reached such heights, and you still dare ask this? Clearly I am far too gentle. Lin Bai contemplated his next steps for a long while, then released a slow, steady breath, massaging his temples with a wry smile. Those of humble talent struggle endlessly on the path. Those blessed with extraordinary talent must tread with equal caution. Difficult. Indeed. Difficult. Difficult. As he steadied his thoughts, a sudden notion flashed across his mind. Are humans themselves spirit beasts? Surely they qualify. Acting on impulse, Lin Bai activated Chrysalis's passive scan upon himself, and astonishingly data materialized. Name: Lin Bai. Strength 0. 8 ascending. Agility 0. 7 ascending. Constitution 0. 7 ascending. Spiritual acuity 1. 2 ascending. Rank: uninitiated. Pre-transcendence. Skills: basic swordsmanship, foundational medicine, galloping horse stance, low-tier archery. Talents: Chrysalis concordance. Evaluation: promising future. Vulnerable present. Lin Bai studied the interface he had just conjured. Alas, this felt right. For years he had quietly resented his lack of a system, the hallmark of every transmigrator he'd ever read about. Why did others receive one while he was denied? Had he been overlooked, discriminated against? Now he had crafted his own, crude as a low-budget MMORPG interface devoid of stat allocation or lottery mechanics, yet undeniably functional, a direct, lucid reflection of his being. Reviewing his attributes, Lin Bai felt genuine satisfaction. Before awakening, his raw strength had been 300 gene, reasonable for a 15-year-old. Post-awakening, it had nearly tripled. His spiritual acuity was even more astonishing, surpassing that of newly initiated pre-transcendence cultivators. Perhaps this stemmed from his pre-awakening foundation. Though not quite eidetic, his memory had always been prodigious. Most satisfying were the words in parentheses. Proof that supreme-tier spirituality conferred effortless grace. Standing still, he absorbed ambient spiritual energy as effortlessly as a plant soaking up sunlight. His skills reflected 15 years of disciplined study. Lin Bai gathered these scattered insights, calmed his mind, and finally stepped out of the meditation chamber. Lin Bai pushed open the door of the quiet room and saw his parents and sister gathered in the courtyard, their faces filled with anxiety and anticipation. The scene resembled a childbirth scenario from a past life drama, with family anxiously waiting outside while Lin Bai played the role of the doctor, the awakened spiritual essence and talent represented by the child. He initially wanted to joke around, but as he scanned the uneasy expressions of his family, he instantly suppressed his playful thoughts. One must understand what actions are appropriate in different situations. Lin Bai's thoughts shifted, and his expression quickly transformed into that of a young man full of ambition, even adopting a hint of deliberate arrogance. He cleared his throat and declared loudly, "Father, Mother, Sister, welcome, welcome, our Lin family's future king, the greatest pride of you all, the possessor of extraordinary talent, Lin Bai." As Lin Yi rushed over, he saw Lin Bai in this arrogant posture, and the words he had just spoken, initially intending to teach Lin Bai a lesson, preparing to slap him. However, upon hearing Lin Bai's next words, his expression changed instantly, as did those of Wang Xiu and Lin Su behind him. Lin Yi dashed in front of Lin Bai, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "You little brat, what did you just say? Extraordinary spiritual essence. Don't joke about this, it's no laughing matter or you'll be in for it." Mother Wang Xiu and sister Lin Su were equally serious, and it was no wonder they felt this way. Extraordinary spiritual essence is fundamentally different from intermediate or advanced spiritual essence. Advanced spiritual essence is already rare. For instance, in a Ning county, which has a population of 50 to 60,000 theoretically, only a few dozen advanced spiritual essences can emerge each generation, and Lin Su is one of them. However, extraordinary spiritual essence is a true treasure of heaven and earth, not something that can simply be accumulated based on population. A zero multiplied by any number is still zero. In the past century, there have only been 3 recorded extraordinary spiritual essence holders in a Ning county. If what Lin Bai says is true, he would be the 4th. If there are higher-level elixirs than the spirit-nourishing pill available in the county or state, they would help the descendants of powerful families break through the boundary from advanced to extraordinary. However, in a small place like Ning County coupled with Lin Bai's family background, obtaining elixirs like the spirit-nourishing pill is already the limit, but those do not assist in breaking through to extraordinary. Humph, you don't believe me? Look around. Hearing this, Lin Yi and the others immediately focused their senses, and as they probed, their hearts were tumultuous. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Lin Bai was actually gathering toward him spontaneously and slowly, as if drawn by an invisible force. Although they had already prepared for this after Lin Bai spoke, they were still incredibly excited upon witnessing. Well, no wonder he is my son. Impressive. Xiao Bai, it's been a while since your awakening. Are you hungry? Mother has had someone prepare the meal. Let's eat now, Lin Su asked calmly, focusing on the key point. Little brother, what exactly is your spiritual essence? Which aspect is your talent inclined toward? Lin Bai quickly grasped the focus. We can talk about it after eating. Nothing is more important than a meal, and he needed to calm his sister and the others. He had awakened for quite some time, having entered around noon. It was now almost evening when he emerged. After dinner, the candlelight flickered as the family of four sat around the hall. Seeing that their expressions had calmed down significantly, Lin Bai finally spoke. I have awakened over 4,000 spiritual essences, and my talent is related to beast taming and martial arts. With each binding of a spirit beast, my physique will receive a certain enhancement, and as the spirit beasts improve, I will gain more benefits. Lin Su carefully digested her brother's words, as her current identity and experience meant that much of Lin Bai's future path would require her counsel and introduction. In fact, Lin Bai's family background is not weak or akin to the scholars of ancient times in his past life. They may not be very wealthy, but their connections are undeniably strong. Once a genius emerges, there will be someone to guide them, avoiding many detours, and interest groups will not exclude him. This is something others cannot compare to. Lin Bai's father has no backing from any major family, being an orphan in his youth. He bit the bullet and joined the army, becoming a close guard of a general due to his bold and clean background. This general later rose to prominence, becoming a military leader in Yunzhou, holding the 5th grade official position, and the county lieutenant of Yunmeng County is from that general's faction. Moreover, many official channels involve Lin Yi's former comrades. Otherwise, how could Lin Bai's father obtain the Spirit Awakening Stone, which is a state-controlled item? Of course, it's not that Lin Yi has any special relationship with that general, but rather a camaraderie from their time as comrades and how outsiders perceive one's faction and backing. This is paramount. Lin Bai's mother Wang Xiu is even more remarkable, hailing from the Wang family of Yunming, which is a branch of the prominent Xinxiu Wang family in the state, also having connections representing a kind of force reminiscent of once a small fry, now a big player, strike the big one, and there's still a bigger one behind. If it weren't for Wang Xiu being a collateral branch and her being a concubine with not particularly high talent alongside her determination to marry Lin Yi, it would have been impossible. Otherwise, how could a mere soldier like Lin Yi aspire to something greater? Not a chance. Even Lin Su at first could become an apprentice at the county's Benevolent Heart Hall thanks to her mother's family connections. Otherwise, forget the Benevolent Heart Hall in the county. Even the ones in a Ning County would face competition, especially now that it is a golden era, and even the shop assistants in Lin Bai's family store are of the awakened type. As for Sister Lin Su, would anyone really think that a disciple of an alchemist capable of refining spirit-nourishing pills is just an ordinary person? Thus, when it comes to status, Lin Su's identity is currently the highest, especially since Lin Bai's parents have somewhat taken on the guise of making themselves seem more prominent. Lin Bai's references will undoubtedly be based on his sister's opinions, not just because Lin Su holds a higher status now, but more importantly, many changes regarding the outside world are unknown to Lin Bai's parents, who have been away from Yunmeng City for nearly 20 years. After a short while, Lin Su finally looked up at Lin Bai. Little brother, first of all, you don't have to hide your extraordinary spiritual essence talent. Just don't show off too much in public. Lin Bai understood immediately. What his sister meant was that he should demonstrate value to his future backers and the forces he needs to rely on, but he must conceal his sharpness from peers, subordinates, and potential competitors. In short, conceal from the lower ranks but not from the higher-ups. Lin Bai agreed that it is better to show his extraordinary talent, since he believes he will inevitably have to compete with others, not just for resources. For example, if you present yourself as having advanced spiritual essence but surpass extraordinary, it might be manageable once or twice, but if it happens repeatedly, even a fool would know something is off and secrets are hidden. However, competition among those with extraordinary spiritual essence is perfectly normal. While having secrets is normal, Lin Bai's secrets are exceedingly significant, so he must begin planning for concealment, ensuring that the revealed secrets do not exceed the cost of others taking action against him. Seeing Lin Bai nod in agreement, Lin Su felt a sense of relief. After all, who doesn't love to show off at the age of just over 10? This is something not everyone can control, as showing off in front of others is one of humanity's fundamental instincts. At this moment Lin Su turned to Lin Yi and said, "Father, didn't you learn the breath concealment technique in the military? Can you teach it to Xiao Bai?" Lin Yi had been quietly listening to his daughter analyze things for his son, and felt pleased as seeing his children succeed and grow close is a dream for many parents. What he could do was not hold them back with random suggestions, but thinking that, as a father, he could not assist his son made him feel a bit lonely. Hearing his daughter's question and realizing he could still be of help, he immediately patted his chest and assured her, "This technique is quite common in the military. It's not a rare treasure, and there are no prohibitions against passing it on. I can teach him directly in a while." Lin Su then asked her brother, "Little brother, what do you think about the forces you will join in the future? Your talent is not suited for the Benevolent Heart Hall, the Craftsman Guild, or the Talismakers Association. Your talent is more akin to that of a monster-hunting martial artist, rather than a pure beast tamer. For you, monsters are merely a part of enhancing your power. However, joining those forces that rely entirely on killing for resources is too early for you. The risks are too high and not conducive to steadily realizing your potential. Joining a force is essential, or otherwise, how will resources come? How will backing be secured? How will you learn the art of assisting in Dao if you are fighting solo? That would be courting death." At the same time, Lin Bai understood that choosing different forces at the beginning would yield different outcomes. If he were to join groups like the Demon Slaying Division or the Demon Suppression Guard that require combat, they would not allow him to realize his full potential. It's a pity he cannot expose his talent for breaking through, or otherwise, he could enter the Beastmaster Hall with ease. The main issue is his strength. If Lin Bai were at the extraordinary level, he would undoubtedly choose these forces or even possibly join the military. Unfortunately, he is not. In the future, you could follow the path of the Wang family or Xiao. By being of extraordinary spiritual essence, they won't reject you. If that doesn't work, you can follow my teacher's path. Lin Su looked at their mother Wang Xiao, who nodded and said, "I will write a letter to mother. She will arrange things for you. The most important thing is your path in Dao, but you don't need to worry about that. I will personally seek out my teacher." The path of Dao is not granted like talent, but is the experience traversed by generations of humanity. Thus, a less populated Dao may not be weak, but a more populated one is certainly strong, as predecessors have already stepped on the pitfalls. Currently, there are numerous paths in the extraordinary realm akin to the sands of the Ganges, with subdivisions that are truly a marvel of permutations and combinations. Among the many paths of practitioners, the corresponding techniques, secret arts, resources, and promotion routes are naturally more complete. For example, the path of the martial artist is one of the most populous routes with many branches. There are mainstream martial artists who refine their physical bodies and vital energy, demon martial artists who transplant monster organs, and weaponized martial artists who treat themselves as divine weapons to hone. Listening to his sister's orderly analysis, although Lin Bai had thought of many of these truths himself, hearing them from Lin Su brought clarity and confidence, calming the restlessness in his heart due to his awakening. The road ahead is long, but at least he is not walking alone. In the 2 days following his awakening, Lin Bai clung to his father like a piece of chewing gum, persistently begging to go to the market. His main motivation was that one of the wings for his future ascendance was to acquire a spiritual beast. Based on his knowledge from novels in his past life, and the experiences of this life, the protagonist could find a potential divine beast at the place of their birth. With this hope in mind, he visited the market for 2 consecutive days, scrutinizing every stall and cage, only to be thoroughly disappointed in the end. All he found were ordinary creatures with mediocre potential, not a single one that caught his eye. However, he discovered a flaw in the passive probing skill of the cocoon-breaking talent, which was that it could be detected by others. Moreover, the greater the gap in realms, the more likely it was to be noticed. Lin Bai had experimented with this while wandering the market, and fortunately he managed to slip away quickly each time. Additionally, the details of the information he received and the amount of mental energy consumed were related to the cultivation levels of both parties. It makes sense. If there were no restrictions, this talent would be far too overpowered. "You're back. Go take a shower or you smell." When Lin Bai returned, he was scolded by Wang Xiao, even though he didn't sweat much. However, the market in Anning County mostly sold animals, and he inevitably picked up some odors while darting around. After cleaning himself up, Lin Bai swiftly returned to his room and took out a pill, swallowing it whole. The pill transformed into a warm flow upon entering his abdomen, nourishing his limbs and bones. Soon after finishing this pill, the energy my body lacks will be replenished. Once spiritual consciousness awakens, even without deliberate cultivation, it would lead to a small transformation akin to a sponge absorbing seawater. However, if relying solely on the ordinary grains he consumed for natural transformation, it would take an indefinite amount of time to complete. But Lin Bai had once again used a pill. After all, his sister was an alchemist. After a while, Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance momentarily illuminating his gaze, as if the room itself had brightened. A satisfied smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Completed. Lin Bai activated a probing technique for himself. Name: Lin Bai, Strength 2. 5. Agility 2. 7. Physique 2. 6. Spirit 3. 5. Level: uninitiated in transcendent skills, basic swordsmanship, basic medicine, galloping stance, intermediate archery, North Mountain Army Scouts, concealment technique, entry-level talents, cocoon breaking, companion evaluation, a promising future with current potential to deceive. After the transformation was completed, Lin Bai's various attributes were already close to 3 times that of an initial transcendent stage cultivator, and he had yet to even begin formal cultivation. Compared to the transformation after cultivation, this minor enhancement was merely a trivial gain. Moreover, it wasn't as if just finding 3 newly transcended individuals could defeat Lin Bai. To him, those people were merely easy targets. After all, reality isn't a game where one loses health forcibly, and as one's attributes rise, even a slight numerical difference can be the difference between heaven and earth. However, this only applies to ordinary warriors. Otherwise, if someone had some abnormal talent hidden away, or was following a particularly strong path in the early stages, Lin Bai could very well find himself in a precarious situation. In terms of skills, his physical attributes had improved comprehensively, and his original basic archery naturally upgraded to intermediate archery with a notable increase in shooting speed, accuracy, and sustained combat ability. His swordsmanship also saw some progress, though he had only practiced forms before, lacking practical experience, so the improvement was relatively limited. What pleased him most was the final skill, the North Mountain Army Scouts concealment technique, which he finally mastered. Now he could autonomously control whether to absorb external spiritual energy, no longer needing to be the brightest one in the crowd. This concealment technique belonged to the North Mountain Army Scout camp. But what kind of army was the North Mountain Army? It was the army that fought against the barbarians of the Great Desert in northern Yuzhou, revered as the Shield of Yuzhou. The scout camp under its command was the elite of the elite, best at stealth and concealment. In a game, this skill would at least be of blue quality. It was hard to know how Lin Bai's father acquired it. Although he was once part of the North Mountain Army in his youth, he was not from the scout camp of which Lin Bai was aware. Never mind, overthinking is futile. Perhaps Lin Bai's father also had his own opportunities. Lin Bai stroked his chin, examining his panel. With a high archery level paired with a military-grade concealment technique, fast speed, strong mental energy, and precise aim. Tisk, looking at my panel, I seem to be a good candidate for ambushing foes. Of course, he was also aware of his shortcomings. His swordsmanship was too rudimentary, merely a series of postures. For a 15-year-old still laying the groundwork, this was quite normal, but it severely wasted his exceptional talent, which could be described as a barrel of water. After another 2 days, Lin Bai's lingering dissatisfaction stirred again, and he inexplicably took another trip to the market, only to be disappointed once more. Fortunately, he hadn't held out much hope this time, so he wasn't too disheartened. The weather was just like this, scorching in the midday sun, but by evening a chilling wind blew, bringing with it a bone-deep cold. Tomorrow was the day he would leave home with his sister Lin Su, heading for Yunmeng City. Since it was Lin Bai's first time leaving home, Wang Xiu fussed while packing. Bring a few more clothes. Even if it seems hot at noon, it will get cool in the evening. Moreover, in a month it will get cold. When we go out, we should be kind to others, but if someone bullies you, don't be afraid, or our family can still make others reason with us. Remember to find your uncle and aunt if any issues arise. Lin Bai obediently sat beside her. I understand. In both his past and present lives, Lin Bai had never been somewhere far. In his past life, he was a poor orphan university student. The beautiful scenery online was limited to the internet. In this life, being still young, his range of activities was even more restricted. Regarding the unknown county city, he felt both anticipation and a hint of confusion. The next morning, Lin Yi and Wang Xiu sent Lin Su and her younger brother to the Kindness Hall in Anning County. Upon arriving at the back courtyard's entrance, the servant guarding the area recognized Lin Su and did not stop them. Instead, he proactively greeted them. Manager Lin, you have arrived. There's still some time before departure. Who are these people? These are my father and mother here to see me and my brother off today. Lin Su replied briefly, and the gatekeeper did not ask further, treating it as a routine matter. Logically, the back courtyard was the inner court of the kindness hall, and unauthorized individuals were not allowed to enter. But was a manager just an ordinary person? Thus the gatekeeper turned a blind eye, pretending not. Once Lin Bai's parents entered, they behaved properly, not wandering about, but rather making the most of their final moments to repeatedly remind Lin Bai of the matters to pay attention to after arriving in Yunmeng City. After Lin Su had greeted everyone, she returned to sit beside Lin Bai, closing her eyes to rest. She understood that her parents' reminders were normal, otherwise they wouldn't be able to set their minds at ease, just as they had 3 years ago when she went to Yunmeng City. After listening to his parents nagging, Lin Bai secretly sat beside Lin Su and nudged her with his elbow. "Sister, why do they call you manager?" "Because I asked my teacher for leave and he said I should go out to see the world and learn from the caravan, so he gave me the title of manager. The real manager isn't me." Lin Bai couldn't help but marvel at how impressive his sister's teacher was. Lin Su spoke casually, but Lin Bai, with his past lives experience, could tell this was gilding an image. Especially since this position involved transporting medicinal materials, the benefits here were significant. For an ordinary person to get involved, sure, they could become a guard, but a managerial position. You must be dreaming. That's a true insider's role. Lin Bai observed the servants in the hall, continuously checking the goods for any omissions and loading them onto the carriages. The guards of the caravan also returned one after another, greeting Lin Su respectfully. She merely nodded slightly without saying much. It was not until a somewhat slender man looking to be in his 40s or 50s and resembling a manager approached that Lin Su stood up to speak with him. "Manager Zhou, when will this caravan set off?" Soon, we will depart within the next quarter of an hour. By the way, who are these people?" "These are my parents here to see me and my brother off. My brother is Lin Bai, and we are going to Yunmeng City with your caravan." So it's your younger brother. Since he is Lin Don's brother, he is considered one of our own at the kindness hall. Lin Bai looks exceptionally bright. Surely he will have a promising future in the county city. Lin Bai watched manager Zhou converse with his sister and couldn't help but sigh. Truly a person who goes out to manage things speaks with such warmth. People are different. The same words spoken by some can make others feel comfortable. Of course, he also understood that this warmth largely stemmed from his sister's status and potential. Were he just an ordinary youth, the other party likely wouldn't even bother to spare him a glance. After finishing the conversation with manager Zhou, Lin Su turned to Lin Bai's parents and said, "Father, mother, the caravan is about to depart. Let me and Xiao Bai see you off. You can rest easy. I will take good care of my younger brother." Lin Bai's parents nodded, knowing it was time to leave. At the back door, Lin Bai was saying goodbye to Wang Xiu. She opened her mouth, but knowing time was short, she could only step forward and hug Lin Bai gently. "Make sure to eat well in Yunmeng City. Don't be picky, eat more vegetables." Lin Bai nodded, and only then did Wang Xiu let go, allowing him to walk inside with Lin Su. At this moment, Lin Yi approached and took Wang Xiu's arm, comforting her. "Don't be sad. Do you not trust? This little rascal has always been clever and resourceful, always taking advantage of others. There's no reason for others to take advantage of him. Plus, Su is here to help him. With his exceptional talent, he is destined to go further than us. A soaring eagle can only soar in the sky. There's no difference between being in a cage and being a sparrow." Wang Xiu leaned her face against Lin Yi's chest, nodding. "I understand. I just feel reluctant. Su is gone, and now Xiao Bai is leaving me as well." Soon a group of tall black horses with horns slowly pulled the caravan out of the gate, 2 carriages, and a dozen cargo wagons tightly guarded in the center by the escort team. One of the carriage windows opened and Lin Bai leaned out vigorously, waving his arms at his parents. Lin Bai watched the carriage pass through the familiar streets, then exit the city gates. Anning County, his hometown where he had lived for 15 years. Lin Bai watched as the city walls grew smaller and smaller until finally even the outline of the wall vanished completely beneath the horizon. The youth's emotions were akin to a torrential summer shower, surging in intensity and departing just as. Lin Bai was not sorrowful after all. He was merely going to pursue his studies, not leaving for good. It was just that the sudden departure from his hometown inevitably sparked a sense of hesitation within him. He leaned against the carriage window, curiously gazing at the scenery outside. The convoy exited through the southern gate of Anning County, a direction he rarely traveled, and everything he saw and heard was novel. Surrounding Anning County were numerous villages. This was not surprising. The monsters and spirits of this world were not merely legends. Humanity could only gather and reside together, relying on the resplendent aura of the human world. and the power of city defenses to fend off external evils and seek peace. Unfortunately, cities with complete defensive mechanisms were few and most villages could only depend on. This also fostered a fierce martial spirit in this realm, where villages able to thrive in the wilderness invariably possessed some remarkable skills to ensure their survival. Soon the road became rugged, which was particularly vexing for Lin Bai. As a dynasty with extraordinary powers, it was shocking that they did not maintain the roads. Fortunately, the horses used by the compassionate Heart Hall were not ordinary. They were true exotic beasts, blackhorn horses. These horses were entirely black with a single horn on their heads, exceptionally magnificent, and were genuine metamorphic beasts rumored to possess a trace of dragon blood flowing within them. Not only could they travel 1,000 miles a day with remarkable endurance, but their load-bearing and defensive abilities were also outstanding. More importantly, blackhorn horses were the official military mounts designated by the Great Xia, possessing a complete and mature training and advancement system. It was quite difficult for an ordinary person to acquire even one, yet Compassionate Heart Hall surprisingly used them as transport horses. One of the factions behind Compassionate Heart Hall was the royal family, so it made sense. Lin Su looked helplessly at her foolish younger brother, who was staring intently at the blackhorn horses outside. "You seem very interested in the blackhorn horses, little brother. Are you thinking of contracting one? If you want one, I can ask my teacher to get you a better-blooded one." "No, sister. I was just wondering if Compassionate Heart Hall is really that wealthy to even use blackhorn horses as transport horses. These are all discarded by the border troops barely reaching the metamorphic stage." Lin Bai inquired further. "Sister, how does Compassionate Heart Hall rank among the forces in Yunmeng City?" Hearing her younger brother ask a serious question, Lin Su straightened her expression. In the past, when visiting home, she often shared amusing stories, but now it was time to give her brother a clear understanding of Yunmeng City. Clearing her throat, Lin Su began to explain. In Yunmeng City, the three major powers, Compassionate Heart Hall, Tiangong Hall, and the Talismaker Association, are all established with the participation of the Great Xia royal family. Wherever there is a city throughout the world, they exist, including Anning County. They are noble forces, and there are also those from prestigious families like the Shensho Wang family, the Ingu Lu family, and the Holing Li family, which are governing powers with roots in the prefecture deeply ingrained in all aspects of Yunmeng City. Even Compassionate Heart Hall is influenced by these forces. For instance, my aunt is a mid-level alchemist in Compassionate Heart Hall, and other forces also place their people accordingly. Of course, Compassionate Heart Hall does not oppose this, as the establishment across the 13 prefectures of Great Xia requires a vast number of talents, and the aristocratic families are rich in talent. Large families often consolidate their power through expansion, and the names like Shinsho, Ingu, and Hualing are not only characteristics of the family's methods, but also represent their heritage. In this world, names and titles hold great weight. Take the Shinsho Wang family as an example. Most members pursue the path of Qi practitioners, and their characteristic method is activation. Even side branches like Wang Xiu, who had mediocre talent, could still grasp a bit. When Lin Bai and his sister were young, she often folded paper birds and activated them with spiritual energy, making them flutter and amuse them. At that time, it seemed magical and fun. In retrospect, that seemingly simple technique actually contained intricate control over spirituality. Of course, large families have profound foundations and would never rely solely on one core path. After introducing these major powers to Lin Bai, Lin Su continued to explain other forces. Next are the local powerhouses like the Zhou family and the Zhong family. They mostly delve into specific industries. While they lack the might of the three major families, they are not to be underestimated. These local families form solid alliances through close intermarriage, and even the three major families do not dare to exert excessive pressure. They have connections at the state level and even higher, and are exceptionally united. The rest are smaller gangs and factions that need not be mentioned, like the Yulong Gang, the Xuanshan Hall, and the Yutong Association, which are supported by other forces. After all, some dirty work of the major powers needs to be done by someone serving as their dark gloves. The Yulong Gang is backed by the government. Xuanshan Hall is affiliated with local forces, and Yutong Association belongs to the three major families. This is roughly how they are categorized. Among them, Xuanshan Hall is the weakest, lacking any significant power. Yulong Gang is the strongest, while Yutong Association is in between. There's also a particularly unique force, the Shendawu, whose influence spans the Yunbing and Liang prefectures in the northern regions. The Shendawu is a complex faction mostly passed down through master-disciple relationships. Anyone from the northern lands, including local shamans, witches, and itinerant monks and Taoists, without affiliations can be counted as part of the Shindawu lineage. But do not underestimate them. This faction has produced several abbots of the Tiantian Temple, though it has fallen into decline in the past few centuries. After Lin Su finished her introduction, Lin Bai quieted down to organize these relationships among the forces. After all, he was about to go to Yunmeng City to pursue his studies and grow stronger. If he did not understand these relationships, he might unknowingly step into a pitfall in the future. After listening to his sister's introduction, Lin Bai meticulously sorted through this intricate web of relationships in his mind. After a long time he rubbed his temples and sighed with such an intermingled existence. It seems that while Yunmeng City appears calm on the surface, it is likely surging with hidden currents beneath. Seeing Lin Bai's troubled expression, Lin Su asked about the reason. Upon hearing the answer, she couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pull him closer and ruffle his hair. Your sister is a disciple of a master alchemist. You must know that there are only about 30 master alchemists publicly recognized in Yun Prefecture, and you lack confidence in your own talent. You possess extraordinary talent. Even extraordinary talent when placed in the prefecture or at the imperial court is considered genius. Not to mention you have 4,000 spirit stones, which is not low even among extraordinary talents. Lin Bai was taken aback. Was his background really that substantial? The beneficiary turned out to be himself. Moreover, he did not expect his sister's teacher to be so significant. No wonder Lin's parents were so excited at the time. Lin Bai cautiously said, "So I am the second generation of privileged background. Does that mean I can run rampant in Yunmeng City?" To his surprise, Lin Su shook her head. "I am not my teacher's only disciple, and the teacher has family as well. It's just that I am still young, so they are leveraging my future reputation. But these connections ensure fairness, which is the utmost fairness for you. In the end, what we can rely on is still ourselves. All brightness is earned by ourselves, so you must strive and become stronger to have the opportunity to seek greater fairness." Lin Su thought her brother might feel a bit disappointed, but unexpectedly Lin Bai grinned and remained unfazed. "Sister, ensuring fairness is not the greatest privilege someone from our background could attain. Moreover, I am quite capable of striving. Perhaps I will be the one to protect you in the future." Lin Su was slightly taken aback by these words, then smiled brightly. "Then I shall await the brilliance of our little man to shine upon me." Lin Bai was genuinely pleased. After all, he was already living a second life, and he understood that fairness was a privilege that was difficult to obtain. He feared that he might not even have the chance to strive for it. Thus the siblings of the Lin family continued their conversation in the carriage, as once they arrived in Yunmeng City, they would have only each other as their closest kin. Lin Su was very satisfied with Lin Bai's reaction. The first response of her younger brother upon hearing about Yunmeng City was to strive, which was a very good sign considering their family's circumstances. Without striving, how could resources come? My identity as a disciple of a master alchemist was fought for, wasn't it? During this time, how many hidden dangers and challenges have I faced? Only I know. Yet Lin Su has always shared good news and not troubles. Moreover, Lin Su had one thing she didn't tell Lin Bai. She felt very reassured having him accompany her to Yunmeng City, even if Lin Bai could not help her at this moment. After all, no matter how mature Lin Su was, she was only 18. Being alone in Yunmeng City, even with relatives from her mother's side around, felt different. While discussing various matters about Yunmeng City, the siblings were not worried about being overheard as the carriage bore soundproof runes, and this was not anything shameful. At noon, they ate the beef jerky prepared by their mother, which was quite common outdoor food in Yun Prefecture, serving as a means to deal with special situations and guard against treachery. Because this world is vast, even places like Anning County, which are relatively close to Yunmeng City, require traveling by Blackhorn horses, setting out in the morning and arriving by the afternoon of the next day. Ordinary people need not even mention it. Not only is the journey long, but the mountain bandits and monsters on the road are no joke. Common folk can only set out in groups, or else they would be lambs to the slaughter in every sense of the word, including physically. In the afternoon, the convoy continued forward, expected to stop and set up camp to rest around dusk. Lin Bai was gazing at the fleeting scenery outside when he suddenly saw the scout knight responsible for scouting ahead rushing back, heading straight for the carriage of Steward Zhou, quietly reporting something. He did not pay attention to listen, as it was a bad habit to pry into others' privacy. After Steward Zhou heard the knight's report, he made several hand signals, and the convoy gradually slowed down. This piqued Lin Bai's curiosity. Did they encounter something ahead? Surely it wasn't mountain bandits blocking the way. Lost in thought, Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle at his own imagination. After all, even if one did not recognize the flag of Compassionate Heart Hall, one could still discern the extraordinary nature of the Blackhorn horses and the leather armor worn by the knights. It was evident they were not to be trifled with. What? There are actually bandits blocking the road, preparing to rob us. Lin Bai was filled with confusion, almost doubting his own ears. What kind of bandits were these so reckless? Didn't you see this group of armored cavalry, fierce and imposing? How dare these bandits act this way? Just a moment ago, Manager Zhou sent word that there were bandits ahead, setting an ambush, intending to intercept the convoy. Unlike Lin Bai's astonishment, Lin Su remained calm as still water throughout. She slightly nodded to indicate her understanding and dismissed the messenger. She then turned her head and spoke to Lin Bai in a calm tone. No matter what the intentions of those in front of us are, whether they are malicious or incredibly foolish, what we must do now is crush them and interrogate them for their true purpose. Lin Su paused, looking at her brother, her gaze carrying a hint of admonition. Xiao Bai, remember, there are always foolish people in this world. They often come up with ideas they consider brilliant and actually put them into action. Lin Bai understood this logic, but logically bandits should have some sense, otherwise they would have been wiped out long ago. In fact, large bandit groups are either puppets of someone behind the scenes or are being allowed to grow by big merchant caravans. After all, for just a small price, they can use these bandits to eliminate numerous small merchant groups and achieve a monopoly on the trade routes. It's quite a lucrative deal. Just as Lin Bai was grumbling inwardly, Lin Su was also pondering whether to take this opportunity to let Lin Bai see some blood. Although Lin Bai was only 15 years old, geniuses in this world mature early. However, Lin Su worried that Lin Bai might be scared and buried a shadow in her heart. After much consideration, Lin Su ultimately left the decision to Lin Bai. Killing bandits is no problem, sister. Lin Bai's decisiveness surprised Lin Su a bit. In fact, Lin Bai had prepared for killing even before setting out. Whether it was innocents or those who deserved it, as long as they stood in his way, he would mercilessly cut them down. It was unrelated to good or evil thought or position. He just wanted to keep moving forward, mastering his own destiny, and perhaps catch a glimpse of the scenery atop this world. That was all, nothing more. Of course, Lin Bai was not a bloodthirsty maniac or an antisocial personality. As long as it did not concern him or those around him, he was a person who valued life greatly. Having made a decision, Lin Su no longer hesitated and immediately took Lin Bai down from the carriage. Lin Bai also prepared his own gear, a traditional 3-foot Yenling knife, a 5-stone bow, and a quiver containing 30 arrows. These 3 items were specially prepared before leaving home. Lin Bai hung the knife at his waist, slung the quiver on his back, and strung the bow. The convoy's guards consisted of 20 knights divided into 2 teams. Half of them went to clear the bandits ahead, while the other half remained behind to guard the convoy. The squad preparing to eliminate the bandits was in high spirits, while those left behind sighed in frustration. This was because there was a rule in the Kindness Hall that when encountering such situations, the spoils could be kept half without needing to be turned in. As for whether having only 10 people would pose any problems, were you joking? The members of the squad were all at the transformation stage, while those bandits probably hadn't even awakened their talents. After all, once someone awakened their talent, finding a legitimate job in the city was not difficult. Unless they were truly at their wits' end or had ulterior motives, who would be willing to engage in the dangerous and uncertain business of banditry. Only the leader could profit from it. After Lin Su got off the carriage, she briefly discussed matters with Manager Zhou. After all, the one truly in charge was not her. Although she bore the title of manager, she was merely nominal. Leaving the team without notice would be inappropriate. Of course, Manager Zhou readily agreed, as this was not a big deal. After all, they were giving face to each other. Lin Su borrowed 2 horses from the remaining convoy, and then mounted with Lin Bai, setting off with the clearing squad. Of course, Manager Zhou readily agreed, as this was not a big deal. After all, they were giving face to each other. Lin Su borrowed 2 horses from the remaining convoy, and then mounted with Lin. Not long after the convoy set off, they met up with the returning scouts. Under the scouts' guidance, the convoy turned and charged into a mountain forest. Soon they discovered a group of about 100 bandits ahead, who were attempting to retreat, clearly realizing they had kicked a hornet's nest. The leader of Qingfeng village, Wang Matzi, at this moment only wanted to curse. Just moments ago, his subordinates hurriedly reported that they had found a fat sheep. He excitedly led his men down the mountain, only to run headlong into a group of hungry tigers. He recognized that this was the team from the Kindness Hall. While frantically fleeing, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ladies and gentlemen of the Kindness Hall, Today, Wang Matzi failed to recognize a true dragon and mistook the identity. I hope you all can show mercy and let this slide. Wang Matzi secretly hated that once he escaped, he would definitely flay the messenger. But as the distance between the two sides closed, how could two legs outrun for? Not to mention the black-horned horses that moved through the forest as if on flat ground. Ladies and gentlemen, I have backing from the Ma family of Pingchuan. Perhaps you all know them. Wang Matzi didn't care whether it was effective and brought out the bandits' backing. But the Knights of the Kindness Hall ignored him and continued to advance. If it were a prominent family from Yunmeng City, there might still be some weight. Pingchuan, a small county like Anning County. The people from Yunmeng City could only laugh, and was the background of the Kindness Hall really that insignificant? Seeing that he was about to be caught, Wang Matzi gritted his teeth and shouted, "Brothers, stop. These damned guards won't let us go. Let's fight them to the end." I must say Wang Matzi still had some wits. Seeing that the cavalry would not spare him, he decided to rally his men for a desperate fight, hoping for a glimmer of survival. Facing the cavalry was tantamount to seeking death. This was something every person in Yunzhou knew. Wang Matzi seemed to have considerable influence among the bandits. Though they were terrified, they gradually stopped and turned to prepare for battle. This surprised Captain Wang, who led the cavalry, but it was just as well. After all, they were merely a rabble. Even with temporary bravery, how much could they accomplish? Draw your swords. Prepare to charge. Captain Wang planned to use the momentum of the horses to scatter the bandits. The cavalry charged like a sharp arrow directly towards the center of the bandit crowd, where Wang Matzi was. Lin Bai and his sister followed behind the convoy, waiting for the cavalry to scatter the bandits before looking for a suitable target to test themselves. After all, what Lin Su wanted to cultivate was Lin Bai's courage, not his combat skills. Finally, the cavalry crashed into the bandit crowd. The knight sabers reaped the lives of the frontline bandits like scythes of death, while the bandits fell like wheat stalks blown down by a fierce wind. Of course, the bandits in front still served some purpose. At least they obstructed the cavalry's charge speed like a barrier of flesh. Just when the bandits thought they could fight back, they found that their weapons, whether striking the knights or their mounts, couldn't penetrate their defenses. Even avoiding the leather armor striking unprotected areas yielded little effect, leaving only faint red marks. Seeing this, the knights synchronized, dismounted, and began to efficiently clear the area, while the intelligent black-horned horses actively charged to further disrupt and scatter the bandits. After killing 20 or 30 of them in a short while, the bandits began to scatter. At this point, even if Wang Matzi encouraged them personally, it was futile. Even if he killed a few fleeing bandits, it couldn't stop the tide. Wang Matzi also wanted to run, but he knew very well that the opponents were clearly after him. Everyone could escape except for him. Captain Wang of the cavalry had already charged in front of him. Wang Matzi could only grit his teeth and engage. When the two sides made contact, Captain Wang showed a look of surprise, not expecting that Wang Matzi was also a transformation stage cultivator and not of low caliber. "Dehei Lao Nyo, come help me. This kid is a bit tricky." Captain Wang grinned, calling for his teammates without any psychological burden. He had no interest in playing a unknown duel. Wang Matzi glared in anger. "What kind of hero are you? You actually bully the weak with numbers." Wang Matzi never expected that this seemingly formidable man would call for help in the midst of battle. Captain Wang scoffed disdainfully. "What kind of morality and fairness can we discuss with some?" While Captain Wang and Wang Matzi were engaged in battle, Lin Su had found a target for Lin by a flustered bandit who looked like a small leader. She pointed to him, indicating that he was the target. "Sister, is it enough to just kill him?" Lin Su nodded. She was also intrigued, noticing that her little brother intended to use his bow to shoot the target. Lin Su was right. Among Lin Bai's skills, archery was indeed the best. Lin Bai pulled an arrow from the quiver on his back and knocked it on the bow. He drew the bowstring fully, as this bow required 600 pounds of force to barely pull it back, 1,000 pounds to use it effortlessly. Lin Bai had over 2,000 pounds of strength, now more than enough to draw the bow, and he worried about breaking it. He aimed and released the string. The arrow shot forth with a piercing scream. It pierced through the target without stopping in his body, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, directly penetrating the bandit's chest and instantly shattering his internal organs. Red and white splattered everywhere as the bandit was struck by an invisible giant hammer, his body flying out like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground, instantly dead. A different sparkle flashed in Lin Su's beautiful eyes. She knew her brother was a good shot, but today the force Lin Bai unleashed still startled her. She understood how much strength was needed to draw the bow and arrow in Lin Bai's hands. Lin Su wanted to see how well Lin Bai performed in other aspects, whether it was just strength or if other abilities had also transformed. She then spotted another bandit who was burly and clearly had some training. His physique should be comparable to a transformation stage cultivator who had taken a non-martial path. After finding a target, she gave Lin Bai a look. Xiao Bai, this time don't use your bow but rather use your knife skills. It'll help you keep the pressure on from the side. Lin Bai was taken aback. Although he didn't understand why his sister arranged it this way, he didn't think too much about it. Lin Su and Lin Bai jumped off their horses and rushed towards the target. They were not worried about the bandits running away with their horses. The black-horned horses had a certain level of intelligence. While running, Lin Su was increasingly astonished because she had been running with all her might, yet Lin Bai could still keep up easily. It must be noted that even though she was on a path that didn't focus on direct combat, her transformation was already halfway done, and her physical strength was not lacking. Moreover, in the transformation stage, a key focus is on shedding the ordinary body and evolving the physical form. A few minutes later, the siblings had already caught up to the bandit who had strayed from the group. This bandit named Hu Yi was secretly relieved to have escaped with his life. He saw his leader Wang Matzi being surrounded by 3 guards and seemingly on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, I ran fast. Damn it looks like that group of dogs is going to raid the stronghold. I can't go back now. I need to find a place to hide for a few days until the storm passes. But hey, if the boss dies soon, maybe I can return in a few days and get a position becoming Hu Matzi. Hey, I say, bandit brother, you're drooling. Just as Hu Yi was lost in fantasies, he suddenly heard voices behind him. Turning around, he saw a boy, who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Though he was robust, the childishness on his face was unmistakable. Hu Yi was startled and immediately furious, then swung his knife at Lin Bai. Hey, after all, these are small-time bandits who don't even know they can't offend the old and children in the Jianghu. Lin Bai commented with an old-fashioned tone, yet his 3-foot Yenling knife did not slacken in the slightest. The blade flashed upward, accurately deflecting the incoming blade, and then following the momentum he struck sideways, producing a crisp sound as he directly knocked Hu Yi's large knife away. Before the bandit could react or utter any pleas for mercy, Lin Bai struck down, slicing through his throat. Hu Yi could not comprehend why it was him, as he had clearly escaped. Lin Bai saw what the bandit was thinking. Young Master Lin was kind-hearted and could not bear to see someone being foolish. Brother, your physique is too conspicuous. It's practically telling others, come cut me. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Hu Yi couldn't catch his breath and died on the spot. He was dead. To be honest, this kind of enemy posed no challenge at all. Forget about being comparable to the transformation stage. Even a true beginner in the transformation stage would only be a few strokes worth of material for Lin Bai. Lin Su was already dumbfounded on the side. She had come to support Lin Bai, fearing he couldn't handle the enemy, only to find that Lin Bai had resolved it in a few strokes. She kept muttering to herself, is super talent really this powerful? It seems Xiao Bai hasn't even unleashed half of his strength. Until Lin Bai waved his hand in front of her eyes, she finally came back to her senses. Sister, it's done. Let's go. Lin Su looked at Lin Bai's face, which didn't seem right, and hurriedly stepped forward to check on him. Lin Bai shook his head. He wasn't afraid. He felt a wave of physiological nausea. When he shot from a distance, he felt no waves in his heart, and when he cut through an enemy's throat, he was also exceptionally calm. But at this moment, recalling the peculiar sensation of the blade slicing through flesh, and the subtle yet clear feeling when it cut into the cervical spine, a strong wave of nausea surged in his heart. Lin Su breathed a sigh of relief after understanding his situation. That's normal. After this time, you should get used to it. In the future, when you encounter situations where you need to kill, you won't panic. Let's go, we should head back now. Over at Captain Wang's side, they should be all sorted out by now. By the time Lin Bai and his sister returned, Captain Wang had already tidied the scene. The bandits had either scattered or fallen. They had also captured their leader Wang Matzi. Even at the Tuofen stage, he could not match the Shanshin Hall guards, let alone withstand an assault by 3 of them. What happened? Did you get anything from the interrogation? Lin Su asked Captain Wang directly. Captain Wang sighed. This one has a stubborn mouth. He insists he wasn't trying to rob us. His underling told him there were fat pickings, so he came. When we asked about his underling, he said he ran. We've used all the means we could, but Wang Matzi's mouth is harder than we expected. Wang Matzi, already turned into a filthy broken heap, coughed up a mouthful of blood as he lay fading and weakly spoke. Sir, I'm telling the truth. That's how it happened. I'm not sent by any faction. Captain Wang looked at Wang Matzi and motioned to Lin Su for guidance. Enough. It seems we won't extract anything. Do as you see fit, Captain Wang. Lin Su did not wish to waste time on this matter. She had come merely to train Lin Bai. Now that it was over, she just wanted to leave. Ransacking the bandit den. Ridiculous. What could such a small stronghold hold of value? It wasn't worth sullying ourselves with the guards over a few taels of silver. Very well, Manager Lin, do as you please. Captain Wang said, then hoisted the nearly ruined Wang Matzi and went off to pillage the stronghold. Lin Bai and his sister returned to the caravan, reported the events to Manager Zhou, and that was that. Manager Zhou did not care much about this band of small-time brigands. It merely provided some extra income for the caravan. Back in the carriage, Lin Bai turned and found Lin Su staring at him with an odd expression. He waved his hand at her. Sister, are you all right? How much force can you exert now? Lin Su spoke bluntly. Siblings need not beat around the bush. About 2,000 Jean, Lin Bai said after a moment's thought. Hearing that, Lin Su flushed. Not with bashfulness but with an excited fervor, and murmured the number to herself. 2,000 Jean, and this is before practicing the fundamental Tao method. She repeated, pinching him here and there to assess his physique. As she continued, she began to laugh foolishly, which startled Lin Bai. He quickly shook her to bring her back to her senses. It was the first time Lin Bai had seen his sister so out of control. In his memory, Lin Su had always been composed, almost more like someone born with awakened innate talent. He did not know that she had been clever since childhood, and after awakening a high-grade spiritual aptitude, had been allowed to study in the prefectural city. Within that circle she had indeed been regarded as a genius. But after being taken as a disciple by an alchemy master, everyone she met was on her level, and that naturally brought a sense of disparity. That was only the surface, or more importantly, Lin Su had seen a larger world and a grander stage, and she discovered that her talent and background could only make her an unseen supporting role. How could she accept that? She refused to have her potential exhausted only to become an administrator in Shanshin Hall or be sent out as a county-level senior steward. But now things were different. She had known her younger brother possessed a transcendental grade spiritual aptitude and that he was strong. But it had never felt so immediate. After only a small metamorphosis, his flesh could nearly rival hers, a practitioner already halfway through the Tuofen stage. She understood in the most direct way what that meant. Why did she smile? Because she had found another path. If one person attains the way, even his household rises with him. At that moment she realized completely that so long as her brother did not die young, he would surely soar to great heights. Seeing Lin Su calm, Lin Bai relaxed. You nearly scared me to death, sis. About an hour later, the 2nd Cavalry Unit returned, cursing as they came back. Bloody hell, their skin and bones broke. Are these bandits rats? Not a single coin saved. Oh, old Wang, looks like we ran for nothing. No hard goods. Pa! The returning riders grumbled that all the stronghold savings had been squandered by Wang Matzi on ascension rites and spirit medicines. Good for nothing, while those left behind laughed with cruel delight. Manager Zhou told his men to tidy up and prepare to depart. After a while, a few figures slipped quietly out of the woods. How did it go, Brother Tao? That fool Wang Matzi fell right into the trap himself. Not bad, you handled the rat well. Wang Matzi thought that breaking through the Tuofen stage would let him bargain with my Juha Zhai. Doesn't he know his own place? Brother Tao, that. You promised me before. Humph, would my Juha Zhai owe you such a trifle? You'll get it when we return. The leader called Brother Tao snorted and led his men to melt into the forest. The lagging rat glanced back toward the ruined stronghold. Complexity flickered across his eyes, soon replaced by a hard resolve. Don't blame me, Master Leader. I truly long to become a cultivator. I don't want to be a rat my whole life. He quickly pasted a sycophantic smile back on and hurried after the group, flattering Brother Tao incessantly. The journey resumed without further incident. Had another trouble arisen, Lin Bai would have begun to doubt whether the Shanshin Hall's reputation still carried any weight. Delayed by the sweep against bandits, the caravan did not behold Yunmeng City's silhouette until the 3rd dawn. From a distance, the city walls rose like a range of mountains, grand and imposing. Even the black-horned horses had to gallop for more than half an hour to reach the foot of the walls. Truly a case of a long road to a distant peak. Yunmeng City lay backed against mountain and water. Beside it stood Heilong Mountain, and the Yunmeng River flowed from Tan Lake. The morning sun gilded the distant walls with a rim of gold. They drew near. 2 ancient characters carved on the wall caught Lin Bai's eye. He had not learned that script yet. Somehow he understood the meaning. Yunmeng. Because Anning County lay to the north of Yunmeng City, the caravan entered through the north. At the north gate, a steady stream of people flowed, farmers shouldering baskets of vegetables out of the city, merchant caravans laden with goods coming in, and young gentlemen and ladies in azure robes strolling out to admire the autumn, each full of vigor. Curiously, since Lin Bai had truly awakened his innate wisdom, he had never heard of anyone ruined by crushing taxes. Typically, only natural disasters or demons led to such destitution. This puzzled Lin Bai, so he consulted books and discovered several reasons. First, the world was vast. Second, and most important, transcendent powers existed here. Third, the great families regarded ordinary people's goods as common and often refused to store them in their warehouses. First, the world was vast. Second, and most important, transcendent powers existed here. Third, the great families regarded ordinary people's goods as common and often refused to store them. If you were not of a great family, you might not even know where corvée postings were announced, because this world truly had a human tide of fortune. Performing corvée awarded merit and raised a family's and individuals' luck. Thus those above governed with little effort, while those below often lived quite well. Because of these circumstances, the golden age of the human race had endured for nearly 100,000. Of course, this applied to mundane goods. Anything remotely tied to the cultivation world was fiercely monopolized. Take Lin Bai's family's 3 mu of spirit fields, the most valuable thing they owned. There was a story of the prime minister's wife in the central Xia court, who always rode an ox cart. She would collect the spiritual ox's dung and use it to fertilize her family's spirit fields. This was extolled as an exemplar of household management, widely circulated, and even included in the books Lin Bai studied. In short, ordinary people lived tolerably well, but cultivation resources were strictly monopolized. Watching the lively passers-by, hearing the clamor at the gate, and smelling the fragrant morning fare mingled with the dust, Lin Bai's spirits lifted without his noticing. He silently vowed, "Yunmeng City, I have come." As they neared the gate, the horses slowed and Manager Zhou poked his head out and laughed to the guards. "Brothers, this errand is about to be a complete success. Once the delivery is done, it's on me, Zui Xiang Lu. Ho Manager is generous. Zui Xiang Lu isn't cheap. He, this brother must be here for the first time. Everyone knows Manager Zhou is the most generous. Exactly. Whenever a task finishes well, he takes us to Zui Xiang Lu to celebrate." The carriage entered the city amid their chatter. After entering, Lin Bai widened his eyes, trying to spot any real difference between Yunmeng City and his hometown Anning County. To his surprise, they were much the same. There were simply more cultivators on display. Seeing his brother's dazed look, Lin Su knew at once what he was thinking. This is the outer ward. It's like our Anning town. Wait until we reach the inner ward. That's the real Yunmeng City. Yunmeng City held over 8 million permanent residents. The outer ward meant most inhabitants were ordinary people. Soon Lin Bai saw a familiar sign he had seen in Anning County, 2 simple characters. Lin Bai immediately asked Lin Su about it. These markets spread across Xia. Anything related to the transcendent can only be sold here, which causes many inconveniences. Luckily, we entered through the north gate this time, otherwise would have had to cross half of Yunmeng City to reach Shanshin Hall. Lin Bai paid little heed to his sister's small complaint and stared at the sign as if beholding some vast entity. He half-joked that the market might as well bear the surname Shen Yuan, the imperial family's name. Of course, these were trifles. Beyond his momentary surprise, they passed quickly, for they had little bearing on his life. "Let's go. When we arrive, come down with me." Lin Bai followed close behind and saw Shanshin Hall. Shanshin Hall took the form of a 7-sided exquisite pagoda occupying a vast tract with a very large rear courtyard. As Lin Su bade farewell to Manager Zhou and prepared to leave, he called her back and handed her a small. Lin Su said nothing and accepted it with cool indifference. Seeing her take it, Manager Zhou's smile widened, and he cupped his hands in respect. "I hope we can cooperate with Master Lin Dan again next time." "I won't keep Master Lin Dan any longer." Lin Su nodded and departed. Manager Zhou remained all smiles. His greatest fear was the brash offspring of great families. What harm was a little coldness from Lin Su? Only after they had gone a short distance did Lin Bai ask, "Sis, what's this?" "Hey, it's the cut from this transport. Part of it is mine too." Lin Su casually tossed the pouch to Lin Bai. He caught it and peeked inside to find 20 small stones. Spirit stones. This world indeed had spirit stones. One spirit stone was defined as the energy needed for a mid-grade Tuofen cultivator to train for 10 days. At Xia's banks, 1 tael of gold exchanged for 1 standard spirit stone. 1 tael of gold equaled 10 taels of silver. 1 tael of silver equaled 100 chen. Lin Bai knew of and had seen spirit stones. After all, his family were cultivators. Lin Bai handed them back and quietly asked, "Sis, want this cause trouble? Relax. As long as the task is completed, Shanshin Hall want pry. I don't need these things. I just don't want to get into dirty dealings with his backers. That would be troublesome. Now the most important thing is your Dao path. The hour is still early, come with me to pay respects to the teacher." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai quickly stifled his curiosity and stopped asking questions, falling silently into step behind Lin Su. He could distinguish what mattered most. Nothing at present was more important than his own Dao path. As they entered a spacious hall, the voices rose into a clamor. Here and there were ordinary patients with waxen faces and persistent coughs, and others were cultivators bearing wounds and disordered breath, clearly the aftermath of combat. Lin Su began to introduce things to Lin Bai. This 7-story building, the first and second floors house ordinary people and cultivators at the Tuifan stage. The third floor is for practitioners above the Chaofan realm, and the order for purchasing pills follows the same arrangement. Fourth and fifth floors are the pill refining chambers. The sixth stores high-grade medicinal herbs. The seventh is the quarters of the senior steward who oversees Shanshin Hall in Yunmeng City. As they spoke, the two entered a corner chamber. Lin Su pressed her palm to a beast head relief. Its gilded eyes opened, and with a soft click a concealed door slid aside. Lin Bai followed closely and understood at once. This, he thought, was nothing but an elevator. It's one of Tiangong Hall's crafted devices. Don't scoff. It's quite useful. I think it's called the Pa Yun ladder. They were soon at the 5th floor. When the contrivance opened, it gave a little chime that only strengthened Lin Bai's sense of recognition. Lin Bai followed Lin Su into a very large pill refining chamber. He spoke in a low voice. "Why is the 5th floor so vast? This single alchemy hall seems as large as the entire 5th floor looks from the outside." Lin Su answered him. "The space above the 4th floor is folded. It appears small outside, but inside there are hidden worlds." Lin Su fit a token into a groove at the gate. As the runes flared, the heavy stone door slid open without a sound. Only a woman in yellow sat in the reception room. Silver ornaments at her temples flashed faintly. She was plainly born with a composed grace, yet her conduct and words undermined that beauty. When she saw Lin Su enter, she leapt up and ran over, throwing her arms around Lin Su and nuzzling her cheek with exaggerated plaintiveness. "Su, you're finally back. You have no idea. While you were away, our teacher scolded me terribly. Now that you're back, let us share joys and hardships together." Lin Su pushed Zhou Ling away gently and, pointing at Lin Bai, looked helpless. "Second senior sister, behave yourself. My brother is here." Zhou Ling suddenly realized there was a stranger present, and as if electrocuted, let go of Lin Su. She straightened instantly, her fingers deftly arranging skirt and hairpin. When she turned, she wore a flawless, obliging smile, yet her eyes carried a barely perceptible threat as they fixed on Lin Bai. "Little handsome, you didn't see anything just now, did you?" Lin Bai caught on and pretended to be dazed. "Sister, why is it so dark? Don't you have any luminous stones? I thought I heard the voice of a beautiful sister. The one you told me about, extraordinarily lovely, dignified, and kind-hearted senior sister Zhou Ling." His words made Zhou Ling's mouth curve into a crescent, though she kept up her composure. Lin Su shot the two of them an exasperated look and without ceremony began to introduce them. "Senior sister, this is my younger brother Lin Bai. He has just awakened. Xiao Bai, this is senior sister Zhou Ling I told you about on the way." Lin Su had already spoken of Zhou Ling on their journey. She appeared outwardly calm but inwardly delighted. Lin Bai, as if his sight had suddenly cleared, greeted Zhou Ling politely. "Senior sister Zhou Ling, greetings. Very good, such a well-behaved little brother. Here is a gift for your meeting." Zhou Ling handed him a small jade-green token. After reading his sister's expression, Lin Bai accepted it and tucked it away without examining it closely. He could not, after all, open and appraise a gift in front of its giver. That would be rude. After the introductions, Lin Su voiced a question that had been on her mind. "Where are teacher and senior brother?" "Teacher is still refining pills, but should emerge from seclusion in a couple of days. Senior brother is breaking through from the Chaofan into the Chaoba realm." Zhou Ling hesitated briefly when mentioning senior brother. "Senior brother is already breaking into the Chaoba realm. So soon?" Lin Su was surprised, for Li Jun was only 12 years her senior. Lin Bai, however, was not startled. Lin Su had already told him of her teacher and fellow disciples on the way here. Lin Su's teacher was called Master Jinhua, a female cultivator, who had reached the Rebirth realm and counted 3 disciples. Senior brother Li Jun, at only 30, was already pressing toward the Chaoba realm. The second disciple Zhou Ling was 23 and still in the Tuifan stage, though nearing the threshold of Chaofan. The third disciple was Lin Su, herself 18 years old and just past the midpoint of Tuifan. It was senior brother Li Jun who was Master Jinhua's true successor. Lin Su and Zhou Ling were connected to the teacher as master and disciple, while Li Jun's bond with Master Jinhua was that of an apprentice and chosen heir. To make an imperfect analogy, if Master Jinhua had children who quarreled with this senior brother, she would likely side with Li Jun. Why then did senior brother hold such a high position? First, he had the longest time under Master Jinhua's tutelage. Second, his talent was unmatched. Third, unlike Zhou Ling and Lin Su, he had no family to rely on. He was an orphan whose parents had died early. Li Jun's talent, like Lin Bai's, was of the highest order. In just over a decade of cultivation, he had reached heights many spend lifetimes never touching. Despite everything, he was conscientious. He often shouldered the responsibility of instructing Zhou Ling and Lin Su, and due to his childhood, he remained humble and cautious. So when Lin Bai heard Li Jun was breaking toward the Chaoba realm, he felt no surprise. High talent, a good teacher, ample resources, and modest caution. Success seemed almost inevitable. Is not success then natural? Unfortunately, Master Jinhua was secluded refining pills. Whether she would emerge in the next days was unknown. Having come this far, they could only wait. Lin Su arranged lodging for Lin Bai in her own small courtyard within Shanxin Hall. She and Zhou Ling still needed to continually concoct pills, not merely as hall duties but per their teacher's requirements. Like a graduate student with a good mentor, having a strong teacher only made one busier. Back in the rooms, Lin Bai bored began to toy with the token Zhou Ling had given him. Lin Su explained it was a Shan family tranquility token unique to Yunmeng City, used to soothe the mind. This was a low-grade token effective for ordinary people and those in Tuifan, roughly lasting 5 years. Still, it was a fine meeting gift. Outside, one could not obtain such a token for less than 20 spirit stones. Days at Shanxin Hall were dull. Lin Su forbade him from going out alone, and Lin Bai, fearing mishaps, stayed inside his room. Even meals were brought by the hall's servants. Fortunately, 2 days later, Master Jinhua emerged from seclusion. Lin Su hurried to inform Lin Bai, "Teacher just completed a successful refinement and is in good spirits. Come with me to pay respects." Lin Su was anxious. She did not know whether her teacher held a Dao path suitable for Lin Bai. She straightened Lin Bai and set him off in the most presentable manner. The two retraced their steps and returned to the alchemy chamber they had visited before. Inside the pill room, Lin Su led him into a quiet chamber scented faintly with sandalwood. The room was small and still. Lin Bai finally met the fabled Master Jinhua. She appeared as a woman in her 40s, her hair arranged with meticulous care. Her brocade robe was embroidered with complex patterns in golden thread. Seated with the poise of one long accustomed to authority, her gaze was calm and profound. After the siblings took their seats, Master Jinhua studied Lin Bai intently. He sat upright and still. Only after a long moment did she speak. "You are Lin Bai, the biological younger brother of my disciple. Is your talent truly of the superlative grade?" Lin Bai lifted his suppression technique and returned to his natural state. The spiritual energy drifting in the air seemed to recognize its owner and flock to him like swallows to a nest. Master Jinhua nodded. She appeared satisfied with Lin Bai's innate gift. She closed her eyes and let her fingers interlace as if weighing and calculating. After a moment, she reopened them and looked clearly at Lin Bai. "I do possess a legacy you would need, a recompense given to me by a declining great sect in our Yunzhou when I refined pills for them. It is a complete inheritance called Yu Yao Wuxia, a specially named Dao Path. It belongs to the martial path. Though it contains some beast mastery techniques at heart, it is a martial path created by that sect's ancestor, combining 2 legacies. Enough explanation here may confuse. See if it suits you." With that, she tossed a bamboo slip toward Lin Bai. Lin Bai took the slip. The material felt neither bamboo nor jade nor iron. Some strange substance. He solemnly pressed it to his brow to receive its information. In the next instant, his face changed dramatically. He gripped the slip as if unwilling to part with it, though at last, he returned it to Master Jinhua with deep reverence. Lin Bai looked at Master Jinhua with sincere eyes. "This inheritance pleases me greatly. How may I persuade Master to part with it?" Master Jinhua gave a soft chuckle. Frankly, given her station, Lin Bai possessed little of use to her. As for talent, a superlative gift was admirable, but she herself had similar merit. Yet she liked Lin Bai's disposition to gain something. One must naturally give something in return. So she spoke. You seem pleased with this legacy. You have nothing and no cultivation now. Promise me only that when you are able in the future, within reasonable bounds, you will assist me in a matter. Master's benevolence in imparting the Tao will not be forgotten. If in future you require anything, I will spare no effort, Lin Bai answered respectfully. Favors owed to powerful people are not mere obligations. They are connections. Master Jinhua's request was not excessive. It was almost a gift. Were it not for Lin Su's relationship, if Lin Bai were the protagonist of a tale, who knew how many monsters he would have had to fight, how many maps to traverse before reaching Master Jinhua? Master Jinhua was pleased with his reply. For an alchemist, forming beneficial ties was crucial. And since Lin Bai was Lin Su's brother, and had come seeking the Tao at her doorstep, how could she ignore him? She handed the bamboo slip back. Lin Bai received it and bowed. Lin Su followed his example. Lin Bai's words had not merely been flattery. He truly felt indebted for the imparted Tao. This was the grace of transmission. Afterward, Master Jinhua seemed to recall something and asked, "What are your plans next?" Lin Su answered on Lin Bai's behalf. My mother wrote to my grandmother asking if the Wang family could help my brother learn an auxiliary art. Master Jinhua frowned. The Wang family. They have resources and power, but Lin Bai is not even of a collateral branch of the Wang clan. He likely will not receive much assistance. I have here a qualification for the Daxia Jiangu Hall. The next session begins in 1 month. With this token, you may attend directly. At the mention of Jiangu Hall, Lin Su's face flushed with excitement. Jiangu Hall. Thank you, teacher. Lin Bai will remember your help forever. Master Jinhua then produced a warm polished jade token engraved with arcane patterns and handed it to Lin Bai. Lin Bai did not know what Jiangu Hall entailed, but seeing his sister's excitement, he understood its importance. He accepted the jade token and bowed once more. Master Jinhua waved them off. If she could be of help, she would be decisive. Since she had a qualification she did not need, she would give it to Lin Bai. He was in a fashion part of her household. After another round of thanks, the two closed the quiet chamber door behind them. Master Jinhua watched the shut door and murmured without preface, "Lucky boy." Indeed, from the information she possessed, Lin Bai had received during his awakening a rare Yunshin pill. Something his background should never have afforded him. After awakening, he gained a Tao path here and a Jiangu Hall qualification. Master Jinhua believed that fortune differed for each person, and in her view Lin Bai's fate brimmed with exceptional auspice. Meanwhile, Lin Su and Lin Bai were both exhilarated. It was only back in their room that Lin Bai asked, "Sister, what is this Jiangu Hall that excited you so?" Lin Su immediately explained. The Jiangu Hall is an institution founded by the Central Imperial Court of Daxia to select talented common-born youths who lack family standing. Because local cooperation is required, some quotas are granted to local sects and great families. Most importantly, this means your auxiliary art will have a place to be learned. What is an auxiliary art? It is a discipline that supports your main Tao path. Lin Su's auxiliary art was pill refinement. Simply put, it is the production means of the cultivation world. If one has an ordinary background and no auxiliary art, is one ruined? Not necessarily. One can become a mover of wealth in the cultivation world, distributing riches according to martial ability. In short, one might pillage cultivators. Lin Bai had been saying he wanted to study, but what he truly sought was a practical auxiliary art. After explaining how to use the jade token, Lin Su left, sensing Lin Bai was restless and yearning to accept the Tao inheritance. Once his sister had gone, Lin Bai exhaled slowly and closed the window and door. He returned to the table and carefully unrolled the strange slip that was neither bamboo nor jade. His gaze settled on the mysterious runes that seemed alive and drifting within you, Yao Wuxia, beast-taming warrior. It was hardly surprising that he felt restless. This cultivation path was tailor-made for Lin Bai. Leaving aside the myriad arcane techniques recorded in the legacy, the single most exhilarating core principle was this. Once a practitioner forms a soul-bound pact with their destined spirit beast, they may, upon reaching sufficient cultivation, acquire not only its innate skills, but in later stages even its fundamental traits and divine abilities. Indeed, beasts in this world possessed unique traits and sovereign powers, much as humanity bore innate spiritual aptitude and celestial endowments. To others, this path was little more than a gamble, a drain on resources. because its covenant demanded raising the spirit beast from infancy. Only through such prolonged nurturing could the cultivator's flesh and soul become suffused with the beast's essence, thereby unlocking its traits and powers. Yet which spirit beast in its tender youth ever revealed its apex potential? Thus sex preserving this path fell into decline. For who wins at gambling every day? The cocoon-breaking talent would soon reveal to the world what a true prodigy of beast mastery truly. If the stellar chart and synchrony talents granted Lin Bai absolute numerical supremacy, then the beast-taming martial cultivator path, augmented by the cocoon-breaking talent, bestowed transcendent systemic mastery. Now that Lin Bai possessed this cultivation method, nothing remained lacking. He gazed upon the bamboo scroll with fervent anticipation. Numerical strength and systemic mastery. Both must be seized firmly, both must be honed relentlessly. Lin Bai sipped cool water to still the tempest raging within his heart. He formally accepted the legacy, placing the scroll upon his forehead and silently reciting the invocation. A single roar summons beastly shadows. No brute force need be wasted in vain. The scroll blazed with radiant light, lifting from his hands into midair before unleashing a golden beam that pierced into Lin Bai's body. Having fulfilled its purpose, the scroll dimmed and crumbled into fine ash as it fell. Lin Bai paid it no mind. Within his spiritual sea, a maelstrom of information raged. Ancient sutras, visualization diagrams, meridian pathways, and secret techniques surged like tidal waves, coalescing into the complete torrent of the beast-taming martial cultivator legacy. At last, he organized the legacy into 3 volumes: the Mortal Transcending Chapter, the Transcendent Chapter, and the Supreme Ascension Chapter. Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes and gently massaged his throbbing brow. The sheer intensity of forced knowledge infusion had exacted a heavy toll on his mind. This was a complete, self-contained legacy. Should Lin Bai one day rise to prominence and found a lineage, he might well earn the epithet, the Lin clan of beast taming. In this world, all cultivation paths extended only as far as the Supreme Ascension realm. Beyond that, practitioners must forge their own paths forward, just as the realm names themselves implied. The mortal transcending realm drew spiritual energy to refine the physical form, shedding mortal frailty. The transcendent realm manifested diverse powers, each path expressing its unique majesty. The Supreme Ascension realm marked the zenith of a given path, the ultimate culmination of transcendence, where the mundane gave way to the sacred. These were the first 3 great realms. Mortal transcending required no elaboration. In the transcendent realm, paths diverged sharply, and true abilities began to bloom. Strictly speaking, the Supreme Ascension realm belonged to the broader transcendent realm, signifying that the path had reached its absolute apex. The 4th realm, Rebirth, demanded that cultivators integrate their innate qualities with their established path to compose entirely new scriptures, forging the road ahead. The Rebirth realm heralded the cultivator's rebirth, not merely as a seeker of the Tao but as its bold pioneer. Many existing cultivation legacies originated thus. The rebirth-level insights were inaccessible to others, yet all lower-tier teachings remained viable. The more cultivators practiced, the more paths emerged, creating a virtuous cycle that helped birth humanity's golden age. After organizing these insights, Lin Bai visualized the mortal transcending chapter of the beast-taming martial cultivator. Its 4 trials were bear hide, tiger bone, dragon sinew, and the 5 visceral deities. Mastering them all signified the peak of mortal transcending. For now, Lin Bai's foremost priority was surmounting the bear hide trial, the true gateway into the mortal transcending realm. This trial did not target skin alone but the entire integumentary system, and this bear was no ordinary beast. It was the earth-raging bear. Its hide was legendary, so thick and tough that even siege crossbow bolts could not pierce it. Only arrows forged from spirit materials stood any chance of breaching its defense. Advancing into this realm required medicinal assistance, and those herbs were costly. The most expensive ingredient, a precise measure of the earth-raging bear's heart. Lin Bai calculated 1 set of ingredients cost roughly 3 taels of gold, or 3 spirit stones. The mortal transcending realm had always been a bottomless pit for coin, or rather cultivation itself was the exclusive domain of those who could afford it. The penniless had best step aside. With limited funds, Lin Bai resolved to ask his elder sister whether she could secure a staff discount on the herbs. With the path secured, Lin Bai formulated 3 immediate objectives. First, formally enter the mortal transcending realm. Second, acquire his first soul-bound spirit beast. Third, attend the martial instruction hall to study auxiliary arts and several combat techniques. Lin Bai was one who planned meticulously before acting, and the allure of transcendent power was simply too overwhelming to delay. Stepping outside, he immediately found Lin Su. She had not yet left, having stood guard over him throughout the legacy transmission. "Elder sister, you stayed here? What of Master Jin Hua?" "Rest easy. Though stern, our master would never forbid such a thing. You've just completed the legacy transmission. How was it?" "Perfectly suited to me, though dreadfully expensive." Seeing Lin Bai sigh deeply, Lin Su patted his head. "The herbs? Don't worry. I'll procure and prepare them for you." At her words, Lin Bai rushed forward, embraced her, and cried out, "Elder sister is the greatest in the world. No one compares to elder sister." He showered her with praise and handed over the list of required ingredients he'd written indoors. He had no desire to be a freeloader, but for now he was utterly inexperienced, a fledgling sapling. Though he felt faint embarrassment at leaning on his sister, this was no time for shame. When the moon rose above the branches, Lin Su delivered 10 prepared baths of bear heart elixir powder. "Elder sister, how much did all this cost?" Lin Bai asked timidly. "I used the benevolent Heart Hall's internal channel. Half price, 15 spirit stones. But such favors cannot be overused if future purchases will be at standard rates." Lin Su withheld nothing, knowing silence would only fuel his anxious thoughts. "I will repay you, elder sister. No grand oaths, only this quiet vow repeated often." Lin Bai owed Lin Su deeply. Though she never demanded repayment, he would never forget. Without further words, he entered seclusion. 1,000 promises meant less than achieving mortal transcending. True proof he would not disappoint his sister. Back in his room, a large wooden tub already brimmed with steaming water. During the first absorption, only 1/3 of a dose may be utilized. Full entry into mortal transcending occurs after completing 1 full dose. Lin Bai carefully stored the remaining 9 packets, then precisely divided 1 packet into 3 portions, dissolving exactly 1/3 into the water. Could he afford carelessness? Each grain of powder was worth its weight in gold. If even a speck spilled, Lin Bai feared he might weep himself to death. Moments later, the powder fully dissolved, turning the water a profound, mysterious black. Lin Bai stripped and stepped into the tub. Scalded by the heat, he winced and grimaced. Truly potent hot water. Shaking his head to clear distractions, he activated his cultivation technique, absorbing the medicinal energy at full capacity. Distraction was unthinkable. Not even molten lava could deter him now. Refining the subtle essences of flora into vital chi. Harmonizing water and fire to awaken profound mysteries. Focusing intent upon the dantian to unblock all meridians. 9-fold refinement returns to the primordial void. Silently reciting the incantation, Lin Bai distinctly sensed a searing medicinal current penetrating his pores, flooding his limbs and organs. The energy coursed throughout his body, with the majority converging upon his skin and muscles, repeatedly tempering and remolding them, while only a fraction dispersed to reinforce other bodily systems at a foundational level. Gradually, the water's color faded, while intricate black traceries, like esoteric talismans, began appearing across Lin Bai's flesh. When the last trace of medicinal potency vanished, Lin Bai leapt from the tub onto the wooden floor. His skin flushed crimson like a boiled shrimp, and he immediately launched into a series of fierce, explosive movements. He moved like a hunting bear, powerful, commanding, as if an earth-raging bear itself stalked the chamber. Through this motion, residual medicinal energy buried deep within his body surged forth, circulating along his fist's momentum, tearing his dermis only to regenerate it, snapping tendons only to reforge them. It brought a paradoxical sensation, pain laced with ecstasy, making him wonder if he harbored latent masochistic tendencies. Upon finishing the sequence, his skin normalized, and the talismanic glyphs seemed to recede beneath his flesh, awaiting reawakening. Breathless and exhausted, Lin Bai nevertheless burned with exhilaration. He ran his hands reverently over his newly transformed body. His skin, though polished smooth, now possessed extraordinary resilience, and deep within he sensed a coiled latent power, like a tiger crouching upon a mountain poised to strike. After resting briefly, Lin Bai summoned a servant from the benevolent Heart Hall via the chamber's communication device and requested a fresh tub of clean water. During the transformation, old epidermal layers and impurities trapped within his muscles sloughed off, like a serpent shedding its skin. Soaking in the water, Lin Bai realized something startling. His body absorbed the medicine with astonishing speed, and 1/3 of a dose was far from his limit. The legacy stated that a full medicinal bath plus synchronized absorption should require 1 hour, but Lin Bai completed it in barely half that time, wasting not a trace of potency. He suspected his body could withstand an entire dose at once. rendering the prescribed regimen, 3 days of 1/3 doses, unnecessary. He surmised this anomaly stemmed from his stellar chart's influence, and so he decided to follow the legacy's instructions precisely. Lin Bai was inherently cautious. This was only the beginning, no recklessness now. Later he would explore his own ingenious adaptations. After all, possessing a legacy yet ignoring it was no different than having none at all. Was saving mere moments worth the risk? Lin Bai was not that foolish. Instead he stepped outdoors to admire the moon, dragging a bamboo chair into the courtyard to recline beneath the night breeze. Beneath the gentle wind, Lin Bai gazed up at the lunar palace where silvery moonlight cascaded like liquid jade. Yet he wondered, did the moon palace of this world shelter a celestial maiden aloof and peerless? I wonder if the moon maiden is beautiful. Surely she must be. In this world, anyone capable of cultivation is inherently exquisite. Under the moon's soft radiance, Lin Bai drifted peacefully into sleep. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. With a splash, Lin Bai burst from the bathwater. His entire body flushed crimson as if seared by fire, and executed his final set of movements. His skin shimmered with an uncanny jade-white luster like flawless nephrite, while faint black traceries, reminiscent of primordial talismans inscribed by heaven and earth, undulated beneath his flesh. Far from grotesque, they exuded a haunting, ethereal beauty. Lin Bai gazed into the mirror and murmured softly, "Pity. I've only just entered the mortal transcendence realm. I cannot yet summon my own armor, nor do these divine talismanic patterns hold true power." As a bearer of a distinguished named lineage, he was bound to possess unique traits. At the mortal transcendence stage, beast-taming warriors could manifest personal armor, akin to the carapaces of armored beasts, granting comprehensive exponential enhancement. Alas, Lin Bai had only just crossed into this realm. His physique and martial force remained insufficiently refined to forge such armor. Having admired his transformed form, he turned toward the teacup resting on the desk and attempted to channel his newly awakened martial force, rushing like a mountain stream within him. After several minutes of experimentation, Lin Bai assessed his current martial force. Overall, it was commendable. Its reach extended up to 2 zhang beyond his body. Yet it suffered a critical flaw. It dispersed rather than coalesced, still lacking refinement. After all, a martial artist's force is cultivated directly from the body itself. Having successfully ascended to mortal transcendence, Lin Bai's physique had undergone a profound, sweeping enhancement. He willed a brief divination technique upon himself. Name: Lin Bai. Strength 2, 5'9", 5. Agility 2, 7'9", 2. Constitution 2, 6'10", 5. Spirit 3, 5'9", 1. Level: Mortal Transcendence, Bearskin Gate. Skills: Basic Swordsmanship, Foundational Medicine, Master Archery, Cloud Province, Northern Mountain Garrison, Reconnaissance, Stealth Technique, Mastered Beast Taming Warrior. Innate Talents: Chrysalis Break, Symbiotic Accord. Appraisal: A promising future lies ahead, like a latent dragon resting deep in the abyss. Lin Bai sensed that, even at this nascent stage of transcendence, his 4 core attributes ranked among the highest in the mortal transcendence realm. His sole deficiency lay in combat versatility. Yet even dozens of men like Wang Mozi would fall to him within minutes, not even enough to warrant a proper swing. At the bearskin stage, Constitution received the greatest amplification. There was also a pleasant surprise. Having maintained stealth technique constantly outside formal cultivation sessions, and now possessing far greater somatic control, his stealth technique had advanced. Technique mastery levels were tiered as follows: Introductory, Beginner, Proficient, Intermediate, Minor, Accomplishment, Major, Accomplishment, Perfection, and Transcendent. After a moment of exhilaration, Lin Bai calmed himself and contemplated his next steps. After all, swelling with pride indoors posed no danger, but doing so outdoors would invite swift, brutal suppression. The first quest, Enter Mortal Transcendence, has been completed. It has now evolved into the enduring main quest, Accumulate Tao Virtue. From here onward, only patient, incremental effort will suffice. Thus, my most urgent task must be forging a pact with my destined spirit beast. Otherwise, I would squander both the Chrysalis Break and Symbiotic Accord talents. Lin Bai mused inwardly. What should his first destined beast be? He hesitated deeply. Lin Bai carefully mapped out his future path. First, my destined spirit beast need not excel solely in raw combat prowess, but it must possess an exceptional trait. For Symbiotic Accord only overlays the highest value. Second, it must offer tangible auxiliary support. No spirit beast could ever rival me in direct confrontation. Moreover, its innate characteristics and abilities must harmonize seamlessly with my beast-taming warrior path. As he pondered further, his head began to ache. Lin Bai sighed, speaking wryly to himself. One step at a time. Others would envy such delightful dilemmas, if only they could afford them. Several more days passed. Lin Bai packed the travel funds given to him by Wang Xiu, preparing to visit the 10,000 Beast Hall to acquire a spirit beast for binding. True to its name, the 10,000 Beast Hall was a renowned establishment dedicated exclusively to spirit beast transactions. Renowned for its unwavering integrity. Most beasts sold there were authentic, mortal, transcendent, level spirit beasts, ordinary creatures, lacking any extraordinary ability, were simply refused. Elder sister, there's no need for you to accompany me. I can manage perfectly well alone, Lin Bai said as he packed, gently urging her. Lin Su insisted she couldn't rest easy sending him alone. Yet she herself was only 18 and Lin Bai's tall frame made them appear nearly the same age. Ignoring his plea, Lin Su countered instead. Have you decided what type of spirit beast you'll bind? Seeing she paid him no heed, Lin Bai shared the conclusions he'd reached after days of careful deliberation. Avian. He had already resolved to activate symbiotic accord first for agility. After all, superior speed meant escape was always possible even if victory eluded him. Given his current strength, agility offered the highest return on investment. His destined beast must also provide meaningful auxiliary support, and Aviance fulfilled that role admirably. Hearing his words, Lin Su's elegant brow furrowed slightly. Though I am no beast tamer, I've heard that tamers traditionally bind tigers or bears as their first destined beast, to bolster early combat power. Sister, I'm different. My path as a beast-taming warrior treats beast binding as a means, not the end. At its core, I am first and foremost a martial cultivator. I require auxiliary capability above all, and Aviance wield formidable offensive power besides. Coupled with my talent, they'll amplify my speed dramatically. Lin Bai laid out his reasoning, clearly omitting only the true nature of his innate talents and sharing everything else with Lin Su. Listening to his lucid analysis, Lin Su's furrowed brow gradually eased. Now that you have your own plan, I am at ease. More than the specifics of his reasoning, Lin Su rejoiced that Lin Bai had forged his own convictions. In this perilous cultivation world, one who lacked independent judgment was no better than a puppet or a weapon. Once fully prepared, the siblings stepped out of their residence. The benevolent Heart Hall occupied vast grounds, but fortunately the 10,000 Beast Hall lay within the same market district not far away. This marketplace resembled a colossal bazaar built expressly for cultivators, lined with countless specialty shops. The benevolent Heart Hall and 10,000 Beast Hall merely being among the most prominent. Walking along the bustling streets, Lin Bai observed that most passers-by bore cultivation foundations. Though mortal transcendence practitioners formed the majority, the sheer density revealed Yunmeng City's profound depth of cultivation heritage. Having long been confined, this was Lin Bai's first time stepping beyond the rear courtyard of the benevolent Heart Hall since arriving in Yunmeng City. Like a bird released from its cage, he glanced left and right, wide-eyed. Suddenly his eyes lit up a confectioner's stall. He dashed over immediately. Bai's small shop. The establishment bore that unadorned name. How exorbitant! 2 pastries cost 5 taels of silver. Even with today's discount, I still paid 1 tael more than fair. After purchasing, Lin Bai grumbled indignantly to Lin Su. He bought 2 pieces. One for himself, one for her. Lin Su smiled gently at his expression. These pastries are crafted with medicinal herbs. This shop is a long-standing premium partner of the benevolent Heart Hall. Their confections nurture both body and spirit, unlike ordinary sweets. Lin Bai detected no discernible effect, though the flavor was pleasant, albeit overly sweet. The pastries were small. Lin Bai finished his in a few bites. Fortunately, hygiene standards in this world were high. Trash bins lined the streets. Lin Su explained that Yunmeng City's 3 great guilds, the Fish and Dragon Guild, handled all municipal waste collection. It was a coveted assignment. Not merely street refuse, but the entirety of the market's waste stream. This included discarded pills and failed medicines from the benevolent Heart Hall, shattered crystals and scrap from the Celestial Artisan Hall, and flawed talismans and broken artifacts from the Talisman Masters Association apprentices. All classified as waste. Indeed, Yunmeng City's annual spectacle, the 3 guilds' bloody rivalry, was partly fueled by the Jade Hall Society and Patrol Mountain Hall's covetous designs on this very contract. Yunmeng City was immense, thus its northern market district, where the bazaar sprawled, was likewise vast. Fortunately, Lin Bai wasn't pressed for time. He treated the journey as a leisurely stroll with his sister. Yet both were cultivators, their strides were swift. Even without running, they arrived quickly. Soon Lin Bai caught sight of the Wan Shou Tang's iconic structure, the three-tiered floating plaza. Unlike the modest branch in Anning County, which housed only rudimentary animal enclosures, this edifice in Yunmeng City was nothing short of a marvel. 3 colossal plazas hovered in perfect stratification midair, utterly unsupported. Suspended as if by an invisible giant's hand, clearly the masterwork of a peerless formation cultivator. Iridescent light shimmered along the plaza's rim, while dense formation energy coiled like mist, obscuring its full silhouette from those gazing upward, lending it an aura of profound mystery and solemn majesty. As they drew nearer, Lin Bai noted how Wan Shou Tang's architecture contrasted sharply with Shan Xian Tang's. The latter's delicate 7-storied pagoda and its rear courtyard exuded an elegant ancient charm, predominantly built of refined wood. Wan Shou Tang, by contrast, radiated raw, untamed power. Massive, unpolished stone blocks formed its foundations, evoking a bold, unrestrained grandeur. Beneath the floating plaza lay shaded waiting areas. The moment Lin Bai and Lin Su entered Wan Shou Tang's precinct, several attendants hurried forward, each vying to introduce themselves. Honorable young masters and madams, surely you've come to view our spirit beasts. I've served here for years and know every beast by heart. Don't believe his bluster. I'm the finest attendant among U.S. esteemed guests. I am literate. I understand each spirit beast's traits and habits thoroughly. Their clamor grew so piercing that Lin Bai's ears ached. He simply pointed at the one whose bearing struck him as most agreeable. The chosen attendant beamed with elation, casting a triumphant glance at his peers. Though the others chafed inwardly, they wisely withdrew without further disturbance. These attendants received no fixed salary. Their earnings depended entirely on commissions from successful client transactions. Why then would anyone endure such subservient labor? Simply to accumulate enough merit points to obtain even the most rudimentary cultivation legacy. A path so incomplete it barely qualified as a Tao. In this world, mere survival was effortless, even living well posed little challenge. Yet all things tied to cultivation were rigorously controlled. Access came only upon attaining a certain social stratum. For instance, within half a month of Lin Bai's awakening, he had already secured a complete Tao transmission. True, his modest talent played a role, but his elder sister Lin Su's unwavering support proved decisive. This humble servant Wang Qi thanks your honors for your gracious favor. He bowed deeply, face alight with deferential delight. Your honors may command anything. I shall serve with utmost devotion. Wang Qi's heart leapt. Their refined bearing and fine attire bespoke noble lineage. This commission held exceptional promise. Lin Bai voiced his request. I seek a swift avian spirit beast, preferably at the transcendent mortal realm, and strictly an infant. Additional rare abilities would be welcome, so long as it remains a hatchling. Wang Qi swiftly assessed the request, then bowed and led the way. Please follow me, honorable ones. Avian hatchlings are housed in the subterranean sector. They traversed a broad, brilliantly lit tunnel, and soon arrived at the first underground level. This chamber soared over 20 zhang high, vast and open. Through ingenious formation artistry, soft illumination, and gentle breezes mimicked the surface world, perfectly banishing any sense of confinement. Though many patrons gathered below, most were regulars who arrived unaccompanied by attendants. Wang Qi guided them through winding paths until they reached a quieter section. Lin Bai's insistence on hatchlings explained the sparse crowd. Though not inexpensive, demand remained low. Prestigious clans secured superior-blooded spirit beasts through private channels. Wan Shou Tang's offerings were largely ordinary. Elite bloodlines required advanced custom orders and astronomical sums. Only Lin Bai's unique cocoon-breaking ability rendered such costs irrelevant. Indeed, combat disparity in this world was staggering. One might reach the transcendent realm yet still fall before another's mere transcendent mortal cultivation, if their Tao path were grievously flawed. Only upon achieving the rebirth realm, forging a new Tao atop the old, did one truly transcend such limitations. Lin Bai's early arrival meant only a handful of patrons lingered near the hatchling sector. Once again, Wan Shou Tang's staggering wealth astonished Lin Bai. They had constructed multiple independent biodomes here, each meticulously simulating distinct ecosystems, resembling a grand ecological zoo from his past life, far surpassing simple cages. Like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, Lin Bai marveled even as his gaze swept keenly across each biome, searching for his ideal candidate. Wang Qi, ever perceptive, offered commentary. He understood this transaction hinged entirely on Lin Bai's judgment. Honorable one, behold the wind feather sparrow, renowned for swiftness. Elite specimens have crossed all of Yunmeng City in under 3/4 of an hour. Lin Bai studied the small sparrow-like birds with azure plumage, and shook his head unimpressed. Wang Qi instantly read his expression and pivoted to the next enclosure. How about these stone-scale eagles, Honorable One? Their defenses are formidable and speed impressive. Once matured, even seasoned transcendent mortals dare not approach. Lin Bai remained unsatisfied, prompting Wang Qi to continue guiding him onward, sifting relentlessly. Frankly, Lin Bai felt numb. Even Wang Qi's most promising candidates struck him as mediocre. Most critically, none possessed a discernible, unique trait. Still, this was unsurprising. Wan Shoutang certainly employed cultivators capable of roughly sensing a spirit beast's potential. Less precise than Lin Bai's insight art, yet honed by decades of experience. Yet Lin Bai refused to concede. Could Wan Shoutang's selection truly be flawless? Such gifted assessors would hardly waste their talents evaluating low-tier beasts. Especially in a metropolis like Yunmeng City, oversights were inevitable. Lin Bai held this conviction with absolute certainty. Fortune favors the diligent. After navigating countless biomes, and nearly abandoning hope, Lin Bai's gaze suddenly locked onto a secluded, dimly lit swamp forest simulation. He had struck gold. No, a jackpot. Wang Qi, noticing Lin Bai's rapt attention, burst into enthusiastic explanation. Honorable One, these are shadow crows. Intelligent spirit beasts famed for speed, razor-sharp talons, and venomous bite. Their offensive power is no trifling matter. Lin Bai nodded, foregoing pretense, and asked directly about price. How much for one shadow crow? Honorable One, as this specimen bears transcendent mortal bloodline, it commands 45 spirit stones. Even equivalent gold or silver suffices. Transcendent mortal bloodline meant the bird, given ordinary care, would inevitably attain the transcendent mortal realm. As for actual strength or future potential, that question carried no weight. Only coin mattered. If a beast proved weak or incapable of evolution, the fault lay solely in insufficient investment. The one in the corner. I find it pleasing. Please retrieve it for me. As expected, Lin Bai paid promptly and claimed his shadow crow without competition. Shadow crows were as common as stray dogs, thriving in damp swamps or shadowed woods. Even those bearing transcendent mortal bloodlines held little rarity. Having secured the beast, Lin Bai wasted no time returning home to initiate the binding ritual. His purse ran perilously low, but though Lin Su offered to cover the cost, he declined, finding his own funds sufficient. Though his expression remained placid, Lin Su sensed his quiet exhilaration. Wang Qi, too, thrilled. Completing a commission was no small feat, as some attendants endured barren stretches of weeks without a single sale. He'd nearly despaired, until fortune turned. Coin mattered less than the merit points. These directly influenced access to transcendent legacies. Once Lin Bai signaled disinterest in further browsing, Wang Qi escorted them upward, offering only brief self-promotion, otherwise remaining discreet and astute. On the return journey, Lin Bai's demeanor stayed composed, yet his steps grew notably lighter. Back in his chamber, Lin Bai finally allowed himself a flicker of excitement. He began preparing the binding ritual while Lin Su observed the fledgling in its cage with keen interest. The hatchling was smaller than her palm, cloaked in charcoal gray down. Its beak and talons gleamed a sharp, cold indigo. Its golden eyes burned with the fierce intensity of a raptor's gaze. Its tail feathers stretched longer than those of ordinary shadow crows, granting it an air of unmistakable dignity. Most intriguing was the spark of intelligence in its eyes, far exceeding that of typical spirit beasts. Such sentience usually emerged only upon reaching the rebirth realm, equivalent to human cognition. Yet after prolonged scrutiny, Lin Su detected nothing extraordinary. Intelligence alone was merely ornamental. Without tangible combat prowess or supportive utility, it held no real value. Thus she turned to Lin Bai with genuine curiosity, holding her questions earlier out of trust, now asking to satisfy her scholarly yearning. Little brother, this chick seems unremarkable and hardly scarce. Will it someday surpass me in battle? She teased lightly. Ha! Elder sister, its combat strength is indeed modest, but it serves my Tao path perfectly. Moreover, celestial fate itself whispers, choose this one. These two reasons fully convinced Lin Su, for they were irrefutable. A Tao path was the very foundation of one's cultivation. Anything aiding it was beyond reproach. As for celestial fate, in this world it was undeniably real. The resonance of heavens will achieved through profound spiritual alignment. Those two reasons, the first that it benefits my Tao path, is indeed true. but the latter claim that I sensed the heavenly will is false. Lin Bai could hardly sense anything. One cannot count the Pojian-breaking cocoon talent's innate Tenshashu scrying technique as divine mandate can one, yet to leave a pretext for the spirit beast's anomalous evolution he had to include that reason. Why is my Anya different from the rest? The heavenly will whispered it to me. Seems perfectly reasonable. As for why the heavenly will did not reveal it to you, that must be because your talent is insufficient and your fortune shallow. I Lin Bai possess a superior grade aptitude. I even help old grandmothers cross the road. My talent and blessings are top tier. What? You do not believe me? It seems I have been too mild. I Lin Bai kindly crafted you a plausible explanation, and you dare to doubt it. To be honest, the very reason he contracted this Anya was what the Tenshashu revealed. When Lin Bai first saw the Anya status panel, he was stunned. Race Anya mutated. Strength 0. 3 Agility 0. 7 Constitution 0. 5 Spirit 0. 5 Level not yet entered. Tuafin traits: Shadow Affinity, Stealth, Extreme Speed. Skills: Shadow Morph, Shadow Perception, Venom. Appraisal: a blue chip among high potential prospects. Buying one is a bargain, if not now, when. This Anya's 4 core attributes are presently mediocre. Even its most outstanding stat speed lags far behind Feng Yuk. After all, when he first saw Feng Yuk, its average agility was 0.9. Yet its skills and traits make up for this. An ordinary Anya would likely possess only Venom, but this Shadow Anya has 2 additional shadow-oriented abilities. What sealed Lin Bai's resolve were its traits. Traits indicate future developmental potential. For example, consider its extreme speed trait, though the little Anya now has only 0.7 agility. When it matures, it will absolutely far exceed spirit beasts of the same rank, possibly even reaching the limits of the Tuafin realm. Ordinary spirit beasts might have none at all. This one possessed a terrifying 3. Were it born in the wild, it would very likely become the Anya king of that territory. Moreover, Lin Bai's Yuyao Wuxia beast-taming warrior path can inherit its traits, so this Anya is the most suitable for him right now. Coupled with the Po-Jian-breaking cocoon talent, the Anya will not fall behind. Lin Bai intended to shape it into his bonded familiar that augments his speed. After some fussing, Lin Bai finally understood the exact ritual to form a bond with the Anya. He still had to wait. The Anya is a servant of the night and generally appears only after dusk, so contracting at night has the highest success rate. Having figured it out, Lin Bai checked the time. About 6 Shurchin remained. No rush. While feeding it, he regarded the clever fledgling, and after a moment's thought decided to solicit its opinion. Little Anya, he murmured, speaking softly, as if conferring with a person. I wish to bind my fate with you. I swear I will treat you well, and one day I will make you shine brighter than the Jotian phoenix. He extended both hands, each holding a morsel of meat. If you trust me, eat the food in my right hand. If not, take the left. He even shook both hands to make the choice clear. There was no choice. The bird looked too clever, and Lin Bai was about to bond a true bonded spirit beast. This was not a jest. What is a bonded beast? Soul and life intertwined, never abandoning one another. This is more significant than a Tao companion. A Tao companion might walk only part of the road, but a bonded beast is a companion in the pursuit of the Tao. Here, Tao companion means a like-minded comrade, not a romantic partner. If a beast tamer is beaten or scolded, it might be forgiven, but if you treat his bonded beast that way, see if the beastmaster will not pursue you to the death. If the Anya refused, Lin Bai could only release it back into the mountains and forests, letting it return to its rightful home. Consider the encounter a matter of fate. The money spent would be merit gained through making the connection. In matters like this, Lin Bai was generous. Having come to this world, he had begun to put some stock in the heavenly will. The little Anya cocked its head, pondering the human's words, then pecked Lin Bai's right hand in assent. Seeing this, a great weight lifted from Lin Bai's heart. Joy spread over his features. He had been so nervous his heart had raced several beats. In truth, Lin Bai still did not fully understand this world. Spirit beasts lack the myriad human thoughts. They follow whatever path will make them stronger. In the spirit beast's worldview, signing a contract with a human is a blessing. Seeing the little Anya agree, Lin Bai fed it with renewed vigor, stroking its back feathers like those pet-obsessed cat lovers of his past life, until the little Anya, pushed to its limit, raised a claw and pushed his fingers away as if warning him to stop. He paid it no mind and found himself delighted all the same. Lin Bai thought some more. He should give it a proper name. He could not keep calling it Little Anya forever. That would be unbecoming. Little Anya, what do you think of the name Mo Ling? Lin Bai pondered before speaking, and then looked at the little Anya with hopeful eyes. The Anya was jet black, so Mo as a surname seemed fitting. It was a small female, so Ling as a given name, whose sound resembles the character for spirit and evokes aves. Felt apt. Lin Bai found the name very pleasing. After naming her, Lin Bai brimmed with self-satisfaction, convinced his cultural refinement had just... Unexpectedly, the little Anya did not humor him and simply stood dumbly without reply. Lin Bai did not give up. He persisted, trying repeatedly to coax its assent. So when Lin Su came to deliver his meal, she found her foolish brother earnestly amusing the bird, as if carrying out some solemn task. The little Anya had been worn to the point of existential resignation. It could not comprehend how this human possessed such boundless energy. "Xiao Bai, what are you doing?" "Sis, you're here. I'm instructing Xiao Ling. There has been great progress, it's almost recognizing its name. Xiao Ling. Oh, I named the little Anya Mo Ling. How is it? Sounds nice, right? As long as you're happy." Lin Su rubbed her forehead and said rather helplessly. Seeing his sister's disbelief, Lin Bai decided to show a trick. He began calling the little Anya's name. This time, the Anya obligingly responded. Seeing the successful result, Lin Bai planted his hands on his hips and struck a swaggering pose. Lin Su opened her mouth to speak but stopped. She suspected the Anya had agreed only out of exasperation, yet seeing Lin Bai so pleased, she swallowed her words. 2 Shurchen remained until the most auspicious time for the contract. Lin Bai ceased teasing Mo Ling and quieted his heart, conserving strength and spirit. That earlier instruction beyond play served to make them familiar and cultivate mutual rapport. Lin Bai could have waited a few days to form the contract, but he felt the best moment was now, so he resolved to follow his true heart. Night fell and the pale moon climbed the heavens. Lin Bai sat cross-legged, quietly counting the time, sensing it was nearly right. He moved a table into a patch of moonlight in the courtyard and placed the cage at its center. As darkness deepened, the ritual commenced. Lin Bai cut his finger and began to draw a strange formation around the cage. It resembled a pentagram, but each point bore a different talismanic sigil. Those sigils enhanced the mind-to-mind communion between Lin Bai and Mo Ling during the contract. Lin Bai began intoning in a peculiar cadence the contract phrases from the Yu Yao Wuxia path pertaining to Enneatype Foul. The contract phrasing was an improved incantation blending elements of ancient Wu shamanic spells. Heaven and earth bear witness, the moonlight is my token. I Lin Bai by soul as guide and spirit as bind. Thou shalt send secret sigils, probe the nether paths, accept me as master, no treachery, no betrayal. I shall offer moonlight, feed thee with pure dew, guard thy form, unwavering, unabandoned. Bond sealed, we shall coexist. He who betrays the bond shall suffer heaven's retribution. As Lin Bai spoke the final clause, his Yu Yao Wuxia path surged into life. Within Lin Bai's sea of consciousness, a filament of soul slipped free from its original host and flew outward from his spirit sea. At the same time with the incantation's end, the table's formation activated and drew in the moonlight within half a zhang to its center. The moonlight condensed into a dense lunar essence that flew toward Mo Ling. The little Anya instinctively sensed peril, shrieked sharply, and battered the cage with its wings. It was not that it regretted the contract. The lunar essence felt to its perception like a blade at the throat. An immense threat. Finally, the moonlight attached to Mo Ling. As if its life thread were seized, its body went rigid and motionless, while the moonlight seemed to strip something from within it. The strand of soul that had flown from Lin Bai appeared to find its place and entered Mo Ling's body. Like a catalyst, it drew forth a fainted radiance from Mo Ling that shot toward Lin Bai's crown. In that state, Lin Bai felt neither sorrow nor joy as he waited for the radiance to enter his sea of consciousness. Lin Su, serving as his guardian, knew this was the most critical moment and held her breath, not daring to disturb the air. The radiance entered Lin Bai's sea of consciousness, the faint light swirling and condensing until it became a simple Anya emblem. Its lines were naive like a child's doodle, yet one could still discern a crow in mid-flap with a hint of endearing charm. That emblem was composed of the Anya's soul, true spirit nature, and other essential elements. From then on, Mo Ling's life was entrusted to Lin Bai. Lin Bai had sacrificed a sliver of his soul. For Mo Ling it served only to establish a psychic link and did not grant Lin Bai any direct benefit. As the contract proclaimed, accept me as master, in this pact Lin Bai assumed dominance. After all, this is the Yu Yao Wuxia path, fundamentally that of a martial man. Once the emblem formed, Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes. On the table, Mo Ling was still completing the final step to merge Lin Bai's strand of soul into her own. Lin Bai could not assist with this step, but generally it posed no issue, especially with the pentagram talisman array aiding the process. A moment later, Lin Bai clearly felt that his strand of soul had mingled with Mo Ling's, a marvelous psychic bond taking root. He could even vaguely sense Mo Ling's fatigue mixed with a naive, curious bewilderment. Succeeded. Lin Bai's lips could not help but curve upward. He opened the cage. Without command, Mo Ling flew to his shoulder and nuzzled his cheek with her small head. Lin Bai laughed and teased Mo Ling with a finger savoring the nascent bond. Lin Su stepped forward and exhaled, relieved at the harmonious sight of man and crow. Looks like everything went smoothly. Lin Bai nodded with a smile. Very smoothly. Mo Ling and I can now perceive each other clearly. Our souls continue to interweave. Lin Su saw Lin Bai's pale complexion and handed him the Peiyuan pill and the Yangshan pill she had prepared. Both Lin Bai and Mo Ling were exhausted. He had given a sliver of soul, Mo Ling had given even more. Thus, in the short term, Lin Bai could bind only one bonded familiar, otherwise, he would have already maxed out his bonded beasts, and would not waste his Xiexing talent. Lin Bai swallowed a pill himself and carefully fed some to Mo Ling. Though Lin Su's pills were only first grade in potency to the pair, who had just endured a draining soul ritual, they were like a long-awaited rain to parched earth. While they recovered, Lin Bai activated his Xiexing talent. The spiritual star representing Xiexing flickered in the spirit chart. Then from the depths of the star map, an invisible tendril extended, spanning the distance to connect with the Anya emblem. The Anya emblem's radiance shone upon Lin Bai, and he felt a warm current flow through his body before returning to its origin. Lin Bai knew his speed had been enhanced. A quick Tanchashu scan confirmed it. Agility 9.20.799. The Xiexing talent adds on top of Lin Bai's limit. For now, it seems to have added only 0.7, so the effect is not yet dramatic. But when his speed reaches a certain critical point, that extra bonus will be the key to breaking through limits, like the 100-meter dash of his past life, where the difference between 10 seconds and 9.8 seconds is a qualitative leap. This is a conceptual level talent. Thus Lin Bai realized the Xiexing talent seemed somewhat stronger than the Po Jian talent. Well, they're all my wings, no need to compare, they're strong anyway. After finishing his pills, Lin Bai chatted with Lin Su. Xiao Bai, you have been in Yunmeng City only a week and have already acquired a full suite of Dao paths, advanced into Tuifan, and obtained your first bonded beast. Lin Su could not help but feel moved. She had taken about 2 months to achieve similar results on her own path. This was not merely down to talent. The inscrutable workings of fortune were surely at play as, haha sis, am I not impressive? Your brother is amazing, right? Lin Bai might feign humility before others to lower his profile. After all, the taller the tree, the stronger the wind. But with Lin Su, there was no need for that. Did she not know him? Lin Su gazed at Lin Bai and smiled, then grew annoyed. This infuriating brat showed no restraint before her, and did not fear hurting his beloved sister. Lin Su reached out and pinched Lin Bai's face. You little brat, so unmodest. Brag here all you like, but you are forbidden to flaunt it outside. Sis, I know. Let go, it hurts. My soul is depleted, rounding up it counts as ill. You as a Shanshin Hall alchemist are effectively a physician. Such mistreatment of a patient is unethical. I'm going to file a complaint with Shanshin Hall. Patient. Complaint. Little Mo Ling cocked her head at the two bickering. Her small mind could not yet grasp the finer points of human banter. Through the clear link in the sea of consciousness, she could sense her master's mood like spring ice beginning to melt, warm and serene. In the days following the contract, Lin Bai tested the compatibility and combat style between himself and Mo Ling. Thanks to their solid bond, Mo Ling was able to clearly understand and execute the commands Lin Bai issued. Moreover, Lin Bai could grasp what Mo Ling intended to express through their soul link. What delighted Lin Bai the most was that he could share Mo Ling's perspective. Although the current range was only about 5 miles, he could sense that this distance would expand as their mental and spiritual compatibility improved. This discovery sparked Lin Bai's creativity, prompting him to immediately devise a tactical system tailored to his current stage, named the eye-piercing bow and arrow style. Just imagine when Mo Ling grows up flying higher and faster, while possessing stealth capabilities. Wouldn't that be an all-weather all-terrain super scout that cannot be countered and can report back? With Lin Bai's current surge in strength, it perfectly complemented his archery skills. At that time, Lin Bai could squat in a safe place using Mo Ling's sight to locate enemies, and then bend his bow to unleash long-range strikes. This method would be a nightmare for enemies in complex terrains. Even if the effectiveness was somewhat diminished in open fields, Lin Bai's close combat prowess was equally formidable. He was simply cautious, well aware of the sage advice, if you can strike from the shadows, never confront Hedon. In addition to training Mo Ling, Lin Bai's own cultivation was steadily advancing. He gradually increased the dosage and frequency of the bear heart powder based on his physique. The benefits were evident. His cultivation progress was astonishingly rapid, but the downside was equally clear: the powder was depleting too quickly. Lin Bai estimated that he might run out before he even reached the martial arts hall. Of course, this was Lin Bai's own limitation, not that of his extraordinary talent. However, such a terrifying rate of resource consumption even made Lin Bai entertain the dangerous thought of finding a wealthy woman to cut down 20 years of hard work, especially since there were many prominent families in Yunmeng City willing to invest in high-talent sons-in-law. Yet this thought was fleeting, not a matter of masculinity, but simply because Lin Bai did not quite believe that these prominent families would offer free handouts. There must be a catch. But with his path as a beast tamer coupled with the cocoon-breaking talent, it was destined that the evolution of his contracted beast could not halt. Furthermore, the evolution of his contracted beast was another money pit, and it only became more expensive as time went on. For instance, through the manifestation of the cocoon-breaking talent, Lin Bai could see how Mo Ling should evolve next and what items were required for that. Name: Mo Ling. Species: Dark Crow variant. Evolution requirements: at a place where energy gathers in the graveyard, inscribe the gathering array, and place the Dark Crow there, feeding it phosphorescent worms for 7 consecutive days, and perform the corresponding ceremony on the 7th day. Evolution Array. PDF. Mysterious Ceremony. This cocoon-breaking talent was rather considerate, as it listed 2 lists of materials in his mind, fearing he might not understand the array and ceremony materials, and it was presented in the format he was most familiar with. Lin Bai glanced at the specific requirements. Overall, since this was the first evolution and it was a low-level evolution, the materials needed were somewhat numerous, but individually they were quite affordable. For example, the black cloud ink for drawing the array, the soul stone as the core of the array, and the feathers of the light bird needed for the ceremony. All of these were inexpensive items available in large quantities. Compared to the evolution resources for spirit beasts on the market that could bankrupt a person, these were practical. The problem was that Lin Bai couldn't even afford this dirt-cheap amount now. All his savings had been spent on purchasing Mo Ling. However, Lin Bai could still rely on sister. As a disciple of a master alchemist, Lin Su still had a bit of family wealth. Yet there was one material on the list that made Lin Bai feel a bit uneasy. Phosphorescent worms. This thing can't be said to be very precious, but this type of worm is one of the materials regulated by the Great Xia. On the surface, generally only the Tiangong Hall among external forces possesses it, and it is not sold to the public. If Lin Bai had acquaintances in the Tiangong Hall, it might not be difficult to secretly obtain some, but after thinking it over he realized that none of the people he knew were connected to the Tiangong Hall. Thus the plan hit a snag, and Lin Bai considered telling Lin Su. However, Lin Su was a standard homebody who did not enjoy interacting with others. Lin Bai guessed she likely did not have connections in this regard, so he did not want to make her anxious. The matter of evolution was not urgent. Lin Bai decided to first find a way to resolve it himself. If he truly ran out of options, he would tell Lin Su to see if she had any solutions. If all else failed, he would activate the backup hidden resource, Master Jin Hua. After all, he couldn't trouble Master Jin Hua over such a trivial matter. Lin Bai was contemplating whether to go to the black market in Yunmeng City. As everyone knows, where there is regulation there is profit. And where there is profit there are those who will take risks to smuggle. As for whether he was afraid of encountering robbers, Lin Bai was not particularly worried. His current strength could be considered top tier among those in the transformation realm, and since he only wanted to buy some phosphorescent worms, it should not put him in danger. Just as Lin Bai was in a dilemma, Lin Su sent someone to find him. "What does sister want with me?" The maid shook her head. "I don't know either. Master Lin Dan only instructed me to bring you the esteemed guest to see her." Seeing that he couldn't extract any information, Lin Bai could only tidy up, and after placing Mo Ling properly, followed the maid. The maid led him to an alchemy room on the 4th floor and then bowed and withdrew. Lin Bai was puzzled, as this was neither Master Jin Hua's alchemy room nor Lin Su's. But since he was already there, Lin Bai could only raise his hand and knock on the door. The door opened automatically in response. Without hesitation, Lin Bai stepped inside. Upon entering, Lin Bai immediately saw Lin Su along with a strange woman beside her. The woman wore a pale yellow dress with silver embroidery on the collar, and sleeves, her hair tied with a golden ribbon, and her appearance was stunning. What stood out the most were her amber-colored eyes accented with a touch of crimson at the outer corners, adding a bit of brightness. The woman regarded Lin Bai with keen interest and gestured to stop Lin Su, who was about to introduce him. At that moment Lin Bai was brainstorming. Sister does not know many people, and those she is quite familiar with are even fewer. Moreover, this is the intermediate alchemy room of the Kind Heart Hall. Lin Bai recalled a person Lin Su mentioned when she came, and though the woman's features differed from their mother Wang Xiu, her eyebrows and eyes were strikingly similar, along with some vague childhood memories in his mind. Upon realizing this, Lin Bai bowed respectfully. Nephew greets you, aunt. It has been a long time since I arrived in Yunmeng City, and did not take the initiative to visit. That is my fault. The smile in the woman's eyes grew even more evident. How did you know I am your aunt? Aren't you afraid of making a mistake? Lin Bai continued to respond respectfully. Before I came, my mother had instructed me, and I also discussed it with sister on the way here. Upon seeing you today, I noticed how closely your brows and eyes resemble my mother's. Additionally, I visited Yunmeng City with my parents 7 years ago. Though my memory is hazy, the general outline still remains. The woman waved for Lin Bai to sit beside her. In the past I saw you as mischievous as a monkey, but how come you now speak like a scholar from the academy? Have you turned into a literary prodigy under sister's tutelage? Lin Bai heard the woman teasing him for being overly formal and did not refute it. He had his reasons. The initial impression on unfamiliar elders is crucial. It's wise to be polite and courteous first. There's no harm in doing so. If the elder was casual and did not mind elaborate rituals, they might only tease him a bit, but they wouldn't genuinely care. After all, courtesy is not a fault. However, if he encountered an overly strict elder, erratic behavior would surely lead to displeasure. Thus Lin Bai had always adhered to one principle when dealing with elders. Be obedient first, then relax once familiar. Lin Bai's grandmother, named Tan Shu, was not the primary wife of the Yunmeng Wang family, but rather a secondary consort. Grandmother Tan Shu had 3 children. The eldest son, Wang Shu, was around 50 years old and remained unmarried, obsessed with martial arts. The eldest daughter is Lin Bai's mother, Wang Xiu, who is 42. The youngest daughter, Wang Qian, is the woman in yellow before him, a 27-year-old intermediate alchemist of the Kind-Hearted Hall, and she is unmarried. Being blood siblings, the 3 siblings have always had a good relationship. Thus, when Lin Bai arrived, Wang Xiu instructed him to seek help from his uncle and aunt in times of need. However, later on, Wang Xiu followed the family's arrangements and moved to Anning County City to manage the Wang family's business, which led to less interaction. The last time she returned to Yunmeng City was 3 years ago, when Lin Su first arrived there, and Wang Xiu was worried and accompanied her. Lin Bai sat beside Wang Qian as instructed, and their subsequent conversation revolved around inquiring about his mother's recent situation and his life after arriving in Yunmeng City. Lin Bai surmised that Lin Su had likely already briefed Wang Qian, so he only picked some stable and smooth topics to discuss while glossing over his specific circumstances. During their conversation, Wang Qian decided to take Lin Bai back to the residence to visit their grandmother. Lin Bai also felt it was appropriate to do so. As a younger generation, it was only right to pay respects to his elder. He initially wanted to prepare some gifts, but Wang Qian waved him off. You little rascal, why bring so many empty formalities? Wang Qian shot him a reproachful glance. You are going to visit your own grandmother. A 15-year-old child bringing gifts would only make your mother feel sad. Hearing this, Lin Bai immediately dismissed the idea. This made sense. She was his grandmother, and being overly polite might instead hurt her feelings. After some conversation, Lin Bai felt closer to this aunt of his. He noticed that Wang Qian's personality was somewhat reminiscent of his sister Lin Su's senior sister Zhou Ling, though Zhou Ling was lively and cheerful, while Wang Qian was more relaxed and easygoing. As they chatted, Wang Qian realized that she got along well with her little nephew. Lin Bai was respectful yet not overly stiff. By the way, I haven't given you a gift since you came. I heard from your sister that you can use a knife. Before Lin Bai could respond, Wang Qian hurried to her storage room and took out a black knife with a scabbard completely black. Here, take it. 2 years ago, someone asked me to refine pills but couldn't pay in full, so they left me this knife. Later, I heard that this person was ambushed and never returned. Now this knife belongs to me. Let me know if you like it. If you don't like it, you can take it to the Tiangong Hall to melt it down. It would make for good material. Wang Qian handed the black knife to him. Lin Bai made no pretense of being modest and accepted it, gripping the handle and carefully examining it. The blade was fashioned in the shape of a geese feather knife, commonly used by northern knife wielders, with the handle inlaid with gold and silver threads, simple yet exquisite. The blade was heftier than an ordinary geese-feather knife, with a long blood groove running through it. The edge shimmered coldly, sending chills upon sight. It was evident that this was a deadly weapon, a knife that no northern knife wielder could refuse. Lin Bai felt the same. He chose a knife as his weapon because he admired its imposing presence. Seeing Lin Bai's captivated gaze, Wang Qian smiled mysteriously. This knife is not just for show. During its forging, mystic iron and gravity stone were added. Mystic iron enhances the knife's durability, and as for the gravity stone, you can try infusing your qi into the blade. Lin Bai was familiar with mystic iron, but this was the first time he heard of gravity stone. He followed her instructions and slowly infused his strength into the knife. Lin Bai felt the weight of the knife gradually increasing as his strength entered. Eventually it reached a weight that suited him perfectly, approximately 800 pounds, a weight that could only be described as terrifying. Ordinary knife wielders who had not yet transcended the mundane typically possessed strength between 400 to 500 pounds, using knives that weighed just over 10 pounds. Lin Bai's 800-pound knife could crush an ordinary transcendent warrior, and he sensed that the knife's weight could increase further. Seeing the astonishment on Lin Bai's face, Wang Qian proudly said, "How about that? The strength you infused can maintain the knife's weight for about an hour. After that, it will slowly return to normal. If you want to revert it earlier, just withdraw your strength." Lin Bai swung the black knife a few more times, then focused his mind to withdraw his strength. The weight in his hand indeed became remarkably lighter, indistinguishable from an ordinary blade. This reminded him of the legendary Rui Jingu Bang, but while the Jingu Bang could change size at will, this knife's weight was adjustable. After examining it further, Lin Bai truly liked this knife, but he hesitated a bit about accepting such a precious item from his aunt after just meeting. At this moment, Lin Su noticed Lin Bai's expression and knew precisely what he was thinking. "You should accept it and thank your aunt. Don't you know that one should not refuse gifts from elders?" Hearing Lin Su's words, Wang Qian put on a serious face and said, "Once I give something, there's no way to take it back. Besides, as an alchemist, what use do I have for such a deadly weapon? Moreover, this knife only used half a gravity stone with a limit of 5,000 pounds, so it's not considered overly precious." Hearing this, Lin Bai no longer hesitated but solemnly accepted the knife, deeply engraving this gesture of kindness in his heart. He understood that although Wang Qian spoke lightly, a weapon that could adjust its weight with a limit as high as 5,000 pounds could indeed be regarded as a family heirloom. The notion of half a gravity stone was merely meant to reassure him. If news of this item spread, it would undoubtedly attract countless greedy gazes. Just let others know that you possess such a treasure and see how those robbers react. Once Wang Qian saw Lin Bai decisively accept the knife, she began to joke with him cheerfully. "Little nephew, your luck is indeed good. If you had come a bit later, I would have exchanged this knife at the Daxia Treasure Pavilion. I heard from your sister that your talent exceeds hers. If you succeed in the future, remember to take good care of your aunt." Lin Bai immediately put on a flattering smile, grabbed a small round fan nearby, and began fanning Wang Qian with exaggerated eagerness, speaking in a most sycophantic tone. "Absolutely, absolutely. Not to mention this priceless gift from my aunt. Just the fact that I felt such a connection upon first meeting you proves that you are both beautiful and kind-hearted." Lin Su, witnessing his demeanor, pretended to be envious and remarked, "Oh, you little ungrateful one. I've helped you so much, yet you've hardly fanned me a breeze. How could that be?" Lin Bai repeatedly apologized, changing positions to fan both Lin Su and Wang Qian with both hands. With both hands holding the fan, he looked quite impressive. Lin Su and Wang Qian couldn't help but chuckle lightly at Lin Bai's amusing antics. The slight awkwardness between Lin Bai and Wang Qian, caused by not having seen each other for many years, dissipated in that laughter. Poor Lin Bai was given a scolding glance by both alchemists, who then ignored him and started discussing their thoughts on alchemy. Although Lin Su had just become a junior alchemist, as a direct disciple of a master alchemist, her knowledge and theory were no less than Wang Qian's, who had already advanced to an intermediate alchemist 3 years ago, and was quite experienced. Fortunately for Lin Bai, he wasn't too miserable. After about a quarter of an hour, Wang Qian let him sit aside and rest. In fact, with Lin Bai's current physical fitness, he could fan for an entire day and night without tiring, but he chose to act lazily. He quietly snacked on pastries, watching his sister and aunt discuss lofty theories that he couldn't comprehend. Terms like wood law, monarch and minister, heavenly timing and fire conditions, water refining essence. He could understand each word, but together they sounded like an incomprehensible script. It felt just like that afternoon in his past life when he sat in math class staring at the formulas on the blackboard, gradually losing the spark in his eyes. Fortunately, Lin Bai had not truly fallen asleep, and even more fortunate was that after discussing for about an hour, Wang Qian and Lin Su concluded their conversation. It wasn't that they had finished discussing their alchemy insights, but it was time to set off to visit their grandmother. The three exited the Compassion Hall and traversed several bustling streets, arriving at a special area on the outskirts of the market. Lin Bai was instantly stunned. A row of sleek vehicles gleaming with metallic luster was quietly parked, and the design of the front of the vehicles made him momentarily see shadows of steam locomotives and internal combustion engines from his past life. Unfortunately, they were not. It is said that these are the spiritual energy carriages invented by the Heavenly Crafts Hall, powered by spirit stones and formations. The cost of a single ride starts at 1 spirit stone, and if the distance exceeds a certain limit, it is calculated as half a spirit stone if not enough is used. According to the Heavenly Crafts Hall's promotion, this is to leave jobs for the human and horse carriage drivers, ensuring that high prices would not encroach upon their livelihoods. However, Lin Bai suspected that the Heavenly Crafts Hall merely wanted to exploit the unsuspecting, and that the above reasoning was merely embellishment. Nonetheless, he appreciated the behavior as a gentleman judges by intentions, not by actions. Some wondered if anyone would actually pay such high prices. The answer is yes, and there are many. The Heavenly Crafts Hall is a master of marketing. They strictly control the vehicles sold to the public. In Yunmeng City, only a few vehicles are owned by official bigwigs and the 3 prominent families, while local families in Yunmeng City mostly lease them long-term and their numbers are limited. Would there be any imitations? Indeed, there have been reckless attempts, but any imitation that emerges is swiftly crushed by the Heavenly Crafts Hall under the pretext of stealing secrets. The authorities turn a blind eye and do not interfere. Moreover, those who buy these spiritual energy carriages are wealthy individuals. If you purchase a counterfeit and are discovered, it would be a matter of great embarrassment. Big shots place great importance on their reputation, and the higher one's status, the more true this becomes, whether the big shot perceives themselves as such or is genuinely acknowledged by others. In some circles, connections are deemed more important than spirit stones, thus young masters and ladies make it a point to travel in spiritual energy carriages to gatherings, even if it means pretending to be more affluent than they actually are. Additionally, families with some surplus funds also occasionally ride these spiritual energy carriages to experience how the upper class lives. In the long run, the Heavenly Crafts Hall profits immensely. Wang Qian casually selected a pleasing spiritual energy carriage, and the 2 siblings followed closely. Each time a spiritual energy carriage completes a journey, it returns to its designated location for cleaning and disinfection, ensuring a pleasant experience for the next passenger. To be fair, the Heavenly Crafts Hall excels in this aspect. Their service awareness is outstanding. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai felt that the high price was justified. Once inside the spiritual energy carriage, Wang Qian took out a card and placed it on the control panel to begin operating it. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Aunt, doesn't this spiritual energy carriage require someone to control the direction?" Wang Qian casually replied. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Aunt, doesn't this spiritual energy carriage require someone to control the direction?" Wang Qian casually replied, "This carriage can drive automatically within Yunmeng City, and outside of a 500-mile radius from Yunmeng City, it operates semi-automatically. However, public spiritual energy carriages cannot travel beyond this radius. Only private ones can once they are released from restrictions." Lin Bai seemed to have heard of this method before. "Hurry up." Lin Bai still had questions. "What was that card you just used?" "Oh, this is a spiritual energy vehicle card issued by the Heavenly Crafts Hall, which can activate any spiritual energy carriage within our Yun state," Lin Su softly added. "You need to recharge it with 100 spirit stones at the Heavenly Crafts Hall." Communication technology. Now Lin Bai felt an even stronger sense of déjà vu. These 2 aspects intrigued Lin Bai greatly. In his past life, driverless cars were a combination of AI and various high-tech innovations. What was the basis for this world? Was it formations or spiritual energy? Lin Bai wanted to peek under the front of the carriage to see its structure, but unfortunately, he could not, so he turned to examine the interior of the carriage. The carriage was quite spacious. 5 or 6 people would not feel crowded. The decor was in a classic ancient style, and a faint pleasant fragrance lingered in the air. Unfortunately, Lin Bai could not discern any particular details. Soon his attention was diverted to other things. This was Lin Bai's first visit to Yunmeng City since growing up, and everything felt fresh. The carriage traveled down the main road with houses lining both sides and various hawkers called out in succession. Women dressed in relatively light skirts walked down the street laughing, and there were a few students from the academy, presumably just finishing their classes, making their way home. Look, there was even a puppet show in progress, and the audience below was enthusiastically applauding. Such scenes were not seen in Anning County, which, while not a poor backwater, had most of its people struggling for a living. It was difficult to see such scenes during the daytime. If one wanted to witness entertainment activities in Anning County, they would have to wait under the banyan tree after dinner for idlers to arrive or attend performances by oddities in the narrow alleys. These are two different kinds of scenery. Lin Bai could not say he preferred one over the other, but since he had never seen the other kind before, he was now quite fascinated. Since the Compassion Hall was in the market and the market was in the northern city, while Lin Bai's grandmother lived in the southern city, they had to cross most of Yunmeng City. Lin Bai carefully observed the changing street scenes surrounding the market, were numerous shops, whether selling extraordinary items or not, bustling with crowds. The further south they went, the stronger the atmosphere of life became, making the worldly smoke and fire feel exceptionally real. Wang Qian also began to tell Lin Bai about their grandmother's situation in detail. Lin Bai's grandmother Tan Shu was not an ordinary person. She did not choose to become Lin Bai's grandfather's concubine for the sake of love, but rather to seek a breakthrough to the extraordinary. Originally, she was just a peasant girl who accidentally obtained a fragment of a heritage. After cultivating to the ordinary transformation realm, she chose to marry Lin Bai's grandfather, who was then a junior member of the Wang family, to exchange for cultivation resources due to a lack of resources and subsequent methods. 8 years ago, Lin Bai's grandmother officially broke through to the extraordinary realm and moved out from the Wang family, receiving basic courtesy from them due to her extraordinary status. They granted her request. Lin Bai's grandfather, as the stud of the family, had the task of leaving as many descendants as possible. Other matters were not important. According to Wang Qian, Lin Bai's grandfather had not disturbed Lin Bai's grandmother since then. Perhaps he was too preoccupied. Wang Qian's tone was calm. The old man is now over 100 years old, and he still has over a dozen concubines. Although my mother's situation is special, there have been precedents in the past. This grandfather was indeed professional. Even Lin Su, who had long been in Yunmeng City, had only seen him once, and that was after she became a disciple of Master Jinhua. Listening to his aunt Wang Qian's account, Lin Bai's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Both grandmother and grandfather are not ordinary people, Lin Bai remarked. His grandmother, relying on her own fortune and effort, transformed from a peasant girl into a practitioner of the extraordinary realm. One must not underestimate her achievements, as the extraordinary realm is not trivial. As for Lin Bai's grandfather, he is even more remarkable. This old man likely has dozens of children, not to mention the grandchildren. Of course, this old man is tasked with producing heirs. After all, many practitioners are obsessed with martial arts, and those who have high cultivation levels tend to have fewer offspring, but the family lineage must continue. However, aside from companionship, this old man has arranged everything else properly. For Lin Bai's aunt and sister to enter the Compassion Hall in Yunmeng City, it was not only due to their talents, but also because of the Wang family's support behind them. Thus, when Wang Qian mentioned her father, she expressed no resentment, but rather a sense of indifference. In another 50 years, the old man might become a mountain of support, Lin Bai thought. Among so many descendants, there would surely be geniuses emerging, and with the Wang family's resources, breakthroughs to the extraordinary or even transcendent realms are highly possible. Grandmother is remarkable, and grandfather is also remarkable, Lin Bai ultimately concluded. Upon hearing Lin Bai's assessment, Wang Qian smiled sweetly, agreeing with him. Your grandmother is quite lonely most of the time. Your elder brother often has a lot of work at the government office and frequently travels out of town, while your second sister, your mother, is hardly ever home, sometimes not returning even once a year. As for me and your sister, we also have to cultivate at the Compassion Hall, so we can only come when we have time. You can come to visit your grandmother more often, especially since you are on the warrior path. She can guide you, Wang Qian said. Lin Bai nodded, recognizing that visiting his lonely elder was a duty for a younger generation. Seeing Lin Bai nod in agreement, Wang Qian was much happier. In the midst of their conversation, the spiritual energy carriage had already entered the southern part of the city, and their grandmother's residence was right ahead. Liu Tiao Lane. Deep within the northern alley of Lu Tiaofeng, a quiet stone courtyard stood still. As the three dismounted from the horse-drawn carriage, it automatically recognized the end of the journey and silently returned to the gathering point for cleaning. Lin Bai carefully examined the courtyard, which was far from the grand estate he imagined a transcendent cultivator would possess. It lacked the imposing grandeur of a noble family, and resembled a simple, unadorned residence of a wealthy countryman. Wang Qian then gestured to enter with her. The entrance to the courtyard had 3 low steps, and since it was Lin Bai's first visit, Wang Qian and Lin Su did not take the small door as they usually did. Instead, they knocked on the vermilion door. Shortly after, a maid around 16 or 17 came briskly to open it. Upon seeing Wang Qian, she was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing Lin Bai behind her, she immediately understood that it was improper for guests to enter through the small door. After the maid greeted the 3, she addressed Wang Qian and Lin Su. Miss Qian Qian, Miss Su Su, the madam is still practicing martial arts in the back courtyard. I will notify her right away. Wang Qian waved her hand. No need, we can go ourselves. She then pointed to Lin Bai and introduced him. Chun Shui, this is Lin Bai, the youngest grandson of my mother. Please go tell Wu Ma to prepare a more sumptuous dinner. Upon hearing this, the maid named Chun Shui bowed again to Lin Bai, saying, Young Master Lin Bai, before turning to head to the kitchen. On the way to the back courtyard, Lin Bai noticed several fruit trees, commonly found in Yunzhou, within the courtyard. The trees were lush and clearly well cared for. The courtyard was not very large, and the 3 quickly arrived at the side courtyard for martial training. Before seeing anyone, they heard the sounds first. Swish, 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 swish. The sharp sound of weapons cutting through the air was incessant. There, a woman in white training attire was wielding a decorative spear with a heavy stone lock hanging from it. The woman appeared to be around 40 years old, and her hair was simply tied up as she practiced. This was Lin Bai's grandmother, Tan Shu. Despite her youthful appearance, she was actually over 70 years old, but her cultivation kept her looking ageless. In this world, humans could easily live to 100 years old, as long as they did not suffer major illnesses or disasters. For those knowledgeable in health preservation, reaching 120 years was not a problem. Moreover, ordinary people maintained excellent physical condition even in old age, aging slowly, and until their final moments they could still appear robust as in their prime. As for cultivators, the difference was even more pronounced. For those at the transcendent stage, the lifespan reached 180 years upon entering this realm, and at the peak it could extend another 60 years, totaling around 240. The lifespans at the transcendent and exalted stages could be considered a category of their own, influenced by different paths, with lifespans fluctuating significantly, generally between 360 to 500 years. According to his aunt Wang Qian, his grandmother's path was that of a warrior, with the average lifespan of a transcendent warrior being just over 400 years. Thus, his grandmother was only in her 70s. If measured against an ordinary person's timeline, she had not yet lived a quarter of her life. Higher-tier cultivators maintain their youthful appearances, and their looks manifest according to their wills. Even as their end approaches, as long as their mindset remains young, they still appear youthful. Grandmother Tanshu had already noticed the 3 of them arriving, but she had not yet completed the final move of her spear technique. Therefore, Lin Bai could only watch his grandmother demonstrate her spear techniques. It must be said that as a seasoned warrior, her spear play was exceptionally fierce. Upon completing the final move, she flicked her wrist, and the long spear along with the stone lock flew back to the rack with perfect precision. Afterwards, she turned her gaze towards Wang Qian, and Lin Su, finally landing on Lin Bai's face, momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Wang Qian also leaned in, playfully saying with a hint of mystery, "He guess who this is, mother?" Grandmother Tanshu ignored Wang Qian and stared intently at Lin Bai. "He looks just like him, really like him. Little Bai. You were Lin Bai, right? 7 years ago when I last saw you, you were just a little bean, and now look at you, grown into a big child. Come here, let grandmother take a good look at you. Your mother wrote to me not long ago asking me to look after you." Lin Bai and Lin Su obediently greeted their grandmother. "Hello, grandmother. All good, all good." Tanshu's face broke into a smile as she pulled the siblings to sit on a stone bench nearby. Wang Qian followed suit, her lips pursed in a way that could hang a water bottle. Lin Bai also obediently sat down with his grandmother, feeling a sense of helplessness regarding his own name. Usually his sister and mother called him Little Bai, which sounded like a pet's name, and it seemed he would have to add little aunt and grandmother to the mix. Wang Qian at home appeared even more lively, with a hint of girlish charm. At this moment, grandmother was carefully examining Lin Bai, and he realized their similarities. Lin Bai's build resembled his father Lin Yi, while his face was like his mother Wang Xiu. However, he could not identify who he resembled concerning his phoenix brows and dragon eyes. Now, seeing his grandmother, Lin Bai understood that he had inherited features from both generations. Grandmother Tanshu's features were sharper than those of ordinary women. In simple terms, she had an aggressive beauty. She was indeed beautiful, but it was clear at a glance that she was not a weakling. Thus upon seeing Lin Bai she was reminded of herself in her teenage years. Unfortunately time had flown by and over 60 years had passed. Lin Bai sat down sharing how his parents were doing and his recent circumstances in Yunmeng City. Lin Su and Wang Qian also chatted about amusing stories from the Kind Heart Hall. Listening to her grandchildren's casual conversation, a smile unconsciously spread across Tan Shu's face, softening the sharpness in her eyes. After all, Tan Shu had already reached the transcendent stage and she would likely remain at this level. Even if she relied on the passage of time to achieve the exalted stage, her lifespan would not see significant improvement. As for the rebirth stage, Tan Shu no longer held any hopes. Given her aptitude, without a tremendous fortuitous encounter, it was simply impossible. Thus, as an aging elder, her primary concern now was her descendants. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel fortunate to have one son and two daughters. Her eldest son was a martial arts enthusiast and would likely never marry, and her youngest daughter Wang Qian, from what she understood, would also struggle. If it weren't for her eldest daughter Wang Xiu having found her ideal partner early on married, and having children, she feared she might never see her grandchildren. As the youngest in the family, Lin Bai was quite favored. For instance, he was now persuading his grandmother with earnest words. "Grandmother, you really don't need to buy any transcendent beast meat." Meanwhile, Wang Qian remained entertained, eager to eat. "Mother, it's my grandson's first time coming home for dinner. Shouldn't we prepare something special?" Hearing this, grandmother could no longer sit still. Lin Bai could only analyze the situation theoretically. "Grandmother, it's already afternoon. The meat of those transcendent beasts has already been picked over by others. Next time, it'll come earlier next time and you can buy it then." Hearing Lin Bai's reasoning, grandmother found it quite sensible, and she called for a maid to instruct her to make dinner even more sumptuous. Seeing that grandmother had dropped the idea of purchasing transcendent beast meat, Wang Qian's eyes twinkled as she prepared to create mischief. However, Lin Bai had already detected the potential trouble and could only give her a pleading look. Wang Qian returned a look indicating her reluctant agreement. Lin Bai responded with a gesture of thanks, signaling for her to let it go. In truth, it wasn't that Wang Qian was intent on teasing Lin Bai. She simply felt that such playful banter would draw the family closer. Thus, as they reminisced, the three sons finally said, "It was time for dinner. One cannot help but say that the food here at Grandma's is simply delightful. It seems to be a law of nature." In any case, Lin Bai was eating heartily, although he wondered if it was due to the bland meals at the Kindness Hall that had led to this. The meals at the Kindness Hall cannot be said to be bad, but they are too bland. Having eaten them once or twice is fine, but after nearly 10 days in Yunmeng City, faced with those tasteless dishes every day, Lin Bai felt as though his palate was turning bland. He stole a glance at his sister across the table, quietly dining, and simply could not understand how Lin Su managed to endure it. They shared similar tastes, and what he found hard to swallow, Lin Su surely would not like either. Tonight's table, however, was genuinely lavish. Grandma had brought out rare seafood from Yunzhou, which in this inland region was priced almost equivalent to the flesh of a transcendent beast, something ordinary people could not buy even with money requiring special channels. Seeing Lin Bai enjoying his meal, Grandma's smile deepened as she kept serving dishes to the two children. Wang Qian, watching from the side, felt a twinge of envy. After dinner, they moved to the courtyard to cool off. The starry night sky was sparse, and the gentle evening breeze wafted by as Grandma recounted amusing stories from years past. As she spoke, she suddenly seemed to remember something, waving her hand to produce a bag, which she handed to Lin. "Your aunt has given you a gift, and Grandma will give you some pocket money as well. Here are 100 spirit stones." Lin Bai did not decline at her words, and accepted it calmly. After all, he had already accepted that precious weighted knife, and to be polite now would be disingenuous. However, Lin Bai couldn't help but reflect on the stark wealth disparity in this transcendent realm. Previously, in Anning County, he thought his family was well off. Now it seemed he had been narrow-minded. The pocket money Grandma casually gave him was 100 spirit stones. Moreover, this 100 spirit stones perfectly alleviated his urgent needs, allowing Lin Bai to avoid leaning on his sister, and instead go directly to the black market to buy phosphorescent fireflies. That night, the three of them stayed at Grandma's house. Wang Qian and Lin Su each had their own rooms, and Lin Bai was surprised to find that he also had his own room. Because a few days ago, his mother Wang Xiu had written to Grandma she had prepared his room early. Lying on the soft bed, Lin Bai began his routine of summarizing and planning. "I am now at the Transcendence realm and have already contracted my spirit beast. Next I just need to wait for half a month before going to the martial arts hall to learn the ways of combat and techniques. Half a month is more than enough for me to evolve Mo Ling. I will go to the black market to buy materials in these few days. He meticulously checked his preparations to ensure everything was ready before heading to the martial arts hall. The next day, the three of them had breakfast at Grandma's and returned to the kindness hall. However, once back in his room, Lin Bai felt restless. He originally planned to sneak off to the black market without informing Lin Su so as not to worry her. But upon reflection, given the bond between them and Lin Su's character, if she found out later, she would undoubtedly be saddened. In the end, Lin Bai chose to be open and honest, waiting for Lin Su to return from alchemy at the kindness hall to discuss it with her. Thus, during dinner that evening, he kept carefully observing Lin Su, which made her feel somewhat perplexed and confused. Halfway through the meal, Lin Bai pondered before speaking up. Sister, after I contracted Mo Ling, it seems I sensed the will of heaven again, while sleeping, as if some things had become vaguely clearer in my mind. This time he still chose to use the will of heaven as an all-purpose reason. After all, it truly existed, making it the most fitting explanation. You sensed the will of heaven again? Lin Su was astonished. How many people spend their entire lives without sensing the will of heaven, yet her brother had managed to feel it twice in such a short time. Could it be that Lin Bai was truly favored by the heavens? Lin Bai silently took out a list from his clothing, which he had drawn up based on the materials and rituals he would need. Lin Su took it and looked it over with some confusion. This seems to be a diagram of a ritual and the materials needed. Exactly, sister. The will of heaven that I sensed seems to pertain to the evolution ritual of Mo Ling. He glanced at the list and then at Mo Ling, who was eating beside them. These items will allow Mo Ling's bloodline to evolve. Many of the materials listed were familiar to Lin Su. They were not too expensive but rather surprisingly cheap. This was about a bloodline evolution akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. At this moment, Lin Bai seized the opportunity to express his intentions. Sister, acquiring these materials is easy, but I have no idea how to obtain the phosphorescent fireflies. Do you have any ideas? Hearing Lin Bai's words, Lin Su furrowed her brows. Indeed, she lacked connections with the artisans of the Tiangong Hall. Should I go speak to my teacher? Upon hearing this, Lin Bai quickly revealed his ultimate goal. Hey sister, why involve Master in such a trivial matter? How would you think Master would feel? I heard there's a black market located in a workshop between South City and West City. Should I just go there to resolve it? This black market was something Lin Bai had discovered while contemplating such thoughts. It was as hidden as certain websites in his past life, yet was well known to all. The black market is just that. A market. Since it is a market, it requires a large flow of people to generate profit, and they even promote themselves at times. Thus Lin Bai managed to get the address in the bustling market, filled with practitioners, by inquiring with others for a few coins. Lin Su thought for a moment after hearing this, and found it to be a good idea. It would save her from troubling her teacher while also resolving the issue. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Suddenly Lin Su looked at Lin Bai with a, "Little brother, you didn't already have the idea of going to the black market, and are now guiding me step by step, did you? You even managed to inquire about the address. It seems you were well prepared." Lin Bai was startled by her words, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He knew he couldn't hide anything from Lin Su. Unexpectedly, a minor slip revealed his true intentions. But how could he admit to such a thing? Lin Bai quickly changed his expression, pretending to be greatly wronged. "Sister, how could you think that of me? I only found out the address from chatting with others due to boredom at the kindness hall during this time." Seeing Lin Bai's demeanor, Lin Su became even more convinced that he had been prepared for this. Lin Su humphed and said, "However, you still have some conscience. You didn't sneak off without telling anyone. Otherwise, if I had found out, you wouldn't have been able to gloss over it like this. Since you have this plan, now go ahead and do it." "Ah, sister, you agreed to my plan." Lin Bai had braced himself for a scolding from Lin Su, but unexpectedly, she brushed it off lightly, and even agreed to let him go to the black market. Lin Bai's mood shifted rapidly, and he eagerly asked, "Sister, when are we going?" "This time I'm not going with you, you will go alone. You are already a warrior at the Transcendence Realm, and I can no longer view you through the lens of a child. I should also give you some of your own space. Moreover, my teacher said that starting tomorrow, I need to stay with her to assist in refining a batch of pills, which will take about 3 to 5 days. So I really won't have time to accompany you." "Ah, really? Sister, you can rest assured I promise to complete this task perfectly," Lin Bai said, joyfully assuring her. Watching her brother's exuberant demeanor, Lin Su said lightly, "It seems Xiao Bai has long been tired of me meddling." "Sister, how could that be? I absolutely did not mean that." Lin Bai immediately leaned forward, showering her with compliments. "Sister is my strategist. Oh, if I achieve anything in the future, it will all be thanks to your guidance. I will also write a book to let the world know I have a good sister." After much coaxing, Lin Bai managed to dispel Lin Su's little temper. In truth, Lin Su not going was based on 3 considerations. Firstly, she noticed Lin Bai's desire for independence was growing stronger, just like a teenage boy wanting to prove himself. Seeing this, Lin Su adjusted her mindset and decided to trust Lin Bai more. This was why Lin Bai was so happy. Not only could he go to the black market, but it also represented Lin Su's recognition that he could manage this matter well. Secondly, she truly had no time, as being a disciple of a master alchemist meant that assisting in alchemy was a frequent task. Lastly, Lin Su felt that her presence in such places would only be a hindrance. After all, Lin Bai had extraordinary talent and was on a path as a powerful warrior. Even though Lin Bai had not fought since his promotion, Lin Su had no doubts about his combat strength. Lin Su even felt that now, even if it were 3 of her, she would not be able to match one Lin Bai. These 3 points led Lin Su to decide to let Lin Bai go alone. As for why Lin Su had just shown a little temper, well, understanding is one thing and emotions are another. Moreover, she had a slight probing thought, wondering if Lin Bai was tired of her meddling. However, soon the 2 siblings returned to their usual selves and continued eating. The next day, Lin Bai didn't go out until the afternoon. Last night, Lin Su provided him with a more detailed introduction to the black market. The black market usually only opens in the evening. Now Lin Bai's timing was just right, allowing him to arrive as the black market was opening, and after buying the fireflies, he could also purchase other materials. He arrived at the place where Wang Qian had previously taken him on the spiritual energy carriage. Lin Bai quite liked this mode of transport. It reminded him of the self-driving cars from his past life. And more importantly, he didn't have to interact with anyone else. However, it was a bit pricey because Lin Bai didn't have a card and could only toss a spirit stone into the ignition slot for the spiritual energy carriage to start moving. This time, he had no leisure to enjoy the scenery outside. As soon as he boarded the carriage, he tightly closed the windows, leaving only a small crack for ventilation, and then he closed his eyes to rest. While Lin Bai was resting inside the carriage, a gentle female voice suddenly came from within. Detecting that the interior is dim, "Would you like to turn on the night light?" "No," Lin Bai responded succinctly. After that, there was no conversation. When the spiritual energy carriage reached the Huaisong Square at the junction of South City and West City, the sunset had beautifully colored half the sky. This area, primarily inhabited by ordinary residents, seemed unremarkable, but Lin Bai knew that hidden currents were surging within. He got off the carriage in advance, deliberately taking a few extra turns, eventually stopping in front of a dense grove. Deep within the shade, a magnificent mansion flickered into view with the words "Ye Mansion" in gilded characters elegantly displayed above the entrance. The best part was that the mansion was surrounded by thick woods, and Lin Bai was concealed within this natural barrier. The facade was immense, and according to Lin Su, this was the black market. At this moment, it seemed the black market was already open, and a few individuals, their faces covered, began to emerge from the woods, entering through the vermilion gate. Seeing this, Lin Bai no longer hesitated and prepared to enter directly. Before going in, he donned the black tiger mask he had purchased nearby. There were indeed many vendors selling masks in the vicinity, and he observed that most were local residents. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh. This industry provided quite a number of job opportunities. As Lin Bai approached the entrance, he was stopped by the surrounding guards. A sturdy man in his 30s clasped his hands in greeting. "Sir, there's a rule that you must pay 5 spirit stones to enter the gathering. What do you think?" This Huaisong black market charged buyers a ticket fee of 5 spirit stones. Lin Bai was prepared and directly handed over the spirit stones he had ready. The man inspected the stones carefully, confirming their authenticity before stepping aside and gesturing for him to enter. As Lin Bai stepped through the door, several officials dressed in the uniform of the Yunmeng City Constabulary walked out. Upon seeing their uniforms, Lin Bai's heart tightened. Although he hadn't committed any major offenses, how could he not feel anxious in the presence of officials in this situation? To put it simply, it was like encountering the law while making a deal with his brothers. Fortunately, these officers paid no attention to Lin Bai and were instead chatting with 2 people dressed as guards. They were exchanging pleasantries. "Lin team leader, Li team leader, with your skills you must be close to breaking through to the peak of the mundane realm, right?" Well, with Captain Pang and Captain Jia here diligently doing their duties, they must have caught the attention of the higher-ups. Who knows, they might get promoted by a big shot and break through to the extraordinary one day. Lin brother, you are absolutely correct. Their voices were loud and unreserved, leaving Lin Bai momentarily stunned, but then he quickly understood. A false black market shrouded in secrecy like rats in a sewer. A real black market operates openly, engaging in both legitimate and illegitimate dealings. This was hardly a black market. It was clearly a white market pretending to be a black market. Realizing this, Lin Bai smiled knowingly and walked confidently through the door. After entering the mansion, he found a guide from the black market and paid him a spirit stone to lead him to the place where he could buy fireflies. This black market, infested with corruption, was truly like squeezing a frog to extract urine. After passing through several courtyards and navigating around some strange rocks and bamboo, the guide brought him to a lonely room, bowed respectfully, and then withdrew. The door to this room opened, revealing only a few strands of dim yellow light drifting out. Once Lin Bai entered, he noticed that the lighting inside was dim, and there were 10 counters neatly distributed, separated by considerable distances. The counters were spaced far apart, and there seemed to be soundproofing materials, as sound could barely travel. With Lin Bai's physique, he could only hear faint and indistinct noises. At this moment, Lin Bai finally caught a whiff of the true atmosphere of the black market. He approached an empty counter where a masked person sat. Upon seeing Lin Bai approach, he simply gazed silently at him. Lin Bai got straight to the point and asked how much for the fireflies. A muffled voice came from behind the counter. Fireflies, 2 for 1 spirit stone. 2 for 1 spirit stone. Were these bugs made of gold? Lin Bai cursed in his heart but kept a calm expression. I want 60. He knew it was expensive, but he had no choice but to buy them here. The person behind the counter nodded, activated a device, and called over another person, instructing them to fetch what Lin Bai wanted. Minutes later, Lin Bai received a large bamboo cage, inside which were individually packed black and white bugs about the size of his pinky finger. Lin Bai examined them closely. White wings with black spots, black feet, red eyes, long mouth parts, and a scythe-shaped head. All these features checked out, and they looked quite lively. In a good mood, just as he was about to pay, he heard another voice from inside. Sir, the cage also costs 1 spirit stone, and if you want to keep them alive, you must feed this specific potion to the fireflies every day. Hearing this, Lin Bai widened his eyes and stared at the person inside, who silently met his gaze. Ha! Lin Bai took a few deep breaths, suppressing the urge to curse, and asked as calmly as possible, how much will it cost to keep these fireflies alive for about a week? Sir, around 3 spirit stones should be enough. Lin Bai took out 4 spirit stones and handed them over. This time the masked person did not call for help, but brought out 2 bottles, 1 large and 1 small. It seemed these had been prepared in advance, anticipating that Lin Bai would definitely buy them. Sir, just a drop each day will suffice. The large one lasts 5 days, and the small one lasts 3 days. Lin Bai picked up the bamboo cage, stowed the bottles, and turned to leave, having no intention of lingering in the black market. As he walked, he cursed the black market in his heart. Black market, could it be a market with a black heart? I've never heard of fireflies needing special potions, and an ordinary cage also costs spirit stones. They even bundle sales. Fortunately, I only need to keep them alive for about a week. It's worth noting that fireflies exist in nature. They are not creatures created through any cultivation method, and they are just ordinary bugs, not even at the level of transcending the ordinary. If special potions were required, he didn't know how the fireflies in the outside world survived. They must be specially bred bugs from the black market. Lin Bai walked quickly and soon exited. His entire time inside was less than 15 minutes. Since he had arrived early, there weren't many people in the black market. Lin Bai went into the woods and took off his mask, then found a donkey cart, offering the driver double the fare for him to be willing to travel so far at night. There were no unexpected incidents on the way. It seemed Murphy's Law did not apply to him. Only when he returned to his room did Lin Bai finally relax, waving for Mo Ling to come over. Lin Bai instructed, little one, this concerns your future. You must take good care of it. Mo Ling called out a few times, indicating it would surely complete the task. In fact, there shouldn't be any issues. This was Lin Su's courtyard, located within the kindness hall, so no one would steal anything. This was just an extra layer of security. Lin Bai still needed to go out again to buy what he needed. There was still an hour until the market closed for the night, so he had plenty of time. The Daxia treasure building, a magnificent structure, resembling a tower, reached high into the sky, aptly named Towering Heaven. This treasure building was like a general store with everything available, including pills and weapons sourced from the Kindness Hall and the Artisan Hall. As for why he didn't purchase directly from the Kindness Hall and the Artisan Hall, the answer was simple: they didn't carry them. Low-tier generic pills were available, but high-tier or specially requested pills and items often needed to be customized. For instance, the weighted knife in Lin Bai's hand was a reward he had given to Wang Qian when she refined pills for him. Moreover, the Daxia treasure building was quite clever, implementing a membership system. However, Lin Bai didn't intend to buy finished pills and weapons. He needed to purchase some materials, so he had to come here. Upon entering the treasure building, he ignored the dazzling array of goods around him and went straight to the counter staff to announce his needs. Ink made from black cloud or ghost stones, 100-year-old dark wood with fine legs of feather from a bright bird. The attendant quickly calculated and smiled. That will be 55 low-grade spirit stones. Would you like to apply for our building's basic guest card? You just need to pre-deposit 100 spirit stones to enjoy a 10% discount on future purchases and gain access to some specific products. Lin Bai shook his head, indicating that he didn't need it, or after all the materials he was buying were still relatively low-level, and he didn't have 100 spirit stones left. After buying these materials, the pocket money given by his grandmother would be nearly spent. Seeing that he had no intention of applying, the attendant said no more. After confirming the spirit stones were genuine, he called for a helper to retrieve the goods from the storeroom. The materials Lin Bai wanted were numerous and varied, and it took a while to prepare everything. He inspected them one by one, confirming their quality before nodding to complete the transaction. It must be said that both the service and quality at the Daxia treasure building were excellent, and they even included a delicate storage box as a bonus. Compared to a certain black market where the guide charged fees, the box cost extra, and they bundled sales, the service was outstanding. After completing the transaction, Lin Bai returned directly to the small courtyard. Lin Su had not yet returned. However, Lin Su had mentioned yesterday that she would be assisting Master Jinhua in alchemy over the next few days and wouldn't be back. Lin Bai placed the materials he had bought on the table, looking at these items purchased with nearly all of his grandmother's pocket money. He now held Mo Ling in his hands and looked at it. Little one, you need to gather your energy moving forward. Mo Ling tilted its head, filled with innocent confusion. Seeing its bewildered expression, Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting his own cheek. At my young age, why do I have the tendency to be a helicopter parent? He sighed as circumstances compelled him to be cautious. Mo Ling was still in its juvenile stage, its combat power weak. Lin Bai didn't even dare to let it out of his sight, fearing it might be casually taken by a passing cultivator or fierce bird. If it didn't evolve, even if Mo Ling could grow up to become a dark raven king and reach the mundane realm, it would still be considered a strong one among its peers. However, in the world of magical beasts, lineage was paramount. High bloodline spirit beasts could even fight above their rank, and they had a natural suppression over those of lower bloodlines. Of course, the bloodlines of magical beasts contracted by ordinary people were generally not high. High bloodline spirit beasts were proud and would not submit to ordinary people. Their soul ranks were beyond what ordinary people could bear. But Lin Bai was different. He was a genius among geniuses. His future opponents would only be equally monstrous beings, and Mo Ling, as his destined spirit beast, could not remain stagnant at the mundane realm forever. However, looking at Mo Ling's pure and innocent eyes filled with a hint of confusion, Lin Bai found the impatience in his heart gradually calming down. No wonder it is said that raising pets can soothe one's emotions. At this moment, he truly experienced it. He gently stroked Mo Ling's smooth, cool feathers, speaking to himself. Take your time, there's no rush. I'm only 15 years old, and the peak of the mundane realm has a lifespan of about 240 years. I've only lived 1/16 of that. By the time the sun hung high the next morning, Lin Bai rose from bed at a leisurely pace. Everything was prepared now, only a proper ground remained to be found. The evolution instructions plainly stated it had to be carried out in places like a chaotic graveyard wherein qi and vengeful energy gather. Not for the graveyard itself, but for that peculiar atmosphere steeped in the resentments of countless unjust deaths. It was understandable those who had no one to retrieve their bodies led hard lives already, and to be wrapped in a straw mat and discarded after death would only inflame their grievances. With Lin Su gone, Lin Bai could not ask his sister, but he had another avenue, his aunt Wang Qian. A single question to her would likely yield an answer. After all, Wang Qian had lived in Yunmeng City for over 20 years. She should know of such places. If she did not, Lin Bai would be forced to buy the information. Fortunately, when Lin Bai found Wang Qian, she had not yet lit the furnace to refine pills. She was burning incense and tending her spirit. As soon as he stepped into the alchemy room, the scent made him cough. Cough, and this aroma is rather strong. Wang Qian glanced up at him and replied with a faint, composed air. Shanxin Hall's specially made Yangshan incense. A stick of this would sell for at least 30 spirit stones elsewhere. Lin Bai immediately stifled his coughing and began to inhale more attentively. To be frank, incense worth 30 spirit stones was different indeed. Its fragrance seeped into the bones and cleared the mind. A few breaths left him feeling lucid and refreshed. Having discovered its benefit, Lin Bai exaggerated his sniffing for effect. Wang Qian laughed at his clownish display. If you like it, I'll give you some later. Lin Bai shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "Aunt, I'm too coarse to savor incense properly. It's more practical if I keep coming here to take in your scent." Wang Qian offered a faint smile. "You little rascal, why have you come to see me today?" Lin Bai put on a jocular face and stepped forward. "Wasn't I thinking of my aunt? Don't be like that. You never come to visit without a reason." But Lin Bai did not reveal his purpose at once. They chatted as usual. After a while, he let his curiosity show. "Aunt, I really have one thing to ask. Are there any chaotic graveyards, or places near Yunmeng City, where yin qi and resentful energy are strong? I need such a place." Hearing the question, Wang Qian realized this was the true reason for his visit and began to answer seriously. "Xiaobai, your sister, must have told you about the local clans of Yunmeng City, yes? Among them is the Zhong family." Lin Bai nodded that he had heard of them, though he did not understand the connection to his own need. Wang Qian continued to explain. The Zhong family once belonged to a demonic sect 1,000 years ago. When that sect grew too rampant, the authorities sent men to destroy it. The Zhong family suffered great losses and fled to Yunmeng City, offering almost all their wealth to spare the remaining kin. One of their elders repented and decided to renounce the demonic path, striking a bargain with the city's officials. The terms were the Zhong clan would send people to serve at dangerous posts, examining corpses, collecting bodies, capturing ghosts, and in exchange they would help the city build proper nurturing grounds, receiving a portion of unclaimed corpses as compensation. Lin Bai listened in rapt attention and could not help asking if the plan had succeeded. Wang Qian nodded with an inscrutable expression. It worked. Zhong family succeeded. In the first century, few believed in it, or after 300 years people began to revere them, and after a millennium the name Zhong no longer carried the taint of that old demonic label. Even in Yunzhou City, the Zhong family commands some respect. They were truly willing to spend, and they have the means. Lin Bai marveled. Sending kin to dangerous posts made sense, for the Zhong family's talent lay in catching ghosts and dispelling evil. The real crux was the construction of the nurturing grounds. Such places are akin to blessed sites. They are not formed by casually dumping bodies and inscribing a few arrays. They require vast materials and constant day and night upkeep. Put simply, it burned money, and burned it every day. Lin Bai guessed that Yunmeng City might only pay for channels and formalities. The lion's share of expense fell to the Zhong family. And indeed, the Zhong family was generous with funds. Not only that, 500 years ago some other clans tried to emulate them and pressured the Zhong family for the array diagrams. The Zhong family, given money, allowed them to observe. Those clans learned how to forge nurturing grounds and signed contracts with their local officials, but most could not sustain the costs for a century and fell into decline. Attempts to imitate the tiger only produced dogs. Lin Bai judged those clans, the Zhong family, had been a great house in former times with know-how and connections others simply lacked. Though Zhong's history was fascinating, Lin Bai's pressing concern remained finding a place like a chaotic graveyard. So my need would fall to the Zhong family. Yes, after being pressed, the Zhong family and the Yunmeng City authorities agreed to open the peripheral areas of their grounds for public use to benefit the county's people. No wonder a clan rebuilt from ruin could so swiftly change its course. This tied Yunmeng City and the Zhong family together in matters of grounds. So how much does the government charge? Lin Bai asked, already anticipating the cost. Wang Qian gestured to indicate a size. A plot about half the size of a room with basic supply costs roughly 1 spirit stone per day. Can sustain about 3 minor undead. Lin Bai cursed inwardly at the steep price. Hearing such a tariff made him scowl. His mind ran the numbers. He only needed 7 days, but practitioners on the path often nourished ghosts and corpses for 3 to 5 years. The expense then became staggering, and this was only the basic package. The problem was that buying materials had almost exhausted the pocket money his grandmother had given him, so he now needed Wang Qian's support. Smiling, he put on a fawning look and turned to her. "Aunt, your nephew needs a bit of financial assistance." "What? Didn't your sister give you some pocket money a few days ago? Has it already run out?" Wang Qian was surprised. He had only just returned from his mother's house. Lin Bai smiled sheepishly. "I bought materials. It slipped away before I knew it." On hearing that Wang Qian understood, the path of cultivation does indeed consume money, as if through a sieve. "How much do you need?" "Just 10 spirit stones." 90. Wang Qian misheard. Lin Bai quickly held up both hands to clarify. 10 spirit stones. It had to be said that alchemists were little different from money presses. Seeing it was only 10 spirit stones, Wang Qian looked bemused, as if to ask whether he was joking. At last Lin Bai left the alchemy room content, a small pouch weighing in his hand. Now he was ready to set out for the nurturing grounds beyond the city. Lin Bai returned to his room, meticulously counting the ordinary materials needed for the evolution along with the valuable phosphorescent fireflies in the cage. After confirming that everything was in order, he stuffed a few bottles of the pill of avoiding hunger refined by Lin Su into his bag. "All right, Mo Ling, we're ready to set off," Lin Bai said to the little creature on his shoulder. Just as he was about to step out of the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Although he had informed his sister earlier, he would be away for several days, so it was prudent to leave a note. He found some paper and a pen, quickly jotting down the destination, estimated duration, and departure time, then pressed it down with a teacup in the most conspicuous spot on the table. Done. Lin Bai now felt fully prepared. He took the materials and with Mo Ling stepped out of the room. The nurturing ground built by the Zhong family was outside the city, fortunately not more than 500 miles from Yunmeng City, allowing the spiritual energy carriage to reach it. Xian Yin Cave, Lin Bai muttered to himself. This Xian Yin Cave was the name of the nurturing ground near Yunmeng City, resembling a mountain. It was said that atop the mountain lay a lake that gathered a substantial amount of energy. The area at the foot of the mountain, where the ethereal energy drifted, had been designated for rent by Yunmeng City. When Lin Bai first arrived, he noticed that this place was sparsely populated. The distant mountains appeared ominous in the sunlight, resembling a slumbering giant beast. There was no so-called howling wind. Instead, there was a chilling sense of silence. It should be noted that Lin Bai arrived in the afternoon with the sun still blazing above. However, the closer he got to the mountainous area, the more he felt a slight chill. Even Lin Bai, with his transcendent physique, could sense the cold, which was indeed unusual. Even Mo Ling, a creature that thrived in environments rich in energy, nestled in his arms for warmth. Lin Bai had no choice but to place it inside his inner lining. Fortunately, Mo Ling was still in its juvenile stage, no bigger than the palm of Lin Bai's hand, so it fit without issue. Lin Bai arrived at the entrance of the outer layer of Xian Yin Cave, where there were hardly any people, only a few small houses. To cultivate the veins in this Yunmeng County, practitioners were at least from a small family or a shaman. They had their own ancestral lands for raising ghosts and corpses, and would only come here to borrow the Xian Yin Cave when they occasionally broke through, as the fees were prohibitively high. Raising a corpse would cost at least hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones, and a family or sect didn't consist of just one member. Lin Bai knocked on the door of one of the small houses to see if anyone was inside. These small houses resembled dilapidated mud brick structures in a small village, abandoned and uninhabited. Fortunately, Lin Bai was in luck. The occupant was still inside and hadn't gone to inspect the Xian Yin Cave. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a short old man with disheveled hair and a vacant expression, limping as he walked. A true cripple. He was likely the guardian of the Xian Yin Cave, a person of peculiar fate. Lin Bai did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed, inquiring, "Old man, I wish to enter the Xian Yin Cave. Are there any taboos?" The old man nodded and asked mechanically, "How long do you want to rent it, short-term or long-term?" 8 days will suffice." Lin Bai reached into his pocket, pulled out 8 spirit stones, and handed them to the guardian. Although he only needed 7 days, Lin Bai thought it wise to pay for an extra day just in case of unforeseen circumstances. He never minded spending a bit more on such matters. The guardian accepted the spirit stones and returned to the house, bringing back a plaque to hand to Lin Bai. Ding, District No. 56. After Lin Bai took the plaque, the guardian waved at him, signaling him to follow. "You just asked me if there are any taboos. The Xian Yin Cave has been suppressed, so there are no major taboos. However, if you harbor feelings of gratitude or compassion for the souls buried here, come with me to burn some paper money for them." Lin Bai promptly followed, noticing that the guardian's room was similar to the one outside, resembling that of an old farmer. There were no farming tools, but the walls had a few blurry images of deities with incense smoke curling from the burner and a furnace for burning paper money that was currently ablaze. The room was filled with the scents of herbs and incense. Seeing Lin Bai enter, the guardian handed him 3 sticks of incense, gesturing for him to proceed. Lin Bai took the incense and respectfully bowed 3 times, murmuring a prayer. Esteemed elders, I Lin Bai present my respects here. If I do anything wrong while on the mountain, please forgive me. After finishing his prayers, he solemnly placed the 3 sticks of incense in the burner. Next, the old man handed him a stack of yellow paper. Lin Bai carefully placed each piece into the furnace, watching them turn to ash. Afterward, Lin Bai bid farewell to the guardian, preparing to enter the Xian Yin cave. Just as he was about to step out the door, the guardian said to Lin Bai, "Don't go out at night on the mountain. If you hear knocking at the door, ignore it. If a little ghost comes in, you can kill it." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai turned to look at the guardian, who was still by the furnace burning paper money, and it felt as if he had just heard a hallucination. He respectfully saluted the old man's back before turning to leave. As he walked away, he pondered the old man's warning, already formulating a plan in his mind. I asked the guardian if there were any taboos, and he replied that there were no major taboos, which implies there must be some minor ones. This little ghost entering the door should be one of those minor taboos. The Xian Yin cave was certainly no benign place. It was a site for nurturing Yin spirits, meaning even the most sacred ground could harbor monsters. Not to mention, this was a site formed from the accumulation of countless corpses. Lin Bai was still at the foot of the mountain. If he truly entered the depths, he couldn't imagine what strange occurrences might happen. But can I kill them? Lin Bai revealed a faint smile. Even without the old man's reminder, he would show no mercy to any invader. However, he was grateful to know in advance to prepare himself. While pondering, Lin Bai used the plaque in his hand to find his way. The Ding district was located on the eastern side of the Xian Yin cave's front mountain. Soon Lin Bai arrived at the designated location, carefully observing his surroundings. He discovered that although the houses in Ding district were intricately arranged, they followed a patterned layout and were likely nodes of a formation at the foot of the mountain. Lin Bai also found his house No. 56. The house was quite small, without windows, only a small wooden door, and everything else was sealed. The walls were made of a special black stone, feeling icy to the touch. After examining the place, Lin Bai entered the room. Inside there was a luminous stone providing light and a slot in the wall for placing the plaque to activate the room. Lin Bai also noticed some remnants of previous rituals on the floor, most of which had been cleaned up, but traces still remained. He had no idea what the previous person had used it for. To prevent these remnants from interfering with Mo Ling's evolution, Lin Bai meticulously cleaned the room again. Fortunately, since it wasn't large, he finished tidying up quickly with his strength. At that moment, Mo Ling poked its head out from Lin Bai's inner lining, curiously looking at its master, as if asking, "Have we arrived?" Lin Bai chuckled softly. "Yes, little one, we have arrived. From now on, your evolution will begin to advance. You must work hard." Lin Bai first sorted out the items he brought, separating them into 2 piles. One pile contained the materials for the Yin gathering formation used in the first 7 days, while the second pile was for the ritual materials needed later. Lin Bai began by mixing the black cloud or ink with some other materials, such as century-old Yin wood and muddy silt, creating a substance that was neither water nor mud, gray-black in color, and extremely sticky. He started drawing various talisman patterns on the floor like a calligrapher. Finally, only one talisman was left to complete the formation diagram, after which he selected a position to place the core of the Yin gathering formation in the appropriate spot. Lin Bai took Mo Ling out from his inner clothing and lifted it in front of him, reminding it once more, "Little one, I am about to finish what I need to do. From here on, it depends on you." Mo Ling, aware of the importance of this moment through its connection with Lin Bai, understood that this was a great opportunity for it. It earnestly nodded its small head. Lin Bai stopped wasting words and began inscribing the last part of the formation's talisman onto Mo Ling. The Yin gathering formation below was like a data cable, while Mo Ling was the phone to connect and facilitate energy transmission. Now that everything was ready, Lin Bai checked the door to ensure it was locked before placing the wooden plaque in the slot. Buzz! The formation beneath the house activated, and Lin Bai sensed a cool energy suddenly filling. Without delay, Lin Bai grabbed 7 phosphorescent fireflies from a nearby basket and fed them to Mo Ling, then directed Mo Ling to fly into the center of the Yin gathering formation he had drawn. The evolution officially began. The principle of this evolution formation is to accumulate sufficient Yin energy within Mo Ling's body But there is a crucial point. Mo Ling prefers places rich in yin energy and directly undergoing the infusion of yin energy, which are entirely different matters. It's like some insects that prefer to reside near volcanoes. If you were to throw them directly into the magma, they would vanish in an instant. Thus, the gathering yin formation set up by Lin Bai focuses on guidance rather than infusion, allowing pure yin energy to flow in gently and steadily into Mo Ling's body, avoiding a flooding effect. As for the previously fed phosphor fireworm, it serves as another layer of insurance. This peculiar little creature can transform within Mo Ling's body into a gentle warmth, protecting its vital meridians and resisting the corrosion of yin energy. Otherwise, even if the yin energy released by the formation is slow and pure, directly introducing it into the body would be no different from seeking death. With everything ready, Lin Bai took a deep breath and watched as Mo Ling spread its wings and flew into the center of the formation. The formation sensed the talisman carried by Mo Ling and was instantly activated. Lin Bai could clearly perceive the chilling aura emanating from the room beginning to converge toward the ground, flowing slowly along the intricate formation patterns. Then the formation on the ground resonated with the talisman on Mo Ling, and the formation diagram began to wriggle, self-completing the final pentagram talisman. The talisman and the one on Mo Ling were two sides of the same coin. The formation transported yin energy to Mo Ling through the pentagram talisman, while Mo Ling absorbed the yin energy through its own talisman. Succeeded. Lin Bai's spirit lifted as he could now see with his naked eye a faint gray thread of yin energy steadily connecting the formation and Mo Ling. As the pure yin energy continued to infiltrate Mo Ling's body, visibly trembled, conveying a strong sense of discomfort to Lin Bai. Through their spiritual link, Lin Bai immediately sensed it and quickly soothed it with his thoughts. "Don't be afraid, little one. Just endure for a bit. It will be over soon." Mo Ling, being the Dark Crow King with 3 attributes, possessed high intelligence and understood that this ritual concerned its own bloodline evolution. It forcibly bore the pain without moving or crying out. After all, for spirit beasts, being able to evolve their bloodline is worth sacrificing their lives, let alone a bit of discomfort. Fortunately, the phosphor fireworm that Lin Bai had just fed began to take effect. As time passed, the medicinal properties of the worm started to counteract the yin energy within Mo Ling, even transforming into a warm flow that began to envelop its body. Through the dark crow symbol in his sea of consciousness, Lin Bai could clearly sense that Mo Ling's discomfort had lessened considerably. The first step had finally been successfully completed, and now it was time for 7 days of patient cultivation. Lin Bai did not dare to be careless, immediately sitting cross-legged on the ground, regulating his breath while closely monitoring the operation of the formation. Mo Ling remained still, accumulating yin energy within its body, and both fell into a strange state of tranquility. The man and beast enjoyed this rare moment. However, this was an evolution ceremony rather than a vacation, so both Lin Bai and Mo Ling remained tense, not a hint of relaxation to be found. During the next 2 days, Lin Bai fed Mo Ling phosphor fireworms at set intervals. Thankfully, with Lin Bai's current physique and spirit, staying awake for 7 days was no issue. There were no knocks or calls during these 2 days, and Lin Bai thought he was quite lucky. On the night of the 3rd day, Lin Bai sat quietly in the room, sensing the accumulation of yin energy and the state of Mo Ling's body through their spiritual link. Suddenly, Lin Bai noticed some fluctuations in the yin energy, and a faint sound of wind reached his ears, causing him to furrow his brow. His room was completely sealed, equipped with some basic formations, which would certainly include soundproofing formations. How could there be a sound of wind? Something unusual must be afoot. Perhaps something unclean had approached his vicinity, but since it had yet to invade, it had not been immediately detected by his senses. Lin Bai opened his eyes and observed carefully. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. Bang! 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 The sound of knocking grew louder and more forceful, quickly evolving into a violent pounding. Lin Bai signaled for Mo Ling to stay safe within the formation, while he quietly rose to the door to investigate. The seemingly ordinary wooden door remained motionless, as if the deafening knocking was merely a figment of his imagination, but Lin Bai was certain that the source of the sound was right here. "Strange," he muttered. On the surface he appeared calm, but having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he might truly face something like a ghost, and it was only natural for him to feel a bit uneasy. An instinctive fear of the unknown. However, with just the knocking sounds, both Lin Bai and Mo Ling could endure. Moreover, the mountain dweller had mentioned that it was best not to go out at night, and Lin Bai was someone who took advice seriously. Thus Lin Bai confronted it across the door. Fortunately, after knocking for a little over half an hour, the ghostly entity seemed to lose interest, gradually moving away until it finally disappeared. On the 4th night, the annoying knocking sound returned as expected. It continued relentlessly for half the night, but this time Lin Bai felt significantly less fear replaced instead by a rising anger. After all, even clay figurines have some stubbornness. Did this knocking ghost think he was a soft persimmon? Lin Bai had a strong intuition that this knocking ghost had its sights set on him, and that tomorrow it would not merely be knocking. He couldn't tell if it was his bad luck or if everyone who came here had to go through such an ordeal. Lin Bai leaned toward the latter possibility, given that the mountain dweller's warning implied that there had been similar occurrences before. But it didn't matter anymore. If the ghost outside dared to come in, Lin Bai would have to teach it a lesson with his fists. Sure enough, on the 5th day, the knocking sound rang out again. This time, however, the situation was entirely different. A mass of black mud-like substance was squeezing through the cracks of the wooden door into the room. Lin Bai could not stand by and watch. If he let it in, and it disrupted or even destroyed the evolution formation, all his hard work over the past few days would be wasted. Fortunately, Lin Bai currently had strength coursing through him, and that strength could be unleashed. Without hesitation, he unleashed several concentrated strikes of energy from about a meter away toward the creature. Thud, thud, thud. The energy struck the target with a dull sound, causing the black mud creature to stagger back slightly, but it stubbornly and slowly continued to crawl into the room. It made no other moves, not even a sound, as if it was devoid of consciousness or emotion. Seeing this, Lin Bai furrowed his brow. The energy was effective, but the impact seemed minimal. He dared not stop and could only continue to unleash punch after punch of energy at it. Thus a peculiar scene unfolded. A mass of black, emanating energy was stubbornly crawling into the room, while a young man stood not far away, tirelessly launching energy strikes like a human cannon. After a long while, Lin Bai's arms were starting to feel sore, and he felt a sense of helplessness, so he attempted to communicate with the entity before him. Esteemed senior, when I entered the Swanyan cave, I offered incense and paid you all. Being a person, no a ghost, should involve some integrity. You can't just take my money and not deliver services, can you? There really isn't anything good in here. Please spare me and don't come in, all right? Or how about this: once I get out, I'll definitely burn a large pile of gold and silver ingots for you. Just give me a sign. Are you male or female, and what style do you prefer? I'll make sure to send you some beautifully crafted paper figures from the Zhong family of Yunmeng City, a well-known brand with guaranteed quality. Lin Bai talked for a long time, but it was of no use. The mass continued to push in without paying him any mind. Seeing this, Lin Bai's anger flared up and he declared, "All right, if you want to wear me down, let's see who outlasts whom." He kept attacking with energy, confident that with his robust vitality and quick energy recovery, he had no fear of a war of attrition. Let the battle continue. Lin Bai could accept this outcome, treating it as a practice session. However, this black mud creature was truly resilient. A typical peak stage of the transformation realm would have been turned into meatballs after taking so many of Lin Bai's punches. And so one side persistently invaded, while the other resolutely resisted, resulting in a tug-of-war that lasted the entire night. It wasn't until the dawn began to break that the black mud retreated silently like a receding tide. Lin Bai calculated the time. It should be just before sunrise. After a night of punching, he was exhausted, but thankfully the black mud creature had retreated. As he sat down to rest, he pondered, is this a minor ghost? But it was probably not. Although this creature had not shown any aggressiveness, it was incredibly troublesome. Unfortunately, when Lin Bai used his probing technique to investigate, this thing did not register as a living entity. If it were a minor ghost, it probably couldn't withstand this much energy. It must be something else strange. The Shenin Cave truly deserves its reputation as a place of nurturing in. Even on the outskirts, there are these ghostly entities. Lin Bai thought positively, viewing this entity as a mere target, albeit a very resilient one, but at least it didn't bite. Lin Bai kept it at bay outside the door, preventing it from entering and disturbing Mo Ling. Inside the formation, Mo Ling sensed Lin Bai's exhaustion through their spiritual link and conveyed a worried and anxious emotion. I'm fine. Just very tired. You focus on absorbing the yin energy. I'll handle things outside. Mo Ling understood the importance of growing stronger to better assist its master. When the time comes, I will tear apart anything that bullies my master. Lin Bai felt the protective emotions transmitted by the little one through their spiritual link. He chuckled softly, feeling much better, and even his body didn't feel as fatigued. However, to Lin Bai's surprise, the incredibly persistent black mud monster did not appear again in the following 2 days. It was better that it didn't come. Facing such a tough monster with a thick health bar was quite distressing for Lin Bai, especially since this creature was dead, and offered no benefits. Lin Bai systematically fed Mo Ling phosphor fireflies and checked its condition. Finally, on the evening of the 7th day, the yin energy within Mo Ling was nearly fully accumulated. Lin Bai opened his eyes, pondered for a moment, and decided to wait a bit longer, planning to hold the ceremony tomorrow morning. What if the black mud monster returned during the ceremony? This ceremony needed to be presided over by Lin Bai himself. It wasn't semi-automatic. Anyway, there were still plenty of phosphor fireflies prepared, and the yin energy suite had been paid for 8 days, so there was no rush. Fortunately, that night remained calm and peaceful. Until the light of dawn broke, the black mud monster did not show up, and Lin Bai finally decided to begin sketching the final step of the evolution ceremony's array. This time, only 2 materials were needed: black cloud ink and the feathers of the bright bird. The ink for the array needed no explanation, but the feathers had a bit of significance. What is the bright bird? It is essentially a rooster that has transformed into a transcendent beast. Since the rooster greets the sun daily, people believe that the evolved bright bird carries extreme yang energy, making it the messenger of the sun on earth. In this world, the name itself carries power, so the spirit bird, given the name Bright, indeed possesses the extraordinary ability to dispel evil and eliminate yin, often summoned by wealthy families to protect their homes, making its feathers quite valuable. After completing the array, Lin Bai began to carefully insert these feathers imbued with a faint yang energy, one by one, into his robe. After some thought, he called Mo Ling over and cautiously placed a few feathers among its dark feathers. Currently, Mo Ling's yin energy was already overloaded, and a slight leakage posed no great issue. Instead, it provided an additional layer of protection. With everything prepared, he held his breath and focused, silently sensing the changes in the outside world, until he confirmed that a ray of dawn had pierced through the darkness, truly descending upon the earth. The ceremony officially began. Lin Bai's expression grew serious as he cradled Mo Ling in his arms and began to chant the ancient and complex incantation. The guttural and mocking syllables seemed to carry a heavy power, laboriously penetrating the barriers of reality, reverberating within the stone chamber. As the incantation progressed, the array on the ground began to glow slightly. Its purpose was not to summon, but rather to carefully sand down the spatial barrier in this area. In the next moment, a wisp of energy deeper and purer than the yin energy, with a chill seemingly from the depths of the underworld, silently seeped in. That was the energy of the netherworld. When Lin Bai saw that simply reciting the incantation could summon such a lofty entity, he initially thought it was a scam, but experiencing it firsthand revealed the wonders of the world. Of course, the purpose of summoning this netherworld energy was not for direct absorption, but rather to dissipate its energy through the bright bird's feathers, leaving behind the high-level energy. Whoever dared to directly absorb netherworld energy, Lin Bai admired them for their bravery. He carefully guided the netherworld energy into the bright bird's feathers on his body. Failed. The feather of the bright bird turned to ashes. The amount he had just guided was too large. That feather simply couldn't withstand such a volume of netherworld energy. Lin Bai was not in a hurry. He knew that the exact amount needed to be tested gradually. Wasn't it just about finding the right interval? This was something Lin Bai was familiar with. After several attempts, that feather turned to ashes again. However, Lin Bai was quite confident because he had sensed that just a little less would be enough. Sure enough, after the next feather turned to ashes, Lin Bai felt a peculiar energy within himself. It was particularly cold, as if it would freeze him solid. This trace of energy was of exceptionally high quality, carrying a conceptual cold that seemed capable of freezing thought. Fortunately, it was merely a sensation, as the netherworld energy Lin Bai guided into his body was truly just a tiny amount. Through the filtering of the bright bird's feathers, this netherworld energy had lost its energy, leaving only the high-grade essence. Now that he had found the appropriate amount, the next step was simply to copy and paste. The volume was nearly sufficient, and Lin Bai also gathered the netherworld energy in his body. He could begin the final step. Lin Bai had no yin energy in his body, so this netherworld energy wouldn't cause any disturbances. However, Mo Ling was different. It had plenty of yin energy, and introducing the netherworld energy directly would be harmful to it. The final step was to thoroughly imprint this tamed netherworld energy with Lin Bai's unique essence before transferring it into Mo Ling's body. Relying on the close connection brought by the path of the beast Tamer, as long as the netherworld energy carried Lin Bai's essence, entering Mo Ling's body would cause the yin energy within to merge with it, achieving true evolution. So how to imprint this netherworld energy with Lin Bai's mark? By spending time. That's right, it relies on the passage of time. Now the netherworld energy in Lin Bai's body had lost its energy and would be slowly assimilated by him. However, during this process Lin Bai was not comfortable either. It was too cold, a cold that penetrated his perception coming from his soul. Finally, after sitting quietly for half a day, Lin Bai managed to mark the netherworld energy within him. If not for Lin Bai using his strength to wrap it, it would have already merged with his body. Seeing that the most difficult part was completed, Lin Bai did not feel even a trace of excitement, but instead told Mo Ling to be ready, as he was about to guide the netherworld energy. Lin Bai knew well that celebrating prematurely was a great taboo. Those who travel 100 miles are only halfway through at 90. After confirming that Mo Ling was ready, Lin Bai transmitted the netherworld energy through the bright bird's feathers on it. Though this method would incur high losses, it was the safest and least prone to accidents. He had deliberately prepared a bit more energy to counter these losses. Once the netherworld energy entered Mo Ling's body, it directly fused with it, also drawing in the yin energy that had already accumulated within. After Lin Bai transmitted all the netherworld energy to Mo Ling, gradually a dark murky glow began to emanate from Mo Ling, becoming denser and more substantial, ultimately enveloping Mo Ling and transforming it into a black egg. However, upon seeing this scene, Lin Bai revealed a slight smile. It worked. Mo Ling was now in a state akin to a bird's egg. If this state were to be compared to a human, it would be akin to returning to the prenatal stage. Mo Ling now needed time to transform its bloodline. As it was of a low level, it wouldn't take too long, 3 days would be sufficient. Lin Bai touched this bird egg, which felt as hard as iron and as cold as ice. Alright, next, there was no need to stay in this bird place. Lin Bai was in high spirits, not only because Mo Ling had successfully evolved, but also because he could finally bid farewell to this dark and dreary stone house. This house was almost like a confinement cell, and for someone like Lin Bai who preferred tranquility, it was quite unbearable. However, the outcome was delightful. Mo Ling had successfully evolved. Lin Bai opened the door and saw that it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The sun above the Xian'an cave still lacked warmth, but in Lin Bai's eyes it appeared particularly bright. Even the oppressive black mountains now seemed less daunting. He returned to the house and destroyed the 2 arrays. Although someone would come to clean up, he felt it was better to mess it up himself. He pulled out the sign, carefully packed the bird egg formed by Mo Ling, and placed it in a special box. When he arrived, he was burdened with materials and heavy thoughts. When he left, he was light and carefree, carrying 1 person and 1 egg. While descending the mountain with the sun blazing, Lin Bai encountered no oddities. Since the original lookout was absent after handing the sign to another lookout, Lin Bai left without mentioning the black mud monster. In this world, people have a strong awareness of safety regarding strange phenomena. They study but do not spread information, and even ghost stories are rarely told as names carry weight. If something false were to become true, it could lead to trouble. Moreover, who knows what these strange things are like? Of course, the most important thing is that this has nothing to do with Lin Bai. The ones who should deal with it are the Zhong family and Yunmeng City, not Lin Bai with his little arms and legs. However, Lin Bai felt that these strange matters might not be cleaned up properly, as the Xian'an cave itself was a factory of oddities. As he distanced himself from the Xian'an cave, Lin Bai looked at the re-emerging green scenery, and his mood improved. What Xian'an cave? What black mud monster? Irrelevant. Unrelated. A young master am thriving. Organizing his thoughts, Lin Bai carried the box and rushed toward the direction of Yunmeng City. As night fell around 7 or 8 in the evening, Lin Bai finally stepped into Yunmeng City, grumbling, "Damn it, the 3 main roads outside the city look like triplets, causing me to take a wrong turn." Indeed, Lin Bai spent half again the time he originally would have. Instead of the usual hour and a half to get home, he ended up taking more than half a shurchen due to his misdirection. In a world reminiscent of ancient times, not being adept at reading maps was indeed a troublesome matter. Fortunately, Yunmeng City would not close its gates until around 9, allowing Lin Bai to enter without having to endure another night outside. Returning to the small courtyard of Shankentang, Lin Bai was pleasantly surprised to find Lin Su had come back sitting in the courtyard. "Sister, I'm back." Upon seeing Lin Bai return, Lin Su raised an eyebrow. "How was it outside? Nothing happened, right?" Seeing Lin Su inquire about his situation, Lin Bai immediately began to boast. He spoke of divine assistance and how colorful lights descended to celebrate his achievements. After Lin Su gave him a light knock on the head, Lin Bai had no choice but to cover his head and honestly recount the events, omitting some minor embellishments. Lin Su extracted the key information. "So Mo Ling has successfully evolved." "It has." Lin Bai directly took out the Mo Ling egg from the box for Lin Su to see. "Hey, let's not talk about that for now, sister. My mouth has become so bland these past few days, eating only fasting pills isn't working for me. Hearing Lin Bai's complaints, Lin Su went out to call a servant to buy a bunch of dishes from the local restaurants, including Lin Bai's favorite roasted chicken. While Lin Bai stuffed himself, Lin Su observed the egg from Mo Ling, occasionally asking Lin Bai a question. How many days until Mo Ling can evolve? Not long, just 3 days from now. That's fine, it won't conflict with your time at the martial arts hall, right? For the next few days, don't wander around. The martial arts hall will officially begin in about a week. Lin Bai replied vaguely, while munching on a chicken leg. Got it. The martial arts hall is an organization similar to a military academy, hosted by the Central Imperial Court on a county basis. The Imperial Court and local aristocrats contribute personnel and funds to select talents. The timing of the sessions is not fixed, but there is a pattern. Roughly every 10 to 20 years, each session lasts 3 to 5 years. Some people may never have the chance, but Lin Bai was quite lucky. He arrived in Yunmeng City 1 month before the session of the martial arts hall opened, just as Master Jinhua had a martial arts token in hand. Thanks to Lin Su's connections and his own talent, he obtained this token. Generally, the martial arts hall is divided into 3 majors: literary path, martial path, and auxiliary path. People like Lin Bai who possess a martial arts token usually go for the auxiliary path, as everything is for the sake of the Tao. Of course, just because the literary and martial paths have fewer people does not mean they are inferior. On the contrary, due to fewer competitors, resource contention is not as fierce. Generally, those who go into these 2 majors are future civil servants and military officer seeds. For instance, the governors generals and deputy generals of Yunmeng County all have experience studying at the martial arts hall, and over 50% of the county-level officials below them also possess this educational background. If you don't have it, others will look down on you. However, getting in is certainly not easy. You must have either high talent or a strong background. What? You have neither? It would be best for you to honestly choose the auxiliary path and be a high-grade cattle or horse. In fact, Lin Bai could choose the literary or martial path. Although he lacks a strong background, he has high talent. With supreme spiritual affinity, he would be respected wherever he goes. However, Lin Bai does not wish to enter a system for now. He enjoys freedom and likes to roam. He still needs to collect materials for the future evolution of his destined beast. If he relies on waiting out within the system, who knows how long it will take for him to have his own team to gather materials. It is better to reverse the process. Purchasing low-level materials through learning auxiliary path techniques is more feasible. For high-level materials, it will be much easier once he becomes stronger. Moreover, Lin Bai does not particularly dislike the more regulated officialdom, but he would still join public service organizations where everything depends on one's ability. For example, Shankentang Tiangong Hall and the Rune Master Association. After a hearty meal, Lin Bai accompanied Lin Su in the courtyard to enjoy the moon and chat, learning that nothing significant had happened during his absence. After a while, Lin Bai went back to sleep, having not rested for 7 consecutive days, his mind and spirit tense. His body was fine, but mentally he was truly exhausted. In the days waiting for Mo Ling to hatch, Lin Bai did not cultivate, but instead indulged in eating and drinking, and whenever he had time he would go out to explore the Yunmeng city market and see what was different. To his surprise, Lin Bai gained some insight. It must be said that big cities are indeed developed and information circulates more freely. For example, Lin Bai heard that the excavation time for a type of herb that nourishes yin and supplements yang near Black Dragon Mountain adjacent to Yunmeng City had arrived, and herb collectors had recently made a small fortune. He also heard that while collecting herbs, one might encounter a type of white-faced snake. He wondered if it was some kind of anomaly. Upon discovering humans, this snake would quickly approach, bouncing around them and shouting, "I'm high! I'm high! I'm high!" Of course, people have discovered ways to dispel this kind of monster. If you hold a long stick above your head and shout at it, it works. "I'm high! I'm high!" This human-faced snake will flee in panic. However, on the 3rd day, Lin Bai went nowhere. Instead, he quietly waited in his room for Mo Ling to break out of its shell. Finally, in the afternoon, cracks began to appear on the eggshell, increasing in number and density. With a crack, a small black and red bird burst through the eggshell with all its might and spread its wings to fly out. Lin Bai observed that little Mo Ling had undergone significant changes in appearance. First, its size had increased from less than the size of a palm to now being 1.5 palms large. Then its feathers transformed from blackish gray to pure black with shadows of red patterns visible beneath, and its tail feathers had become longer and more abundant, exuding a sharpness even though they were still juvenile feathers. Its claws remained green, but the tips were sharply blackened. Its eyes changed from yellow to red, with some shadowy runes swirling in its pupils, obscuring its exact appearance. In simple terms, it still resembled the dark raven, but underwent a major system update. As for the specific data, Lin Bai directly cast a probing technique. Name Mo Ling, juvenile form, species shadowy owl, Xiao, strength 0, 31, 7, agility 0, 73, 0, physique 0, 52, 0, spirit 0, 52. For level, transcendent quality, shadow affinity, concealment, rapid speed. Skills, shadow escape, shadow perception, venom, turbid bone cry. Evaluation, a potential stock begins to pay off. Continue to invest. Nice, not only have the four-dimensional stats strengthened, but even the species has changed, showing greater potential. Currently Mo Ling is still in the juvenile form. There will also be a growth phase and adult form during which the four-dimensional attributes will improve further. The lack of additional traits is a bit disappointing, but having one more skill and another skill evolving is a gain. The original skill, shadow melding, was a concealment type skill, making it difficult to be detected within shadows, now evolved into shadow escape. It enhances the original effects and adds the ability to traverse through shadows, allowing passage through gaps like door cracks or window, seams with a maximum distance of about 3 zhong or 10 meters, usable once every 5 minutes. The newly added turbid bone cry is a control technique that disrupts the enemy's consciousness and strength through special sound waves, useful both individually and in groups. The other two skills did not undergo a qualitative change, but their effects and ranges significantly increased. Lin Bai also noticed that Mo Ling's gaze had become more lively, and the information transmitted through his divine sense was increasingly clearer. Looking at Mo Ling, whose appearance and strength had drastically changed, Lin Bai was very satisfied. After emerging, Mo Ling shook its head, saw Lin Bai, and immediately flew around him in circles. It seemed to share with Lin Bai how strong and beautiful it had become. After flying several circles, Lin Bai halted Mo Ling with his hand, continuously praising it. Beautiful, beautiful, our Mo Ling is the most beautiful and strongest. Ga. Really? Then I'll wait for little Mo Ling to protect me in the future. At this moment, Lin Bai's inherent talent also kicked in. Agility 11. 5-3. 0. 14. 5. Lin Bai is also growing, hence the 11. 5. Lin Bai also discovered that the Mo Ling emblem in his Sea of Consciousness had transformed from the original Dark Raven pattern to the current image. However, it still looks quite adorable. Seeing this situation, Lin Bai's smile widened even more. He felt relaxed. Lin Bai thought to take advantage of his good mood to check what the next stage of Mo Ling's evolution requirements were. Then his smile froze. There was good news and bad news. The good news was that this time the materials needed did not include banned substances. The bad news was that the materials required a lot of money and might not even be obtainable. To break the shell, you need to tell your dad what the breath of the Jisoo beast is and what the transcendent realm faced fox soul pearl is. This time only 2 materials are required, the breath of the Jisoo beast and the faced fox soul pearl. But could Lin Bai in his current state acquire these 2 materials? The Jisoo beast is a descendant of the divine beast Bai Zhe. The faced fox, once mature, possesses extraordinary bloodlines, and it is not uncommon for it to enter the reincarnation realm. Lin Bai slapped his face, trying to calm himself down. Once he regained his composure, he began to, even if the faced fox is at the transcendent realm, it can always be found under the Daxia treasure tower. It's just a matter of spending some money. Lin Bai trembled as he silently comforted himself. However, the Jisoo beast was truly something Lin Bai could not even dare to imagine, even if it was just a wisp of breath and not some essence or soul. Lin Bai took a deep breath, signaling himself to remain calm. I'm still young, or what seems difficult now will eventually look like an ordinary pebble when I look back on it in the future. Lin Bai's expression changed several times, and Mo Ling sensed his anxiety through their spiritual connection, but did not understand why he suddenly felt anxious. Mo Ling could only nuzzle against Lin Bai with its little body, trying to comfort him through their spiritual bond, wishing for Lin Bai to be happy. Seeing Mo Ling beside him, Lin Bai's anxious thoughts gradually settled. Indeed, anxiety is useless. The only way forward is to strengthen oneself and patiently wait for fate. After exhaling, Lin Bai turned to Mo Ling and said, "Thank you, little one." Ga. Earlier, Lin Bai had nearly fallen into the early stages of an inner demon due to excessive worry, known as the cognitive barrier. What is the cognitive barrier? It is a mental obstacle formed due to personal cognitive limitations or obsessions. Fortunately, Lin Bai reacted in time to dispel it, acting as his own spiritual mentor, and with Mo Ling's presence he was able to resolve this obsession. Such cognitive barriers are extremely common on the path of cultivation. Some people develop similar obsessions simply because someone glanced at them by accident. Lin Bai's cognitive barrier this time was about Mo Ling, and himself. Mo Ling's evolution could not only make it stronger, but was also crucial to Lin Bai's future path. Beast Tamer can obtain the characteristics of their destined spirit beast after forming a contract, and later, they can even acquire the spirit beast's innate divine abilities. It is uncertain whether ordinary bloodline spirit beasts possess innate divine abilities. Therefore, it is entirely normal for Lin Bai to develop a cognitive barrier regarding such fundamental matters pertaining to his cultivation. With the mental not resolved and the rebirth of Mo Ling, it was a double joy. Lin Bai immediately decided to take Mo Ling out to a restaurant tonight to celebrate. He had been in Yunmeng City for so long without properly tasting the local delicacies. Of course, he would have to wait for Lin Su to get off work to go together. "Little Ling, I'll take you out for a feast in a bit." Mo Ling's little head was still a bit puzzled, but seeing its master in a better mood, other concerns became insignificant. Joyfully echoing Lin Bai. That night, just as Lin Su returned to the courtyard, she saw Lin Bai and Mo Ling waiting eagerly at the door for her return. "Has Mo Ling finished evolving?" "Yes." Lin Bai told Lin Su about wanting to go out to eat. "Are you inviting me to a restaurant for a celebration?" "Exactly, sister." Lin Su understood. "Then wait for me to prepare a bit." After Lin Bai explained the situation to Lin Su, she agreed, but needed to make some preparations. Fortunately, Lin Su seldom favored elaborate makeup. She merely dusted her face with a light veil of powder before stepping out. Lin Bai instantly perked up, leaping to his feet and striking a spirited "let's go" pose, waving confidently at Lin Su and Mo Ling. "Elder sister Xiao Ling, we're off." "Gaga," Mo Ling obligingly chirped in response. Lin Su smiled gently and nodded. With head held high and shoulders squared, Lin Bai led Lin Su and Mo Ling forth in resolute stride. Alas, their expedition met an early setback. Upon emerging from the Shanshin Hall, Lin Bai realized, mortifyingly, he had no idea where he was going. He feigned composure, glancing left and right, straining to glean bearings from the unfamiliar streetscape. Lin Su watched him with quiet amusement, then stifled a soft laugh before affectionately tapping his head. How can someone invite others to dinner yet not know the way? Lin Bai flushed crimson and protested indignantly. "I do know. The Drunken Fragrance Pavilion lies near our market." "Oh, then lead the way." Lin Bai fell silent at once, pleading wordlessly with wide-eyed desperate glances that whispered, "Spare me, and please say no more." Yet Lin Su remained unmoved, unyielding as tempered steel, as she held his gaze without flinching. With no recourse left, Lin Bai surrendered. "Fine, elder sister. I confess I don't know the way. Don't tease me further." Satisfied with his admission, Lin Su beamed and gestured for him to follow. Lin Bai trailed behind her, pretending to sulk. But soon the charade crumbled. Lin Su knew him too well, and had no intention of coaxing him. Lin Bai rarely ventured out after dusk, whether in this life or the last. He possessed an unmistakable inclination toward seclusion. In his past life it was gaming and work, in this one relentless cultivation. Yet he cherished his quiet rhythm, then and now alike. Still, across both lifetimes he remained shackled by the same vexing constraint: coin, or rather spirit stones. Spirit stones, how relentlessly they chafed. The Yunmeng City marketplace sprawled far beyond his expectations. By night its allure deepened. Except around the territories of major sects, vendors lined every alley touting wares explicitly branded for cultivation enhancement. Flying dumplings, calming lotus seed soup, mirror-shattering jujube cakes. Take the calming lotus seed soup as an example. As the trio passed a stall, the vendor loudly proclaimed it could effectively ward off inner demons. The vendor spoke with astonishing audacity, daring even to risk having his stall overturned. Were such a broth truly capable of repelling inner demons, he would long since have been escorted with reverence to the grandest banquet halls of the province. Yet, as the saying goes, you reap what you pay for. Those purchasing here likely did so for amusement alone. Ordinarily Lin Bai might have paused to sample it, but tonight a feast awaited. The Drunken Fragrance Pavilion was operated by the Yutong Association, one of Yunmeng City's 3 great guilds, and backed by the city's 3 great clans. Its branches dotted the city, while its central hall functioned like an invitation-only establishment, accessible only to Yunmeng City's most eminent figures. The branch Lin Bai and his companions entered stood within the marketplace, less opulent than the central hall, yet still serving transcendent tier spirit cuisine. Soon the pavilion loomed into view, a 5-story classical edifice of vermilion walls and gilded tiles, sprawling across vast grounds with entrances on all 4 sides. Stepping into its grand hall, one was met with a vibrant, roaring throng. Common folk dined together, martial artists returned from escort missions clinked cups. Young scholars composed verses over wine. Every walk of life converged under one roof, a swirling mosaic of humanity where countless voices rose and intermingled without cease. Fourth brother, you're still alive. Escorting goods barely nets a few coins. Why not join me in commerce instead? Ah, Master Wu, do you know how our academy's annual assessment turned out this year? Eat well, drink heartily. We've just completed this commission. Tomorrow I'll treat again. Hey, mother, father. You're joyful today, aren't you? Your son has successfully awakened. Didn't I bring honor to our family today? Life in all its facets struck Lin Bai with newfound depth. No sooner had he entered the hall than a sharp-eyed waiter hurried forward. Esteemed guests, on which floor shall you dine? Lin Bai perked up at the question. Is there a difference? The waiter began his explanation. Esteemed guest, our Drunken Fragrance Pavilion has 5 levels. Floors 1 through 3 are open hall dining areas. Floors 4 and 5 offer private chambers. Reservations required in advance. What distinguishes floors 1 through 3? Lin Bai asked. Floors 4 and 5 were out of reach, requiring advance booking. So he sought clarity on the lower tiers. The first floor is this very hall. The second offers greater spatial separation between tables. The third features elegant screens for privacy. However, the second floor incurs an additional 1 tael gold surcharge, while the third demands 3 taels. So, esteemed guest, where shall we seat you? Lin Bai deliberated and chose the second floor. They'd come to savor flavor, not solitude. After all, if quiet intimacy were their aim, why not simply order food to be delivered back to their courtyard? Elder sister, what do you think of the second floor? We might also catch wind of Yunmeng City's latest rumors. Lin Su nodded. She too found the prospect intriguing. Though naturally inclined toward tranquility and seldom drawn outdoors, she was still only 18. Far from having attained the detached serenity of mind untouched by worldly affairs. Seeing her assent, Lin Bai promptly sealed the decision. Waiter, second floor please, and a fine private alcove. As you wish, esteemed guests, this way. The staircase spiraled upward. A rare architectural flourish. From the second floor balcony one could overlook the bustling ground floor, yet the clamor was softened by subtle formation enchantments. After all, 1 tael of gold was no trifling sum. The waiter proved remarkably attentive, securing them a prime spot near the window, one that also afforded a backward glance down to the hall below. Having seated them, he prepared to withdraw as his duties were confined to the ground floor. Lin, by finding the waiter congenial and appreciative of his thoughtful placement, tossed him several taels of silver as a gratuity. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The waiter departed, musing inwardly. No wonder. They're scions of a noble clan. Excellence is duly rewarded. In truth, the moment Lin Bai and Lin Su entered, he'd recognized them as individuals of exceptional standing. They were young, yes, but their bearing carried an unmistakable aura far removed from ordinary folk, prompting him to serve them with instinctive deference. Indeed, his attentiveness had earned him several taels of silver, nearly a month's wages for waiters at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, whose salaries ranged from 3 to 5 taels monthly. The silver Lin Bai had just given him amounted roughly to his entire monthly income. Yet Lin Bai paid it no further mind. Mere pocket change offered freely to someone who'd served well and pleased his eye. Now Lin Bai picked up the menu, consulting it with Lin Su and Mo Ling. Truth be told, Lin Su did most of the reading. Mo Ling, being an illiterate bird, couldn't decipher the characters. Ultimately, Lin Bai and Lin Su ordered a lavish spread of premium dishes, while Mo Ling randomly pointed to a stir-fried meat dish. These delicacies were no bargain. Several featured ingredients harvested from transcendent mortal-grade demonic beasts. Yet Lin Bai had reached a quiet epiphany: money was fleeting. Lose it and earn it anew. And nourishing one's internal organs with such rare fare, that was never mere extravagance. After summoning a second-floor attendant to place their order, Lin Bai settled in to wait. Just then Lin Su seemed to notice something peculiar, and fixed her gaze steadily upon Lin Bai's face. Her scrutiny unsettled him, prompting him to ask, "Elder sister, is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring?" "Nothing serious. I simply sense you're different today." Because Lin Su knew him so intimately, she perceived the subtle shift wrought by his recent breakthrough in Tao heart cultivation. "Oh, that. Today I grasped something fundamental." Lin Su's surprise deepened. A single possibility flickered in her mind. She voiced no words. instead forming silent syllables with her lips. Perceptual obstruction. Lin Bai nodded. Her confirmation left her genuinely stunned. Prolonged cultivation inevitably breeds perceptual obstructions. Lin Su herself bore several. Yet merely recognizing one's obstruction conferred little advantage. True significance lay in resolving it. Awareness and release were two distinct realms entirely. An ancient rumor held that overcoming a perceptual obstruction prior to ascending from the transcendent mortal realm to the ascendant realm greatly eased the tribulation threshold. His younger brother, barely a month into cultivation, had not only surged ahead in realm attainment but had also dissolved a perceptual obstruction in his Tao heart. Lin Su felt immense pride. This signaled Lin Bai's innate brilliance in spiritual cultivation. Many advanced swiftly in power only to shatter at the first trial, plunged into despair by minor setbacks. Moreover, Lin Su sensed one of her own long-standing mental knots. A perceptual obstruction was beginning to loosen. Her joy swelled. Yet having discerned the cause, she asked no further questions, instead shifting the conversation with graceful subtlety. She steered their talk toward Lin Bai's upcoming days at the Martial Instruction Hall. The Drunken Fragrance Pavilion served swiftly. The siblings dined and conversed, occasionally tossing morsels of meat to Mo Ling. Halfway through their meal, a commotion erupted downstairs in the pavilion's main hall. Raised voices and heated argument. Curious, Lin Bai turned to peer down, and beheld two factions locked in confrontation. One comprised the pavilion's guards, the other wore black brocade robes embroidered with soaring eagles, the insignia of the Xuanshan Hall. A middle-aged steward clad in azure robes, his expression stormdark, confronted the opposing leader, Zhao Sanho. What is the meaning of this? Does the Xuanshan Hall seek open war with our Yutong Association? Zhao Sanho ignored the azure-robed steward. Noticing curious gazes rising from the first and second floors, he clasped his fists in a formal martial salute and declared loudly, "My sincere apologies, honored guests. My intrusion upon your refined evening is born of necessity. For the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, envious of our Sanjin restaurant's prosperity, has murdered our master chef. I seek only justice." The azure-robed steward responded with a cold, derisive chuckle before raising his voice in retort. "Esteemed patrons, does the Sanjin restaurant even merit mention? Who doesn't know the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion reigns supreme in Yunmeng City? What is the Sanjin restaurant but a nameless speck? Is this not merely a monkey performing for the crowd, spewing baseless slander? Oh, I slander. Dare you confront me face-to-face? Humph. Why should I hesitate?" Lin Bai watched from above, savoring his meal with amused fascination. A dinner outing had unexpectedly gifted him live theater, truly worth every coin. Having spent his days secluded within the Shanshin Hall, Lin Bai rarely encountered trouble, and thus found such spectacles delightfully novel. Below, the two factions exchanged barbed rhetoric, neither gaining decisive ground. Shortly thereafter, a fresh contingent arrived, the Yutong Association's elite, enforcers summoned earlier by a messenger. Just as Lin Bai braced himself for escalation, expecting blows to fly, Zhao Sanho abruptly shifted tone. "Humph. Bullying the outnumbered, that's no mark of valor. Let's go." With that, he and his men withdrew en masse. The Yutong Association made no move to detain them. Lin Bai stared dumbfounded, like watching a drama climax only for the actors to vanish mid-scene. His excitement evaporated, anticipating gang warfare only to be denied the spectacle. "Did you observe anything noteworthy?" Lin Su asked, elegantly lifting a morsel to her lips. Lin Bai replayed the scene in his mind. Zhao Sanho never intended real conflict, and the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion knew it. So when the Yutong enforcers arrived, he seized the chance to withdraw gracefully. But why provoke it at all? Do you recall the power structure I described upon entering Yunmeng City? Lin Su replied, not with answer but with a gentle counter-question. Lin Bai paused, then realization dawned. "Elder sister, you mean the three great clans versus the native clans?" Quick thinking. Recently the Lu clan, the senior branch of the three great clans, underwent leadership succession and suffered severe weakening. The native Zhong clan now covets the Lu's Ingui legacy with ravenous hunger. Yet they dare not openly seize it, wary of provoking the ancestral Ingui Lu clan in the provincial capital. Thus they probe covertly, hoping at minimum to carve away some advantage. After all, maintaining their inland sanctuaries costs the Zhong clan dearly each year. Other native clans too hope to sip from the same rich broth, and have joined these subtle probes. Tensions between the three great clans and native clans grow sharper by the day. Open confrontation is inevitable. So, because the upper echelons clash, organizations like the Xuanshan Hall and Yutong Association must align themselves accordingly. Precisely. Struggles at the summit inevitably cascade downward, but those below retain their own agency. They refuse to become expendable pawns. Hence this very tableau. Lin Bai interjected triumphantly, drawing on memory of his past life. When your monthly wage is mere taels of silver, why risk your life? Lin Su nodded approvingly. Elder sister, how do you know all this? Another question arose in Lin Bai's mind. Lin Su, seemingly even more reclusive than he, somehow possessed extraordinary insight. This is hardly secret knowledge, and never underestimate the network of a certified alchemist. Lin Su winked playfully. Their conversation continued as lightly as post-dinner banter. Such factional strife held no relevance to Lin Su and Lin Bai. The Shanshin Hall's authority sufficed to quell any malign influence. They need fear no collateral entanglement. Yet in learning of these machinations, Lin Bai gained deeper understanding of an immutable truth. Wherever people gather, interests arise. Where interests arise, contention follows. All under heaven are engaged in the arduous crossing, each soul striving toward transcendence. In the following days after returning from the Zuexiang Tower, Lin Bai spent his last moments before heading to the martial arts hall. While cultivating, Lin Bai also sought out Lin Su and Wang Qian for some fun, mainly because he had run out of his bear heart powder. He attempted to gather more from these two places, while also finding time to consume the extraordinary beast meat he had promised his grandmother. The extraordinary beast meat tasted quite good, but it didn't significantly enhance his physicality given his constitution. However, it was beneficial for Mo Ling. Finally, on the morning of his departure, Lin Su and Wang Qian both came to see Lin Bai off. As the autumn chill deepened in Yunmeng City, the early morning mist spread thickly before the sun had risen, yet vendors began calling out to sell breakfast. For instance, Lin Bai was holding a local breakfast delicacy from Yunmeng City. Yunmeng was similar to rice cakes from his past life, filled with dried fruits. While eating and waiting, Lin Bai grumbled, "Sister Auntie, we've been waiting for so long. Where is the carriage from the martial arts hall?" Lin Su and Wang Qian had long grown accustomed to his erratic behavior and chose to selectively ignore his complaints. Lin Bai felt even more frustrated and could only eat more to comfort his wounded heart. At that moment, the jade token in Lin Su's hand began to emit a faint glow. She turned to Lin Bai, who was still fighting with his breakfast, and said, "Hurry up and eat, the pickup carriage is already nearby. It should be picking up other people and will probably reach you soon." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai immediately switched to storm-devouring chewing mode and finished his breakfast in a flash. He stood up to check the items he needed to bring: a light and heavy sword, little Mo Ling, and 10 bags of bear heart powder, obtained from hunting in the wilderness with Wang Qian and Lin Su. Once these 10 bags were used up, he would be close to finishing his bearskin stage. Suddenly a carriage quietly appeared in front of them like a ghost. Lin Bai's expression sharpened. This carriage was definitely inscribed with some high-level formation capable of concealing its tracks and subtly reducing its presence among the surrounding crowd. As expected of the martial arts hall, it surprised Lin Bai right from the start. He took the token from Lin Su, approached to verify his identity, and prepare to board the carriage. He bid farewell to Lin Su and Wang Qian. Both were no weaklings, only reminding him to take care of himself. Lin Bai nodded and moved forward with his bundle. As he got closer, Lin Bai realized it was a black flood dragon horse, a higher-tier breed of the blackhorn horse. Sitting at the front of the carriage was a figure in a wide-brimmed straw hat, their face shrouded in shadow, silent as a stone. Lin Bai stepped forward, presented his identification jade token, signaling that he was a student of the martial arts hall. The man in black glanced at him. "Lin Bai?" "Yes," he nodded, indicating for Lin Bai to get in. Master Jin Hua had already reported Lin Bai, including various details and the skills he wished to learn. Lin Bai lifted the curtain of the carriage. Upon entering, he noticed 2 young men inside, both appearing to be in their 20s. The man in black, holding a sword and resting with his eyes closed, was handsome. He opened his eyes to scrutinize Lin Bai when he entered, but closed them again upon seeing Lin Bai's youth. The other young man in blue had a smile that exuded warmth and friendliness, his features gentle. As Lin Bai observed the 2 men, they were also sizing him up. The youth was exceptionally handsome, with sharp eyes, though the soft contours of his face masked this intensity. A dark crow perched on his shoulder. It was unclear if it was his contracted beast, and he carried a package on his back. This was what Zhao Rang had deduced, while he also intended to introduce himself to Lin Bai. "This young brother, my name is Zhao Rang, a member of the Fish Dragon Gang." Seeing someone introducing himself, Lin Bai understood the etiquette. "I am Lin Bai, a disciple of the Kindness Hall." Upon hearing this, Zhao Rang raised an eyebrow at the Kindness Hall, but all of them were going to study talismans. Lin Bai's intention to learn talismans implied he lacked the talent for alchemy, but had decent mental strength, hence his pursuit of talisman knowledge. This meant Lin Bai was unlikely to possess alchemical skills, suggesting he might not be a true disciple of the Kindness Hall, but rather had backing from a big figure within the hall to obtain a martial arts token. Zhao Rang analyzed the information based on Lin Bai's statement. His ability to deduce so much from a single sentence was certainly impressive. In contrast, Lin Bai's assessment of Zhao Rang was much simpler. For a member of an underworld gang like the Fish Dragon Gang to secure a martial arts token indicated he had support from higher-ups in the gang. Just as Lin Bai and Zhao Rang were engaging in mutual speculation, the black-clad man also spoke up to introduce himself. Fong Ming, a disciple of the Talisman Master Association. It was quite normal for disciples of the Talisman Master Association to study talismans at the martial arts hall, similar to further education. However, this also meant that his teacher was not a master-level figure, or otherwise, having a talisman master personally teach would be far more beneficial than the martial arts hall, especially regarding future choices of fundamental talisman texts. Regarding what the fundamental talisman texts were, they could be simply considered as a form of inheritance akin to a Dao path. Just as Master Jinhua gave Lin Bai the martial arts token instead of Zhouling and Lin Su, it was because they had already chosen their own fundamental texts. Of course, there was also the possibility that Zhouling and Lin Su did not have sufficient talent. After the 3 introductions, there was no more idle chatter, and everyone quietly rested and recuperated. Naturally, there was no awkwardness, as they were all strangers. Lin Bai closed his eyes and began to reflect on what he had gained during his month in Yunmeng City, along with planning his near future. First was the Dao Path. He had obtained a complete Dao Path beast Tamer, so he didn't have to worry about cultivating methods. In terms of cultivation, he had advanced halfway through the bearskin stage, and due to preparing for Mo Ling's evolution, he had not cultivated for at least 10 days this month. If there were no trivial matters, he would reach the peak of the bearskin stage in half a month. Regarding weapons, he had acquired a light and heavy sword sponsored by his aunt, suitable for his current refinement stage. In terms of his contracted beast, he had contracted with Mo Ling, activating the talent for speed, and Mo Ling's bloodline had also undergone an evolution. As Lin Bai pondered, he realized that during his month in Yunmeng City, he had nearly accumulated everything a cultivator needed, leaving only the talisman skills which he was currently on the path to learning. However, he also noticed that everything he possessed aside from Mo Ling which he had bought was sponsored by others. This is what is called crowdfunding cultivation strategic support. After considering what he possessed, he should think about what to do next. First, his cultivation. This is the foundation of his existence. He should continue to progress steadily or boldly. Next was his contracted beast. Mo Ling wouldn't evolve in the short term, but his soul should recover sufficiently in 3 months, allowing him to contract another beast. Thirdly, he needed to learn talisman skills to earn money. Lin Bai had already checked with the Daxia treasure tower. Purchasing the soul orb of an extraordinary level Een Fox would require about 8,000 spirit stones. Of these, 8,000, 3,000 would be used to upgrade to a mid-level membership at the Daxia treasure tower. 8,000 spirit stones is quite a significant amount. On the way, 2 more individuals boarded the carriage. This time, they were female disciples from noble families. Zhong Yuhe from the Zhong family appeared to be around 20, dressed in a light white dress, her fox-like eyes very beautiful. The other newcomer, Wang Yu, looked about 16 or 17, wearing a black dress that accentuated her slender figure. Her fair complexion and the beauty mark under her left eye added a touch of cold elegance. Notably, she hailed from the Xingxiu Wang family. The Wang family, it should be the Xingxiu Wang family, which is Lin Bai's mother's family. Lin Bai was not surprised. It was normal for the Wang family to possess martial arts tokens, or rather they likely had several. The attractiveness of everyone in the carriage was striking. Lin Bai marveled. At least I'm not lacking either, he remarked, touching his face with a sense of pride. After mutual introductions, the carriage fell silent again, with Zhao Rang attempting to engage the 2 women in conversation, but unfortunately Zhong Yuhe responded perfunctorily, while Wang Yu completely ignored him. Having hit a wall, Zhao Rang could only awkwardly retreat to his seat. It was utterly quiet in this carriage. Lin Bai guessed that these 5 people should be all the students, and the carriage would soon carry them to the teleportation array station in Yunmeng County. With the speed of the black flood dragon horse, they would surely arrive within half a day. Inside the quiet carriage, Lin Bai had been resting with his eyes closed. However, over time, distracting thoughts began to emerge uncontrollably like bamboo shoots sprouting after the rain. There was no way around it. He was just a newbie who had just embarked on the path of cultivation, lacking in life experience, and his thoughts could not settle. How is the food at the martial arts hall's cafeteria? It couldn't possibly be just bland broth meant to temper one's will, could it? Will we get single rooms in the dormitory? How intense are the classes? Various thoughts about the upcoming martial arts hall emerged. Fortunately, Lin Bai was not kept waiting for long. The carriage had been traveling for over an hour, and its speed gradually slowed. Even without seeing outside, Lin Bai could guess that they were nearing their destination. As expected, after a while, the carriage came to a complete stop and sounds from outside could be heard. Dear students, we have arrived at the base of the Yunmeng County Martial Arts Hall. You may disembark now. Upon hearing this, the people inside did not hesitate and began to get off one after another. Lin Bai was seated farthest from the door, so he was the last to get off. After stepping out, the silent spell was lifted and the sounds grew louder. He took a deep breath. The morning air in the mountains was crisp and sweet, instantly refreshing his mind and driving away the remnants of his earlier irritability. Looking around, they found themselves in a flat valley surrounded by lush trees, with the morning light filtering through the branches, casting dappled spots of light. The architectural complex seemed to have been built many years ago, blending seamlessly with the surrounding mountains and forests. After calming his mood, Lin Bai began to observe the people around him. There were more than a dozen carriages parked around, likely belonging to those who had arrived before them. There were approximately 70 to 80 people present who had naturally formed three large groups. Literary lineage, martial lineage, supporting path. The martial arts hall prioritized martial strength, while everything else was just embellishment. Even the literary lineage students carried a certain scholarly air. Lin Bai did not create any disturbances, but instead obediently followed behind Wang Yu, joining the supporting path group. Within each group, familiar faces had gathered into small circles, whispering and laughing. For instance, Zhao Rang appeared to be in his element, chatting animatedly with several others. Being in an unfamiliar environment, Lin Bai enjoyed the tranquility and found a corner position, preparing to remain inconspicuous. In his observation, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Most faces in the supporting path group were in their 20s, both male and female, full of vigor. However, the martial lineage and literary lineage groups were surprisingly mixed, with many middle-aged individuals who appeared to be nearly 40 or 50, exuding a composed demeanor and even a touch of authority. Strange, isn't the martial arts hall a place for training young disciples? Why are there students of this age? Lin Bai mused to himself when someone sat down next to him. He turned his head to see a familiar face from the carriage. Wang Yu. Lin Bai had noticed Wang Yu's gaze often resting on him during the carriage ride, but at the time he did not pay much attention. Now this young lady had chosen to sit beside him instead of joining her own circle. Lin Bai was indifferent. If she wants to sit, let her sit. It doesn't bother me. I can't just rudely tell her to leave. He remained like a stone statue, continuing to observe his classmates without acknowledging Wang Yu beside him. This act of indifference caught Wang Yu off guard. She had anticipated various reactions from Lin Bai, including nervousness, excitement, calmness, or friendliness. However, she never expected Lin Bai to disregard her, as if she were invisible, and a hint of frustration flickered across her face, which was as cool as jade. Unable to bear the silence any longer, she was the first to break it. Her voice still carried a natural chill, but it felt less distant. Unable to bear the silence any longer, she was the first to break it. Her voice still carried a natural chill, but it felt, I am from the Wang family and I would like to befriend you. Lin Bai tilted his head, watching her, while the feathered companion on his shoulder stirred. Caw caw caw. Now it was Wang Yu who felt awkward as her toes began to curl together. Despite her cool demeanor and tone, she was actually just a year older than Lin Bai. She was now contemplating whether to continue speaking, but what if Lin Bai rejected her? Would that be very embarrassing? The family said Lin Bai has great talent, and because of his mother's connections I should try to befriend him. But what if he ignores me? While Wang Yu was lost in her chaotic thoughts, Lin Bai seemed to have finally returned to his senses. He observed the subtle contrast between Wang Yu's slightly awkward and cool demeanor and felt a bit amused. Fearing that the silence would continue and she would truly become embarrassed, he hurriedly replied, Sure, I love making friends. In truth, it wasn't Lin Bai's fault for zoning out, but his intuition told him that this girl carried something dangerous. The intuition was one of the abilities of a beastmaster, a sudden insight that combined a warrior's instincts with an animal's sixth sense leaning towards sensing external dangers. Even if someone brandished a powerful talisman or some other item, as long as it wasn't a sentient treasure, they couldn't harm Lin Bai, for his speed and reflexes were superior. He could dodge or counterattack the moment they made a move. Hearing Lin Bai's response, Wang Yu sighed in relief. At least she wasn't rejected. However, she soon found herself at a loss for words, because she had never proactively sought friendship before, which troubled her. I wonder why the family assigned me this task, knowing I am not good at socializing. Wouldn't it be better to just focus on quiet cultivation? What Wang Yu didn't realize was that precisely because she held such thoughts, the Wang family had designated her to practice social interactions as a form of training. Previously, they had struggled to find suitable candidates, or others either approached her for her identity as the Wang family genius or had ulterior motives. But this time, after the Wang family received the list for the Yunmeng County Martial Arts Hall, they identified Lin Bai. After investigation, they found that Lin Bai's family background, talent, and previously displayed character traits were all quite suitable, so they decided on him. While Wang Yu was deep in thought, Lin Bai seized the opportunity. As friends, could you answer a small question for me? Of course, go ahead, Wang Yu quickly replied, seeing Lin Bai initiate a topic. Why are there so many older students in the literary and martial lineages? Oh, about that. Many important positions in the government of Yunzhou are held by those with experience from the martial arts hall, you know. I know so. Well, these individuals are about to be promoted to county or provincial offices. They are just here to make an appearance, not actually to learn. Lin Bai understood now. Wasn't this just about gilding and credentials? He just didn't know if this was a norm or if it had formed into some sort of faction. Of course, this didn't matter much to Lin Bai. He was merely curious and had a habit of collecting information. Lin Bai continued to chat with Wang Yu in a casual manner. Despite Wang Yu's cold appearance, he found her a bit adorably naive. If Lin Bai hadn't known that some things could lead to great trouble, he would have extracted much more information from her, feeling that he could easily open her up. However, he had to know why this young lady sought him out for friendship. It couldn't just be because he would. After compiling some brief information, Lin Bai understood the Wang family's intentions. This young lady indeed seemed a bit clumsy in interpersonal relationships. In fact, Lin Bai had misjudged. The Wang family had already thoroughly investigated his background and informed Wang Yu in advance. In fact, Lin Bai had misjudged. The Wang family had already thoroughly investigated his background and informed Wang Yu in advance. Additionally, Wang Yu possessed a unique ability on her path that allowed her to perceive others' goodwill and malice more clearly. In Wang Yu's perception, Lin Bai held no ill intentions towards her, nor any significant ulterior motives, but rather an air of indifference coupled with a latent sense of physical danger that intrigued her. Otherwise, as one of the Wang family's talented heirs, even if she refused this task, the family would not hold it against her. At most, they would pass the task to someone else, as it wouldn't matter who did the contacting. However, Wang Yu now felt interested. She did not reject this task of building rapport. This was a complete process. Thus, one party intended to extract information, while the other half-heartedly engaged, believing that revealing some insignificant information could foster trust, and both ended up conversing quite harmoniously. In Wang Yu's perception, Lin Bai's kindness towards her seemed to be steadily increasing. It seems that although this person started off a bit cold, he is actually quite easy to talk to, just a bit foolish to trust others so easily, Wang Yu thought. Meanwhile, Lin Bai, observing the seemingly cool, yet slightly naive girl beside him, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This young lady from the Wang family seems unexpectedly easy to deceive. For now, both sides believed the other to be somewhat innocent and naive. While Lin Bai and Wang Yu were engaged in a casual chat, he keenly sensed that a few gazes were drifting toward their corner. To be precise, they were directed at the young lady Wang beside him. Lin Bai quickly realized what this meant. Young lady Wang's status was even higher than he had anticipated, and there were indeed people who recognized her. Indeed, being near a core figure easily makes one the center of attention, Lin Bai silently complained. Fortunately, they were still in the onlooker phase, and no one foolish enough had stepped forward to enact the classic drama of provocation and slap in the face. Well, at least not for the moment. The sun rose higher and more people gradually appeared. Suddenly, several white-clad cultivators, seemingly ethereal and bearing a celestial aura, appeared from above. They were the true masters of this Yunmeng martial arts hall. Lin Bai couldn't even tell when he had noticed them, as if they had been standing there all along, and only now did he. At least they are of extraordinary realms, or even transcendent levels, Lin Bai speculated about their. One of the younger-looking cultivators among them noticed that all the students of the martial arts hall below had arrived and recognized their presence. He immediately spoke up. Now that all the students of the Yunmeng Martial Arts Hall have arrived, we will begin the registration. The registration meant officially recording Lin Bai and the others' information into the true teaching legacy of the Martial Arts Hall. In a world akin to a fantasy realm, such an organization formed by the strength of a clan could not simply operate like an ordinary martial arts school. Instead, it was within a cave heaven. What is a cave heaven? It is an extra-dimensional space that is stably attached to the great world. All disciples heed my command. Those whose names are called step forward in order to register. As the words fell, several white-clad Taoists quickly dispersed, taking their positions and forming a mysterious formation. Immediately streams of pure true qi flowed out from beneath their feet, winding like spiritual snakes across the ground, outlining layers of intricate and dazzling array patterns. Buzzing, the surrounding space seemed to ripple like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. During the formation of the array, most people were discussing excitedly. After all, this was their first encounter with the legendary cave heaven. Lin Bai watched intently, filled with a sense of novelty. Regardless of the world, the ability to manipulate spatial forces is awe-inspiring. Wang Yu, on the other hand, appeared much more composed. Perhaps she had seen such things frequently. Finally, the teleportation array fully formed, revealing a golden light gate and a jade archway. The golden light gate displayed various changing talismans, incredibly mysterious. The jade archway was simple and unadorned, appearing to return to a state of purity. An idle Taoist began to chant the registration. Yunmeng County Martial Arts Hall Military Vein Disciple Wang Chu. Upon hearing this, a young man appearing to be in his 20s calmly stepped forward. A mystical light emanated from the jade archway, passing through him. It seemed to confirm something, and in the end only his name appeared on the archway, while the golden light gate did not absorb him. However, this young man named Wang Chu appeared to have anticipated this outcome. He cupped his hands in a salute and stepped back. The Taoist was not surprised and continued to chant the names of others. Yunmeng County Martial Arts Hall Military Vein Disciple Wang Xiao. Yunmeng County Martial Arts Hall Military Vein Disciple Zhou Yu. Yunmeng County Martial Arts Hall Literary Vein Disciple Li Boming. Lin Bai observed these disciples nearby and noticed they were all a bit older. They were all registered but did not enter the cave heaven. Their age and talent are not suitable, so they can only register and cannot enjoy the resources of the cave heaven, Wang Yu explained to Lin Bai, also expressing her sentiments. It's a pity for Wang Chu. His talent is sufficient, but the age limit for entering the cave heaven for high-level talents is below 30. Lin Bai looked at Wang Chu, who also appeared to be in his 20s, calmly registering his name, as if he had come to terms with it. Yet he felt that this group must be unwilling, but alas, fate is not on their side. Opportunities are there, but the destiny is lacking. Lin Bai had some insights in his heart, but due to his age and experience, it felt like viewing flowers in the fog or the moon reflected in water, unclear. He could only bury his realizations deep within, waiting for the passage of time to nurture them. Wang Yu glanced at Lin Bai, curiously noticing that he seemed to have a fleeting air of time, which she would not have detected had she not been close to him, and her path was that of a qi practitioner. Even now, Wang Yu wasn't sure if she had misperceived. Surely one couldn't attain enlightenment just by watching others register, right? Impossible. How could someone possess such high talent? Even if Lin Bai had exceptional talent, it was still impossible. With his experience, he could not have such a time insight. Wang Yu decided to think that she must have misperceived. Soon all 20-plus older students completed their registrations. They exchanged glances, most wearing bitter smiles, and quietly boarded the horse-drawn carriage they arrived in, leaving silently. For them, this trip was merely a formality, a ceremony confirming their failure to grasp their path to greatness. Next up were Lin Bai and the others, the true disciples of the Martial Arts Hall. Still starting from the military vein. Yunmeng County Martial Arts Hall Military Vein Disciple Lu Jiu. A young man, probably in his early 20s, stepped out from the military group, nervously approaching the registration archway. This time, after his name appeared on the archway, the golden gate finally reacted, producing a pulling force that drew Lu Jiu in, disappearing from sight. The registration continued. After the military vein came the literary vein, and finally the assisting path. Yunmeng County Martial Arts Hall Assisting Path Disciple Lin Bai. By the time it was Lin Bai's turn, more than half an hour had passed, and Wang Yu had already entered a while ago. Lin Bai steadily stepped forward, watching as the registration archway emitted mystical light, recording his information. Then he felt a thin pull from the golden light gate. Lin Bai sensed that this pull was initially small, but he did not resist and was directly drawn in. In the forest after Lin Bai vanished, the ceremony continued. However, since Lin Bai was relatively late, it took about 15 minutes for all the students of this session of the Yunmeng County Martial Arts Hall to enter. The white-clad Taoists restrained their auras, their faces somewhat pale. Maintaining such a high-energy spatial teleportation array was not easy for them. Finally completing their task, the Taoists let out a sigh of relief and began to converse with each other. A young Taoist complained to a senior brother beside him. "I'm exhausted. Hey, you seniors never mentioned that maintaining this array was so tiring. Haha, does Qing Ning junior brother think that this human merit is so easily gained? Haha, since you're tired, next time when hosting such an event, junior brother should avoid getting involved. I'll take the burden for you. Go away. You old Tamer, still trying to take advantage of the young Qing Ning junior brother at such an age." "Exactly. Senior brother Chong Wu is right. I still want to accumulate some human merit to break through the transcendent realm." Not mentioning the Taoist banter on this side. On the other side, after Lin Bai was absorbed by the gate, it felt as though he had entered a passage. Here time and space were indistinct and everything appeared white. He was drawn by a gravitational force. Lin Bai understood that this was a spatial tunnel established by creating coordinates between 2 points for jumping. It was similar to a wormhole. Lin Bai adjusted his posture, sitting cross-legged. It would take a while. In reality, there was no immediate transition from here to there. Unless one erased the person here and created a similar person using fate, it would be possible. Of course, this method has long since been lost, and its usage has been proven to invoke disdain from the luck of the human race. The luck of the human race does not have punishment methods like the 9 heavens thunder, but if you are a human, be prepared to suffer, wearing small shoes for life. In severe cases, it could even harm one's true relatives and friends, leaving a legacy of misfortune for descendants. After sitting properly, Lin Bai secured his backpack and confirmed that Mo Ling was also fine. Mo Ling's life aura mingled with Lin Bai's aura, so she was also treated as part of Lin Bai during the Lin Bai had inquired about this with Master Jin Hua before receiving a positive response, which was why he dared to bring Mo Ling along. "Hey little one, I hope we won't get car sick. It should take a long time to arrive." Surrounded by an endless monotonous expanse of pure white, Lin Bai quickly grew bored after the initial novelty wore off. There was really nothing to see. The scenery looked the same no matter how he looked at it. Fortunately, he had Mo Ling with whom he could play and relieve his boredom. About 2 hours later, Lin Bai the time traveler sensed fluctuations in the surrounding space. As soon as this thought arose, the force enveloping him suddenly changed. The pure white before him was instantly replaced by the vibrant colors of reality. His feet once again touched solid ground, and the sounds of a bustling crowd filled his ears as Lin Bai looked around to observe his surroundings. He saw Wang Yu waving at him, signaling for Lin Bai to join him. However, noticing Wang Yu was situated at the center of a group, Lin Bai shook his head, indicating he would not go. Instead, he found a corner on the outskirts, inconspicuous, and acted as an observer, silently watching the environment. Lin Bai discovered that they were on a flattened mountain platform which was quite expansive. Lin Bai was sure this was a mountain peak and not the ground. He didn't see the edge of the platform, but rather some taller peaks that were not pointed but rounded like a circular ladder. There was even a mountain peak so vast that Lin Bai could not discern its height and breadth. If he were at the base of that mountain, he felt he might mistake it for the wall of the world. After surveying the general environment, Lin Bai began to observe the finer details nearby. The platform they were on was not bare. Beneath his feet were large polished stone bricks forming a wide square. The edge of the square was marked by steep stone walls where green pines hung down, growing resiliently. Below the wall was a deep jade-green pool, and several pure white cranes were startled by the sudden appearance of the crowd, elegantly taking flight into the distant sky, leaving behind a few clear calls. Looking further afield, he could even see rolling hills and dense woods. If he didn't intentionally look up at the terrifying cliffs and distant giant peaks, he might almost believe he was in a picturesque paradise. As for the sky, there was only one yellow sun, and there were white clouds. The air was no different from before, perhaps even better. Lin Bai truly couldn't believe this was a realm of spiritual wonder, merely a small-dimensional world, rather than a real grand world. Just as he was marveling, curious like a child, a figure quietly approached. It was Wang Yu who had come to... "Isn't it fascinating? This is the fire cloud heaven nurtured by the fate of the human race, and our great Xia occupies the center where the 1,000 peaks and cloud sea reside." Lin Bai nodded, indicating his understanding. Next, just as he was about to ask Wang Yu for more detailed information, the disciples of the Martial Hall from Yunmeng County finally gathered together. The entire mountain shook and beams of light flew out from the void towards the crowd. Lin Bai reached out and caught a beam of light heading his way. Opening his hand, he found a jade tablet. What is this? You don't know. This is our instruction token within the cave. Hearing the voice beside him, Lin Bai cleared his confusion without needing to ask Wang Yu. Lin Bai carefully examined the jade tablet in his hand, which was about half the size of his palm. Its surface was very smooth, almost like a crystal mirror reflecting his curious face. Once everyone had received their jade tablets, a sound like a chime resonated. Please proceed to your respective courtyards quickly. 100 jade tablets in the square echoed the message. Thankfully they spoke simultaneously, or otherwise Lin Bai would have been overwhelmed by the noise. Our own courtyard. Where did we get a courtyard? It should be where we reside on Yunmeng Peak. Look, isn't the direction indicated on the jade tablet? That's true, Brother Zhao, it seems our directions are aligned. If not, we should hurry and leave now. Brother Zhang is absolutely right. Lin Bai listened to the buzzing voices around him, looking at his jade tablet, searching for his direction. It was roughly to the northwest towards the direction of the pond and bamboo forest. At that moment Lin Bai noticed that Wang Yu's direction was very close to his own. So he raised his jade tablet and waved it towards Wang Yu, indicating they should go together. Miss Wang Yu, we are going to the same place. Shall we walk together? Wang Yu nodded. Then let's go. Lin Bai discovered that even though they were heading northwest, there were probably 3 different paths they could take. No need to guess: the military path, the literary path, and the assisting path. People gradually separated to head in different directions while Lin Bai and Wang Yu continued to walk together. Afterward, they broke away from the large group of the assisting path and walked towards a tranquil bamboo grove. Soon they discovered their respective courtyards. They were neighbors, not knowing if it was fate. In this bamboo grove there were about 5 courtyards, but their courtyards were adjacent. We've arrived, let's part ways here. Okay, if you need help with anything later, feel free to find me. After saying goodbye to Wang Yu, Lin Bai took out his jade tablet and pressed it against the door. The bamboo door before him opened. Once inside, Lin Bai had not yet taken a proper look at his courtyard. The jade tablet chimed again, indicating he had a message. Would you like to activate the protective array and concealment array within the courtyard? Lin Bai was not surprised. After all, since they had created the inheritance cave, it was not strange for the courtyard to have an array. Activate it. As the words fell, a nearly transparent silver light membrane rippled out from the jade tablet like water waves, quickly sweeping across the entire courtyard before quietly disappearing. However, Lin Bai could feel an invisible barrier had formed. He could clearly see the swaying shadows of the bamboo from inside the courtyard, but from the outside the small courtyard likely appeared hazy. Privacy protection, physical defense, 5-star rating. Lin Bai nodded in satisfaction, finally having time to thoroughly examine his new home. The front courtyard was not large. The ground was paved with bluish stone slabs, and in the corners stood 2 lush tea trees that emitted a faint fragrance, beneath which was a smooth stone table and stone chairs. Beside the courtyard wall there was an ancient well. Peering into it, the water was clear and bright. He tried to draw up a small bucket, took a sip, and found the well water sweet and refreshing. After entering his abdomen, it even released a slight warm current that dispelled the fatigue from the spatial teleportation. This well water has the effect of relaxing the mind and body, alleviating fatigue. After examining the front courtyard, Lin Bai entered the house to see its layout. The house was not small. Upon entering, there was a reception area, and beside it were 3 rooms, a bedroom, a quiet room, and a bathroom. Surprisingly, there was also water in the bathroom, but it was just ordinary water. I wonder where the water comes from. I don't see any water pipes. The quiet room was empty, but upon stepping inside, he felt his mind naturally settle. It was indeed an excellent place for cultivating and drawing talismans. Finally, Lin Bai found that the courtyard also had a back courtyard, which was very spacious and empty. Lin Bai stroked his chin, contemplating what to do next. Ultimately, he made an incredibly correct decision. Time for tea. Cultivation cannot be rushed. First adapt, he would cultivate tomorrow. Back in the front courtyard, Lin Bai directly utilized what was available. With the tea tree and well water, there was also a complete set of tea utensils on the stone table. Lin Bai brewed a cup of tea for himself and Mo Ling. Comfortably reclining on the stone chair, sipping tea and stroking his crow, he began to delve into the functions of the jade tablet. After looking it over, it appeared to be an ordinary jade tablet, but then Lin Bai had a sudden inspiration, cleared his throat, and asked the jade tablet, "Hello, jade tablet, do you have self-awareness?" Lin Bai was just curious and did not expect the jade tablet to respond. Hello Lin Bai student, I have consciousness. Hearing the tablet speak, Lin Bai's hand shook, nearly dropping it. Wow, it really has consciousness. Is the jade tablet sentient? Or is it a spirit tool? Then he realized, wasn't he just trying to study it? Can you introduce yourself and this cave? Sure. The jade tablet then introduced itself, revealing that it was a consciousness avatar of the fire cloud heaven. Is the jade tablet the only one? All of them? Lin Bai was somewhat shocked. Wasn't this the Tao of heaven's consciousness? After introducing itself, the jade tablet explained the fire cloud heaven. The fire cloud heaven was birthed by the fate of the human race, containing countless human inheritances along with resources provided by various human dynasties outside, and the outside world could neither measure nor interfere with the fire cloud heaven, ensuring its high safety. Various resources. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. He thought of something. Is there any trace of the Jisu beast here? He eagerly inquired and received a definite answer. However, the jade tablet informed Lin Bai that the trace of the Jisu beast was not within the usual range of provided cultivation resources. Lin Bai hastily asked what method was needed to obtain it, but to his surprise the jade tablet said that it was not yet the time for disclosure. Frustrated, Lin Bai felt like throwing this thing away. The riddle master should get out of the fire cloud heaven. Knowing half and not the other half, was this not a dead end? Unfortunately, no matter how much Lin Bai pressed, the jade tablet remained unyielding and would not budge. However, Lin Bai thought of another method and decided to find his newly acquainted friend Wang Yu for inquiry. If you want, tell me, I'll ask my knowledgeable neighbor, or her family must know something. Lin Bai did not expect the jade tablet to shatter his hopes of a spoiler. The specific knowledge of the fire cloud heaven is considered forbidden knowledge in the outside world. Your friend will not know it unless her family intends to harm her. This left Lin Bai with no options. This route was blocked off. He slumped back into the stone chair like a deflated balloon. However, after a brief moment of gloom, he perked up again. At least he confirmed that there truly was the trace of the Jisu beast here, which was enough. Finally, he had a clear goal and hope. All right, I can wait. Lin Bai took a deep breath, raised the now lukewarm tea, and drank it all in one go. After all, it's already in the bowl. What's there to fear about it flying away? He placed the Riddle Master Jade tablet casually on the stone table, changed to a more comfortable lounging position, and gazed at the sunlight and clouds fragmented by the bamboo leaves. On the morning of the second day at the martial arts hall, Lin Bai was immersed in his cultivation, with his blood and qi circulating around him, each move accompanied by a faint sound of breaking air. Suddenly, that familiar ding sound rang out in his mind once again. Students are requested to go to the designated location to assess their specific strength as it relates to their ranking. Please take this seriously and set off promptly. Lin Bai did not halt his movements upon hearing this news, but continued to practice his techniques, refining the medicinal power. As the medicinal power was exhausted, Lin Bai slowly withdrew his form, drawing ever closer to the net. Then Lin Bai picked up the jade tablet, and indeed found a route map displayed upon it with a point of light flashing repeatedly, seemingly urging him to set off quickly. What's the rush? Take your time. Lin Bai tossed aside the jade tablet, entered the bathroom for a quick rinse, then changed his clothes and picked up the jade tablet, preparing to depart. However, just after Lin Bai stepped out of the room, he noticed someone was looking for him in his courtyard. Sure enough, upon stepping out, he saw Wang Yu waiting outside, looking quite lively. Seeing Lin Bai come out, a slight smile appeared on Wang Yes, usually cold face as she said, "You're here. Let's go together." Lin Bai was taken aback but returned her smile. "All right, let's go together then." Lin Bai and Wang Yu walked along the path towards their destination, with not many people around, perhaps because everyone had scattered. As they walked, Lin Bai shared his discoveries from yesterday, and Wang Yu was surprised to learn that the jade tablet was actually sentient. After about 10 minutes of walking, a quaintly styled palace came into view. Though small, it had 8 tightly closed doors. Many people were already waiting in front of the palace, chattering away, mostly those who had come in pairs, chatting with their companions. Lin Bai noticed some had already come out from inside. It seemed one of them was a celebrity, and the crowd surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. "Brother Wang, what is the test like inside?" The man surrounded by the crowd was not angry. He merely raised his hand to silence them. "This testing palace is used to assess the strength of us students here in the Huayun Cave Heaven. I am a qi refining cultivator, and inside the tests involve various fundamental casting techniques, physical strength, and most importantly, a combat test." He paused before continuing. "In general, there are these 3 parts. I hope my explanation satisfies you all." After answering their queries, Wang Xiao showed signs of leaving, and everyone thanked him, stepping aside to let him pass. The crowd began to murmur, many showing expressions of concern. What should I do? My path does not excel in offense. Yeah, I wonder if the testing palace will tailor the tests based on each person's strengths. It should, as our paths and strengths differ. Just then another person emerged, and the crowd once again surrounded him, eager to inquire. But this was none of Wang Xiao's concern. He had finally escaped the crowd. As soon as he stepped out, he saw his cousin and a young man together, raising his eyebrows as he prepared to approach. "Cousin, have you finished the test?" Wang Yu was delighted to see Wang Xiao, finally someone she could ask. "I have finished my test. Who is this friend beside you?" "This is Lin Bai." Speaking of which, he is also half a Wang family member. His mother is from our Yunmeng Shinxiu Wang family. Upon Wang Yu's introduction, Lin Bai greeted Wang Xiao with a bow. "Brother Wang." Wang Xiao understood the situation through the introduction, and also returned a bow to Lin Bai. "Let me explain the situation here in detail." Wang Xiao then repeated what he had said earlier at the palace entrance, but in more detail, finally revealing an additional piece of information he had not mentioned before. "So you're saying that in the combat segment, the longer you hold out, the more merit points you will earn, and you can only earn merit points during this first test." "That's right, but each subsequent level is tougher." "I only managed to pass 3 levels," Wang Xiao said candidly. Hearing Wang Xiao's revelations, Lin Bai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "So this is a timed event." After finishing speaking with the two of them, Wang Xiao did not linger further. He needed to return to his cultivation. Lin Bai and Wang Yu moved closer to listen to the experiences of different people inside. Some people were unwilling to share, while others enjoyed the feeling of being watched by the crowd. But those who shared cleverly did not reveal the specifics of the final combat. Lin Bai listened as a martial artist described his challenges inside. The first challenge was martial arts, which included techniques like swordsmanship and knife techniques. The remaining 2 challenges were the same, focusing on physical fitness and combat level. However, there were still quite a few people, and since Lin Bai and Wang Yu had arrived a bit late, they still needed to wait a while. Although there were many in line, the progress was not slow, and after about half an hour, it was finally Lin Bai and Wang Yu's turn. During this time, many testers emerged with worried expressions, which made Lin Bai inexplicably tense. They each walked toward different doors, and when Lin Bai pushed open one of them, he found it was impossible to see clearly inside. Without hesitation, Lin Bai stepped through the door. It was a dark tunnel illuminated only by dim lights, barely allowing him to see ahead as he moved forward. At the end, there was a soft glow, and upon passing through it, Lin Bai found himself in a strange silvery space surrounded by shimmering colors resembling a time-space tunnel. As Lin Bai interacted with the space, the scene rapidly shifted to a martial arena. "Tester Lin Bai, are you ready? The first stage martial arts test is about to begin. Do you choose a weapon?" A shadow of light began to appear before Lin Bai, swiftly solidifying. It was a woman dressed in plain white, very tall, but her face was indistinguishable. The only visible features were her eyes. Her eyes conveyed a sense of indifference to life, not from bloodlust or numbness, but a detached equality towards all beings. Moreover, her gaze was exceptionally lively, as if she were a real person. Lin Bai did not act rashly. Instead, he asked the space, "What are the specific rules for this first stage?" The spirit of the space answered. "In the martial arts stage, the tester will have all their strength sealed, and both sides will compete with the strength of ordinary people. Tester enduring 10 strikes counts as passing, enduring 30 strikes is good, 50 strikes is excellent, and after 100 strikes it is considered outstanding. These are the evaluation criteria for the martial arts stage. After 10 strikes it is a pass, and there are no standards for counterattacks." Lin Bai furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, "Oh." He couldn't believe the space overlooked the standards for counterattacks, which could only mean one possibility. It's too difficult, those attempting the challenge can hardly accomplish it. The spirit of the space reiterated, "Tester Lin Bai, are you ready? If you do not choose, the martial arts stage will forcibly commence in 1 minute." Hearing this, Lin Bai had no choice but to respond loudly. "I choose the knife." If it's purely about martial arts, his best choice would be the knife. If he chose a bow, given the disparity in strength, he wouldn't even be able to touch the opponent. The space presented various knife options for him to choose from, and Lin Bai ultimately selected a Yenling knife that he often used. The woman across from him also appeared with the same Yenling knife. As the challenge commenced, Lin Bai discovered that his vital energy had been sealed, and his physical body had been reduced to that of an ordinary person. Lin Bai was still feeling the drastic change in his physique as he watched the woman come alive, slowly approaching him with her knife. Lin Bai got into position, ready to engage. The woman gradually quickened her pace and eventually broke into a run. Lin Bai understood her intent. She aimed to combine her speed with the force of her strike. Lin Bai chose not to take the blow heeded but instead sidestepped. Unexpectedly, the knife curved back as it passed by him. Lin Bai snorted softly. Stepping back a half-step, the Yenling knife in his hand shot towards the opponent's throat like a venomous snake. The faceless woman had to retreat while simultaneously redirecting her knife to block Lin Bai's attack. Unfortunately for her, her aerial maneuver was no match for Lin Bai's strength, and she retreated after suffering a setback. After this exchange, the woman seemed to realize Lin Bai was not a reckless fighter. She adjusted her position and continued to engage Lin Bai in a knife duel. In the following exchanges, Lin Bai assessed that her knife techniques were roughly equivalent to someone who had been immersed in this path for several years. Although superior to him, he could still hold his ground. However, just after enduring 10 strikes, the woman's knife techniques suddenly intensified. Her moves became increasingly vicious and unpredictable, her body movements perfectly synchronized with the blade's light clinging to Lin Bai like a parasite. Damn it, this thing is indeed gradually strengthening. Lin Bai gritted his teeth and began dodging her strikes, using his own knife to force her to defend when he couldn't evade, and if all else failed, he aimed to avoid vital points. But the woman seemed to see through his intentions, targeting non-vital areas with her strikes to drain his stamina and mobility. In no time, Lin Bai felt as if he were being skinned alive, blood flowing profusely, while his stamina was rapidly depleting. Soon he was gasping for breath. 17th strike, 18th strike, 19th strike. Lin Bai no longer aspired to achieve a good rating. He merely hoped to endure a few more strikes. Unfortunately, on the 21st strike, he was caught by the woman's treacherous technique, losing a large chunk of flesh from his left arm. The sharp pain and blood loss slowed his movements, allowing the woman to seize the opportunity. Her next strike arched upwards, aimed directly at Lin Bai's neck. Lin Bai wanted to defend, but alas, his stamina and pain held him back, leaving him to watch helplessly as the knife swung toward his neck. As the cold blade embedded itself in Lin Bai's neck, everything dissipated like smoke, including the faceless woman, the martial arena, and his wounded body. He found himself back in the initial silvery space, his strength and physique restored to their original state, but the cold sensation on his neck and the indifferent gaze of the woman lingered in his mind. Lin Bai's strength and physique had recovered, yet he lay flat on the ground, panting heavily. Huff, huff. It was overwhelmingly tiring, not from physical exhaustion but from mental fatigue. The deathly illusion from the last strike on Lin Bai's neck still haunted his mind. To be honest, he had just thought he was about to die. After waiting for a while, Lin Bai finally managed to adjust his mindset. He touched the spot where he had just been injured, only to find it completely unscathed. Was it an illusion or a law of life or time? Never mind, it's not important. Lin Bai began to reflect on his recent battle. During the 21st strike, I should not have sidestepped, but should have countered with my knife while creating distance. Ultimately, it was his lack of combat experience. Since awakening, it had only been a little over a month, and he had sailed smoothly through, never experiencing such life-and-death battles. But that didn't justify it as an excuse. Losing is losing. Just like that lethal knife on his neck, it doesn't care for your reasons, so Lin Bai was currently reviewing the battle, absorbing this valuable experience. This visit to the martial arts hall was indeed a good opportunity to make up for this aspect. While Lin Bai rested, the silvery space also announced his results. Tester Lin Bai has endured 21 strikes, achieving a passing score in the first stage. Upon hearing this result, Lin Bai accepted it gladly. After all, that was the level of his current martial arts, and he would improve with each battle. But do not underestimate Lin Bai's talent of 129,600 star map. A few minutes later, the calm voice of the spirit of space echoed once more. Tester Lin Bai, the second round is about to begin. Please be prepared. Lin Bai stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes, and asked, "How will the second round test be conducted?" Power, speed, physique, and spirit. These are the 4 basic aspects, the spirit of space succinctly responded. Is that so? Then let's begin. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai felt assured and chose to start without hesitation. The method for testing strength was rather archaic. A familiar stone mill slowly emerged, the very kind he had used to hone his body before awakening. For the strength test, the requirement is to lift the stone mill and hold it for 1 minute. Challenger Lin Bai, how much weight do you wish to start with? How much weight is needed to achieve the highest rating? Lin Bai directly inquired. You are currently at the transcendent stage. Lifting 10,000 pounds will suffice. Then I'll go straight for 10,000 pounds, Lin Bai replied. The testing equipment has been adjusted. Please begin the test, Challenger. Although the stone mill appeared unchanged, Lin Bai's intuition sharply sensed the heavy pressure emanating from it. He grinned, stepped forward, and easily lifted the mill over his head, with a swift motion powered by his waist and abdomen, his expression radiating ease and comfort. The martial arts challenge faced pressure, but physical fitness was Lin Bai's strong suit. He had already approached the attribute limit of the transcendent stage upon entering, and it had been a month since he began his cultivation. The subsequent speed test assessed his short-term explosiveness and long-distance sprinting. The physique test required Lin Bai to perform some difficult movements under 50 times gravity. The spirit test involved breaking illusions. There was no doubt Lin Bai passed all these tests with the highest standards. However, he had to complain that the spirit test was too noisy. It hadn't pulled him into an illusion at all, as he only heard a painfully jarring piece of music. Finally, the second round of tests was completed. Challenger Lin Bai, your score for the second round is Brilliant Sun. Challenger Lin Bai, the third round test is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. Lin Bai began to adjust his stance to ensure a good performance in the final practical phase, but it seemed he remembered something and called out to the spirit of space. I'm used to using bows and knives. Without weapons, I cannot exert my full strength. Sure enough, a large assortment of weapons appeared for Lin Bai to choose from. While selecting his weapons, Lin Bai couldn't help but grumble. I knew it. If I hadn't asked, you definitely wouldn't have said anything. The previous jade tablet was just like this. Having been here for 2 days, Lin Bai gradually discovered some rules one must ask. If you don't ask, the Fire Cloud Cavern won't say anything. Whether it was the jade tablet or the spirit of space, here it was the same. In the end, Lin Bai chose a Yenling knife, a hard bow, and a pouch containing 30 arrow feathers. The knife was too light, not comparable to Lin Bai's heavier blade, but it was usable nonetheless. Lin Bai then continued to inquire, what are the judgment criteria for the third round? There are no specific criteria. I will determine it, the spirit replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai understood it was all about the performance score. The third round practical test is about to begin. Please cooperate with the detection to ensure no deviations occur during the challenge. With that, a beam of white light passed through Lin Bai's body, making him feel completely exposed. Challenger Lin Bai, you are practicing the path of a beast tamer, and are about to reach the peak of the bearskin stage. Is this information correct? I was activated, and this was Lin Bai's first impression upon hearing this information. However, he quickly dismissed this fleeting thought and confirmed. Yes, that's correct. Lin Bai noticed the surrounding scene beginning to render again, and once the environment stabilized, he focused on the figure standing opposite him. A cold-faced youth in black clothing. Good heavens, isn't that just a reflection of himself? By the way, defeating oneself is the true essence of the classic routine, isn't it? The black-clad reflection of Lin Bai did not care what the original Lin Bai was thinking. Seeing that the original had officially arrived, he charged forward with his knife. Lin Bai stood ready. After all, defeating oneself sounded like a high-difficulty challenge. Soon the black-clad reflection stood before Lin Bai and unleashed his first strike. Lin Bai furrowed his brows. It wasn't that the opponent was too strong, but rather too weak. The power, speed, and displayed physique of the black-clad Lin Bai were far too lacking, revealing countless flaws in Lin Bai's eyes. Was it an illusion, or was he intentionally exposing his weaknesses? Lin Bai was uncertain and could only adopt the safest approach. He met the blade heat-in. As soon as their blades made contact, the knife of the black-clad reflection flew from his grip, due to Lin Bai's overwhelming strength, which Lin Bai then split in half. Lin Bai nimbly leaped back to avoid being splattered by his own blood. At this moment, Lin Bai's mind was still somewhat chaotic. He thought the spirit of space was playing some trick with the notion of defeating oneself being the strongest gimmick. Unexpectedly, the encounter ended as soon as it began. He can't be here just to make a scene, can he? Or is there another trick up his sleeve? This was the thought in Lin Bai's mind, especially since he felt the opponent's strength didn't even reach a tenth of his own. However, these thoughts vanished once the spirit of space emerged to declare Lin Bai had passed. Challenger Lin Bai, you have passed the third round challenge. Your score for the third round is Brilliant Sun. Do you wish to continue? Continuing the challenge can earn you merit points. This activity is only available during this test. Lin Bai did not rush to respond. He reflected on the battle, and a thought gradually crystallized in his mind, prompting him to directly ask for verification. Spirit of Space, what was the spiritual talent of the opponent I just faced? The Guardian's spiritual talent is rated at 1,800, classified as high-level spiritual talent. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's confusion was resolved. A person's strength is roughly composed of three major elements: strength, realm, path, spiritual talent. Although other factors like combat experience and favorable conditions also play a role, this basic formula is indeed correct. Currently, the testing space replicated his realm and path, but the opponent's absurdly low spiritual talent of only 1,800 was nowhere near Lin Bai's staggering 12,960. As Lin Bai's realm grows in the future, the gap in strength between him and others will widen even further. Yet Lin Bai now had an idea. Spirit of Space, what is the spiritual talent of the next challenge opponent, and what is their realm strength? 2,500. Their realm is the same as the testers. Upon hearing the Spirit of Space's answer, a grin spread across Lin Bai's face as he felt a surge of joy. Just as I thought, this is a complete freebie. I just don't know if the Guardian's realm will be raised later on. Let's start the challenge. Another black-clad reflection appeared on the stage. Lin Bai did not hesitate and took the initiative to strike, slicing him into pieces with a single blow. He did not stop there but continued the challenge. The next three black-clad reflections that entered the fray had the same path and realm as Lin Bai. Their spiritual talents were 3,000, 3,001, and 4,500 respectively. Yet they could not withstand Lin Bai's three strikes. Lin Bai wore a broad smile, and his grin only grew brighter as he felt he was essentially picking up money. Although he still didn't know the purpose of these merit points, he had seen enough to know how things worked. Lin Bai speculated that this should be the currency within the martial arts hall, possibly needed for materials like the knowledge beast, and might be exchanged using these points. After Lin Bai completed an additional 4 rounds, the Spirit of Space spoke up. Challenger Lin Bai, you have passed the 4 basic tests and earned 1,900 merit points. The upcoming challenge will open the Martial Tower. Do you choose to continue? Lin Bai heard the words of the Spirit of Space and immediately realized that the hidden level had been triggered, and he hurriedly asked, what is the Martial Tower? Unfortunately, the Spirit of Space did not answer him this time, but silently awaited Lin Bai's response. Seeing this, Lin Bai understood that the benefit session had ended. However, thinking of the 1,900 merit points he had gained effortlessly, his small regrets vanished in an instant. Let's start. Lin Bai smiled freely. Since I'm here, how can I not give it a try? The challenger has agreed to open the Martial Tower, preparing to enter the first level. The surrounding scenery began to change, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Bai found himself in a vast grassland with a familiar sight of 3 suns hanging in the sky, 1 yellow and 2 white, and flocks of sheep leisurely strolling in the distance. A figure began to materialize a few hundred meters ahead of him. It was a young man in a blue robe whose facial features remained indistinct. Strike first for the advantage. Lin Bai did not hesitate to draw his bow and knock an arrow, releasing 3 consecutive arrows in a triangular formation aimed at the opponent's vital points. The young man in blue did not panic. Instead, he raised a hand and clenched it. Suddenly, the vegetation at his feet began to grow wildly, forming nets that absorbed the force of Lin Bai's arrows, causing them to veer off course and land far away. Lin Bai observed the opponent's method and began to frantically deduce information about him. From the sense of oppression conveyed by his intuition, the young man's realm should be at the peak of foundation establishment, and he was likely following the path of a sorcerer. Did his abilities relate to controlling plants? I just wonder what his innate talents are like. But Lin Bai knew that long-range arrows would have limited effect against a prepared opponent, so he stopped testing and immediately discarded his bow, drawing his sword and dashing towards the enemy like a cheetah. As a warrior, engaging in close combat against a sorcerer was undoubtedly advantageous for him. In the game, if a warrior does not approach a mage, they might as well wait to be kited to death. Unfortunately, the young man opposite him was not foolish. He would not stand idly by and wait for Lin Bai to kill him. He retreated while simultaneously casting spells to summon countless vines that formed nets to ensnare Lin Bai. These vines were not only extraordinarily tough, but also covered with sharp thorns resembling a living thicket of brambles as they surrounded Lin Bai from all directions. However, Lin Bai's overall strength still surpassed that of his opponent. These thorns merely scratched his skin, failing to breach his defense. Even though the opponent was at the peak of foundation establishment and possessed considerable skills, they could not withstand Lin Bai's diligence of 129,600 spiritual energies. Seeing that ordinary vines could not harm Lin Bai, the young man changed his approach and threw out 2 crimson seeds. The 2 seeds sprouted instantly, and Lin Bai wanted to rush over to destroy them, but unfortunately the vines grew even more frenzied, tightly binding his ankles and blocking his advance. Ultimately, the two seeds successfully sprouted into two fiery tray ants. Lin Bai found it hard to maintain his composure upon witnessing this. Damn it, so it's a group attack, huh? Just wait. Once my Mo Ling grows up and I contract a few more of my destined beasts to evolve, I'll make sure you group attackers regret it. Lin Bai's path of beast tamer warrior was inherently about fighting with numbers, but unfortunately he had trained for too short a time, and had only contracted one destined beast which had not yet matured. Now this practitioner of beast tamer warrior was actually being outnumbered. How could he not be furious? In simple terms, he was somewhat on the back foot. The fiery tray ants did not care about Lin Bai's mood. Their fists, as large as cooking pots, descended with fiery ferocity, causing Lin Bai to wince in pain. It hurt a bit, but the brute strength could not break through Lin Bai's defenses. It was just the added fire that was hard to endure, being extremely hot, and he had no idea what kind of strange fire it was. Next, Lin Bai focused primarily on dodging, as he had come to understand. His opponent was clearly a control-heavy mage, while he was a warrior with high defense and thick health. Lin Bai could only wait for the opponent's mana to deplete before rushing in to slay him with one strike. As expected, after waiting patiently, Lin Bai noticed that the strength of the fiery tray ant had finally weakened and the flames were no longer burning as fiercely. Even the annoying vines around him seemed to lack energy. An opportunity. Lin Bai suddenly exerted force to break free from the remaining vines, making a nimble zigzag dash to avoid the tray ant's interception, darting straight towards the young man in blue like an arrow released from a bow. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. This time there were no surprises. The young man was brought within 1 meter by Lin Bai. It goes without saying that a mage caught in close combat with a warrior had no good outcome. Lin Bai slowly withdrew his extended sword, gazing at the young man who had been split in half and saw. Indeed, control is incredibly annoying whether in games or reality. Logically, Lin Bai's strength should have been significantly superior to that of the young man, yet he just happened to encounter such a bothersome opponent, having to wait until the opponent's mana was exhausted before he could kill him. Challenger Lin Bai has passed the first level of the Martial Tower, earning 1,000 merit points. You now have a total of 2,900 merit points. Will you continue to the next level? Of course, let's begin right away. Although the previous Guardian had caused him some minor trouble, the result was gratifying: 1,000 merit points. However, the preceding benefit session had given out even more than the Martial Tower. It was truly deserving of being a limited-time event only available for the first test. Afterwards, Lin Bai confidently entered the second level of the Martial Tower. About 10 minutes later, Lin Bai was teleported back with a pale face. Spirit of Space, come out. Why are there two people in the second level? And they are an assassin-class Dark Forest home field. Is this configuration even passable? Lin Bai questioned, as the guardians he encountered upon entering the second level were a pair of twins. If their paths were similar to the sorcerer from before, it wouldn't have been too bad. The sorcerer's attack power was simply not enough to breach Lin Bai's defenses. But those twins were likely of the assassin class, and the battlefield of the second level was the Dark Forest. Lin Bai was tortured within, teetering on the edge of life and death, as the opponents were fast and powerful, fighting on their home ground. He could hardly touch them, only being kited to death. Lin Bai now seriously suspected that the Spirit of Space was messing with him. If he couldn't pass, could anyone else? After all, even with his combat power at the peak of Foundation establishment, he was still at the top. Unfortunately, the Spirit of Space did not respond to Lin Bai, but merely issued the final command. Challenger, your challenge has been completed, and you are about to exit the testing palace. Please prepare yourself. Lin Bai felt dazed, and when he regained his senses, he was already back in the tunnel he had entered. With no recourse to appeal, he could only return along the same path. As he stepped out of the testing palace's gate, he saw Wang Yu waving at him not far away, with some waiting students nearby complaining. Damn it, why did this kid take so long? It's almost taking up the time of 2 people. Maybe because the practical combat segment is difficult and those with weaker combat power take longer. Lin Bai ignored these discussions, knowing that these people would soon forget about him. Let's go. Sure, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Bai and Wang Yu embarked on their journey home. On the way back, this seemingly aloof girl chattered excitedly with Lin Bai, sharing her experience in the challenge space. Lin Bai, you won't believe it, our first level tested a little spell called Soul Seizure. I couldn't seize it from the opponent at all and could only try to protect my spiritual energy. But I still got a brilliant result in the end. Impressive, right? Very impressive. Indeed, it was impressive, as it indicated that Wang Yu had a solid foundation in her path of cultivation. Later, Wang Yu and Lin Bai talked about the final practical combat segment. Wang Yu said she passed 3 levels while Lin Bai mentioned that he passed 4. Upon hearing that Lin Bai had passed 4 levels, Wang Yu was not overly surprised, as according to the Wang family's intelligence, she had long known that Lin Bai's spiritual talent was exceptional. So passing 4 levels was understandable, and she even found an excuse for Lin Bai's slow progress. No wonder you took so long to come out. It turns out you passed 4 levels. How many merit points did you earn? Passing 4 levels rewards 1,900 points. That's a lot. I only got 900 points for passing 3 levels. Wang Yu looked at Lin Bai's generous rewards with envy, but not jealousy, as she simply couldn't overcome the 4th level. Just like how Lin Bai's martial arts achievement was merely pass, he just couldn't withstand the 22nd move of his opponent. Soon the courtyard was in sight, and after bidding farewell, the two returned to their respective homes. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. He saw a package placed on his desk. Logically, no one else should have been able to enter his courtyard. So, Lin Bai took out a jade token and directly inquired, "This thing isn't my resources, is it?" Yes, students receive resources after passing the basic tests. When they use them, they report back and new resources will be delivered again, strictly prohibiting waste. Lin Bai opened the package to find 3 items. He recognized the first 2. They were the bear heart powder used in the bear skin segment and the third turn tiger bone pills from the tiger bone segment. The third item was a box containing a mass of yellow gas, which appeared to embody a sense of grandeur and righteousness. Following the principle of asking when in doubt, Lin Bai continued to inquire, "What is this?" During the 3 tests, the student achieved 2 brilliant results, rewarding 20 pounds of human path merits. Can you repeat that? What is it? 20 pounds of human path merits. Lin Bai knew there must be extra rewards. After all, the 3 levels of tests distinguished many tiers, but he really did not expect the reward to be such a valuable item as human path merits. Let's put it this way, those priests who sent them in from the outside earned about 30 to 40 pounds of human path merits for completing a session of the martial hall ceremony, and now Lin Bai had a full 20 pounds in front of him. Human path merits can not only be used to break through realms and eliminate inner demons, but also to pray for blessings, avert disasters, and enhance fortunes with infinite benefits. Lin Bai patted his face to calm himself, as he still harbored a glimmer of other fantasies. Is this only for this time, or will there be rewards in future tests as well? Only the first time achieving a brilliant rating in this level will do. So you're saying that as long as I earn a brilliant rating in the martial arts level, I can also earn another 10 pounds of human path merits? Yes. Although it's not guaranteed, every time hearing the confirmation that he could earn another 10 pounds of merits made Lin Bai feel an exhilarating sense of regained hope. What he feared most was that it would be like the later practical tests, only available for the first time as a limited-time event. Hearing such generous rewards intensified Lin Bai's desire to hone his martial skills. Having learned everything, Lin Bai couldn't help but marvel again at the grand generosity of the Fire Cloud Cave. As long as you enter the martial hall, they ensure your resources for 3 years and also provide at least 30 pounds of human path merits. What kind of 3-year period with 3 testing levels where you can't even get a brilliant rating? Go home, kid. You're not suited for cultivation. Don't waste the resources of the Fire Cloud Cave. Joking aside, the minimum requirement to enter here is a high-level spiritual talent, and it must be over 2,000 spiritual energies. Even those students who are not skilled in practical combat can at least pass the martial arts level and the physical body level, which means getting 20 pounds of human path merits. So many human path merits are being distributed like they're free. You must know that even a single martial hall in Yunmeng County has over 100 people, not to mention the entire world. Oh, you say this Fire Cloud Cave is birthed from the fortunes of the human race. Then there's no problem. Lin Bai stopped thinking wildly and took the 20 pounds of human path merits from his desk, infusing them into his body. Although he couldn't use them right now, integrating them into his own fortune was also extremely beneficial. At this moment, if a master proficient in fortune-telling were present, they would see a faint layer of yellow light enveloping Lin Bai's fortune, making it appear hazy and noble. If one wanted to forcefully observe, they would not know how much they would have to pay. After calming his emotions, Lin Bai began to cultivate. After all, such an environment in the martial hall was rare. After 3 years, Lin Bai would at least reach the transcendence realm. The better the environment, the more one should cherish the time and fully enhance themselves. On the 3rd day of arriving at the Fire Cloud Cave, the first lesson of the martial arts hall finally commenced. Early in the morning, while cultivating, Lin Bai heard the familiar ding sound. All students are required to arrive at the designated location within half an hour. Due to the time constraint indicated by the jade tablet, Lin Bai acted swiftly. He quickly packed up and decided to check if Wang Yu was around. Through the formation of Wang Ye's courtyard, he learned that she was still inside. About 5 minutes later, the gate of Wang Ye's courtyard opened and the figure of the girl gracefully appeared. They exchanged a knowing glance. "Let's go." They were late, and by the time they arrived, many people had already gathered and taken their positions. In front was a 3-tiered altar where the crowd had assembled beneath it. I wonder how the martial arts hall conducts training. It's hard to say. Everyone has different paths and varying strengths, making unified teaching difficult. I guess it should be practical combat. The crowd murmured with the students from the martial vein, particularly concerned. Lin Bai and Wang Yu didn't have to worry. They were there to learn talismans, and everything else was secondary. However, at that moment Lin Bai felt increasingly eager to take advantage of the resources offered by the martial arts hall. After everyone had gathered, the spirit of the space emerged once more. "Students of the martial vein, please come forward." Upon hearing this, about 20 people stepped out from the crowd onto the altar, which began to glow. The next moment, these individuals vanished. Next came the literary vein, followed by the objects and alchemical pills of the auxiliary path. "Students of the talisman class, please come forward." Finally, it was Lin Bai's talisman class. There were not many people, only 12, including Lin Bai. Lin Bai stepped onto the altar, and in the next moment, the scenery around him transformed, placing him in a brand new environment. It was an ancient wooden classroom with a podium at the front and 12 independent workstations arranged neatly in 3 rows. Looking out, he was surprised to see numerous colossal stars appearing utterly mysterious, with intricate lines outlining themselves in his mind at a glance. Lin Bai quickly averted his gaze, fearing the occurrence of something unpredictable. Observing the environment, he surprisingly felt reminiscent of a drawing classroom from his previous life in university. The 12 students in the talisman class were not fools and instinctively took their positions. Lin Bai stood in the 3rd position from the right, with Wang Yu sitting in front of him. At this moment, a figure began to slowly take shape on the podium. It was a middle-aged man dressed in white with handsome features and an extraordinary demeanor. "Students learning talismans, I am called Gu Du Ku, and you may address me as Gu Du Teacher." This figure was tangible yet devoid of spirit, clearly a replica created by the Fire Cloud Cave. Upon hearing this name, Lin Bai immediately felt it was familiar. Gu Du Ku, Gu Du Ku. Lin Bai recalled that when he decided to learn talismans as his auxiliary path, he had studied the history of talismans in detail. The earliest talismans were the symbols of heaven and earth, belonging to the Tao of heaven, possessing various incredible powers. Later sages observed the heavens and the earth and created 36 basic symbols, enabling humanity to wield such power. The name of that sage was Gu Du Ku. It was evident that Lin Bai was not alone in his thoughts. Everyone changed their expressions, and some could not help but whisper in awe. After creating the prototype of the talismans, Gu Du Ku established an unparalleled merit for humanity, receiving immense fortune and countless merits, which directly led to his ascension to the Tao ancestor realm. They had come to learn the art of talismans, never expecting that the one teaching them would be a legendary figure like Gu Du Ku, even if it was merely a replica. Gu Du Ku paid no mind to the feelings of the crowd and directly began to speak. To master the art of talismans, one must be proficient in the drawing of symbols. Students, who knows how many basic symbols one must learn to start studying talismans? Those who can answer, please raise your hands. Additionally, there will be rewards for those who answer correctly, earning merit points. Those who dare to take the lead in the martial arts hall will be rewarded. Seeing this sage asking questions, everyone was eager to respond, and a boy was the first to raise his hand. "Teacher, there are 36 basic symbols, and all advanced talismans are derived from them." Correct answer. Gu Du Ku nodded slightly and immediately posed the next question. "Now, does anyone know the categories these basic symbols are divided into?" This time, everyone eagerly raised their hands, and Wang Yu managed to go first. "Teacher, the basic symbols can be divided into 5 main categories corresponding to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, further subdivided into the combinations of the 5 elements and the duality of yin and yang." Wang Yu patiently explained what combinations of the 5 elements and duality of yin and yang meant. The principle is not complicated. Taking the basic fire symbol as an example, it can be further divided into fire within fire, metal within fire, wood within fire, water within fire, earth within fire, yang fire, and yin fire. The other 5 elements follow the same pattern of combination. Generally, most talismans will use a significant portion of the basic symbols. It's merely a matter of which dominates. Of course, these combinations of the 5 elements and the duality of yin and yang account for 35 basic symbols, while the last symbol is either attributeless or embodies all attributes. The attributeless symbol is the last fundamental symbol that every talisman master must master. Wang Yu. Higher-level talismans are composed of combinations of basic symbols, and the attributeless symbol serves as a crucial connection point stabilizing the overall structure. The talismans in this world are somewhat reminiscent of circuits from Lin Bai's previous life. Wang Yu spoke eloquently in front while Lin Bai listened intently from behind. He was not particularly well-versed in this basic knowledge, as in the previous month Lin Bai had focused on other matters and had no time to study the fundamentals of talismans. It was only shortly before he left that his sister Lin Su had bought him a book on basic talisman knowledge to read. At this moment he listened particularly attentively. What was that saying again? He remembered. It was when your knowledge is too lacking you can even gain knowledge from the questions themselves. Very good, quite impressive. Gu Duku expressed his approval of Wang Ye's answer. Since everyone has a grasp of the classification of symbols, we will now proceed directly to the practical section on how to construct a qualified symbol. Knowing the theory is easy but executing it is difficult. I will start the first lesson with the basic earth symbol. Saying this, Gu Duku waved his hand, and a three-dimensional model appeared shaped like a cube looking quite heavy and profound. What I have in my hand is the enlarged version of the earth within earth basic symbol. Lin Bai listened attentively, as this was the auxiliary path he would use to earn resources and protect his journey. After Gu Duku briefly explained how to construct the nodes of the earth within earth basic talisman, he waved his hand again, and a matching model appeared on the workstations in front of Lin Bai and the others for them to observe and learn from, along with a pile of yellow paper beside the tables. Since I've finished explaining, it's time for everyone to practice. The art of talismans ultimately relies on practice. The one in front is a reference model. The first 3 to successfully carve will earn merit points. Upon hearing there were rewards, Lin Bai and Wang Yu eagerly reached for the specially made yellow willow talisman paper to begin their practice. Because their cultivation levels had not yet reached the point of effortlessly carving talismans, they needed specific materials to draw at this time. The materials for talisman masters are quite simple. As long as there is a medium for the talisman, it suffices. The talisman master uses a knife and brush to carve. The quality and power of the talisman depend primarily on the talisman master themselves. Taking the simplest fireball technique talisman as an example, a talisman apprentice might only carve a fire the size of a head, whereas if a talisman master were to do it, the result could rival a meteor shower. And this yellow willow paper is one of the materials for the talisman medium. At this moment Lin Bai held the yellow paper and began to sense its inner essence. His heart gradually calmed, and his consciousness sank into a vague ethereal infinity space, which was the spiritual internal space of the yellow willow paper. His consciousness could extend and take shape here. This was the effect of the yellow willow talisman paper. Let's begin. Lin Bai silently encouraged himself. His consciousness like a tool began to carve the nodes of the earth within earth basic talisman in this ethereal space. The term carving in talismans derives from this. While Lin Bai was entering a meditative state, Gu Duku began to evaluate this batch of students. Too poor, half of them can't even enter a meditative state within 15 minutes. For these individuals without a great opportunity or enlightenment, it is nearly impossible to enter the realm of a talisman master. It was not that he was being harsh. Struggling to enter a meditative state within a quarter of an hour is considered mediocre in the realm of talismans. Talismans are symbols of heaven and earth. It not only depends on the strength of your spiritual power, but also on your connection with the heavens and the earth. These individuals all possessed decent spiritual power, but their connection with the heavens and the earth was weak, which is hard to remedy unless they break through to the rebirth realm and re-establish their anchorage in the world. These people would quickly drift away from the true talents of the talisman path. For a normal person, it's common to take half a day to attempt meditation for the first time, but here at the martial arts hall, a quarter of an hour is the last line for geniuses. He then continued to observe the other half of the students. This disciple is not bad. They entered a meditative state so quickly. Let me check. Oh, it turns out they are from the Talisman Masters Association learning under a teacher. Let's see how they do. This disciple named Lin Bai entered a meditative state so quickly. The records from the Fire Cloud Cave show that he has been cultivating for less than a month and had never systematically studied any talisman knowledge before. The lonely traveler indeed felt a hint of surprise. It was not because of the mere basic runes. As the founding figure of the talisman path, he himself was an unparalleled genius viewing ordinary talismans as child's play. What caught his attention was Lin Bai's speed in entering a meditative state. It was astonishingly fast. Almost the moment his fingertips touched the yellow willow paper, Lin Bai's mind had already plunged into that dark spiritual space without any hesitation. It was like a high school student solving problems meant for middle schoolers. You wouldn't be surprised, but what if it were a newborn baby just a few months old? Even if you were a genius, you would be amazed at this scene. The lonely traveler began to observe the yellow paper in Lin Bai's hands carefully and noticed that Lin Bai was already sketching nodes within. The nodes are stable and the foundation is solid. This disciple named Lin Bai has a 30% chance of breaking through to the master realm in the future. At this moment, Lin Bai was unaware that the lonely traveler was paying attention to him. He was seriously completing his maiden work. His consciousness, like a knife, precisely outlined one node after another, and within the dark space, a perfectly shaped square block of earth emerged. Lin Bai touched it with his consciousness and felt it was soft and elastic, just like jelly. Perfect and flawless. The more I look at it, the more beautiful it becomes. Exiting his introspection, the yellow willow paper in his hand appeared unchanged, its color and texture just as usual. But when he immersed his mind again, the earth within earth rune still hovered steadily in the spiritual space. It feels like something is missing, Lin Bai pondered. His thoughts became active again as he manipulated the spiritual essence within the space, attempting to condense a second and third earth within earth rune, testing whether they could be connected in succession. Still not working. It feels like there's something separating them. I definitely need a non-attribute linking rune to connect them. Lin Bai observed the runes floating in the dark space. Some seemed connected, but he knew there was a vast distance between them. Although he failed, he was not discouraged, as each attempt was a valuable accumulation of experience. Does this disciple have such a strong connection with the heavens and earth? In a short period, he could condense a large number of runes. It's important to note that runes are the words of heaven and earth. Sometimes talisman masters need to burn incense and pray to condense runes, let alone condensing them so casually in such a short time. If Lin Bai could sense the lonely traveler's thoughts, he would probably smile knowingly. Connection with the heavens and earth. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never lacked this connection. After awakening his innate wisdom, the scattered information in his mind gave him a rough understanding of his origins. It was likely that this world's great realm had a brief brush with the universe of his previous life in the Chaos Sea, leading to his soul being exchanged here along with the flow of information. Later, the 2 worlds separated in the Chaos Sea, their whereabouts unknown. Nevertheless, as Lin Bai, the special product brought back to this world, how could he not attract the heightened attention of this realm? Thus, before arriving at the martial hall, Lin Bai had already realized what he was most suited to learn. Talismanry. With an exceptionally high soul strength and a strong connection to the heavens and earth, it would be unreasonable not to study talismanry. After marking Lin Bai's profile for special attention in his mind, the lonely traveler turned his thoughts to other students. To gain the extra attention of this talisman ancestor, even for a moment, was exceedingly rare. After all, these big shots are busy with countless matters. Even if this is the replica of the lonely traveler, the original is aware of the causal connections here. Once Lin Bai completed the class test, he neatly arranged his yellow willow talisman paper and began to secretly observe others. First, he looked at Wang Yu in front of him. He could not see her face directly and could only turn slightly to see that she was still meditating with her eyes closed, likely still sketching runes. He then turned to observe his other classmates. Currently, only one male student was awake like him, seemingly having completed his task. The other classmates were all eyes closed, presumably sketching runes. Unable to do otherwise, Lin Bai immersed himself back into his talisman paper, starting to experiment with whether the existing nodes could be replaced to form a complete rune. Failed. Lin Bai frowned as he looked at the collapsing runes before him. These runes either suddenly collapsed halfway through modification or failed to take shape. Just as Lin Bai was absorbed in his own world, about a quarter of an hour passed before the last student finally completed their rune. The lonely traveler's voice rang out at the right moment, announcing the rankings of the top 3. As expected, I came in second. The result was exactly as Lin Bai had anticipated. He ranked second, the first being the only male student who was awake, and the third was Wang Yu. This second place earned 5 merit points. Do not underestimate this small amount, as it is something you can earn from a classroom test, accumulating over time without much effort. Next, the lonely traveler continued to teach the next rune, also of the earth attribute, named Earth Within Metal. This rune is generally square in shape, but its surface is not as smooth as the Earth Within Earth rune, instead featuring some raised points which represent the metallic element within. The teaching mode remained unchanged and the rankings had not shifted. This first lesson had already taught 2 basic runes. In the martial hall, if you were to learn outside, you wouldn't have a chance unless you swore an oath of servitude. Moreover, even if you swore an oath, you would have to act as a servant in practice, known as a test to become an. Even the benevolent forces like the kind-hearted Hall required Lin Su and Wang Qian to sign a minimum 30-year non-transferable agreement to other forces with assessment tasks every year. This is considered quite favorable, only requiring a time commitment without other excessive restrictions. It's a highly coveted opportunity. From this comparison, one can grasp the rarity of the martial hall. As long as you wish to learn and have talent, it will teach you. If it weren't for the age and talent restrictions of the martial hall, Lin Bai and Wang Yu as juniors would not have the opportunity. After the class ended, the lonely traveler waved his hand decisively, without delay, directly teleporting everyone back to their original places. No unnecessary words. The big shots are cold and ruthless. They returned to the three-tiered altar they entered in the morning. One must say that the spatial teleportation in the Fire Cloud Cave is truly impressive. Lin Bai felt no sense of time or space changing, simply returning to where he started. There were still many others around chatting, likely learning from other students. Upon returning, familiar faces began to reminisce. The closed nature of the martial hall is most suitable for forging friendships, forming cliques. Many factions enter just to maintain or seek connections. For instance, small families or the three major gangs in Yunmeng City would have perished or declined long ago without sufficient connections to obtain information. Take Zhao Rang, for example. He is currently maneuvering between various small groups. Exchanging resources or information is where those with shared experiences feel more at ease. However, Lin Bai doesn't know many people, and the only familiar face is Wang Ye's cousin Wang Xiao. Unfortunately, this brother is currently being surrounded by admirers. Lin Bai, slender in build, could not squeeze in and had no desire to. Wang Xiao, however, was sharp-eyed and spotted them waving from afar, to which Lin Bai responded graciously. This half-day of class at the martial hall left the remaining half for personal time, which was quite free. Lin Bai's next plan was clear: to hone his martial skills in the assessment area. He would return to cultivate in the evening. He had already inquired about the tokens previously. Usually the assessment testing palace was open all the time. Thinking that he still had 10 pounds of human merit to collect, Lin Bai felt an itch all over, as if ants were. However, Lin Bai did not expect that Wang Yu also did not stay behind but followed him to the assessment. This made Lin Bai quite curious, and rather than playing guessing games, he directly asked, "Wang Yu, don't you need to stay over there?" He gestured towards the lively crowd near Wang Xiao. I'm just an ordinary member of the Wang family. Not many people pay attention to me." Though Lin Bai was relatively calm, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. When Lin Bai first met Wang Yu, his instinct granted by the path had been ringing alarm bells, a feeling he didn't have when he saw Wang Xiao. He could confidently assert that Wang Ye's status in the Wang family was far from ordinary and likely core lineage, if not higher. Lin Bai turned to look at the calm girl beside him, only to find Wang Yu gazing back at him with bright eyes. Suddenly Lin Bai pretended to be sorrowful and sighed lightly. "It seems my wish has fallen through. I had hoped to attract a young lady from the Wang family with my handsome looks." He then exaggerated his expressions and gestures even more. "Damn it! My soft meal. My resources." As Wang Yu watched Lin Bai's exaggerated antics, a smirk appeared on her lips, wanting to tease him further. "Well, you might end up disappointed then." "What? Are you actually rubbing salt in my wounds? My heart aches." They bantered back and forth, the atmosphere light-hearted. However, Lin Bai also gathered a lot of information. Wang Yu had obtained 20 pounds of human merit, though she did not receive a brilliant rating in the second stage's physical fitness test. Wang Yu observed Lin Bai fooling around, while also snooping for information about her, her interest only growing because her heart's eye told her something. Lin Bai likely guessed her identity but still showed little interest in her. This puzzled her. If he truly guessed her background, his reaction was far too calm. This calmness did not align with the values of this world, which is one where everyone is passionate about martial. Simply put, in this world, one can do anything for cultivation. After all, if you aren't afraid of being an ordinary person, what is there to fear? If Lin Bai were to marry into the Wang family, it would be an understatement to say he would save himself 50 years of detours. The resource allocation would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, her heart's eye was not a mind-reading ability. It could only gauge others' emotions toward her. Thus Wang Yu could only speculate. As they chatted and walked, they arrived at the location of the testing palace. Lin Bai and Wang Yu were not the first to arrive. The doors to the 8 testing entrances were tightly shut, shimmering with a faint light indicating that students were already challenging inside, while a few people waited scattered outside. Lin Bai and Wang Yu exchanged glances and tacitly chose an entrance without a queue. Fortunately, there were exactly 2 left. Not long after, in less than a quarter of an hour, the faint light on the door before Lin Bai quietly extinguished and slowly opened. A woman in white who had already completed her test stepped out. Without hesitation, Lin Bai signaled Wang Yu and strode into the tunnel. It was the familiar tunnel, the familiar spatial flow. Lin Bai came to his senses and found himself in the familiar white space. The spirit of the space emerged again. Challenger Lin Bai, which of the 3 trials do you wish to challenge? You have 3 chances today. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. No wonder it was so quick this time. It turned out the number of attempts was limited in the test. I choose the martial arts trial using a bow and arrow for this test. Seeing he had 3 chances, Lin Bai decided to test the bow first, then try the sword technique, and finally see how the sword and arrow combination worked. As he selected his weapon, the surrounding pure white space quickly transformed into a vibrant forest landscape filled with ancient trees. The air was infused with the fresh scent of soil and vegetation, and light filtered through the layers of leaves, making everything appear incredibly real. The familiar figure of the white-clothed guardian solidified ahead, but unlike last time, she held a bow in her hand with a quiver slung across her body. The moment her figure fully solidified, Lin Bai moved. Drawing his bow like a full moon, he shot an arrow towards her swiftly. Taking the initiative, he aimed to catch her off guard. But even though the woman's strength was suppressed to the level of an ordinary person, her agility was with a nimble step, she floated backward like a cat, using her momentum to climb up a large tree, quickly vanishing into the dense canopy. The situation instantly reversed. Now Lin Bai was sweating profusely as he found it difficult to catch. The dense trees and interlacing shadows became the perfect cover for her. He was like a boar who had intruded into a hunter's territory, while the woman in white was the true master of this forest. I can't just sit and wait. Lin Bai gritted his teeth and, relying on his instincts, shot 3 arrows towards several possible hiding spots, attempting to force her out. Still, there was no sign of the woman. Only a few branches were struck. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows whistled through the air towards him. These arrows lacked power and speed, allowing Lin Bai to easily sidestep and immediately retaliate with an arrow. Unfortunately, he failed to hit. The next exchange was back and forth, but not quite, as Lin Bai's footwork was poor, making him basically a living target for the woman. The woman's arrows became faster and heavier, and Lin Bai's expression turned serious as he saw that nearly half of them had embedded into the sturdy wood before him. This is the 30th arrow. The woman's movements became even more silent, as if a hunter had mastered the life and death of her prey, ready to harvest his life. Lin Bai's heartbeat intensified, echoing in his ears, reminiscent of the tension he felt as a child playing hide and seek, just as his sister Lin Su was about to find him. The forest, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, seemed nearly silent to Lin Bai. 3 arrows shot towards different directions, and he felt the disturbance of the wind. Whoosh! 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 Lin Bai attempted to dodge. He forcibly twisted his body to evade 2 arrows, while the third merely grazed his left arm. Before Lin Bai could feel joy, an unseen dark arrow had silently crept up to his heart. This arrow, like the initial few, lacked power and brought no wind sound, yet it was this seemingly weak arrow that ended his test. Lin Bai felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the enormous impact caused him to falter. Before he could react, with a thud, the second arrow had perfectly embedded into his neck. Damn it! There's a finishing blow. This was Lin Bai's last words. He clearly saw the arrow that sealed his throat, but unfortunately he was too slow to react. Then he returned to the white space, and his injuries had fully healed. The spirit of the space had no extra words, directly pulling up the god's perspective to watch the footage of Lin Bai's battle with the woman. In the footage, after 30 arrows, the woman's steps were light as she first shot the first 3 arrows to entice Lin Bai into exposing his weaknesses. Then, with incredible speed, she moved out of Lin Bai's blind spot, shooting that decisive fatal arrow just as his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet emerged. After the arrow struck Lin Bai's heart, another arrow pierced into his neck, delivering the final kill. Wow, what a spectacular encirclement! First, using the force of the arrows to lure the opponent, making them think the following arrows were fast and heavy, only to be killed by the hidden arrow. Not to mention the final finishing blow, a perfect hunt. What an art! If the unfortunate victim being hunted wasn't me, it would have been even better. Lin Bai mocked himself at the end, but it didn't affect the excitement in his eyes. This review helped him immensely. Spirit of the space, can you transmit this battle process to me? As soon as he finished speaking, his token emitted a ding sound. I knew it. I had to ask actively. Lin Bai had initially wanted to try it out and unexpectedly succeeded, but he hadn't anticipated that this token also had a transmission viewing function. Next was the sword technique. Having absorbed the experience from the previous trial, he was no longer anxious and persevered until the 40th strike. Then came the combination of sword and arrow techniques, and this time Lin Bai died the fastest. He realized that the martial arts trial was purely an experience trial, setting aside all cultivation and competing with a mortal body relying on accumulated combat awareness and skills. There's no need to rush. Moreover, to put it in gaming terms, Lin Bai already had sufficient attributes: Heavenly Talent 129600 star charts, and unmatched mechanics, cocoon-breaking talent characteristics of a later-stage demon tamer. If Lin Bai's execution martial arts could improve, he would be invincible in the future. So he felt no frustration at his failure, but rather enjoyed analyzing why he had been killed. Identifying where he made mistakes and where he was slow to react was essential. Lin Bai was not a masochist. He simply found visible progress delightful. I should have abandoned the bow and gone in with the sword for a fierce attack. Hesitation leads to defeat, truly a wise saying. As he reflected, he was transported out of the testing space. Seeing Lin Bai come out, the next person hurriedly entered through the door. Everyone is working hard. It's good I came early, otherwise I would have to wait in a long line, Lin Bai thought to himself. Since he entered before Wang Yu, she had yet to come out and had to wait for a while. However, it didn't take long. About 10 minutes later, the door Wang Yu entered also opened. Wang Yu stepped out and saw a long line in front of her, quickly slipping away. She looked around for Lin Bai, while he had planned to sneak up on her for a surprise or scare. Unexpectedly, as he approached, Wang Yu seemed to have eyes on the back of her head, abruptly turning around and accurately capturing Lin Bai's nefarious intentions. Wang Yu looked at Lin Bai, who was caught in the act, pouted, and said, "Let's go back to practice." In the days that followed, Lin Bai's life was extremely regular. In the morning, he attended talisman classes. In the afternoon, he practiced martial arts at the testing palace, and in the evening he returned to refine his cultivation. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. With such diligent training, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Bai finally reached the first threshold of his cultivation. At night, the courtyard was silent, but the bathroom inside the house still glowed with light as Lin Bai gazed at the boiling hot water before him. He directly took out the last 3 packets of bear heart powder and poured them into the bath, watching as the powder dissolved and the water turned an inky black. Lin Bai reached in to stir the water, feeling the boiling water that could cause severe burns to an ordinary person, yet at this moment it only brought him a warm sensation. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, and his mood became increasingly pleasant. Am I now in a realm immune to water and fire? He dispelled his distracting thoughts, shed his last piece of clothing, and stepped into the boiling water. This time it was not the medicinal power that spread to Lin Bai, but rather he absorbed the medicinal energy from the water, as if he were plundering it. The water around his skin transformed back into its original clear state, only to be mixed with other medicinal liquids and turn black again. If someone were nearby, they would clearly see the color of the water in the bath, continuously lightening, replenishing, then lightening again in a cycle, ultimately returning to clarity. At last, Lin Bai had accumulated enough medicinal energy within his body, and he stepped out of the water. His flesh was red and swollen, and he could only feel an unbearable itch wishing to claw at it. He slowly took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to scratch, knowing this was a critical moment for the medicinal energy to stimulate the transformation of his flesh and blood. He assumed a stance and began to slowly practice the bear pounce style. Initially, Lin Bai's movements were slow, but as the medicinal energy within his body began to be digested by his flesh, his motions became increasingly rapid, with even his hands and feet leaving afterimages resembling a frenzied bear. However, Lin Bai's mind was entirely detached from the movements themselves. He was immersed in the sensations of his body. Compared to the unbearable itch from before, what he felt now was an exquisite comfort and satisfaction, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing, soaring to the clouds. Now Lin Bai understood why so many martial enthusiasts existed, regardless of how painful the trials were before. At this moment, it was all worth it. This pleasure was not simply happiness. It was a joy that permeated his entire being, a testament to the allure of evolution for a living entity. For a living being, cultivating the Tao, practicing immortality, refining qi, and honing martial skills are all ways of evolving their life level. How could one resist that? However, Lin Bai still retained some clear awareness. Upon witnessing this situation, he realized something was amiss. He decisively bit his tongue to stimulate pain, bringing his mind back to clarity, and his movements gradually slowed. The pleasure began to fade, and Lin Bai's conscious awareness took precedence over his instincts. Thankfully, I didn't fail, he thought with relief. Human consciousness is divided into conscious awareness and instinct, the latter being the subconscious. Just now his instincts had been unconsciously pursuing evolution, leading to this situation. Lin Bai's strong talent made his instincts potent, almost causing trouble. It is not to say that having strong instincts is a bad thing. Those with strong instincts can sense the arrival of autumn from a falling leaf and foresee danger before it strikes, allowing them to act preemptively. However, in such circumstances, strong instincts can also heighten the sensation of evolutionary pleasure, making it even harder to extricate oneself. If Lin Bai had not woken up in time, not only would this advancement have been in vain, but he could also have suffered a backlash from the medicinal energy. At that time, not only would his body be harmed, but he might also have to spend 3 months recuperating, stagnating in his cultivation. After this experience, Lin Bai's mindset instead entered a peculiar state of tranquility. His practice of the bear pounce style became increasingly fluid and natural, and his mind grew ever calmer. Finally, as he completed the last move, Lin Bai stood, relaxed, his fierce aura, completely retracted, appearing just like a graceful young man. If only there were a mirror, I could see how I look now. He lowered his head, carefully examining and stroking his skin, finding it increasingly pleasing to the eye. At first glance, his skin seemed no different from that of an ordinary person, perhaps just a bit fairer and more delicate. However, upon touch it felt as warm and smooth as fine jade. Wait, why would Lin Bai care about such superficial things? He suddenly realized something and quickly suppressed the smile at the corners of his mouth, also withdrawing the hand that was exploring his body. Business comes first, it's time to test my defenses. He beckoned to Mo Ling, who was guarding him nearby, signaling for it to come over. Alright, Xiao Ling, use all your strength and attack my back with your claws, just like this. After instructing, Lin Bai exposed his back, indicating for Mo Ling to strike. Caw caw caw. Caw caw. Oh, it's fine, I just broke through and want to test my defenses. Although Mo Ling was a bit confused after Lin Bai's repeated confirmations and firm gestures, it had no choice but to comply. Mo Ling soared into the air and swooped down, its sharp claws slicing through the air as they struck Lin Bai's back. It made no sound but had no effect. The sharp claws felt like a stick hitting leather, and Lin Bai could clearly sense the claws making contact with his skin. However, the skin did not even break, nor were there any red marks left. After several more attempts, the result remained the same. Caw caw. Caw. Mo Ling landed on the edge of the tub, looking at its claws, and then at Lin Bai's back, a bit bewildered. He keep it low-key? It'll get even stronger in the future. Lin Bai sensed the admiration emanating from Mo Ling. In Mo Ling's worldview, Lin Bai was akin to a king of beasts in the wild. Hearing Mo Ling's praise, Lin Bai's smile widened even more. After all, Mo Ling was just a little crow, how could it lie? Its compliments made Lin Bai very happy. However, happiness aside, the tests had to continue. Lin Bai adjusted the weight of the knife to a suitable force, picked it up, and began to glide it across the skin of his left arm. He used only 10% of his strength, for humans inherently harbor a fear of sharp objects, so Lin Bai subconsciously exerted only a small amount of force. To his surprise, the blade did not move at all. Even a hair or strand of his skin was untouched. With no other choice, Lin Bai had to exert more force, moving it up and down like a saw. The force gradually increased. 30%, 50%, 70%. Finally, Lin Bai nearly exerted 90% of his strength before the flesh on his left arm was broken. Lin Bai brought the wound close to his eyes. The wound was neither large nor deep, with a few drops of blood flowing from it. The bleeding quickly stopped, and the blood began to coagulate and scab over, leaving the area slightly itchy before the scab fell off. Lin Bai stared at the freshly healed wound, restored to as good as new without leaving a single scar. This is the charm of a martial artist. High defense and rapid recovery, able to withstand and retaliate. His path was that of the Beast Tamer warrior, with an emphasis on the warrior aspect. Beast Tamer was merely a decorative addition. It is rumored that high-level warriors can even achieve rebirth from a single drop of blood. This rumor comes from the rebirth realm within the cultivation levels. Transforming the ordinary, transcending, elevating rebirth. These realms did not appear out of thin air. They were gradually paved by the ancestors of humanity, with the rebirth realm being established by the forebears of the warrior path. However, the concept of the rebirth realm has now taken on new meanings, expanded into the new birth of the path, yet its origin is a glorious reflection of the warrior's path. But all of this was too distant for Lin Bai. The phenomena exhibited by Lin Bai were solely due to his exceptional talent. Otherwise a mere infant who had just taken a few steps on the path could not possibly exhibit such defense and recovery. Of course, the path of the Beast Tamer warrior, which was already extraordinary, played a crucial role as well. The Beast Tamer warrior is not an ordinary path, or otherwise it would not be a prized possession of a seasoned alchemist. Now I need to use 90% of my strength to break through my own defenses, and my recovery speed is also incredibly fast. Lin Bai mused, stroking his chin. With such defense, I fear no one of the same level can break through. The practitioners of the transforming the ordinary realm Lin Bai referred to were those who had perfected the realm, possessing strong paths and exceptional qualities. Others were not in his comparability range. With this thought, a surge of pride welled up within Lin Bai as he felt the surging blood energy within him, and an uncontrollable thought surged to the forefront of his mind. He turned and strode towards the quiet room, his eyes glinting with sharp light. Seizing the moment, he would push through the tiger bone barrier tonight. Indeed, Lin Bai thought to break through another barrier while riding this surge of energy. Once the thought arose in his mind, he couldn't stop. As the saying goes, one must seize the moment, and he was in just such a state of mind. Lin Bai returned to the quiet chamber, took out the 3-turn tiger bone pill, swallowed it, and then lay down, assuming a posture akin to a reclining mountain lord. Like a fierce tiger that has just feasted, lazily lying in its territory, seemingly relaxed, yet within it was quietly digesting its hunt, transforming the essence of its prey into strength. The tiger bone barrier differs from the bear skin barrier. The cultivation of the bear skin barrier relies on medicinal baths and the dynamic technique bear pounce, while the tiger bone barrier cultivates through pills and the static technique mountain lord recline. Lin Bai focused his mind and began to stimulate the newly awakened power within his body. As the medicinal power of the 3-turn tiger bone pill spread and intermingled with his strength, a torrent of burning medicinal energy was guided to seep into his bones, reaching deep into the marrow. A wave of pain surged forth. Pain, very painful. Every part of his body was in agony. Lin Bai felt as if there were insects gnawing at his bones. Pain was normal. He had learned earlier that the initial bone refining would be excruciating. However, this pain seemed to last far too long. The information from the inheritance indicated that it would last only a few minutes, yet it felt as though 20 minutes had already passed. This was not an illusion, but the actual passage of time. Something's not right. Just as his consciousness was about to be submerged in pain, his spirit seemed to be drawn by something, and in the void he saw a strange sight. A massive yet dim outline of a giant skeleton floated in the void, with scattered faint light points flickering around it, slowly merging into the bones. Wherever the light points permeated, the bones would emit a barely perceptible golden glow. Unfortunately, the skeleton was too large, and the light points too few, rendering this golden glow as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. Is this the fusion of spirit and flesh with soul perception? According to logic, his cultivation had yet to reach the final stage of transcending the mundane, the realm of the 5 viscera spirits, making inner vision impossible. Yet Lin Bai's body, spirit, and instincts were all formidable. At this critical moment, every aspect of his being spontaneously coordinated, briefly opening a backdoor for him to glimpse his own condition. Of course, this situation wouldn't last long. It was just a fleeting moment of imagery, but it was sufficient. It's the medicinal power that's lacking. The dosage that would allow an ordinary superlative spiritual talent to ascend smoothly was merely a drop in the bucket for his outrageous talent of 129,600 stars. This was what led to the current situation of insufficient medicinal power, stuck halfway in promotion, caught in an awkward limbo. Understanding the reason, Lin Bai grabbed the medicine gourd placed nearby and poured the majority of the pills down his throat, as if drinking water, letting them roll into his stomach. He then immediately returned to the mountain lord recline posture, fully refining the pills. As the power of these pills erupted, a wave of heat spread throughout his body. This wave of heat dissolved Lin Bai's pain, transforming it into a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring, bringing him comfort. Whew! Lin Bai slowly exhaled. Damn, I almost dug my own grave. This outcome was due to Lin Bai's habitual thinking. Previously, when cultivating the bearskin barrier, the initial medicinal bath had been a slow simmer, coupled with his subconscious tendency to continuously increase the dosage of the medicinal powder. He hadn't realized he had long exceeded the standard. Upon reaching the tiger bone barrier, he instinctively prepared according to the normal dosage, only to find himself immediately paralyzed. For this first bone refining, the key was to seize the moment, using strong medicines to leave a profound mark on the bones. He would remember this oversight and never make the same mistake again. However, the most important thing now was to break through to the tiger bone barrier, or otherwise wouldn't the suffering he just endured be in vain? Lin Bai now felt his body temperature rising. Although he couldn't see inwardly, he sensed that his bones had become a bit heavier. He calmed his mind, and his body involuntarily emitted a series of deep tiger roars akin to the prelude of a tiger's roar in the mountains. This was not a meaningless sound, but the essence of the Mountain Lord recline technique, using specific sound wave frequencies to stimulate the internal chi and strength resonating to refine the bones. The calm and focused effect of the array in the quiet chamber was brought to its peak at this moment. After about half an hour, Lin Bai's body temperature began to decrease, returning to normal. He crawled up from the ground, gently rotated his body, and twisted his neck. Crack, crack. This was the sound of Lin Bai's bones adjusting, similar to the sound of cracking knuckles. He lightly hopped a few times, feeling the changes in his body. No harm done. It seems I've broken through to the tiger bone barrier. Next is just careful refinement. Although there had been a small incident during this breakthrough, the outcome was positive. Saying this, Lin Bai waved his fists and feet in the air, and unlike before, he now felt a significant increase in strength. His strikes were faster and fiercer. He even unleashed a sense of sharpness. The bearskin barrier trained the flesh, primarily increasing defense. The tiger bone barrier trained the bones, primarily enhancing attack power, which was manifested through a substantial increase in strength and chi. In the inheritance Lin Bai received, there were two phrases that described the relationship between bone refining and strength in the tiger bone barrier. Refining bones transforms marrow strength, surpasses 1,000 cauldrons. Marrow full bones strong chi breaks mountains and rivers. After stretching his body, Lin Bai even felt as if he had grown a few inches taller. Today is truly a good day. I've broken through 2 barriers. For others, every step on the path is a bottleneck, and even extreme martial artists must fight desperately to break through in the heat of the moment. But for Lin Bai, well, just take a look at my outrageous talent of 129,600 stars. Lin Bai cast a probing spell on himself to see how much his attributes had improved. Name: Lin Bai, Strength 9, 527, 2 Agility 11, 518, 05, 2, 23, 5, Constitution 10, 542, 7 Spirit 9, 121, 2-level Transcendence Tiger Bone Barrier Skills Sword Art Novice Archery Proficient Basic Medicine North Mountain Army Scouts Concealment Technique Minor Accomplishment Basic Talismans Beast Tamer Talent Breaking the Cocoon Walking Together Evaluation Future Prospects are promising. A potential dragon in the abyss. Lin Bai's Note 30 attribute points are roughly the conventional level of a superlative spiritual talent after promotion to the extraordinary. Having completed the cultivation of the bearskin barrier, the increase in constitution was significant. Moreover, the essence of transcending the mundane is to shed the mortal body, leading to a far superior constitution compared to the other 3 dimensions. Not bad, really not bad. Lin Bai hummed a cheerful tune as he stepped outside the courtyard and brewed himself a pot of tea. Lin Bai had roughly figured out the dining schedule for this martial arts hall. Every morning at 6, and every evening at 6, a food box would be teleported to the table. Once the time came, if the food box remained on the table, it would be collected, so there was no need to tidy up. After breaking through in the late night, it was already past 6 o'clock dinner time, so he had no hope of getting a late-night snack. Caw-caw, Mo Ling flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder, eagerly nudging its little head towards the It'll be ready soon. The water hasn't boiled yet. Just wait a bit. I don't know how you as a crow love tea so much. Caw-caw. Beside him, Mo Ling was protesting, implying that crows also have the right to drink tea. All right, I apologize. As my apology, the first cup of tea is for you. Lin Bai poured a cup for Mo Ling first. As an extraordinary beast in the transcendent stage, Mo Ling was not afraid of the heat and began drinking directly. Lin Bai shook his head repeatedly. Tut, Xiao Ling, your way of drinking tea is incorrect. You should wait for it to cool a bit before starting to drink to savor its flavor. Saying this, he gently pressed his palm on his cup of tea, and a soft force emanated, precisely drawing out the heat from the tea. The martial artist's chi truly deserves to be called universal, fierce in battle, practical in life. Once the temperature was appropriate, he nodded in satisfaction and dispelled the heat from his hand. However, Mo Ling refused Lin Bai's suggestion. As a clever bird that loved tea, it had its own judgment. That was what bird drinks: cold tea. Lin Bai took a sip from his teacup, letting out a comfortable and lazy sound, completely relaxing, slumping onto the stone chair. After finishing its share of tea, Mo Ling obediently flew into Lin Bai's arms, curling up in a comfortable position. The twinkling stars and gentle night breeze accompanied the rhythmic breathing of the little crow. Lin Bai lay back, holding Mo Ling, relaxing as he gazed at the night sky of the fire cloud cave. Lin Bai observed that the stars in the fire cloud cave moved in a pattern likely due to some special formation. However, Lin Bai didn't wish to delve deeper. He simply wanted to lie there. The next morning Lin Bai stepped out renewed, brimming with vitality. After breaking through to the tiger bone gate, his chi and blood surged with vigor. Lin Bai had risen early that day, so it fell to him to wait for Wang Yu. They never declared who would wait for whom, yet over these 10 days, they had fallen into the habit of awaiting one another. It reminded him of his former life at school, waiting for a childhood friend to accompany him. On their daily walk to school, Wang Yu would share amusing tales of cultivation around Yunmeng City, and the tidbits she offered held Lin Bai, still a novice, spellbound, while helping him grow familiar with the city. Because they traveled together each day, their bond had quietly deepened. They left at nearly the same time. 7 or 8 minutes later, Wang Yu's courtyard gate creaked open. Wang Yu wore a pale cyan robe that only heightened the cool, otherworldly quality she possessed. Unlike before, she did not speak at once. She paused at the gate and examined Lin Bai with a slight furrow between her brows. Lin Bai felt oddly scrutinized. Her small, impassive face tightened, recovering some of the frosty aloofness from their first meeting, and he could not help but smile and ask, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Wang Yu did not take his joke. Instead, she stepped closer, cocked her head, and looked at him as if certain of what she saw. "You broke through. How did you tell?" Lin Bai was taken aback. His concealment technique had already reached a modest level, so he should not have been so plainly detected. "Humph. My protective talisman informed me." Lin Bai accepted the answer with a smooth laugh and inwardly thought how useful it was when others could afford such devices. So there were indeed detection tools. "My talisman told me you are stronger and more dangerous than many transcendent practitioners. Last night a divine figure entered my dream and imparted martial insights. In a daze I broke through," Lin Bai said, abandoning pretense and spinning his breakthrough into an exaggerated tale. After hearing his little story, Wang Yu still tilted her head and, oddly puzzled, made a request. "Lin Bai, let us spar." This did not surprise him. In a world of martial obsession, such a proposal was entirely natural. "I have no time now. Later after class." Lin Bai agreed. He would not refuse even a small request from someone who served as his informant. He understood social niceties. He also wanted to gauge his own combat ability. He had rarely fought in earnest. When Wang Yu heard his consent, her eyes brightened and she confirmed the plan. "Very well, after we return from the testing palace." The arrangement did not interrupt their day. They went as usual to talisman class. The lecture hall had briskly covered the foundational runes for talismans. They had already completed the earth and water categories. They were now approaching the wood attribute. In about a month, they would finish the fixed runes and then begin learning true talisman craft. Lin Bai practiced like he was fulfilling daily chores, earning modest merit points from the drills. A small baseline assurance. He stared at the yellow willow talisman paper, its dense vine-like wood within wood runes, and could not help but marvel at how wondrous talismans were. Still second place. When the quiz results were announced, Lin Bai remained steady in second. The top spot belonged as always to the visiting talisman master's disciple. The testing palace's martial drills proceeded as usual, but on the return their steps were noticeably quicker and their words fewer. Both took the impending duel seriously. This time they did not part ways. It was Lin Bai's first time entering Wang Yu's courtyard. Wang Yu's home had blue tiles and 2 green trees in the front yard bearing small fruits. Lin Bai's front yard had a green tea tree, otherwise their homes were much the same. They stood facing one another in the open area of the rear courtyard. A breeze lifted their hair and the atmosphere turned grave. Lin Bai felt his blood heat. As a martial artist, how could he not yearn for battle? It was only that few challenged him in earnest. Wang Yu spoke first. "My path is that of a chi cultivator. Prepare yourself. I will advance. Mine is the martial path." Lin Bai answered succinctly, then crouched coiled and launched himself like an arrow as the ground beneath him gave a soft, muffled thud. Wang Yu's reaction was equally swift. She lifted a pale hand and 3 finely crafted paper effigies floated outward, each wrapped in the chi of a chi cultivator. With a soft puff, the paper unfurled and instantly became 3 towering generals, each over 2 meters tall and clad in sharp armor. One bore a long spear, one a curved blade, the last a rope with a clawed hook. They moved with lively eyes and agile grace, betraying no stiffness of paper. As a scion of the Shinshio Wang family, Wang Yu was naturally versed in her clan's uncanny art, vivification. Vivification was a family trait clans acknowledged by the human Tao and mortal fortune would see their path's characteristic power strengthen and even ascend over time. Put plainly, it was like a game's enhancement. A strengthened family trait allowed those of limited innate endowment to learn surface techniques. All measures once reserved for the transcendent stage could be used by those at the Tuathan stage. In this way, a family's floor and ceiling were greatly elevated. A clan's path was its very foundation. Without a distinctive path and trait, a family was merely a loose assortment of independent practitioners, perhaps only wealthy landowners. The Wang family in Yunmeng City had endured for nearly 5,000 years, not to mention the Shinxiu Wang main line that dominated the prefecture. Nurtured by the human Tao and mortal fortune, the potency of their root path had been strengthened beyond measure. Coupled with Wang Ye's exceptional talent, the vivified paper spirit, and might now approach techniques used by transcendent practitioners. The three paper warriors formed a triangular formation that boxed in Lin Bai. He did not dodge. He had come to measure this Wang family prodigy's skill. The rope-bearing paper surged first, the clawed hook slicing the air toward Lin Bai's limbs. Unexpectedly, he reached out and barehanded seized the flying claw tightly in his palm. The two flanking paper figures closed in the spear and curved blade thrusting toward him in unison. Lin Bai remained as immovable as a mountain, yet black divine runes sprang across his skin. A faint black mist gathered about him, and the incoming weapons were halted. The scene grew peculiar. One paper figure strained to pull back the snatched rope, while the other two poured their attacks into that thin veil of black mist, their blades and spears striking to no avail. At the storm's center, Lin Bai frowned slightly, as if contemplating. Even my embryonic black heavy armor cannot be broken, he thought. This outer black mist was one of the marvels of the Yuyo Wuxia path, the heavy armored cuirass in its nascent. The heavy cuirass did more than bolster his defense, it enhanced him across the board. Strength, speed, reflexes, like an overdrive state. Of course, this thin veil was merely the armor's prototype, not the full-formed cuirass. Previously, when he had reached the Tuathan Bearhide Gate realm, Lin Bai had tried to condense this armor but failed. His physique and force had been insufficient. Having entered the Tiger Bone Gate yesterday, he now had the basic conditions to form a rudimentary version of the armor. A twinge of disappointment pricked him. He had agreed to the spar partly to test his current strength. Wang Ye's vivification had indeed impressed him, but her power was clearly too limited. She could not even shatter the embryonic armor, let alone a mature form. From a distance, Wang Yu caught Lin Bai's pensive, slightly incredulous expression, and her face flushed. She had been the challenger. To have the opponent simply stand and let her strike only for her to fail to break his basic defense was embarrassing. Wang Yu had meant to use only half her strength, thinking Lin Bai's training time was shorter. She had not expected to falter so badly. Her resolve hardened. Determined to show her true ability, she produced a redand white jade token and tossed it into the air above her head. The token cast a nearly transparent white dome over Wang Yu, and three red beams of light streaked toward the paper warriors attacking Lin Bai. Upon receiving the red light, the paper figures wore eerie smiles. Rust mottled their weapons, bloodstains appeared on their garments, and a murderous aura surged as if they were real killers. Lin Bai watched Wang Yu cast again, interest rekindling on his face. He felt the claw he held stir as if alive. The rope writhed like a poisonous serpent trying to escape his grip, yet it remained clamped by his 5 fingers. So this is vivification, quite intriguing. He chuckled, then sighed softly. But still not enough, or the strength is too slight. Wang Ye's reinforcement made the paper figures stronger, but they remained no match for Lin Bai's raw force. Seeing the vivification waning, Lin Bai decided it was time to conclude the contest. He whipped his arm. The claw and its rope became a flail whistling through the air as it lashed toward the spear and blade figures at either side. Wang Ye's expression shifted. She thought to command the paper figures to withdraw and evade the strike, but Lin Bai's speed was too great. With 2 muffled thuds, the 2 paper warriors shattered, as if struck by gigantic hammers, scattering into a storm of fragments. The flurry of paper shards made for the perfect cover. Ignoring the remaining, now ropeless paper figure, Lin Bai ghosted through the debris and lunged toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu reached for another effigy, but Lin Bai had already swept up like a gale. He did not hesitate, drawing his right hand back, he thrust a fist straight at the protective dome before her. With a crisp crack and a resounding pop, the dome fractured into motes of light. Wang Yu went pale and swayed. Lin Bai's fist halted steadily, a handspan from the tip of her nose, the cold rush of his strike ruffling the few strands of hair at her brow. He slowly retracted his hand and asked with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Wang Yu shook her head, inhaled deeply, and looked at him with a complex expression before letting out a soft sigh. "You truly are a monster." She sent the lone remaining paper figure to tidy the mess, led Lin Bai to the stone table in the front courtyard, washed a plate of green fruit and set it before him. "Did I fail to draw out your full strength?" she asked, biting her lip in reluctance. Lin Bai munched on the fruit and nodded. In this world, humility after a duel was taboo. It was regarded as disrespect. That was why Lin Bai had shattered her dome. Only then could she accept that she had been bested. "I do not understand how you cultivate. I have trained nearly a year longer than you," Wang Yu murmured in frustration. Lin Bai gave no answer. He knew she was merely venting, or with that time, she might have been better off eating another fruit. The green fruit was sweet and pleasant. They discussed the finer points of the bout for some time. After about half an hour, Lin Bai rose to take his leave, pocketing a few of the green fruits as he went. After Lin Bai departed, Wang Yu set aside her reflective mood and turned her thoughts elsewhere. Golden Age, she thought. It truly is upon us. Lin Bai, might you be one of the pioneers of this era? She then laughed at her own. Wang Yes standing in the Wang family was not insignificant, so she knew certain high-level matters. She recalled how perhaps 100,000 years ago practitioners had stagnated the pinnacle, reaching only to the Tao ancestor. The heavens and earth would not accept that, and so this present cultivation golden age had arisen. Increasingly more geniuses were appearing. It was as if the world expected someone to break the Tao ancestor boundary and elevate all. Thus, the sole aim of this golden age was to birth existence beyond the Tao ancestor. For people of their generation, that realm seemed almost inconceivable. But Wang Yu tapped the stone table with her fingertips, lost in thought. An early investment can hardly be wrong. Even if the family later bets on Lin Bai, that would be their obligation. My personal investment would prove my own foresight. Lin Bai's terrifying combat prowess and fathomless talent, combined with her familiarity with him, made Wang Yu believe such a private investment would be a sure gain. The days resumed their measured rhythm. Except for one recurring episode, Wang Yu would from time to time badger Lin Bai for a sparring match. Although she was ruthlessly overwhelmed each time, she remained undaunted, as if she found a peculiar delight in being bested over and over. One afternoon, having just finished a friendly bout, the two sat at the stone table in the courtyard sipping tea and eating fruit when the long idle token suddenly chimed. Lin Bai picked up the token, and a line of text appeared informing him that Huayun Dongtian was about to open the Zihua Ku. The message stated that those who passed would receive merit points, and that those who excelled might gain additional rewards, and it instructed recipients to prepare and proceed to the designated site. A note added that extra rewards were granted only if the trial was cleared solo. Beneath it, there was a small tip. Another line read that teaching would be suspended for 5 days starting the next morning. Lin Bai and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, and Wang Yu spoke first. She asked whether he had received the same notice about the Zihua Ku. Lin Bai nodded. Though he did not know what the Zihua Ku entailed, merit points were at stake, and he intended to join the fray. "Let's go and see what it is," he urged, rising immediately. It had just passed 4 in the afternoon, and he had no wish to wait until tomorrow. They followed the directions to the place. Lin Bai let out a soft sound of surprise, his face betraying puzzlement. Zhenggu Hall was peculiar in many ways. Lin Bai had carefully measured and observed the area before, and was sure there had been nothing here but an empty patch of ground. But now an ancient towering stele stood there, as if it had slumbered on that spot for millennia. Owing to the proximity of their residences, they were among the first to arrive. Standing before the stele, Lin Bai received its message. In the days before the human race drew the favor of heaven and earth, humanity endured countless calamities, and only after overcoming those trials did destiny gather upon humankind. When Huayun Dongtian formed, it recorded those calamities and forged them into a distinctive training ground called Zihua Ku. The Zihua Ku was essentially a vast illusion. It did not remain open constantly. Its openings and durations were irregular. This time the Zihua Ku would open 3 tiers and last 6 days, after which it would close. Each day afforded a single chance to attempt a tier. Lin Bai scanned the names and descriptions of the 3 tiers: Kunsho, Shueyu, and Wei Rin. The first 2 were outlined in detail, each describing concrete calamities. But the entry for the Wei Rin tier was maddeningly vague. It did not explain what one would face, offering only the name. Lin Bai wondered what Wei Rin could be. He queried his information aide, and Wang Yu shook her head in bewilderment. In her recollections, there was no calamity called Wei Ren, nor any beast by that name. Since Wang Yu knew nothing either, Lin Bai reverted to an old method from his past life: skip the unknown, and begin discussing the first 2 tiers. He explained that the beast in the first tier had strength at the ordinary Tuefan apex, while the natural disaster in the second required Chaofan realm might to withstand. These two tiers could be attempted solo or as a team. They agreed to each try solo first and form a team only if they failed. Indeed, the Zaihuaku allowed teams. Strength in numbers could be decisive. The human race's hold on dominance owed much to cooperation and mutual benefit. Naturally, to prevent students from farming merit points endlessly, the Zaihuaku imposed certain restrictions. The trial rewarded the brave, and extra rewards were reserved for solo completers. Wang Yu pondered and found Lin Bai's plan reasonable. "They'll follow your lead," she said. With only one attempt per day, to skip today would be wasteful. Having made up their minds, they decided to begin the trial at once. As they discussed tactics, more and more people arrived. When the crowd saw that the first tier demanded Tuefan apex strength, many students who had not reached that level grew pale. Not everyone possessed Lin Bai's abnormal talent, nor was every path focused on combat. Voices rose in anxious complaint. Some fretted they would miss the chance. Others snapped that team formation had been announced, and tempers flared into jeers and retorts until onlookers intervened. As the crowd swelled, disputes multiplied, and it almost came to blows. Fortunately, others stepped in to restrain the troublemakers. The commotion meant little to Lin Bai and Wang Yu. They turned and headed back to prepare weapons and supplies. Lin Bai had been at Jiangu Hall long enough to understand its rules. The hall might supply weapons, but they would never be satisfactory. He politely declined the standard-issue arms and went to fetch his own Qingzhong Dao. Wang Yu needed to return as well to gather materials for casting her Daoic techniques. Passing through the throng, Lin Bai muttered polite apologies, while subtly releasing force to nudge aside those in his way. Back in the courtyard, he took up his Qingzhong Dao and prepared to wait next door for Wang Yu. As a Lianka-type spellcaster, she had many things to ready. Just as he was about to leave, a sharp caw sounded. Lin Bai turned and looked at Mo Ling. Since arriving at Jiangu Hall, the little creature had been unusually sensible, remaining in the courtyard and diligently refining medicinal potency and practicing skills every day. "You want to help me too?" he asked. Mo Ling puffed its chest and answered with a crisp caw, its meaning unmistakable. Lin Bai considered whether to bring Mo Ling into the trial. Mo Ling was approaching maturity. At the Tuefan tier, its strength could not be dismissed. While it was no match for Lin Bai, its combat experience and future growth warranted consideration. After weighing the matter, Lin Bai concluded that taking Mo Ling would be all gain and no harm. Within the Huayun Dongtian trial grounds, real mortal danger to Mo Ling's life was impossible, an assurance not afforded outside. He decided quickly, beckoned Mo Ling, and said they would go together shoulder to shoulder into battle. With Mo Ling perched on his shoulder, Lin Bai stepped into Wang Yu's yard. Except when Wang Yu set wards to be undisturbed, Lin Bai had unrestricted access to her place. That privilege had been granted by Wang Yu, and Lin Bai had given her the same reciprocal permission. When he entered, he saw Wang Yu bent over arranging the items she would need. She had heard his footsteps but did not look up, only asking how he could be ready so quickly. "What could I possibly have?" he replied. "True enough," she said. "You are of the martial path. A weapon is all you need." Lin Bai flopped down opposite her like someone returning home and casually bit into a fruit. After more than a month here, Lin Bai and Wang Yu had grown familiar with the easy intimacy of old friends. Wang Yu set down a finely folded paper doll and asked if the small dark crow was his. Her gaze on Mo Ling. "What dark crow?" he countered. "She has a name. Mo Ling." Mo Ling answered with two crisp caws, as if to emphasize her name. "See, Mo Ling is repeating her name." Wang Yu said, leaning in with curiosity to study the clever spirit bird. "Mo Ling," she asked, "are you planning to bring her into the Zaihuaku trial?" She added that with his strength he hardly needed an aid. Lin Bai explained he intended to bring Mo Ling to gain enemy-facing experience, and cautioned her not to underestimate the bird, which was strong in its own right. As they spoke, Wang Yu reached to stroke Mo Ling's glossy feathers, but upon hearing Wang Yu's mild underestimation, the bird refused the touch and leapt back to Lin Bai's shoulder with a provocative caw. Wang Yu was not angered. Instead, she became more intrigued. The little creature's cleverness only made her want to touch it more, but Mo Ling darted and remained elusive. Lin Bai finally stopped the impending skirmish between human and bird. He urged them to stop playing and asked how Wang Yu's preparations were going. She withdrew her hand and said sullenly that she was nearly finished. "Almost done," she said. Then she finished arranging her materials with care. The two and the bird left and soon returned to the steel. Entering the Zaihuaku was simple. Press the token to the steel. Lin Bai clicked his tongue at the crowd and habitually gathered information from the people ahead of him. He overheard talk that Lu Ming and Zhong Ping had already entered, and that there had been a bet. Some claimed Lu Ming would win because he hailed from one of the three great families, while others countered that Zhong Ping's performance in class was similar. Curious about the gossip, Lin Bai looked to his information aide for clarification, prompting Wang Yu to go and ask around among her many kin. She returned and explained the events to Lin Bai. Two scions of rival factions had clashed, and it had escalated into the much-anticipated arranged duel. When Lin Bai learned both students belonged to the Bing Mai, the outcome seemed perfectly natural. Compared with the one Mai which favored hidden stratagems, conflicts within the Bing Mai were far more direct. As for Zhuodao, though disputes occurred there, as well, they were far more tempered than in the other two branches. Lin Bai chuckled that he had missed the excitement and might otherwise have watched the live spectacle instead of relying on Wang Ye's retelling. But such entertainments were of little consequence. The urgent matter was to pass the trial and earn the merit points. Because many returned to prepare, the queue advanced quickly, and before long it was Lin Bai and Wang Ye. Lin Bai pressed his token to the steel. A beam of light enveloped him and Mo Ling, and the transmission began. During the transport, a voice sounded in his ear. The voice announced the opening of the Kunsho Guan. Soon Lin Bai was transported to a location. When he steadied his mind and opened his eyes again, what met his gaze was not a familiar sight but a dark and damp cage. The air in the cell was filled with the stench of mold and an indescribable decay, while the cold ground was merely covered by a tattered straw mat that was nearly falling apart. Lin Bai's clothes had also been changed to a set of coarse garments, but fortunately Mo Ling was still in his arms without any mishaps. Where is the beast? Lin Bai was puzzled. He had expected to face a ferocious beast directly, yet unexpectedly. He first experienced the treatment of a prisoner. This disaster den unfolded quite unexpectedly. Just as Lin Bai was contemplating, footsteps echoed from outside, and someone came to open the door. 9527. It's your turn to go on stage. Who is 9527? Is it me? Go on stage to where? Two questions popped into Lin Bai's mind, but it was evident that this was the prelude to the beast confinement storyline. Thus Lin Bai chose to continue following the plot. He discreetly slipped out through the small door of the prison, though the door was too narrow, making it quite difficult to exit. The process was hardly dignified. It resembled some sort of animal emerging from a hole. Outside the cell, a man dressed in a black brocade robe with a cold expression was waiting. The scar on his face appeared even more menacing in the dim light. The scar-faced man glanced at the slightly disheveled Lin Bai, who had just crawled out, his tone devoid of any. Follow me. If the masters are kept waiting too long and become displeased, this wild dog had better pray for a quick death. Lin Bai silently followed, as if devoid of any thought, yet his eyes were constantly observing his surroundings. First, this black-clad scar-faced man's cultivation was too weak. Even if he was at the extraordinary realm, he was very weak, roughly equivalent to Lin Bai when he had just begun his cultivation path, entering the foundation establishment stage. This was quite strange, almost making Lin Bai doubt his intuition. Secondly, the environment. Rather than a prison, it was more like a cage. There were also others in the cage. Their gazes were numb, curled up in corners, with only the rising and falling of their chests proving they were still alive. Disaster den. Beast confinement. Lin Bai kept pondering the connection between these two names, and before he knew it, he had followed the man to a large door. The door opened. A wave of sound rushed in and various chaotic voices drilled into Lin Bai's ears. Damn. I lost again just now. I have to win it back next time. What's the next match? It seems to be a beast tamer against a peak foundation establishment tiger beast. Haha, beast tamers are really rare. Bets are open. Everyone can place your bets. Humans win against beasts at a ratio of 1 to 5. Beasts eat humans at a ratio of 1 to 1.2. Various clamors, roars, wild laughter, and curses intertwined, forming a frenzied and depraved scene. The scar-faced man pointed ahead to Lin Bai. 9527. Go in and put on a good show for those important figures. Compared to the previous darkness, the light at this moment felt particularly unreal, making him instinctively squint. As his vision adjusted, he saw the place he was in. A vast arena resembling a beast. Surrounding it were tall stands filled with all sorts of people dressed extravagantly, yet their eyes were filled with primitive greed and savagery. They waved their arms, letting out various unbearable howls. Look, that is the beast tamer. Seems like just a kid. So what if he's a kid? What if he pulls off an upset? Pretty boy, I'm counting on you to win back some money for me. Still hoping to win back money. This little thing will get bitten to death by the beast. Listening to these voices, Lin Bai felt neither happy nor sad. So this is the beast confinement. Am I also a beast? At that moment, a host dressed in a black robe with a long beard jumped into the arena. His voice, enhanced by some amplification array, resonated throughout the venue. Esteemed guests, the next act will be today's grand finale. A deathmatch, 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 deathmatch. The atmosphere in the stands was instantly ignited with deafening shouts echoing. The host waved his hand and the large door opposite Lin Bai crashed down, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive shadow leaped out with a foul wind, landing steadily in the arena. It was a beast resembling a fierce tiger, but with characteristics of a leopard. Its body was covered in vibrant patterns, with a single horn on its forehead and sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. Most notably, it had 3 tails that waved like steel whips. This beast was the notorious tiger beast. Upon seeing Lin Bai, the beast did not rush at its target. Instead, it lowered its body, letting out a threatening low growl as it circled around Lin Bai, searching for an opportunity to attack. However, Lin Bai had no patience to engage in any psychological games with a beast. He gently patted Mo Ling in his arms and whispered, "Mo Ling, go up and hone your skills. A divine bird cannot soar in the sky without experiencing storms." Mo Ling slipped out of Lin Bai's embrace and flew towards the tiger beast. "Wow, this kid's spirit beast, a dark crow. This crow is doomed. The bloodline of this tiger beast is among the top in the Foundation establishment realm. What can a dark crow do? Haha, it's settled. Damn my money, you little thing, better do me proud." Indeed, from the size, Mo Ling was less than 1/10 the size of the tiger beast. With such a huge size disparity, it was no wonder some gamblers were cursing. This was a match where the outcome could be seen at a glance. However, Lin Bai paid no heed to these gamblers. He watched carefully as Mo Ling rushed towards the beast. Mo Ling soared, first utilizing acceleration to charge at the tiger beast, extending its claws to slash across its fur. Slash! A deep wound appeared on the tiger beast's back. Had it not reacted in time, that wound would have been on its neck. Roar! The tiger beast was enraged and attempted to whip its tail at Mo Ling. Crack! Mo Ling activated the skill Murky Bone Cry, interrupting the tiger beast's action and causing a momentary stiffness. Taking advantage of this moment of stillness, Mo Ling ascended again, searching for the next opportunity to attack. However, the tiger beast, having suffered a setback, became more cautious and activated its bloodline skill. Its fur bristled, forming a set of spiked armor. At the same time, its tail became incredibly agile, like a whip, nearly sweeping Mo Ling several times, each time putting Mo Ling in peril. Overall, the tiger beast and Mo Ling were evenly matched, each holding their advantages. The tiger beast was strong and powerful. Mo Ling occupied the high ground with superior speed. Haha, this is interesting, this little dark crow is still alive. Damn it, what's up with this dark crow? Damn! This dark crow must have undergone some mutation, or its bloodline level is not low. The situation on the field fell into a deadlock, but the gamblers were even more excited. Lin Bai watched as Mo Ling fought evenly against the Peak Foundation establishment tiger beast, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As expected, the strength in this beast confinement is far weaker than in reality. Both the black-clad man earlier and the current tiger beast are the same. He was well aware that although Mo Ling had undergone transformation, evolving into a more powerful shadow crow, it was still in its juvenile stage. If in the real world Mo Ling now against a Peak Foundation establishment adult tiger beast would inevitably be absolutely suppressed. Lin Bai had a guess in his heart. This disaster den simulates an extremely ancient era, doesn't it? In that period, the bloodlines of beasts had not undergone the optimization of survival of the fittest, and the cultivation paths of practitioners were crude and full of loopholes, which is why they seemed so weak in my eyes. In the cultivation world Lin Bai belonged to, there was no notion that the older one was the stronger one would be. Instead, it was quite the opposite. As time passed, practitioners' paths continuously improved, and the bloodlines of beasts continued to purify and evolve, with overall strength developing upwards. Calculating this way, the time and space fragment simulated here was probably ancient beyond imagination, at least not within 100,000 years, for 100,000 years ago was precisely when the cultivation world entered the golden age, rapidly optimizing various paths and bloodlines. The tiger beast on the field was being toyed with by Mo Ling, and although it had protective fur and spiked armor, the bloodstains on its body were increasing. Roar! Suddenly the tiger beast let out a roar and activated the tiger roar skill, forcing Mo Ling to retreat. At that moment, the tiger beast's blood-red beast eyes flashed with ferocity, unexpectedly abandoning the troublesome Mo Ling in the air, and with its 4 limbs it charged towards Lin Bai with a powerful gust. Seeing this, Mo Ling hurriedly continued attacking, trying to stop the tiger beast from disturbing its master. Unfortunately, it was in vain. The tiger beast, while risking being wounded by Mo Ling's attack, was determined to pounce on Lin Bai. This beast has some brains, knowing to attack the beast tamer, but sadly it chose the wrong target. Lin Bai revealed a cold smile. He had originally wanted to continue honing Mo Ling's combat experience, but unexpectedly this beast came to attack him. It was simply seeking death. Then let's end this battle. Sensing Lin Bai's intent, Mo Ling quickly distanced itself from the tiger beast to avoid getting splattered with blood. As it distanced itself, Mo Ling cast a look with a hint of pity at the tiger beast rushing to its death. Others might not know Lin Bai's abilities, but as his spirit beast, Mo Ling certainly knew. Without waiting for the tiger beast to get close, Lin Bai directly condensed his power and pressed it. Bang! Unsurprisingly, this beast, with a bloodline evolution lagging behind, did not even have a chance to let out a cry of resistance before being squished into a pulp by Lin Bai. The spectators in the stands had not reacted yet. The entire venue first fell into silence, and then erupted into deafening cheers. Good job, little thing. That was exhilarating. What's this little one's number? I'll bet on him next time. Lin Bai was not disturbed by these loud voices, as a voice rang in his ears. The trial taker has passed the trial. Do you wish to exit now? Lin Bai's expression was inexplicable, as he chose no. Clearly he had met the requirements for passing, but he certainly would not choose to go back now. Returning now would only yield the most basic merit point rewards. He still wanted to see what extra rewards awaited. Lin Bai softly repeated the name Beast Confinement, his keen eyes sweeping over the surrounding spectators, who were still cheering madly, as well as the auras hidden in the dark. Beast Confinement. Does it mean the fight of beasts? Is it really just a simple battle against beasts? Is there no hidden, deeper meaning? Before entering, Lin Bai had discussed this thoroughly with Wang Yu. They believed that the disaster den was not merely a place for battle, but likely held other profound meanings. Recorded by the Fire Cloud Cave and named Disaster, such solemnity made it hard not to overthink it. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Lin Bai's mind, and he roughly knew how to obtain the extra rewards. Lin Bai had been pondering the meaning of the Beast Trap Pass all along. Just moments earlier, he suddenly recalled the foundational human laws he had learned at private school before his cultivation awakening. The human race's codified ethical law, Article 57. Anyone who forces humans to fight beasts or humans to duel to the death, anyone who rents or designates premises as arenas or carves out circular combat grounds, and all spectators present at such events, regardless of rank or role, shall be executed without exception. Any commoner who slays one of these three categories of principal offenders shall receive official reward and be granted the honorific title Purifier of Filth, along with the right to claim 1/10 of the offender's confiscated property. This statute essentially declares all individuals involved in forced beast fights or mortal human duels, including arena operators, landlords, and on-site spectators, are guilty of capital offenses. Should a civilian kill any such offender, the authorities will not punish but instead bestow reward. The human race's codified ethical law is not merely the imperial code of the Xia dynasty. It embodies the fundamental covenant binding all humanity. Violate it, and one becomes a fugitive hunted by every human faction across the land. Lin Bai had sensed something deeply amiss upon entering this space, and now he understood precisely where the dissonance lay. This place violates human law, indeed the very bedrock of human ethics. And that clause mentioning official reward. Was it not precisely an additional bounty? The more Lin Bai reflected, the clearer his reasoning became. Fortunately, he had paid close attention during his early schooling and possessed an exceptional memory. Hence, these foundational teachings remained vividly intact. Moreover, Lin Bai had even deduced further truths. The beast trapped within the Beast Trap Pass is me. The calamity of the Beast Trap Pass is no natural disaster. It is man-made. And to claim that extra bounty, I must purge every person present here. As Lin Bai reached this realization, the entrance door swung open once more. The black-robed man with the scarred face reappeared. His tone still dripping with condescending arrogance. Get back inside. 9527. Return to your cage at once. Seeing Lin Bai remain motionless, and worse, a mocking smirk flicker across his face, the man's brow furrowed sharply, his voice turning glacial. Filthy cur. Why do you defy me? Do you truly believe defeating a peak mortal transcendent Tiger Zheng beast grants you the audacity to challenge us? Do you have any idea of the Black Reef Arena's true strength? We are. Boom. A familiar muffled detonation shook the entire arena. Before the scarred black-robed man could finish speaking, his body exploded. Just as the Tigerjing beast had done moments earlier, Lin Bai had grown weary of his empty boasts. Whether the outcome aligned perfectly with his conjecture or not, he would test it regardless. And most crucially, Lin Bai was furious. He had never considered himself broad-minded. From the moment he arrived, treated like cargo, reduced to a combat slave, to the vulgar taunts hurled from the stands, every insult had chafed his spirit. Lin Bai knew these figures were illusory projections, but illusion did not absolve them of consequence. Earlier he had needed to complete the trial, but now, having secured the guaranteed minimum reward, he was free to unleash his full power. Spectators and gamblers in the stands watched Lin Bai slay the arena's guard. Not with fear, but with louder laughter and raucous cheers. They craned their necks forward enthralled, as if witnessing a far more captivating drama. Look at him. That boy just killed a Black Reef guard. Now this is entertainment. TSK. Black Reef's dog training skills leave much to be desired. Even their dogs bite their masters. Haven't seen such chaos here since 50 years ago. They felt no fear. They genuinely believed Lin Bai posed no real threat. Their confidence was swiftly answered. One of the Black Reef Arena's chief enforcers arrived on the scene, accompanied by a host of armed guards. "Wretched mongrel, how dare you!" Boom! His words died mid-sentence, his body exploding beneath Lin Bai's grasp. The remaining guards did not hesitate. They were all dispatched to join their fallen commander. In an instant, crimson mist filled the arena. Some spectators now sensed danger, attempting to flee. Others rushed toward the exits, only to find the gates sealed shut, unyielding to fists or kicks. Those who tried scaling the stands were repelled by invisible formation barriers. What's happening? Why won't this door open? Open it. Damn it, open it now. Hey, you there. Where do you think you're going? Surely this brat can't possibly shatter Black Reef's defensive formation and slaughter us all. At the moment Lin Bai killed the first scarred black-robed man, his smile widened significantly, for he heard the Cataclysm Caverns prompt once more. Trial participant has demonstrated exceptional performance. Eligible for additional reward. Return now. Failure to return will result in automatic recall after 30 minutes. No further actions during this interval will yield additional rewards. My hypothesis was correct. This is indeed the method to obtain the bonus. Yet killing only one target had fulfilled the condition, an outcome inconsistent with Lin Bai's original assumption. He had expected all participants must perish to trigger the reward. The Beast Trap Pass does not imprison beasts. It imprisons the impulse to resist. When I slew the scarred man, I enacted that very resistance. Thus one life was sufficient to claim the bounty. So why did Lin Bai choose not to leave? The reason was simple. They were not yet all dead. The human race's codified ethical law was not decreed by a single ruler or faction. It embodied humanity's greatest common denominator. Add to that the vile insults hurled moments earlier, and Lin Bai's tolerance was notoriously narrow. How could he possibly restrain himself from retribution? Now moral high ground stood firmly beside him. To hold back would have been nearly impossible. Thus only one word remained. Kill. Lin Bai blurred, appearing like a wraith before the arena's perimeter barrier, its surface shimmering with luminous runes. Hey, what's that boy doing? Does he actually intend to break Black Reef's formation? He's truly lost his mind. The arena is the masterpiece of a senior formation master. Only a peerless sovereign-level cultivator could possibly breach it. Come, let's wager how Black Reef will deal with him in the end. Amidst jeers and theatrical gazes, Lin Bai raised his fist and struck 3 times seemingly at random. Shatter, shatter, shatter. That vaunted impregnable formation splintered like fragile glass, shattering into countless motes of light before vanishing entirely. Lin Bai darted forward, leaping effortlessly onto the spectator stands. The instant the formation collapsed, the gamblers and onlookers froze, like ducks whose throats had been clamped shut, still wearing mocking grins grotesquely absurd. Laugh. Why have you stopped laughing? Have you forgotten how? Lin Bai's smile vanished. He turned to Mo Ling beside him and issued a quiet command. Xiao Ling, join me. Kill them all. Not one shall survive. GAA. Mo Ling let out a sharp, exhilarated cry, transforming into a streak of black lightning that lunged toward the nearest gambler, claws slashing cleanly across his throat. Thereafter Lin Bai and Mo Ling divided their labor with ruthless precision. Lin Bai targeted sovereign-level cultivators, and particularly formidable mortal transcendent opponents. These spectators, once arrogant tyrants who feasted upon others' suffering, now revealed their true nature, panic-stricken, scrambling over one another, shrieking, begging, cursing. A rabble in its purest, most pitiful form. Spare me. I'll never dare again. You! How dare you kill me? Lord, please spare me. I'll give you all my wealth. Lin Bai crushed a sovereign-level cultivator with a single punch, and scoffed at their pleas. Since you chose to attend this arena, you should already know the consequences when the beast breaks free. Don't beg me. I won't spare you even if you do. Hearing their cries, Lin Bai hesitated not. He continued his slaughter. After dispatching dozens, Lin Bai suddenly sensed movement behind him, ducking just in time as a silver flash sliced through the air where his head had been. Oh! So a big fish has finally arrived. Lin Bai rose slowly, his expression devoid of fear replaced instead by a sharper, more incisive amusement. Lin Bai raised his gaze and saw a middle-aged man clad in white robes, his face pale and clean-shaven, standing motionless in the distance. A small flying sword shimmering with silvery radiance circled him like a darting fish. Clearly the very blade whose silver flash had struck Lin Bai moments before. The gamblers, who had earlier fled in blind panic, now surged toward the white-robed man as if clutching a lifeline, wailing and crying out for salvation. Lin Bai made no move to stop them. He merely watched, silent and still. Like petitioners before a magistrate, the gamblers recounted Lin Bai's crimes. Manager, how this madman is slaughtering people at will. What is wrong with your Heijiao arena? How could such chaos erupt here? Kill him, manager, how no seize this beast alive. I'll flay his flesh strip by strip and feed it to dogs. Ignoring their emotional outbursts, manager, how fixed his gaze upon Lin Bai, his expression grave and intense. Lin Bai in turn observed the arena's manager with quiet fascination. Manager, how spoke first. Who precisely are you? How does a humble arena like mine attract a cultivator of your caliber? And why disguise yourself as a mortal transcending realm practitioner? Are you from the Gutian Alliance? That's it. Only the madmen of the Gutian Alliance would slaughter every soul connected to an arena without restraint. Lin Bai offered no reply. Instead, he tilted his head slightly as though sensing something unseen, then frowned, genuinely puzzled. Transcendent Ascension Realm. How utterly incongruous. He cocked his head, voice laced with sincere bewilderment. Are you truly at the Transcendent Ascension Realm? His confusion was not unwarranted by his innate intuition. Manager, Hao's aura undeniably resonated with the Transcendent Ascension Realm. Yet the threat he emanated was unervingly feeble. Especially strange was that Hao was a swordsman, a path famed for its ruthless lethality. In reality, cultivators who walked the sword Dao ranked among the deadliest of all. No matter. I'll simply end this now. Lin Bai shook his head as if discarding an insignificant thought. He lunged forward without hesitation, intent on delivering a swift, decisive end. After all, time was scarce, only half an hour remained, and he had no intention of squandering it. Seeing Lin Bai's utter refusal to parley, manager Hao's face darkened completely. He commanded his flying sword to streak forth as a silver arc intercepting Lin Bai's advance. So the Gutian Alliance's madman, truly beyond reason. Then came the warning. Retreat now while you still can. Once the Yunhai sect behind us arrives, you'll have nowhere to flee. Not even heaven above or earth below. Too much talk. This was Lin Bai's first direct response. Clang. Fist met sword in thunderous collision. Silver light exploded outward as the sword was violently deflected, sent spinning away by sheer brute force. A shallow cut appeared on Lin Bai's knuckles, only to vanish instantly. Lin Bai glanced at his fist, then at the tumbling blade. The obsidian heavy armor, already coalescing in anticipation, quietly receded into shadow. He nodded, tone edged with wry amusement. So you really are weak. I'd assumed your Kai concealment art was simply exceptional. Manager Hao's face darkened further still. Brat, you seek death. Whether I die remains to be seen. But next time your sword comes near me, I'll snap it in two. The silver blade surged forward once more. This time Lin Bai seized its blade, bare-handed, palm brimming with condensed force. If he said he would break it, he would break it. Crack, crack. The sword buckled under his grip, shattering outright. Without even drawing blood, the destruction of his flying sword struck manager Hao like lightning. His face turned ashen, blood seeping from all 7 orifices as his chi collapsed inward. Panic flared anew among those huddled behind him. They had believed how Transcendent Ascension Realm Cultivator would hold Lin Bai at bay, yet he proved astonishingly frail. Bearing his grievous wounds, Manager Hao addressed Lin Bai in a tone of feigned submission. "Esteemed sir, must you truly exterminate us to the last?" This time Lin Bai looked at him, as one might regard a simpleton. "At this point, what do you think?" Hao's final illusion shattered. A flash of ruthless resolve crossed his face. He opened his mouth wide and spat forth a golden orb the size of a longan fruit. The orb swelled instantly upon contact with air, transforming into an ancient golden flying sword ablaze with radiant light. An overwhelming sharpness, tenfold stronger than before, poured forth. Its brilliance intensified until it blazed like a miniature sun igniting in midair. "Old man, you've finally drawn your true weapon. I knew a Transcendent Ascension Realm Cultivator couldn't lack a trump card." Witnessing this, Lin Bai's battle lust flared brighter still. In reality, he would never grant an enemy time to unleash a supreme technique. But within this illusion cavern's dreamlike trial, Lin Bai embraced a different ethos: audacity. "You have a grand technique, then unleash it. Let us see what it can do against me." Yet this old man's charging time was far too long. Had this been real combat, Lin Bai would have ended him long before the incantation completed. At last, the golden sword's radiance reached its zenith. Its essence transformed. Countless golden sword-light beams, dense and tangible as solid steel, erupted from its surface like a storm of pear blossom rain, blotting out the sky as they descended upon Lin Bai. The sword's aura engulfed a vast expanse. Even its collateral force sliced the surrounding stone pillars and floor into jagged ruin. Dust and debris erupted skyward, swallowing Lin Bai whole. Manager Hao and his followers stared breathless, with hope awaiting the dust to settle. "Is he dead? He must be dead. He's certainly dead." Alas, fate rarely favors expectation. As the dust cleared, it revealed only crushing despair. Lin Bai stood exactly where he had before. Not a single step displaced. A swirling veil of black mist encircled him, effortlessly deflecting the golden sword light. He brushed non-existent dust from his robes, then smiled faintly at Manager Hao's ashen face and offered praise. That technique held genuine intrigue. It even forced my nascent armor to manifest. With greater power behind it, I might have needed to fully materialize my heavy battle armor to withstand it. He paused, voice light yet certain. "But it seems you've played your final card." Step by deliberate step, Lin Bai advanced, and severed Manager Hao's head, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in the gamblers behind him. He gazed upon those crumpled figures, their trousers soaked with yellow filth. Men who wore fine silks and carried noble bearing, perhaps influential figures beyond these walls. Yet when confronted with death, even great men often falter more pitifully than common folk. Lin Bai felt no urge to linger. He moved swiftly, ending each life without hesitation. Their pleas, curses, and invectives washed over him unheeded. Yet one name recurred persistently: Gu Tian Alliance, and it stirred Lin Bai's curiosity. Should opportunity and strength allow, he would one day investigate this sect. When the final cry of agony died, midair the arena sank into absolute silence. Lin Bai found a clean spot to sit and rest. He wasn't weary, but slaying so many at once left a profound psychic impact. Even knowing this world was illusory, would he regret it? Not in the slightest. Within him surged only exhilaration. The scene was surreal: a youth seated calmly at the heart of carnage, and gore, an ominous raven circling overhead. An image straight from a hellish fresco of vengeance. Eyes closed, Lin Bai calmed the murderous intent roiling within. As a martial cultivator, he could not let bloodlust govern him. His actions must stem from conscious will, not blind slaughter. Lin Bai was no bloodthirsty monster. This massacre stemmed not only from external rewards or the human race's moral codex, but also from deep-seated revulsion toward these men. Thus he swept them aside without compunction. Had he wished, he could have concluded the beast cage trial the moment he killed the first scarred thug, and departed immediately. Once his mind settled, Lin Bai reopened his eyes. The terrifying aura of slaughter had withdrawn dormant once more. Without context, he appeared again as the cheerful, serene youth he seemed. Only his gaze now held sharper, keener edges. He rose, stretched his limbs. Time remained before mandatory ejection. He had one. Lin Bai turned and re-entered the dim, narrow passage. He had arrived through stopping before each cramped cell and shattering its barred door with controlled force. Crack. At first no movement stirred within. But as more doors splintered, dull eyes in the darkness slowly lifted, timid, hesitant, peering toward the blurred silhouette beyond the threshold. Lin Bai paid them no heed, moving steadily from cell to cell, dismantling every lock. When the last slave cell stood open, he returned to the tunnel's entrance and spoke his first words since entering the prison. "Those men are dead. The cages are open. You are free." Having spoken, he strode out of the tunnel without looking back. He knew this realm was illusion, mere projection. So what? This was his will. Just as killing the gamblers was his choice, so too was freeing these souls. Where the heart leads, the body follows. Nothing more was required. Lin Bai returned to the high dais where he had rested, waiting for his departure. Roughly 7 or 8 minutes remained. Soon he sensed himself being drawn away, the surroundings dissolving into ink-wash abstraction. Yet just before vanishing, Lin Bai caught movement from the corner of his eye. 2 figures emerging from the tunnel's gloom. A young man and woman, barely 17 or 18, staggered forward unsteadily, leaning on each other for support as they emerged from the darkness. Others seemed to follow behind them. But before Lin Bai could discern more, he was pulled away, the space folding shut like a scroll closing. "Damn it, this disaster cave knows how to keep people on edge, doesn't it?" Lin Bai cursed at the disaster cave, who changes the channel just when the plot reaches its climax. However, the disaster cave paid no mind to Lin Bai and sent him another message. "The trial taker has passed the beast trapping pass. Should the next trial at the Water Valley be initiated?" Lin Bai unhesitatingly chose to decline, saying, "Let's end it here for today." The illusion in the beast trapping pass was far too realistic, and he needed some time to recover. Received. Please keep the content of the trial confidential until it concludes, including the requirements for any additional rewards. Upon hearing this, a question in Lin Bai's heart was finally answered. He had a doubt during the trial. What if a person passes the trial and then reveals it to others? After all, there were quite a few young masters and young ladies here, and surely there were people willing to pave the way for them. At that time, Lin Bai guessed there would be restrictions, and now it seemed he was correct. Then Lin Bai felt a momentary daze, and when his consciousness cleared, he found himself back in reality. He focused his gaze and realized he was not in front of the stone tablet, but had returned directly to the front yard of his own home. This is the front yard of my house. So despite the martial arts hall clearly having precise spatial teleportation abilities, Lin Bai still had to walk to school every day. Forget it. No need to dwell on such trivial matters. I hope this time the rewards are substantial. Lin Bai knew there were no other options and could only focus on the rewards from the beast trapping pass. First, how many merit points he had earned was what Lin Bai was most concerned about. He picked up the token to check how many merit points he had gained. 200 merit points from the basic trial and 300 from completing the additional task, totaling 500 merit points. Seeing he had earned a total of 500 merit points, Lin Bai's anger subsided significantly. Right, there's also the additional reward. Where's my additional reward? Is the token withholding the reward from the disaster cave for itself? Just as Lin Bai questioned the token about where his reward was, a bamboo slip appeared on the stone table in front of him. Is this my reward? Is it a technique or something else? Seeing the bamboo slip, Lin Bai recalled the bamboo slip he received when he accepted the inheritance of the Tao. Generally speaking, only special techniques would be recorded in this manner. 5 forbidden seals. Is this a spell? Initially, Lin Bai felt a bit disappointed seeing the additional reward was a spell, not because he had any prejudice against spells. But Lin Bai's Tao path was that of a martial artist. He only needed to temper his body to enhance his martial arts. His fists, feet, and weapons were the spells most suited to him. Sigh, the reward I worked so hard, referring to the difficulty of killing to obtain, can't just be discarded, right? With a hint of grievance on his face, he placed the bamboo slip against his forehead and began to accept the inheritance. Gradually, the grievance on Lin Bai's face began to recede, replaced by a serious expression. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with disbelief. Token, are you sure the additional reward from the disaster cave wasn't given to the wrong person? This time the token did not play dead but answered Lin Bai's question. The additional reward from the disaster cave is granted through the approval of the Fire Cloud Cave and cannot be mistaken. Each person's additional reward is different and is related to their Tao path performance in the trial and potential compatibility. Lin Bai looked at the bamboo slip that had lost its luster and recalled the content of the spell he had just accepted. The 5 forbidden seals is a sealing technique that is activated by spiritual power Initially, when he saw this introduction, Lin Bai had no particular thoughts, only feeling that the disaster cave still hadn't become completely malicious, granting him a spell that could be activated with spiritual power. As the name suggests, the 5 forbidden seals can be divided into 5 layers. The first 3 seals are Sealing Motion Seal, slows down actions and binds the body. Source Sealing Seal suppresses cultivation and weakens the source. Sealing Thought Seal disturbs the spirit and obscures spiritual perception. Upon seeing the first 3 seals, Lin Bai felt they were exquisite yet still within the realm of understanding, classified as powerful control and weakening skills. However, the following introduction was troubling. The Absolute Fate Seal targets luck. Moreover, it can not only be used on individuals but also on family, clans, and even dynasties, weakening their luck and undermining their foundations. This is a very evil, powerful technique of cursing and hexing. As for the Absolute Existence Seal, only a single sentence is used to describe it in the inheritance of the 5 forbidden seals. Seals the concept of the target's existence. This seal is the most powerful among the 5 forbidden seals, belonging to the conceptual level of forbidden techniques. For example, if Lin Bai uses the Absolute Existence Seal to seal an enemy, then the very existence of that person will be completely erased from the conceptual levels of cause and effect, memory, history, and so forth. Aside from the practitioner Lin Bai, no one in the world will remember that this person ever existed, and all causal relations related to them will be rectified by the world into a reasonable form. In simple terms, the world is a vast canvas, and the Absolute Existence Seal is an eraser. What has been erased cannot be restored, and this seal can only seal, not unseal. Of course, such a powerful forbidden technique is certainly not something Lin Bai can use right now. The first 4 seals only require sufficient spiritual power to activate. However, using the Absolute Existence Seal requires not only a level of spiritual power that reaches an extraordinary realm, but also a very high proportion in the weight of the world, equivalent to having part of the world's authority. But possessing such a forbidden technique and not being able to use it are 2 different concepts. Having such an ultimate trump card, even just knowing of its existence, is sufficient to cause Lin Bai's mindset to undergo a dramatic transformation. Yet obtaining such a thing from a mere trial in the disaster cave gives Lin Bai the feeling that this is a trap rather than a boon. Thus Lin Bai began speculating various theories about the token. Token: I am the child of human luck, right? Has the Tao of humanity and the luck of the human race secretly nodded in agreement to support me as the next emperor of humanity? Wait, no, maybe I am the child of the world. So is the Fire Cloud Cave planning to invest in me early, waiting for me to take off before giving back to the human race, right? The more he spoke, the more absurd it became, but unfortunately the token paid no attention to Lin Bai's ramblings. After finishing his raving, Lin Bai's attitude toward the 5 forbidden seals was to practice. He had to refine it. He wouldn't abandon an impressive technique just because of some conspiracy theories. When fortune falls from the sky, one must seize it first. Later on, when Lin Bai ascended to the position of the supreme powerhouse, he would still chuckle at the memories of his speculations and thoughts from today. Lin Bai sat under a tree brewing a cup of tea for himself and Ling frowning as he pondered how to cultivate the 5 forbidden seals. To use the 5 forbidden seals, he must condense the corresponding seal in his sea of consciousness, which is the mother seal. This first step requires an exceptionally powerful spiritual power as a foundation. With Lin Bai's current spiritual power level far exceeding that of the same tier in the refinement realm, he could barely condense the first layer, the Sealing Motion Seal, while the second layer, the Source Sealing Seal, still required more effort. However, it's okay. The beginning is always the hardest. Once he completed the condensation of the first seal, the subsequent seal condensations would become much easier. Lin Bai was a natural optimist, never discouraged by temporary difficulties. He drank the tea in one gulp, stood up, and walked toward the quiet room, intending to condense the Sealing Motion Seal now. After a whole day of trials and impacts, only immersing himself in cultivation could completely calm his heart. In the quiet room, Lin Bai sat cross-legged, his 5 hearts directed toward the sky, with his consciousness sinking into the sea of awareness. He focused his mind, beginning to mobilize his spiritual power, which was like mist. Strands of spiritual power gradually gathered and compressed under his precise control, slowly outlining the shape of a square seal, which was the body of the Sealing Motion Seal. However, condensing the seal body was merely a prerequisite. The important part was to engrave the earth and sky symbols representing sealing motion on the seal body. Lin Bai held his breath and concentrated, using the experience he amassed from studying basic talismans and the profound memories imprinted in the inheritance to cautiously copy the model. His spiritual intent moved across the surface of the seal body like the most delicate carving knife. Although he couldn't fully comprehend the mysteries of these symbols, he could still manage to outline their shapes by imitating. At the moment the last stroke of the symbol was laboriously completed, a mass of gray gas appeared out of thin air enveloping the seal. Upon seeing the emergence of the gray gas, Lin Bai's heart sank. I've done it! The symbols Lin Bai carved were merely a guide. The imperfect earth and sky symbols would adjust themselves to form a perfect sealing motion seal. Moments later the gray mist quietly dissipated, revealing a square seal before Lin Bai's eyes. The seal had a brass-like texture, making it impossible to tell that it was originally formed by Lin Bai's spiritual power, instead resembling a treasure stored in his sea of consciousness. Its edges were surrounded by chain patterns, with the corners adorned with stone textures. Most importantly, the bottom side of the seal was engraved with the earth and sky symbols, representing the true meaning of sealing motion, which to Lin Bai depicted a person kneeling on the ground, their hands and feet bound. The perfect earth and sky symbols were too sacred for him to comprehend, yet in reality there were no mosaics, so the earth and sky symbols were presented to him in a form he could understand. Lin Bai carefully observed the mother seal of sealing motion, but felt that something was missing. Right? How can a seal be without words? As soon as this thought emerged, a line of ancient and vigorous engravings appeared beneath the symbols of the seal. Cease motion, no falsehood. The 4 characters seemed to contain the power of a certain decree. Lin Bai felt relieved. No wonder it's a seal formed by my spiritual power. It truly understands me. Here, cease motion, no falsehood means to restrain improper actions in accordance with the Tao of Heaven. As for what it means to comply with the Tao of Heaven, the master of the sealing motion seal is Lin Bai, so of course it means to comply with Lin Bai. The day after the formation of the forbidden seal. In the quiet room, Lin Bai woke up and stretched lazily, producing a series of crisp, cracking sounds from his bones. He found that sleeping in the quiet room was far more comfortable than in his bedroom, and he was now contemplating whether to continue sleeping there in the future. However, it was already noon, and Lin Bai would not have the pleasure of a warm meal today. This martial arts hall has no sense of humanity whatsoever, Lin Bai grumbled resentfully, while swallowing a tasteless pill designed to suppress hunger. Although taking pills was the best choice for Lin Bai's current physique, he still preferred eating meals. It was a habit and hard to change. After getting ready, Lin Bai stepped out with the spirited Mo Ling, planning to first check on Wang Ye's condition before challenging the second level of the disaster cave, the Water Gorge. Upon entering Wang Ye's courtyard, Lin Bai saw her sitting pale-faced in a chair cutting paper. "What are you doing?" Lin Bai asked, puzzled by Wang Ye's condition. Wang Yu seemed to lack her usual cold demeanor and appeared quite fragile. Instead of directly answering Lin Bai's question, she inquired about his trial experience. "I failed the second level challenge. How about you?" "I passed the first level yesterday but didn't continue. I was just about to try the Water Gorge now. Be careful and cautious during your challenge. As for other things, I can't say much due to the martial arts hall's restrictions." Lin Bai was not particularly concerned about detailed information, preferring to charge ahead. "Hey, I know about that. Your situation is like this: the trials in the disaster cave are different from the tests in the testing palace. If you are killed during the trial, it will lead to a certain degree of mental weakness." Lin Bai finally understood after hearing this. The essence of the disaster cave is an illusion. Failing the trial will definitely cause some mental loss. "How long will this weakness last?" "About half a day. I can only continue the trial in the afternoon. You'll have to go ahead yourself for now." She paused, her gaze resting on Lin Bai. "If I ultimately cannot pass on my own this time, I'll have to rely on you," Lin Bai responded. "Rely on me?" He was surprised that Wang Yu was so adamant that he could succeed. Wang Yu explained, "My protective artifact tells me that your strength has grown stronger." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai felt he needed to take some precautions regarding his privacy. If Wang Ye's single protective artifact could roughly gauge his strength fluctuations, he couldn't bear to think about how he would fare against more powerful individuals in the future. Of course, his own intuition and the probing skills that came from his talent of breaking through were not about prying into privacy, but about anticipating the enemy's moves. Double standards? Non-existent. This was merely the basic quality of a cultivator. Both parties knowing each other's strength is far more pleasant than maintaining mystery while knowing the opponent's bottom line. As for Wang Ye's claim that Lin Bai had become stronger, it should be attributed to his acquisition of the 5 Forbidden Laws seal and his successful cultivation of the Forbidden Seal yesterday. While Lin Bai's mind was racing, he maintained a calm facade and, filled with doubt, asked, "You must have quite a few clansmen, right? Their strength must be substantial, so why rely on me in the end?" Wang Yu sighed deeply in response. "You know that if it's a team of many, the more people there are, the more rewards are divided. If even I fail the trial, I would need several of my clan brothers and sisters to assist. I see, but asking me to be your bodyguard is rather costly. Lin Bai couldn't help but tease her after hearing Wang Ye's explanation. However, Wang Yu made a surprising move that Lin Bai did not expect. Suddenly Wang Yu stood up quickly, approached Lin Bai, and lifted her delicate yet somewhat pale face, speaking in a tone Lin Bai had never heard before, tinged with a hint of plea. Please just agree to me, okay? Lin Bai gasped in surprise. He never expected Wang Yu would resort to such tactics. It was truly unfair for her to say such things with her usually cold face. Fortunately, Lin Bai's resolve was firm, and he was not swayed by Wang Ye's charm. I never said I wouldn't agree. Just wait for me to see if I can clear all the stages first. Lin Bai decided to use a method to fend off Wang Ye's beauty trap. That is, to retreat. Among the 36 strategies, retreating is the best policy. Anyway, take care of your injuries. I'm off to the trial now. Wang Yu watched as Lin Bai fled in haste and let out a light laugh. It was rare for her to see Lin Bai in such an awkward and shy state. Wang Yu always thought Lin Bai faced everything with a calm demeanor. She didn't expect that today she would inadvertently breach Lin Bai's defenses. This inexplicably delighted Wang Yu, as in her heart Lin Bai's fondness was much more important than a trial in the disaster cave, especially since one could not earn extra rewards in a team. In the future, she could come to tease Lin Bai from time to time. Who would have thought that Lin Bai would be shy about such things? However, immersed in the joy of teasing Lin Bai, Miss Wang Yu seemed to overlook a crucial issue. Her subconscious was becoming increasingly close to Lin Bai. While she thought about how to draw Lin Bai closer to herself, her own words and actions were also unconsciously approaching him. In the past, as a talented member of the Wang family, Wang Yu often exhibited a distant and cold demeanor toward outsiders, let alone act spoiled like now. What a pity! Only because she was in this environment, Wang Yu did not realize the trend of this emotional shift. Of course, Lin Bai just happened to occupy the position of her childhood friend, allowing their relationship to develop to this point. Well, a few months of being childhood friends is still being childhood friends. Let's not mention the proudly smiling Miss Wang Yu here. Meanwhile, Lin Bai was on his way to the stone tablet at the disaster cave. He shook his head vigorously, trying to expel the image of Wang Ye's pitiful and adorable appearance from his mind. This cannot be blamed on his lack of composure or in his past life. He was a rather introverted person, having hardly spoken to girls while focusing on schoolwork and gaming. In this life, even after gradually awakening his innate wisdom and gaining a new life, he still did not know many females of similar age. Well, Lin Su doesn't count. She is Lin Bai's elder sister, and in their childhood Lin Su often treated Lin Bai as her slave. Thus Lin Bai found it somewhat hard to resist Wang Ye's spoiled tone today. However, this was merely a small matter, at most a bit of seasoning in the otherwise tedious study at the martial arts hall. Lin Bai quickly adjusted his emotions and focused on the important matter at hand, the second level of the disaster cave, the water gorge. Returning to the stone tablet square, the scene before him was different from yesterday. Although the beast trap level could generally be passed by practitioners of the combat path at the Transcendence realm, not all disciples entering the martial arts hall were combat-oriented, nor had they all reached the peak of Transcendence. Many were currently gathering around the stone tablet, loudly recruiting experts who had already cleared the level to lead and protect them after being severely educated by reality in the beast trap. As for additional rewards, when they could barely complete the most basic trials, who would dare to Is there anyone who has already passed willing to take me through the beast trap trial? I can offer 100 spirit stones. For those who can take my brother and me through the first level trial, we can each pay 70 spirit stones. The combat path team is only short one person. Please refrain from non-combat paths. Lin Bai observed the scene in astonishment. It was exactly like the team formation lobbies he had played in before, especially with the clause of not accepting non-combat paths, which was quite insightful. However, the price of 100 spirit stones for playing along made Lin Bai a bit tempted. The next evolution material for Mo Ling, the soul pearl of the super elevation realm In Fox, costs 8,000 spirit stones. Yet in the end Lin Bai thought better of it. There was only one challenge opportunity per day in the disaster cave, and it was only open for 6 days. He could only spare 3 days to work, which didn't seem worthwhile. Moreover, Lin Bai suspected that it wouldn't be long before this place turned into a complete seller's market. Those who passed would likely demand to take multiple people in a group, and the prices wouldn't drop. As for being in a group, the rewards would be divided even less. Or what does that have to do with the leader? Regardless, re-entering a level that he had already cleared would yield no rewards. Taking only 1 or 2 people for premium coaching would only waste his precious trial opportunity, which came once a day. While pondering this, Lin Bai approached the stone tablet. This time there was no one in line ahead of him, so he pressed his token against the tablet. The tablet absorbed both Lin Bai and Mo Ling into it. Water Gorge activate. Lin Bai quickly snapped out of his daze and shook his head, muttering, "The teleportation array of this calamity cavern is clearly inferior to the testing palace. Such pronounced vertigo is unacceptable." A resounding thumbs down. He steadied himself and began surveying his surroundings. He found himself seated inside a modest thatched hut steeped in antiquity. Its walls were packed yellow earth, its roof thickly layered with bluish-green thatch, and dried cured meats and rustic farming tools hung along the walls, exuding the warm, earthy aroma of daily life. Lin Bai himself wore a plain tawny Taoist robe and sat cross-legged upon a crude wooden cot. This opening at Shuiyu Pass was infinitely superior to the previous trial at Kunsho Pass. A cramped, damp, and gloom-laden prison cell. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open and two elderly farmers entered. Broad-shouldered men clad in coarse gray tunics, their faces deeply weathered by years beneath sun and wind. Yet subtle fluctuations of cultivation energy emanated from them. They bowed respectfully before Lin Bai, their demeanor reverent and deferential. "Honorable Sir, the feng shui we're here is nearing completion. What shall we do next?" One of the elders spoke. Lin Bai maintained composure outwardly, though inwardly he was utterly bewildered. Unlike at Kunsho Pass, where a scarred man in black robes had issued explicit orders guiding him step by step, now these two simply announced the weir's imminent completion, and asked him what came next. Lin Bai hadn't the faintest idea. He'd rather have been the one asking. Still, though he seethed inwardly, Lin Bai sensed the feng shui were lay at the heart of Shuiyu Pass's trial. Before he could even probe further, the two elders, seeing him enter a state of quiet cultivation, began whispering softly to each other. "Old Wu, I wonder whether this time the Zhoutian water control grand array will succeed." "It will succeed. Prince Yu has already slain the Sea Dragon King, who stirred chaos at the estuary of the Juyuan River, and crushed the false immortal dwelling in the Wutong River. The grand momentum of the Zhoutian water control array is now irrevocable. I'm not worried about Prince Yu's central formation, but if too many auxiliary arrays are sabotaged, even the main formation will stand alone like a solitary tree unable to hold firm." "Pa! Illimin, talk. Don't utter such inauspicious words. When the time comes, we'll give our lives to defend this feng shui we're. Besides, hasn't Prince Yu himself dispatched this honorable sir to garrison this very site? Victory is assured." Lin Bai feigned deep meditation, while secretly eavesdropping, mentally dissecting their exchange. "Prince Yu, the Wutong River, the Zhoutian water control array, the feng shui we're." Hearing these keywords, Lin Bai instantly grasped the era in which this illusionary trial was set. Legend held that in ancient times the Tianyuan continent teemed with rivers and marshes shrouded in miasmic fog, where water demons frequently rose to wreak havoc upon humanity. Only a man named Yu succeeded in regulating the waterways, quelling floods, and slaying the rampaging aquatic fiends, thereby granting humankind fertile lands for cultivation and survival. Even today, part of the compulsory corvée labor system involves maintaining the Zhoutian feng shui grand array, left behind by Prince Yu. This grand array centered on 5 major rivers, each anchoring a primary formation supported by countless auxiliary structures. Feng shui were's water-gathering wells and more, interwoven into a vast living hydrological lattice. The feng shui where Lin Bai now stood was neither a primary formation nor a critical auxiliary node. Yet such seemingly minor installations were indispensable. Should too many peripheral weirs be destroyed, the central formation would become riddled with breaches, like a sieve overwhelmed by floodwaters. So my role in this trial is guardian of the feng shui weir, and the fundamental condition for passing Shuiyu Pass is ensuring this weir remains intact. Having pieced together the situation, Lin Bai opened his eyes and issued his command without hesitation. "Is the feng shui weir here nearly complete? Take me there." At once the two elders ceased their conversation. "Yes, honorable sir. Please follow us." Lin Bai stepped out of the thatched hut alongside them, and discovered it perched at the edge of a tribal settlement. The settlement clung to the slopes of a mountain. They stood now at mid-elevation. In the distance, children played near the hut. Seeing them there, the two men's expressions darkened sharply. Elder Wu first bowed deeply to Lin Bai. "Honorable sir, I must attend to something urgent." "Go ahead." Lin Bai understood precisely what awaited, and offered no objection. Wu Shang strode toward the children. At his approach, their faces paled. They tried to flee but froze, pinned by his overwhelming aura. Slap! Wu Shang struck the child who clearly led the group. Not using cultivation energy, yet his adult strength landed with brutal force. The boy spun twice on the spot, stars bursting before his eyes, then burst into tears, while the others trembled violently, breathless with terror. But Wu Shang was incensed beyond restraint. He struck each child in turn, unrelenting, then turned face thunderous and bellowed, "Do not cry. Did we not warn you repeatedly? These days none of you may leave the settlement's central area. Who led you out? Who let you out?" The children, paralyzed by fear, stifled their sobs, whimpering only in choked, trembling gasps. Yet they refused to betray who had guided them forth, repeating only, "We won't dare again. Never again." Not dare? What haven't you dared? As Wu Shang berated them, a young man emerged timidly from behind the trees. His face pale, his steps hesitant as he approached Wu Shang. Wu Shang, seeing him, laughed, a cold, mirthless sound, and beckoned. "Wu Lu, come here." Though terrified, the youth forced himself forward. Slap! Another blow, harder still, sent Wu Lu crashing to the ground. He uttered no complaint, rising silently to stand with head bowed. The children rushed forward, clinging to Wu Lu, shielding him with their small bodies, fearing Wu Shang might strike him again. Wu Shang watched them, and laughed once more bitterly. "Oh, your loyalty runs deep indeed. Afraid I'll strike him." His gaze sharpened, fixing once more upon Wu Lu as his voice cracked like a whip. "Wu Lu, you brought these children outside. Do you grasp the consequences should disaster strike? How would you face their parents? How would you face the entire tribe?" Third elder, I saw how cooped up they'd grown. I only meant to let them breathe fresh air. I swear, I'd give my life to protect them. Your life? You've just broken through to the mortal transcendence realm. What precisely can you protect? Tell me. Should catastrophe occur, could you ever face their families again with honor? Wu Lu lowered his head, speechless. Now, take these brats back to the settlement. Report to the ancestral temple, and accept 30 strikes of the spirit sealing whip. At the mention of the spirit sealing whip, a child reached out to plead, but Wu Lu gently restrained him. He accepted the punishment willingly, without protest. Yes, third elder. Without another word, Wu Lu hurried away, leading the tearful children deeper into the settlement. Only then did Wu Shang's fury begin to subside. He strode briskly back to Lin Bai, bowing with sincere apology. "Forgive me, honorable sir. I've delayed you unnecessarily." Lin Bai waved dismissively, unfazed. "Now that matters are settled, let us proceed." Lin Bai followed the two men across jagged peaks and mist-wrapped ridges. The landscape bore no resemblance to any forest he'd known before. Everywhere soft-sucking swamps and sluggish streams sprawled like a vast primordial death marsh. Fortunately, all three possessed cultivation foundations, granting them extraordinary stamina and agility, and Wu Shang, intimately familiar with the terrain, skillfully steered them clear of countless hidden perils. Their pace remained swift and steady. Soon Lin Bai arrived at a deep valley, and stood transfixed by the spectacle below. A broad, turbid river roared fiercely while along both banks, and even beneath the churning waters, countless figures labored like ants, feverish and unyielding. Some reinforced embankments with stone and timber, far more plunged into the icy torrential current, chiseling furiously into riverbed and shore foundation. Spray exploded in every direction, its chants rose in rhythmic unison, a hammers rang against stone, and the river's roar formed a thunderous elemental chorus, an epic raw tableau of humanity mastering the waters. This was the nascent form of the feng shui weir array. Once completed, it would resonate with nearby aquifer nodes, the vital arteries of the land's hydrological network. Thereafter, these waters would no longer flood erratically but flow with purpose, channeled, regulated, and directed. Swamps would recede, arable land would expand, calamities would diminish. Spotting their arrival, the workers redoubled their efforts. A foreman, middaged, broad-chested, leapt from the river's depths, shook water from his body like a great beast, scaled the steep rocky cliff face with astonishing grace, and landed squarely before Lin Bai and his companions. The rugged middle-aged man leaped several times to reach the top of the valley, arriving before Lin Bai and the other two to report. "Elder Sandmaster de Zhu, we have inscribed the foundational formation of the water diversion dam, but we are worried about what to do if the water monkey comes." The deep-seated fear was already etched on the man's face. Wu Shang's expression darkened upon hearing this. How could he not understand the fear of his clansmen? The beast lurking in the depths of the nearby marsh, particularly the extraordinary water monkey demon king, was an enduring nightmare for generations of the Shanyang tribe. The strongest combat power in the tribe was merely at the peak of transformation, utterly fragile before the extraordinary Demon King. However, Wu Shang knew that they could not harbor fear now. The water diversion dam had to be built. Having lived for over 80 years, he had witnessed the continuous expansion of the marsh and the rising water levels. If they did not cooperate with King Yu to establish the Grand Water Control Formation in less than 20 years, the Shanyang tribe would vanish as the water level would overflow their homes and the beasts in the marsh would devour them. Yi Shi, what are you afraid of? Prince Yu has already sent down envoys. If that beast dares to come, let it come, and not return, we will use its monkey brain for drinks. Yi Shi looked at Lin Bai, who stood behind the two, filled with joy to the point of disbelief. His voice trembled with excitement, almost incoherent. Is this esteemed one the envoy sent by Prince Yu? Lin Bai nodded, giving him a reassuring nod. Following this, Yi Shi informed Lin Bai that the formation had taken shape and would be activated tonight when the moon reached its zenith. Once the formation was initiated and the water veins were adjusted, the flood in this area could be eliminated. Yi Shi, after reporting excitedly to Lin Bai, cautiously asked, esteemed one, may I inform the clansmen below about your arrival, so everyone can be at ease? There's no harm in that. Thank you, esteemed one, thank you. With Lin Bai's consent, Yi Shi turned around and announced loudly to the clansmen below that the envoy of King Yu had arrived. The people digging the river channels, inscribing formations, and transporting stones fell silent for a moment upon hearing the news, then erupted into a loud discussion. Envoy? Is it really the envoy of King Yu? Where is the esteemed envoy? Yi Shi shouted anxiously. It's true, this esteemed one behind me is the envoy. Is this the esteemed envoy? The esteemed envoy looks so young. What do you know? It's precisely because the esteemed envoy is powerful that they remain youthful. This is wonderful. The esteemed envoy has come. We don't have to fear that water monkey anymore. Wu Shang, standing beside Lin Bai, furrowed his brow and shouted at them. What are you all shouting about? The esteemed envoy is right here. You little brats should hurry and finish the final tasks. The elder's authority silenced everyone immediately, but their hands moved even faster, filled with vigor, occasionally sneaking glances of awe and curiosity at the young figure at the top of the valley. Wu Shang apologized to Lin Bai. Esteemed one, I apologize. They are just simple folk from the mountains who have never seen much of the world. They disturbed you. I humbly request you not to blame them. Lin Bai waved his hand. It's nothing. I see that elder, your clansmen are very enthusiastic, and isn't giving them a reassuring message a good thing? There's no talk of disturbance. Lin Bai knew that their excitement was not for him, but for the title of envoy of King Yu he bore. He was more than willing to use this identity to calm their hearts, as it would also aid him in passing the trial. He understood that specialized people should do specialized tasks, so upon arriving at Shuiyu Pass, Lin Bai had chosen to heed the advice of the characters within this illusion. However, just now referring repeatedly to the water monkey made Lin Bai acutely aware that this might be the obstacle to completing the water diversion dam task. Lin Bai opened his mouth, his tone turning serious. Elder San, why don't you tell me about this water monkey? Esteemed one, you flatter me. Just call me Old Wu. As for the water monkey, I was just about to speak to you about it. Following this, Wu Shang detailed the local beast population, the water monkeys, to Lin Bai. So this water monkey is a group of demon beasts, but the leader of this group is extraordinary. That's right, esteemed one. This time, as we gather the water veins to construct the water diversion dam, the demon beasts will definitely sense the change in the water veins, so they will surely come to disrupt us tonight. An extraordinary demon king. Interesting. Lin Bai's eyes showed not the slightest hint of fear, rather a flicker of eager battle intent flashed across them. The water monkey was not coming to trouble them for no reason. The Shanyang tribe constructing the water diversion dam and adjusting the water veins would undoubtedly lead to the shrinking or even disappearance of the water monkey's marshland. The human race here and the water monkey group represented an irreconcilable human-land conflict. Fortunately, although the water monkey demon king was not lacking in intelligence, it was ultimately an extraordinary demon beast. Otherwise, the Shanyang tribe would have long been obliterated by this demon king, instead of the occasional grabbing of a few people from the marsh for a snack. Of course, it could also be that the Shanyang tribe was weak, so this demon king did not take them seriously. After all, who would pay attention to a group of food? But tonight was different. What they were doing was equivalent to raiding the water monkey's home, and the water monkey would definitely come to kill. After Wu Shang and Master De Zhu reported the news regarding the water monkey, they also went down to help check the formation, leaving Lin Bai alone in the valley to ponder. Xiao Ling circle around and patrol to see if there is any unusual movement. Don't let anything disturb them. Lin Bai instructed the dark feathered bird in the sky to patrol the surroundings, while he found a large rock sheltered from the wind, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. The power within him flowed like a dormant river, adjusting to its optimal state, waiting for the night and the arrival of the enemy. Time trickled away, and the people below in the valley repeatedly checked the formation's readiness. For them, this was a battle with their backs against the wall. Either the water diversion dam would be completed, granting them land for survival, or they would be killed, leading to the decline or even extinction of the Shanyang tribe. The time has come. The massive round moon hung above, and as the main formation of the Grand Water Control Formation was activated in the distance, the water diversion dam here began to connect to the main vein. The underground water veins were being organized and formed, no longer scattered. The once turbulent river began to calm, and the water level started to drop. However, those witnessing the results did not cheer. The real severe test was just beginning. For the water diversion dam here to fix and connect to the main formation of the Grand Water Control Formation, it must maintain a steady connection for at least a day. Only then could the underground water veins familiarize themselves with the newly opened waterways. Otherwise, the water veins would revert to their original paths, leading to failure, and could even cause the underground river to backflow, raising the surface water levels. Yet before them loomed a significant obstacle: the Water Monkey Demon King, an extraordinary demon king. This felt like a heavy mountain pressing on the hearts of every member of the Shanyang tribe, but fortunately there was Lin Bai, the envoy of King Yu, giving them some confidence. As Lin Bai was rolling up his sleeves in anticipation, Mo Ling conveyed a message to him through their spiritual connection. Some things were drifting down the upstream. As Lin Bai was rolling up his sleeves in anticipation, Mo Ling conveyed a message to him through their spiritual connection. Some things were drifting down the upstream of the river, and through Mo Ling's perspective, Lin Bai saw a group of short black-furred humanoid monsters. Among them was an exceptionally large black-furred monster. Its cold eyes scanned the banks of the river, emanating a chilling aura of menace. The Water Monkey Demon King has arrived. Lin Bai's sharp gaze fixed on the dark upstream water surface, and he asked, "Third Elder, is that water monkey covered in short black fur and tall like a human?" "Yes, yes. Have you seen them, sir?" Lin Bai's voice was calm, but Wu Shang reacted swiftly, momentarily stunned, before turning around and shouting at the crowd, "The water monkeys are coming! The water monkeys are here! Everyone prepare yourselves and stay vigilant!" Wu Shang's voice was filled with power, echoing through the valley. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of the crowd grew even more serious, with some even gasping in shock. Fortunately, the construction of the water diversion dam was a collective decision of the Shanyang tribe. They were afraid but did not retreat. Instead, they gripped their weapons tightly. Lin Bai drew the heavy knife he always carried, resting the blade against the center of the moon, as if assessing whether it could split the full moon in half. Seeing Lin Bai's actions, Wu Sheng asked in confusion, "Sir, what are you doing?" "I will go ahead to confront that Demon King, gauge its strength, and also avoid excessive casualties for our side during the battle here. When that Demon King arrives, let the elderly among us go first, so you can conserve your strength." Lin Bai shook his head, rejecting Wu Shang's suggestion. These people did not understand the terror of a transcendent Demon King. Even if they burned their lives, they likely wouldn't even scratch that beast. It would be sending them to their deaths. Thus, it would be better for Wu Shang and the others to look after their tribesmen to minimize casualties. He knew they were all illusions, but he chose to act this way. A gentleman is cautious when alone. Lin Bai did not consider himself a gentleman, but he agreed with this principle. Even when alone, he would uphold the ideals he believed in. He detested the sorrow of loved ones after someone's death, so even in this illusion he chose to minimize. Without further words, Lin Bai's figure flickered like a ghost as he moved upstream along the steep riverbank, heading straight for the source of the demonic aura. His target Without further words, Lin Bai's figure flickered like a ghost as he moved upstream along the steep riverbank, heading straight for the source of the demonic aura. His target was that Demon King. As Lin Bai was the backbone of the Shanyang tribe, his actions were closely watched by the tribe. After Lin Bai left, the previously silent Grand Priest stepped forward to deliver the final pre-battle encouragement. "The noble sir is kind-hearted, worried that the aftermath of the battle might affect us humble villagers, and has gone alone to confront the Demon King." He raised his arms high and shouted hoarsely, "This battle is destined to be victorious." The flames of hope ignited in the eyes of the crowd, their shouts shaking the heavens, merging into an unyielding will. "The noble sir will surely win. The Shanyang tribe will surely win. The noble sir will surely win." Shanyang tribe will surely win. While the Grand Priest rallied the spirits, Lin Bai had already arrived at the location of Mo Ling, where he clearly saw the enemy this time. A nearly 3-meter-tall demon creature lay on the water's surface, its black fur glinting ominously like steel needles, and its pale monkey face bore a pair of red eyes filled with cruelty and savagery. Beside it were several hundred smaller water monkeys following their demonic chi swirling. Lin Bai did not regard these smaller demons as a threat, even if they were troublesome. He spoke to Mo Ling beside him. Xiao Ling, go back and fight alongside the Shanyang tribe, paying special attention to the water diversion dam. Don't let the little demons mix in and disrupt the formation of the dam. Mo Ling chirped in response, though reluctant to leave her master. She understood the importance of the task and immediately turned back into a streak of black lightning. As Mo Ling retreated, Lin Bai moved. He exerted force beneath his feet, his figure like an arrow released from a bow skimming across the water straight towards the Demon King. The Demon King, lying on the water's surface, immediately sensed someone approaching, suddenly turning its head to look at Lin Bai, letting out a deafening roar of foul wind rushing towards him. The surrounding water monkeys bared their fangs and sank into the water, swimming towards Lin Bai, seemingly intent on tearing apart this food that did not know its place. However, before they could get close, Lin Bai unleashed his hidden strength, instantly shattering the innards of the first dozen water monkeys rushing forward. Even those that managed to withstand Lin Bai's force were cleaved in half by his blade, sinking into the depths along with the water monkeys that were killed. Disgusting, Lin Bai's expression turned sour as the blood of the water monkeys was green and reeked. Fortunately, he was protected by his force and remained untouched. After Lin Bai killed dozens of water monkeys, the remaining ones showed clear signs of fear. They could not comprehend how their food had turned into a terrifying butcher, and they were afraid. The water monkey Demon King also saw Lin Bai slaughtering its subordinates and let out another roar. The monkey horde shifted, splitting into two groups. One continued drifting downstream, while the other coordinated with the Demon King to surround Lin Bai. It seemed they were planning to encircle and kill Lin Bai. A trace of unexpected expression appeared on Lin Bai's face. These beasts actually no simple encirclement tactics. Lin Bai understood that animals with cultivation had enhanced intelligence and monkeys were inherently clever, thus spiritual monkeys would be significantly smarter than other beasts. However, seeing them consciously coordinate to form an encirclement was still quite surprising. I wonder if this clan still exists in the outside world. Logically, such intelligent beasts in the Transcendence realm should have long been subjected to extermination orders from the Imperial Court. As his thoughts turned, Lin Bai no longer held back. A deep and dark aura erupted from within him. His entire body was enveloped in a thick layer of armor, which was not bulky but rather streamlined, exuding a black ghostly power, and his faceplate resembled a terrifying, majestic, ghostly visage. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the joints of this armor had some azure runes that seemed to be flowing. This was his confidence in facing this transcendent Demon King, the black-armored heavy armor. This heavy armor was one of the transcendent anomalies of the path of the demon Tamer, who it possessed formidable defensive capabilities and could enhance Lin Bai's other strengths in all aspects. Currently, it could increase Lin Bai's four-dimensional attributes by about a quarter, along with the strength of his might. This battle was the first appearance of the heavy armor. He hoped that this opponent would provide it with a thrilling experience. As Lin Bai manifested his armor, the water monkeys had already assembled and closed in. The Demon King remained positioned at the back, seemingly intending to send these minions first to tire Lin Bai out, while also gauging his abilities. This was precisely to Lin Bai's liking. He wanted to clear out the minions to avoid distractions. Roar! These black-furred monsters surged forward at Lin Bai's command. Chirp! Their figures appeared underwater on the surface, and in the air surrounding Lin Bai, who seemed about to be torn apart at any moment. Facing such an onslaught, Lin Bai stood quietly on the water's surface, until the first water monkey rushed within 5 meters of him. An invisible force field suddenly expanded from him, a ghostly force field formed by the combination of his might and armor. All the water monkeys trapped in the force field suddenly moved at an excruciatingly slow pace, as if caught in a thick mire. Lin Bai smirked. The Transcendent Realm is one thing, but you ordinary little demons in the Transcendence Realm, before I activated my armor mode, killing you was akin to crushing ants. How dare you come at me now? Without any fancy techniques, only absolute power and weight pressed against the air, forming a terrifying wind pressure visible to the naked eye, pushing forward like an invisible giant wall. Puff, puff, puff. Those water monkeys, bound by the force field in the face of this overwhelming strength, burst apart like watermelons smashed by a heavy hammer. The monkeys further away were also violently thrown aside by the massive waves created by the blade's energy. Their bones shattered. There was no way around it. Lin Bai was not a swordsman of the path and could not unleash proper sword energy. He could only use the brute force exclusive sword energy of a warrior. The encirclement devised by the water monkey demon king was thus forcibly dismantled by Lin Bai. Seeing his kin being slaughtered, the water monkey demon king could no longer contain its anger. It roared, and the river surface beneath it surged violently. Dozens of thick tentacles formed by the river water suddenly coiling towards Lin Bai. Simultaneously, its massive form stirred up a furious wave as it personally charged at Lin Bai. However, it did not expect that Lin Bai would not engage it in battle, easily evading the water ropes controlled by the demon king and continuing to slaughter its water monkeys. By the time the demon king finally closed in, forcing countless water spikes to erupt from the river surface, temporarily pushing Lin Bai back, its subordinates had already been decimated by Lin Bai, with the nearby water stained green, the water monkeys' corpses floating in the water. Upon witnessing such a sight, the water monkey demon king's eyes turned even redder, letting out a series of roars. It was determined to kill the small black figure in front of it in the most brutal way possible. The remaining water monkeys, hearing their king's fury, also began to roar. Lin Bai pretended to dig in his ears. "So noisy. Why can't you guys just die quietly?" Beneath the black ghostly mask, a wild smile curled on his face as he spoke to the water monkey demon king. "All right, hurry up. You beast, let's start our duel quickly. Don't let me be out too late. I might miss dinner." Although the water monkey demon king could not understand human speech, it could detect the thick contempt in Lin Bai's tone. This feeling of being insulted was something it had never experienced in its demon life. Boom! The demon king's massive body leaped up, and its fist, as large as a grinding wheel wrapped in dense demonic power, came crashing down towards Lin Bai like a meteor. At the same time, the other water monkeys stirred their demonic power to disrupt the water flow, and waves of water surged towards Lin Bai from all directions, attempting to restrict his movements. Lin Bai looked at the incoming attacks without fear, securing the weighted blade behind him. He pushed off the river surface with his toes, unleashing his full strength, shattering the approaching waves into a mist of water. With the force of the recoil, he did not dodge but charged forward like a black arrow, aiming directly at the water monkey demon king. Indeed, Lin Bai intended to engage in a test of strength with it. A surge of bravado welled up in Lin Bai's chest as he wanted to personally test just how formidable the demon king's corporeality in the transcendent realm could be. In a flash of lightning, his fist clashed violently with the demon king's enormous fist in midair. Boom! A deep thunderous sound erupted, and a visible shockwave radiated from the point of impact of their fists, creating a massive depression on the river surface. The large and small figures formed a brief stalemate in the air. The scene left the remaining water monkeys in the distance, dumbfounded in their understanding. The disrespectful one should have been easily knocked away like a pebble, yet their king had been sent flying alongside the black figure. As Lin Bai stepped back 3 paces with a paw on the water surface, each step created deep ripples, dissipating the force transmitted from the prior clash. Lin Bai gazed at the black shell on his fist, dulled from the impact yet restored to its former glory by his strength. Beneath the mask, his smile grew even more wild. "It seems the Transcendent Realm Demon King is nothing special. If I break through the dragon muscle barrier, killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a chicken." The water monkey demon king, now standing firm, appeared even more frenzied upon hearing Lin Bai's words. Roar! Blood mist began to swirl around its demonic form. Its face grew more menacing, its red eyes wide open as the water beneath it became turbulent, echoing the demon king's murderous intent. The demon king twisted its foot and lunged at Lin Bai, who raised an eyebrow. "Is this a berserk? Who's afraid of whom?" Without hesitation, Lin Bai directly engaged in the fiercest battle with the demon king, exchanging punches and kicks in a tit-for-tat manner. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. Every part of their bodies transformed into deadly weapons, each collision resounding like thunder. This water monkey, whether due to poor bloodline or other reasons, exhibited only physical strength along with the chaotic blood mist and water manipulation abilities. Not long after, it was Lin Bai's turn to be sent flying. He retracted his earlier assessment of the water monkey demon king's bloodline. This water monkey's blood mist enhancement is strange. The more I hit, the stronger it gets." Lin Bai realized that ever since the water monkey demon king entered its berserk state, its body had been increasingly enhanced, and the degree of enhancement intensified over time. Logically speaking, such blood mist should represent a drain of essence, meaning it should diminish rather than intensify. What made it more challenging was that this water monkey demon king, being a type of primate, was naturally agile with speed and reflexes already surpassing Lin Bai's. At this moment, with this bizarre, continuous enhancement, Lin Bai felt increasingly unable to keep up with its rhythm. This can't go on. Lin Bai's mind raced. If I capsize in the gutter, it would be a huge joke. Fortunately, I have other means. He clashed with the water monkey demon king again, only to be sent flying by a punch. The beast sought to capitalize on its advantage to inflict more scars on Lin Bai, but suddenly felt its body plummet, its speed drastically falling, nearly reverting to its state before entering the berserk blood mist. Lin Bai adjusted his posture midair and gracefully landed back on the water's surface, rubbing his chest where he had been struck. Fortunately, the defense of the black armor was top-notch, and with his powerful physique, he was not severely harmed. He lifted his gaze to the now slower water monkey demon king, and taking advantage of the recent attack, he had secretly placed 3 forbidden marks on it. If it had been before the water monkey demon king entered its berserk state, Lin Bai's current spiritual strength could at most have applied 1 mark. However, the demon king, in its quest for power, chose to burn its essence and lose its rationality to enter a berserk state filled with slaughter and fury, which gave Lin Bai an opportunity. Now you must choose: either lift your berserk state and regain your sanity to break my marks, or maintain your blood rage, sacrificing speed while retaining your current physical power. These 5 forbidden marks can be seen as the parent of this secret method that exchanges sanity for strength. Roar! The demon king clearly did not heed any words, or rather its extreme rage had robbed it of the ability to weigh pros and cons. In response to Lin Bai, it released an even more frenzied roar. This demon king chose not to lift its berserk state, but to become even more frenzied, with numerous blood scabs appearing on its body and the surrounding blood mist thickening. It had made its choice, burning its life for even greater power. Lin Bai found this situation somewhat regrettable. If only his spiritual strength were a bit stronger, he could have placed several more forbidden marks on this demon king that was nearly losing its sanity. However, Lin Bai was nearly equal in strength to this demon king, making 3 marks the limit. Now he had already deployed his black armor and the 5 forbidden marks, his ultimate trump cards. The water monkey demon king was also forcibly squeezing its life force for powerful strength. Both had exhausted their trump cards. The next step was to see whose blood was thicker. Boom! 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 Without any warning, the 2 beasts collided again, sending massive splashes of water into the air due to the tremendous impact. If there were observers at the transcendent realm, they would find their eyes unable to keep up with the speed of Lin Bai and the water monkey demon king. All they could see was a torrent of blood and a black meteor colliding and separating repeatedly. Lin Bai felt increasingly exhilarated. This was the most liberating battle he had experienced since his cultivation began. The 2 figures separated once more, and Lin Bai gasped for breath, saying, "What a thrill! Fighting with the so-called transcendent realm swordsman in the beast trap is nothing compared to exchanging blows with you, beast." He charged at the water monkey demon king again, who failed to react this time and was directly sent flying. Lin Bai noted that the blood mist surrounding the opponent had begun to dissipate. The demon king, now unable to even stand on the water's surface, was sent flying. If it weren't for the water monkey race's natural powerful water manipulation ability, it might have already sunk to the bottom. Is your life force no longer sufficient to burn? The water monkey demon king just entered a blood mist explosion. Clearly, it can't sustain such a desperate fighting style. In its current state, even if Lin Bai didn't deal the final blow, it wouldn't survive much longer. Lin Bai walked step by step towards the barely surviving demon king on the increasingly calm water surface. He noticed that the water monkey demon king's fur was dark, its face gaunt, and its form had weakened, losing all its previous grandeur. Even so, the water monkey demon king bared its teeth and attempted to attack Lin Bai as he approached, but unfortunately, it could no longer even stand. Lin Bai showed neither mercy nor cruelty. Instead, he drew the weighted blade from his back and struck at the demon king's throat. The life of the water monkey demon king was finally ended, its head and body separating as they sank together to the bottom. This battle gave Lin Bai a clear understanding of his current strength. In the transcendent realm, he could be considered among the strong, but he still had a considerable gap when facing a true superlative realm opponent. His previous ability to slaughter a superlative realm swordsman in the beast trap was purely due to the outdated techniques of that era and the weakness of that swordsman. Only Lin Bai remained in the vicinity. The ordinary water monkeys had been caught in the fallout of the recent battle, leaving no remains. Choosing this battlefield was indeed a wise decision. Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief, at which point 2 voices echoed in his ears. The trial taker has met the conditions for passage. The trial taker is deemed to have performed excellently, receiving an additional reward. Will you exit or start the next round? Upon hearing the words additional reward, Lin Bai's spirit lifted, and he began to analyze rapidly in his mind. Protecting the water-dividing dam from destruction for a day was the condition for passage, and slaying this water monkey demon king is the determination of excellence, right? Lin Bai believed that was very likely the case. If the requirement was to slay the demon king for passage, other transcendent realm individuals wouldn't stand a chance at clearing the trial. The reason he could conclude the trial early was that he had slain the demon king, and the disaster cave concluded that the threat to the water-dividing dam had been completely eliminated, no longer needing to wait a day. As for why the water monkey demon king fought to the death, it was due to its fiery temper and stubborn nature, but of course Lin Bai's trash talk played a part as well. Through Mo Ling's shared perspective, Lin Bai witnessed the scene on the other side of the battlefield. The water monkeys on the other side, sensing that their king had been slain by Lin Bai, had begun to scatter in panic. The people of the Shanyang tribe looked bewildered at the fleeing water monkeys. Why are these water monkeys escaping? Are you stupid? Surely it's because the messenger lord has defeated their demon king and chased them away. Exactly, it must be like that. Long live the messenger lord. Gradually the people of the Shanyang tribe came to believe that it was definitely because the messenger lord had defeated the water monkey demon king that these water monkeys were fleeing. They cheered for Lin Bai's victory, while also beating the fallen monkeys. Lin Bai smiled at their antics. They certainly have a good imagination. After that, Lin Bai lost track of the scene because Mo Ling flew back to his side. Let's return. I want to see what my additional reward is. Lin Bai exited the illusion of the water, gorged the space, folding like an ink painting. After concluding the trial at Shuayu Pass, Lin Bai received information about the next stage. While Challenger, the third stage of the Disaster Cave, the false human stage, allows only one single-player challenge opportunity. Please prepare yourself before proceeding with the trial. Lin Bai frowned as he listened to this announcement. Only one opportunity. This trial had been open for 6 days, and Lin Bai had passed the Beast Trap and Shuayu stages in just 2 days. So logically, he had 4 days left, which represented 4 more chances to challenge, but he didn't expect this false human stage to be so special, granting him only one challenge opportunity. If it were just that, Lin Bai wouldn't be too worried. He had cleared the first 2 stages with 1 life clearance, giving him confidence. However, considering the previous stone tablet's vague description of the false human stage, he keenly sensed that the assessment format and difficulty of this third stage would likely differ drastically from the previous 2. Forget it, let's check the rewards from the Shuayu Pass first. Returning to his courtyard, Lin Bai shook his head to dispel unnecessary thoughts. With insufficient information, overthinking was futile. First, the merit points: 400 for passing the basic trial, and 600 for outstanding performance in completing extra tasks, totaling 1,000 merit points. Not bad, not bad. Lin Bai was quite pleased with the amount of merit points he had earned. He had earned a total of 1,000 merit points from the Shuayu Pass, the same amount he had gained from clearing the first floor of the Martial Tower. However, he felt that the tough and resilient extraordinary water monkey demon king would be much harder to deal with than the guardian of the first floor of the Martial Tower. Next came the stage he anticipated the most, the treasure chest opening segment. He took out the token, his tone laced with eagerness. Token, where is my extra reward from the Shuayu Pass? Hurry and bring it out. I can hardly wait. As soon as Lin Bai finished speaking, a box appeared out of thin air on the table. He eagerly picked it up and slowly opened it like he was revealing a prize. What is this? A jade pendant. He took out the item from the box, holding it in his palm for a closer look. The pendant was beautifully crafted in a translucent white color, one side intricately engraved with the design of a glass dragon playing in water, while the other side was smooth and flat. With the reward from the Beast Trap stage, the 5 bands of the Absolute Law Seal, still fresh in his memory, Lin Bai dared not underestimate this seemingly ordinary jade pendant. Token, what is this jade pendant? This is the soul calming jade pendant. When worn, it can calm the mind and soothe the spirit. It can also resist external curses and alert the owner with protective effects lasting until the pendant itself shatters. Upon hearing the token's explanation, Lin Bai immediately felt that this small object in his hand was extraordinary. Cursing techniques, also known as the arts of aversion, have a history far older than the systematic path of. After the rise of cultivation civilizations, such insidious methods of harm evolved into something unpredictable and difficult to guard against, making them one of the oldest and most feared categories of sorcery. Cursing techniques can target various aspects such as a person's fate, intelligence, and lifespan. They come in many forms and are extraordinarily malicious. Strictly speaking, the fate-severing seal within Lin Bai's 5 bands of the absolute law also falls under the category of cursing techniques, and it is quite malicious, specifically targeting fate. There are generally 2 conventional methods to avoid cursing techniques. The first is to establish a close connection with a powerful cultivator of high status and prosperous fate, to shield oneself under their luck, much like Master Jinhua can protect Lin Su through their master-disciple bond. The second is to rely on extraordinary treasures capable of protecting against curses, and the soul-calming jade pendant in Lin Bai's hand is a prime example of such a treasure. Lin Bai wasn't afraid of direct confrontation, but he found such insidious, invisible methods of harm to be quite daunting. Thus, he was well aware of the usefulness of the soul-calming jade pendant to him, not to mention that its repair function further increased its value. What a treasure, truly a treasure! The more Lin Bai looked at the jade pendant, the more he liked it, and he held the martial hall in even higher regard. Their generosity was indeed remarkable. He immediately pricked his fingertip to drop blood and recognize it as his own, then took the prepared red string from the box and carefully hung the soul-calming jade pendant around his neck. The moment the pendant touched his skin, a cool and soothing aura instantly coursed through his body, reaching his sea of consciousness. Lin Bai felt a surge of energy, and his thoughts became exceptionally clear and agile. After handling this reward, Lin Bai glanced at the time, which was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It had been about 4 hours since he entered the Shuiyu Pass. Indeed, there is a time difference. Previously, Lin Bai didn't spend much time in the beast trap stage, so he didn't feel it deeply, but this time he had spent over half a day in the Shuiyu Pass, while only about 4 hours had passed in reality. Next, with nothing to do, Lin Bai thought that he only knew Wang Yu, so he would go visit her to check on her situation. Logically, Wang Yu should have gone to challenge the second stage, but since he had access to her courtyard, Lin Bai decided to go in and snack on some fruits. Upon entering Wang Yu's courtyard, he found it completely empty. Oh well, if no one is here, then no one is here. He'll just pick some fruits to eat. Just as Lin Bai was picking green fruits and washing them, Wang Yu suddenly appeared beside a table in the front courtyard. Her face was terrifyingly pale, devoid of blood, and her figure was swaying unsteadily, making it difficult for her to stand. Fortunately, Lin Bai was quick and managed to put down the washed fruits to support her. Lin Bai first helped Wang Yu onto a stool, then asked, "What happened? Did you fail the challenge again? Are you all right?" Wang Yu weakly nodded. "I failed again. I'm fine, but this feeling of mental weakness is too uncomfortable." She closed her eyes to silently adjust her breathing, trying to recover her state. Seeing this, Lin Bai didn't want to disturb her, so he refrained from touching the washed fruits and quietly sat beside her waiting. About half an hour later, Wang Yu finally opened her eyes, and a bit of color returned to her face. She turned to look at Lin Bai. "How about you? Did you pass?" Lin Bai picked up a green fruit and began to gnaw on it while answering Wang Yu's question. "I have no problems. I also passed the trial of the second stage." Upon hearing Lin Bai's response, Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are a freak, able to repel extraordinary demon kings before reaching the pinnacle of the transformative realm." Lin Bai did not respond. Repel? It was a kill. However, there was no need to boast about that to Wang Yu. After expressing her thoughts, Wang Yu made a request to Lin Bai. "Now only you can help me. See when you can pass the third stage and then take me with you." She truly had no other options. The difficulty of the Shuiyu Pass exceeded her expectations. "All right, but it can be done in the next couple of days. You don't need to wait for me to pass the third stage." If it were before, Lin Bai would surely want to pass the third stage first before helping Wang Yu, given that there was only one challenge opportunity per day, and he needed to leave room for unexpected circumstances. However, having just learned that there was only one trial opportunity for the third stage, it didn't matter which day it was. Whether he tested tomorrow or on the last day, the outcome would not change. Lin Bai then suggested to Wang Yu, "I suggest you try to challenge the stage once more. After all, only passing the single-player trial can earn you extra rewards. You'll try again tomorrow, but I feel the result won't be much different. I can't even meet the basic passing conditions, let alone the extra performance requirements." Wang Yu said with a bitter smile, shaking her head, clearly aware of her own strength. Her current strength was roughly at the level of an ordinary extraordinary realm, which was fine for dealing with some lackluster extraordinary cultivators. Clearly, the extraordinary realm demon kings of Shuiyu Pass, though related to water, were far from lackluster. Lin Bai noticed they had already discussed the serious matters, but Wang Yu had obviously entered a phase of sighing and frowning. If this continued, she would eventually develop knowledge blindness. Lin Bai picked up a washed green fruit and handed it to her, advising in a deep tone. Shall you listen to my advice? Keep your heart open. This is just a minor setback on your long path of cultivation. You need to understand not everyone's talent is as invincible as mine, surpassing all ages. Failing in cross-level challenges is quite normal. You must learn to accept your mediocrity. Wang Ye's hand reaching for the fruit paused halfway. She initially wanted to see what comforting words Lin Bai could say. Unexpectedly, Lin Bai spoke well at first, but then started pouring toxic chicken soup on her. Wang Yu snatched the fruit from his hand and took a fierce bite as if she were biting a person. Juice burst forth from the fruit, but she didn't bother to wipe it away. Instead, she glared at Lin Bai with wide eyes as if to say, how could you say something so cruel? Lin Bai continued to tease her. Is this fruit that delicious? The juice is all over the place. Wang Yu angrily swallowed the fruit flesh. It's all because of you. Who comforts someone like that? What else? Should I sigh along with you and tell you that you've done great? We're cultivators competing in the grand path. It's perfectly normal to encounter setbacks. 1 or 2 failures are nothing to dwell on. Wang Yu huffed twice and did not continue speaking. She just realized that Lin Bai had gone in a big circle just to say that last sentence. Seeing his goal achieved, Lin Bai decided to leave it at that. After all, cultivation is ultimately a personal matter, and a gentle reminder sufficed. Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think. Fortunately, Wang Yu did not truly get stuck in a rut, and she gave him a straightforward answer. That's good. If I don't pass the second stage trial tomorrow, I'll team up with you. Seeing that Wang Yu had calmed down, Lin Bai directly set the plan for their next steps. Wang Yu obediently nodded her small head, indicating that she would follow all arrangements. 2 days passed swiftly, and Wang Ye's second assault on Shuiyu Pass ended in failure once again. There was no other choice. It was time to activate the backup plan. Early that morning, Lin Bai and Wang Yu set off towards the teleportation stone monument. On the way, Lin Bai wanted to ask Wang Yu about the specifics of her challenge, but he found that although Wang Yu opened her mouth to speak, she was bound by an invisible force and could not reveal a single detail. I didn't expect the restrictions of this disaster cave to affect even those who have passed through. It seems the only option is to go in and see for ourselves. They arrived at the small square in front of the stone monument. Lin Bai discovered that, as he had anticipated, there were very few individuals who could pass the second challenge alone. Thus, some began to frantically raise their bids. Are there any brothers who can pass the second challenge alone? I offer 200 spirit stones. We need to form a team. We're still 1 swordsman or bladesman short. Our team already has 2 martial artists and 1 spellcaster. Lin Bai watched as the price for hiring skyrocketed, but it remained high and no one accepted. He had previously underestimated the difficulty of defeating an extraordinary-level Demon King alone, and overestimated the current strength of the Yunmeng Martial Arts Academy students. Besides those requesting to form teams, Lin Bai witnessed a small farce. Is there anyone who can take me through the first challenge? I am studying alchemy and currently am short on funds, but I can write an IOU. What? Come on, brother, you haven't even passed the first challenge. There's only 3 days left. You dream on. Who here would lack spirit stones? Offering something else would be more feasible. The alchemist student who spoke was now sweating and appeared increasingly awkward. It was surprising to Lin Bai that there were still people who had not passed the first challenge. He speculated that this alchemist student was likely a non-family disciple, supported by the Daxia dynasty, which explained why they lacked sufficient spirit stones to hire assistants. However, as long as this classmate was willing to lower themselves and make some future promises, whether they were from family factions or not, they would likely be willing to assist. It was just that this alchemist classmate was reluctant to devalue themselves. After Lin Bai figured out the logic behind it, he stopped paying attention to their conversation. As he and Wang Yu approached the stone monument, someone even deduced that Lin Bai was there to guide others and directly approached him to speak. Hey, my brother, may I ask if you have passed the second challenge? If you have, I would be more than happy to pay you well to take me along. Before Lin Bai could respond, Wang Yu, like a possessive cat, stepped forward and linked her arm with Lin Bai's, asserting her claim. Lin Bai felt the strength in her grip and couldn't help but smile as he explained to the newcomer. Sorry, my classmate and I have already agreed to attempt the trial together. Oh, that's too bad. The newcomer did not persist but continued to look for the next target, using the same approach as he had with Lin Bai. After the person left, Lin Bai glanced at Wang Yu, who was anxiously scanning the surroundings, seemingly afraid someone might take Lin Bai away. To Lin Bai, Wang Yu resembled a little squirrel afraid of losing her acorn. Speaking of which, Wang Yu was increasingly losing her aloof demeanor. Indeed, external appearances could only deceive those who were unfamiliar. Lin Bai moved his arm to signal Wang Yu to let go and teased. Are you afraid I'll run away? Do you have so little confidence in me? Wang Yu immediately retorted. I'm not afraid of you running away. You've already promised me, so you will keep your promise. But here with so many kinds of people, what if you get tempted or tricked? I'm just trying to protect you. Lin Bai found it amusing to see Wang Yu so earnest, but he didn't expose her proud reasoning. You're right, my guardian. Let's hurry up and go. Arriving in front of the stone monument, Lin Bai took out the tokens for himself and Wang Yu and placed them on the stone. In the next moment, Lin Bai and Wang Yu were drawn in together. After a brief moment of disorientation, their consciousness returned and Lin Bai instinctively started to observe the surroundings. It was a very simply furnished bamboo house. Apart from a necessary bamboo bed and bamboo table, there was hardly any decoration, exuding the simplicity of a temporary abode. Wang Yu, who was beside him, also regained consciousness and immediately began to explain. The task at Shueyu Pass is to protect a water well in the town. At night, a turtle demon will come to cause trouble. Just as she finished speaking, a respectful female voice came from outside the bamboo door. Two esteemed messengers, the water well has been constructed. Would you like to go check it out now? Lin Bai and Wang Yu exchanged glances, understanding that the story had officially commenced. Upon opening the bamboo door, Lin Bai discovered that the house was built on a large tree, while the person was calling them from below the tree. When Lin Bai stepped down to the ground, he realized it was a muddy area. Had it not been for his good control over his body, he would have stepped into the muck. Wang Yu quickly followed, landing behind Lin Bai. Lin Bai saw that the newcomer was a young woman dressed in coarse cloth. She appeared somewhat in awe upon seeing Lin Bai and Wang Yu, lowering her head and not daring to look directly at them. Let's go, take us to the site of the water well construction. As they walked through the gloomy and dense bamboo forest, Lin Bai noticed that the bamboo here grew unusually tall and dense, dimming the light in the bamboo grove and filling the air with dampness and the scent of decaying vegetation. Before long, the three arrived at a low-lying area. In the center of the depression, a tall stone base was being constructed with a structure resembling a giant chimney, standing above about 70 to 80 meters high. This was the water well. If the water diverting dam was to channel the water veins, then the water well was meant to anchor the excess water veins. The reason Lin Bai had walked through muddy ground earlier was due to the excessive moisture from the water veins here. These veins were quite small and scattered, failing to form rivers or streams on the surface, resulting instead in mud. Thus, the water well was needed to suppress these excess water veins, providing enough living space for the human race in this area. Sir, this water well has been completed and is currently being inspected. The turtle demon will definitely come to destroy it tonight. The guiding woman informed Lin Bai about the threat of the water turtle king. I understand. You go down and help them with the inspection. Lin Bai waved his hand to signal her to withdraw, giving them some space to discuss. The guiding woman quickly retreated, relieved. Not everyone enjoys standing beside cultivation. Moreover, long ago there was a saying in the Tianyuan continent. You cannot regard someone who resembles you as one of your kind. Maintain a sense of reverence. In ancient times, there was a vast chasm separating cultivators from ordinary people. Even though the current reality is the golden age where the chances of ordinary people becoming cultivators have greatly increased, the barrier between the two remains significant, albeit not as severe as before. Thus, it was quite normal for this ordinary guide to feel relieved after distancing herself from Lin Bai and Wang Yu. Of course, Lin Bai did not mind this. What mattered now was the specific information about the turtle demon. What is the situation with this turtle demon? Wang Yu began to explain the circumstances regarding the turtle demon king. This turtle demon is the obstacle for my challenge. It is approximately at the mid-extraordinary level and has the ability to control plants, water, and earth, and... At this point, Wang Yu hesitated briefly before continuing. Moreover, its defense is extremely formidable with some sort of counterattack capabilities. If it weren't for the fact that this turtle demon is just too tough, I wouldn't need to seek your help. Lin Bai listened closely, quickly envisioning the characteristics of this turtle demon king in his mind. So this turtle demon excels at defense. Although it has various attacking methods, they are not particularly strong. Wang Yu nodded. That's right. Lin Bai felt a bit of a headache now. If it were just him, he would certainly have no problem. He could easily strip the turtle demon king of its shell. However, the goal now was to help Wang Yu earn as many merit points as possible. The disaster cave would intelligently determine who contributed more and distribute rewards accordingly. Lin Bai had already received rewards from the Shueyu Pass previously, so he wouldn't be able to gain merit points in this second challenge. This meant that Wang Yu had to be the primary attacker to maximize her gains. This was indeed a tricky situation. If he exerted too much effort, Wang Yu wouldn't earn enough merit points, but if he did too little, she wouldn't be able to defeat the Turtle Demon King. Lin Bai inquired Wang Yu, "Is the speed of the Turtle Demon King fast?" Although Wang Yu was somewhat puzzled, she answered his question honestly. "Not really fast. That turtle demon is quite large, which hinders its speed." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Bai's face, as he figured out a way for Wang Yu to gain as many merit points as possible. Wang Yu found Lin Bai's smile a bit strange. Do you have a good plan? If I can slow down this turtle demon, can you defeat it?" Without hesitation, Wang Yu replied to Lin Bai's question. "That's definitely not a problem. This turtle demon is already slow. If its speed decreases further, it won't be able to attack me at all." Seeing Wang Yu brimming with confidence, Lin Bai revealed his plan. "I possess a secret technique that can reduce the Turtle Demon King's speed. At that time, you will be responsible for holding it back. Since we are in a team, you won't receive any extra rewards. Just ensure that the construction of the Watertown Well is completed." Lin Bai explained his plan to Wang Yu, eager to hear her thoughts. Wang Yu was thrilled to hear about Lin Bai's secret technique and plan, nodding excitedly. "No problem, let's do it this way." The two then discussed some details for their coordination and awaited the arrival of night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the time was drawing near. Lin Bai and Wang Yu were positioned on high ground, able to survey the surroundings and remain vigilant against enemies. Since the Turtle Demon King was a solitary creature without a clan, and the laborers recruited for the construction of the Watertown Well were mostly ordinary people, they had withdrawn to avoid slowing things down, leaving only Lin Bai and Wang Yu in this place. A gentle breeze carrying moisture caressed Lin Bai's restless heart. Suddenly, Wang Yu, who was on guard with her back to him, gently tapped his shoulder, signaling that something was amiss. Lin Bai turned to look in the direction Wang Yu was pointing, and indeed saw a small hill moving. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a large yellow turtle, a turtle demon standing over 10 meters tall. Its head was vicious with black angular armor, and its shell bore sharp angular spikes shimmering with some runes. Without even needing to observe the Turtle Demon King's other abilities, one could deduce from the principle of the larger the stronger, the larger the better, that this demon was terrifyingly powerful. However, after watching for a while, Lin Bai noticed that the Turtle Demon King's speed was somewhat slow. While it wasn't sluggish, it certainly didn't match the identity of a transcendent-level demon. If this Turtle Demon King only had this speed, even without activating his armor form, Lin Bai could easily "Let's go, it's time to fight. We can't let it approach the Watertown Well." After observing for a while, Lin Bai reminded Wang Yu that it was time to move. Allowing this turtle demon to get close to the Watertown Well was no joke. Its massive size could easily dismantle the well. Moreover, Lin Bai already had experience battling transcendent-level demons. The aftermath of such battles could be quite destructive, and carelessness could endanger the Watertown Well. Thus, intercepting the Turtle Demon King in advance was the best option. The two exchanged a glance and jumped down from their high vantage point, their toes lightly tapping on the dense bamboo treetops as they swiftly approached the Turtle Demon King. As Lin Bai and Wang Yu drew near the Turtle Demon King, only a few kilometers away, the demon noticed them and turned its massive yellow eyes towards them. "Be careful, it has spotted us," Lin Bai warned Wang Yu, knowing that a battle was imminent. Before he could finish speaking, the sturdy bamboo he had just leaped from suddenly transformed. The surrounding bamboo branches extended wildly, and the originally flexible leaves turned as hard and sharp as iron, attacking him from all directions. Lin Bai had been on guard, and he immediately activated the embryonic form of his armor, forming a thin layer of black mist around him to block these attacks. These attacks weren't too powerful, but their sheer number was disorienting. Thanks to Wang Yu's prior intelligence, Lin Bai remained calm and collected. He even had enough presence of mind to check on Wang Yu's condition, and saw that she had summoned her red and white jade talisman for protection. He raised his voice to Wang Yu. "I'll go ahead to scout and find an opportunity to place a mark on this turtle demon. You wait for the right moment outside." "No problem, I will wait for the right opportunity," Wang Yu confirmed after ensuring she understood his instructions, and Lin Bai quickly dashed towards the Turtle Demon King. For a moment, the surrounding plants seemed to come alive, with countless branches whipping towards Lin Bai like whips and sharp spikes emerging from the ground to try and block his path. However, even though these things were being controlled, their quality and hardness remained unchanged. Lin Bai, undeterred, was enveloped in swirling black mist like a human-shaped battering ram, crushing everything in his path to pieces. Wang Yu wasn't foolish. she followed closely behind Lin by significantly reducing the resistance. She stopped only when she was near the Turtle Demon King, waiting for Lin Bai to create an opportunity. The closer they got, the more Lin Bai could sense the Turtle Demon King's immense and menacing presence. Its shell had sharp angles reminiscent of a crocodile turtle, exuding a primal and heavy sense of oppression. Although the turtle demon moved slowly, Lin Bai maintained a cautious attitude. After all, in nature, while animals might lack intelligence, they were undoubtedly cunning. Just as Lin Bai leaped towards it, the seemingly slow Turtle Demon King's reflexes opened Lin Bai's eyes. The turtle demon's neck suddenly elongated, snapping at Lin Bai in midair with lightning speed. Lin Bai remained calm, forcefully twisting his body to deliver a kick using the recoil to evade danger. Ha! The Turtle Demon King let out a low, angry roar after missing its bite and receiving a kick in return. You beast, so cunning, pretending to be weak to lure your enemy. Although this turtle demon was slow, its bodily control and reflexes were extremely quick, executing a neck snap bite on Lin Bai. Despite the failed attack, Lin Bai was not disheartened. In fact, a hint of pride appeared on his face. He shouted to Wang Yu, who was waiting nearby. I've marked it with 2 marks. The speed and reaction of this turtle demon have decreased. Lin Bai aimed to place the restricting mark on the Turtle Demon King. The kick he delivered earlier had already completed the spell upon contact. Since this Turtle Demon King did not possess spiritual power as high as the Water Monkey Demon King, Lin Bai was able to place 2 marks, even while it was awake. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Wang Yu hesitated not for a second, unleashing the paper figures she had prepared from her sleeves. These paper figures instantly transformed into real people, each wielding various weapons. Swords, nets, ropes, claws, and more, forming 2 rows of field scout teams. But that was not all. The jade talisman above Wang Ye's head emitted a crimson light, shooting down towards the paper figures below. After being hit by the red light, the paper figures surged with momentum, their faces becoming grotesque and fierce, their clothing and weapons stained with blood, beginning to move autonomously. In the next moment, this group of ominous-looking paper figures charged fearlessly towards the already sluggish Turtle Demon King. At this point, the Turtle Demon King sensed something was amiss, feeling as though an invisible net had enveloped its body. While it wasn't completely immobilized, it was quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Wang Ye's paper figures had reached the furious Turtle Demon King. The paper figure, armed with a lasso, accurately threw a clawed rope towards the protruding angles of the turtle shell, swiftly securing and entangling it, while the paper figures holding nets attempted to cover its limbs and neck. Those wielding swords and knives jumped around like fleas, continually disrupting the Turtle Demon King's rationality. The clawed ropes also came to life, burrowing into the Turtle Demon King's flesh beneath its shell like parasites. Ha! The already irate Turtle Demon King became even more agitated. It was determined to break the ropes and eliminate the little figures beneath. It roared, exerting all its strength to try and break free from the ropes and nets, but it found itself just shy of success. This only made it more frustrated, causing it to roar repeatedly. The Turtle Demon King had the restricting mark placed on it by Lin Bai, and being a turtle that walked on 4 limbs, it was inherently clumsy. Now trying to escape was like dreaming in broad daylight. While the Turtle Demon King was in a foul mood, Lin Bai returned to Wang Ye's side. This time Lin Bai was the one shocked by Wang Yu. During their previous battle, she had only been able to control 3 or 4 paper figures, but now she was controlling nearly 20. Such significant progress in such a short time. However, concerning the opponent's cultivation, Lin Bai had no intention of asking. Yet Wang Yu proactively shared the reason with him. Are you curious about how I can control so many paper figures? The reward I received from the beast trap was a method to accumulate spiritual energy during normal times, and release it at crucial moments, which is why I can control so many paper figures now. Upon hearing this reason, Lin Bai couldn't help but admire the generosity of the disaster cave, but new questions arose in his mind. With this situation, even without my help, you should be fine, right? Wang Yu shook her head. I haven't had this technique for long, and the accumulated spiritual energy is still low. Besides, I've used most of it in previous encounters, so this time the duration will be even shorter. Thus, I need you to help me fend off attacks during my weakened state. I previously failed because I was caught off guard by this turtle demon during my vulnerable state. So that's how it is. Lin Bai suddenly understood. The battle that followed fell into the rhythm preset by him, and Wang Yu, the Turtle Demon King, was driven to an unusual irritability by Wang Ye's paper figures but was helpless. It must be said that as a Qi practitioner, Wang Ye's fighting style was very different from Lin Bai's martial artist approach. It was quite a delightful sight, akin to watching a theater performance. As time passed, Lin Bai noticed Wang Ye's complexion gradually turning pale, a sign of intense spiritual exhaustion. How much longer can you hold on? If not, I can take the lead, and you can rest before continuing to wear down this turtle demon. Wang Yu nodded and controlled the paper figures to withdraw. Lin Bai then dashed towards the turtle demon king again, taking over the main assault. After a day had passed, the water town well behind Lin Bai, and Wang Yu had sunk underground, sealing off the water vein. The original towering structure was no longer. After a day had passed, the water town well behind Lin Bai, and Wang Yu had sunk underground, sealing off the water vein. The original towering structure was no longer visible, leaving only a slightly elevated well mouth. Suddenly a voice echoed in both Lin Bai and Wang Ye's ears. "Trialist, you have completed the Water Valley trial. Would you like to exit?" Upon hearing the voice, they both exhaled a sigh of relief, noticing that the other reacted similarly. Both were momentarily taken aback before breaking into cheerful and relieved laughter. This grueling battle had been exceedingly taxing, particularly for Lin Bai, who could not exert his full strength. In the distance, the battered Turtle Demon King, if it could hear their thoughts, would undoubtedly be at a loss for tears. Turtle Demon King, I was the one being tormented. Lin Bai and Wang Yu concluded this trial and returned to their respective courtyards. Lin Bai checked the new information with his token. Student Lin Bai has completed the Water Valley trial and earned 100 merit points in a team format. Since the student has already received a reward from the Water Valley previously, no merit points will be awarded this time. He raised an eyebrow, wondering why he had 100 merit points while Wang Yu had 300. Not too few, Lin Bai assessed after pondering, or after all, in a team format, there were no extra rewards, and Wang Ye's ability to acquire a majority of the merit points was due to their good coordination. Just as Lin Bai was contemplating whether anything was amiss, the formation in his courtyard was opened. Wang Yu burst in energetically and gave Lin Bai a hug. "Haha, Lin Bai, guess how many merit points I earned?" 300. "Ha, how did you know?" Lin Bai wriggled free from her embrace and explained helplessly. "Don't be so foolish. I had already completed the Water Valley, so I definitely knew the total. Just a little calculation was all it took." "Oh, right." Wang Yu realized, having forgotten in her excitement. However, she then hugged Lin Bai again. Thank you. All right, I appreciate your intentions, but let go of me first. We can discuss thanks later." After helping Wang Yu with the second trial, Lin Bai still had one final trial left. Third trial, puppet trial. Lin Bai would go for the test tomorrow, not needing to wait until the last day. After all, there was only one chance. It didn't matter which day he went. The next day, Lin Bai, rested and resolute, chose to enter the final trial of the calamity. No lifelike illusion greeted him, no tangible setting materialized. Instead, the surrounding space shimmered with an ethereal, featureless white, devoid of up or down, left or right. Lin Bai sat upon a scholar's mat, his posture mirroring that of a student in an ancient academy with a low writing desk before him. He frowned, puzzled. Where is the illusion? Has the Calamity Cavern malfunctioned? Broken down entirely? Gazing at the blank expanse, his first instinct was that the trial had frozen, its scenery failing to render. Yet the presence of the desk, the mat, and other scholarly accoutrements confirmed the trial was functioning, leaving him utterly baffled as to its format. The previous two trials, the Beast Enclosure and the Water Gorge, had unfolded as vivid, immersive illusions. What then awaited him here? As doubts stirred within him, ripples began to stir across the void. Holographic fragments flickered into existence around him, while his desk rose with a scroll, inkstone, and brush laid precisely upon it. Lin Bai's expression turned incredulous. He felt a disquieting thought rise unbidden. Surely not. A written examination. He examined the objects before him, closely confirming his suspicion this trial would be a policy discourse, answering questions through composed essays. The holographic fragments served as prompts, sources of inquiry, while the desk functioned as an interface, allowing him to control playback and inscribe his responses in essay form. After a moment's reflection, Lin Bai accepted it. The first two trials tested martial prowess and raw confrontation. A third trial demanding intellect and discernment was not only logical, it was necessary. For throughout human history, survival amid calamity had never rested solely on strength of arm. Wisdom, too, had been humanity's shield, and thus where the prior trials were martial, this one was literary, a test of mind, not muscle. Where are the questions? Surely that single character, Ju, cannot be the entire prompt. Lin Bai stared, bewildered. The scroll bore no instructions, only the stark, solitary ideograph. A written examination demanded clarity. What was he to analyze? What was he to argue? One character offered no compass. The structure resembled the reading comprehension and composition exercises of his past life. Yet here the exam paper withheld all guidance. Enough. No use resisting. Let me watch the holograms. With no alternative, Lin Bai resigned himself to observing the fragments. Perhaps the questions lay hidden within them. These holograms resembled cinematic recordings from his former world. Here rendered through spirit stone recording devices. 2 fragments floated before him. He selected the first, his expression still casual, until the image erupted onto the screen, jolting him backward. Corpses. Hundreds strewn across the frame, dismembered, mutilated, slaughtered with deliberate cruelty. Their remains were arranged in grotesque ritualistic tableaus. This is an altar. A sacrificial rite in progress. The image vanished swiftly and the hologram began to play in sequence. The scene shifted to a vast primordial wilderness. Soldiers clad in crude hide armor and wielding bronze weapons surrounded a group of near-naked figures. Wild folk, as they were called. These wild folk were tribal people who dwelled beyond the walls of human cities, refusing or unable to integrate into settled civilization. Cries, shouts, and the clashing of blades merged into a cacophony as the captured tribespeople, bound and herded, were marched toward an ancient monumental city. Lin Bai did not recognize the city's architectural style. Yet as the perspective shifted inward, a subtle detail arrested his attention. Its inhabitants wore garments of tanned beast hide. Beast hide for clothing, bronze for weaponry. This must be the dawn of human cultivation, when tribes and petty states flourished in antiquity. The captives were driven into a central plaza where the hologram's gaze anchored itself. More and more arrived, elders and infants alike, their faces etched with fear, grief, or hollow numbness. In one cage sat a mother and daughter. The mother's face was gaunt, tears streaming ceaselessly as she stroked her child's hair. Her daughter, 3 or 4 years old, gazed up with dazed innocence, clumsily wiping her mother's tears with tiny hands. The girl did not understand why she had been seized, or what fate now awaited her. Lin Bai too could not foresee what came next. But the opening image combined with this unfolding horror had already kindled a grim premonition. His brow-furrowed eyes locked on the hologram. Time dilated. Days bled into weeks, until the plaza teemed with at least 100,000 souls. His dread crystallized. Figures draped in embroidered silk robes ascended a distant day. Dong, dong, dong. Great bronze bells tolled from the dais, their resonance reverberating through every alley and courtyard of the ancient city. The hologram's perspective surged upward, revealing the city in its terrible entirety. From every quarter, men and women, young and old, noble and common, citizens streamed toward the plaza like a tide summoned by divine decree, their expressions vacant, their movements synchronized. The sacrifice had begun. Belltones, drumbeats, and sacred music wove through the air, clashing violently with the wails and sobs of the caged wild folk. As ritual instruments sounded, soldiers surged forward, not to kill but to perform a slaughter steeped in ceremony. Limbs were severed, bodies disassembled with chilling precision. Limbs and viscera were sorted apart. Some bisected cleanly, others minced into paste and spread like grisly mortar around the altar's perimeter. Heads were aligned in solemn rows, entrails strung like garlands upon pillars. Flayed skins stretched taut as carpets beneath the feet of the faithful. Wailing never ceased, a sound so harrowing it chilled the marrow. Citizens continued flooding into the plaza, joining the carnage without hesitation or revulsion, as though descending into hell were an act of devotion. Not a trace of fear crossed their faces, only fervent ecstasy, as if bloodshed itself conferred honor. For cultivators existed in this world, and the blood spilled upon the plaza was gathered, meticulously channeled into a basin beside the square. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. The phrase coalesced in Lin Bai's mind, visceral and suffocating, reeking of copper and decay. His composure wavered. Though he had slain many in the beast enclosure trial, he had never indulged in cruelty, only swift, decisive ends. He feared no killing, but that did not mean he savored it. Courage and sadism were not to grieve for one's own kind. Humanity was by nature empathetic, especially here, amid such abomination. Any soul not utterly warped would recoil in anguish at such slaughter of kin. Yet he had no choice to answer the trial's question. He must endure, watch, absorb, and think. The ritual slaughter intensified. As more citizens joined, the butchery dismemberment became methodical, mechanical, almost industrial in pace. Within 3 hours, the plaza's 100,000 captives had been reduced to silence, save for a few toddlers weeping inside their cages. Among them sat the little girl Lin Bai had first noticed. She made no sound. She simply stared, blank-eyed, at a mound of gore and before the altar a single severed head, her mother's. When the grisly preparations concluded, the townsfolk gathered before the altar, not in horror but in solemn, devout reverence. Upon the dais the high priest, Zhu Shi, spread his arms wide and intoned an archaic sonorous liturgy. We bow before the divine Lord whose radiance shines from heaven. Behold our sincerity, forgive our transgressions. Behold these offerings pure and abundant. May the divine accept them, cleanse our sins, and grant us eternal blessings and enduring peace. Below, those who moments earlier had wielded cleavers now recited the hymn in unison, voices rising and falling like pilgrims ascending sacred stairs. The essence of the chant was clear: O divine Lord above, descend upon us, absolve our sin. We offer these sacrifices and beg your grace, that you bestow prosperity and everlasting safety upon us. Their pious countenances, the sacred verses, and the children's cries intermingled into a dissonance so profound it raised gooseflesh along Lin Bai's spine. The hologram accelerated. This fevered litany and supplication endured for a full day and night, then fell silent. Had it ended? No, it has only just begun. These natives, who have just concluded their sacrifice to the gods, are now preparing to feast upon the offerings. Their true revelry has commenced. Some wade into the sea of blood, a grotesque confluence of blood drawn from over 10,000 souls, cupping it in their hands and drinking deeply, roaring with savage, ecstatic satisfaction. Others improvise on the spot, devouring the leftovers already tasted by the deities. Lin Bai watched the spectacle, and in his mind the idiom wine pools and meat forests surfaced unbidden. It was sheer madness, horrifying beyond measure. Yet all this was but the commoner's carnival. The nobles and rulers who sat aloft had far more refined methods of indulgence. Those children deliberately spared. High-born figures clad in brocaded silks produced a bronze cauldron and hurled the children into its depths. Pulverized, roasted, limbs churned within the boiling cauldron, droplets of blood fell from the altar like slow crimson rain. Ugh! If moments earlier Lin Bai had felt mere nausea, now he retched, his stomach convulsing with visceral revulsion. Watching this, Lin Bai felt an acute, agonizing frustration at not being able to step into the vision as a living presence. His hands itched to draw his light and heavy blade across those throats. The scene stirred in him a fiercer urge to kill than even the beasts caged in the beast-taming trial. Thankfully, the recording accelerated once more. Skipping past this unspeakably grotesque, the imagery shifted. After consuming the offerings, the native populace underwent astonishing metamorphoses. Elderly men and women visibly rejuvenated before the eye, withered skin swelling with renewed vitality. Robust adults grew even younger, stronger, their physiques honed to terrifying perfection. Their very bones reshaped themselves, faces twisted into something uncanny, neither wholly human nor entirely alien, rigid, cold, and unervingly hollow. Thus ended the first segment, freezing upon the distorted visages of the city's inhabitants. HSS. At the sight of those faces, Lin Bai's soul ignited, as if seared by inner fire, a torrent of overwhelming, nearly uncontrollable murderous intent surging from the deepest recesses of his being. If his earlier fury had stemmed from witnessing the natives' atrocities, now, confronted with those visages, that murderous will intensified exponentially, as though facing an eternal, irreconcilable enemy. Fortunately, that immense wave of killing intent arrived swiftly, and receded just as fast as if merely intended to awaken him. Lin Bai snapped back to awareness, shaken by the sheer ferocity of what he had just felt. Blood memory. What is blood memory? It is ancestral knowledge buried deep within a race's lineage, encoded into the very marrow of inheritance. Such blood memory inscribes vital survival wisdom into the genetic fabric, forging collective instinctual responses across the entire species. Just as some are born fearing darkness or serpents, or creatures with many legs, these primal terrors are inherited warnings. Danger lies here, tread with caution. Yet inherited blood memories typically encode fear, because only fear ensures evasion, survival, and the continuation of the bloodline. But the unstoppable surge of murderous intent Lin Bai had just felt was no fear. It was pure annihilation, and that was profoundly wrong. Moreover, blood memory should record external threats, not faces. Yet what Lin Bai had seen was unmistakably human, albeit grotesque and eerie. A human face implies humanity itself, so why would human blood memory encode its own likeness, and trigger at its most fundamental level an imperative to kill. Something is deeply amiss. 9 parts out of 10 are wrong. Blood memory is no mystical force. It is merely the accumulated hardened reflex of a species forged through countless generations of shared trauma. This could only mean that in an age long forgotten, such almost human entities had inflicted near-apocalyptic devastation and suffering upon humanity's earliest ancestors. So catastrophic was that calamity that survivors etched into their descendants' very blood not the instinct to flee, but the absolute command slay on sight. That blood memory coupled with the single character Jew, utter extinction, scrawled upon the parchment before him allowed Lin Bai to grasp the crux at last. He now understood precisely how to frame his strategy. Yet one more recorded fragment remained unviewed. He resolved to watch it first, then cross-verify his conclusions. Lin Bai activated the second recording, bracing himself for another ghastly apparition leaping from the page. To his surprise, this one began normally a plain image of an altar, devoid of gory ornamentation. At its center stood a ritual master, the same one who had appeared in the prior recording. He danced a grotesque ceremonial dance upon the altar, chanting incantations in a guttural rhythmic cadence. "We beseech the divine Lord's celestial might. Send down thunderous scarlet flames to eradicate the malevolent and utterly extinguish their lineage. This body I surrender wholly, only to perish alongside my foes. We seal our vow in blood and burn the silk. Grant us your swift response." As the litany poured forth, the cultists resumed their self-inflicted torment. This time, however, the scale was smaller, and the sacrificial victims were none other than the robed elites who had presided over the previous rite. Now they offered themselves, body and soul, to appease their so-called divine lord. Some leapt from towering platforms, shattering into viscera upon impact, others endured hundreds of iron spikes driven through flesh. Still others set themselves ablaze while dancing their final frenzied rites. Each act a unique, horrifying offering. They seemed utterly impervious to physical agony, their expressions growing ever more fervent, fanatical, devout. This startled Lin Bai. If before he had judged the city's inhabitants as merely cruel and barbaric, now he saw them for what they truly were, utterly unhinged. The ritual continued, noble after noble hurling themselves into ecstatic self-destruction. Clang! In the next instant, a blade-sharp aura sliced through the air, cutting down every figure upon the altar. Xi'an City has defied moral cultivation. Its chief offenders have now been executed, to affirm the way of humanity. A sudden upheaval, the recording's perspective soared skyward, revealing a white-robed woman, sword in hand, hovering above the city. The final frame froze upon her solitary figure, confronting the entire city of Xi'an. From her vantage point high above, countless natives, faces warped and alien, gazed upward, locking their eerie glacial eyes upon the white-clad swordsman in the heavens. Silent, yet radiating a bone-chilling, palpable hostility. The vision ended there, abruptly. That's it. Lin Bai hadn't expected the second recording to be so brief, barely 1/4 the length of the first. It felt like completing 2 passages in a classical reading comprehension exam. Now it was time to answer the questions. Lin Bai rubbed his temples. The source material was complete, but he still had no idea where to begin his analysis. Following the principle that the concluding segments of such texts carry decisive weight, the final images of both recordings must hold the key to unlocking the solution. The first image, natives whose faces had grotesquely mutated after cannibalistic feasting. Faces that triggered deep-seated blood memory in Lin by unleashing raw, instinctive hatred. The second image, a white-robed swordsman standing in opposition to Xi'an City's cannibalistic populace, who now regarded her with profound, chilling enmity. Combined with contemporary legal norms and the visceral reaction of his blood memory, Lin Bai deduced his ancestry traced back to the ancient lineage of that white-clad swordswoman and her people. His thoughts crystallized. He now knew precisely how to structure his policy essay. That Jew must refer to the prescribed treatment for Xi'an City. Does Jew signify total annihilation? Then what exactly must be annihilated? The barbaric cannibalistic rites, the cannibals themselves, or the so-called divine lord they worship? Suddenly Lin Bai's eyes lit up. I needn't choose just one. I can enumerate them all. Children, pick one option. These vermin deserve total eradication. After careful reflection, he picked up his brush and began inscribing his answer. Behold Xi'an City, its people devour human flesh. They perform obscene rites to malignant deities. They sacrifice children upon altars, carving out livers and brains to burn as smoke offerings. This violates all human ethics, defies the way of humanity, and incurs the wrath of gods and ghosts alike. Thus all may rightfully slay them. This opening statement established the foundational moral and philosophical framework for his entire argument. First, raise their altars, shatter idols of evil deities. Any who dare rebuild shall suffer clan-wide extermination. Second, execute all cannibals. Display their heads in public thoroughfares as grim warnings to others. Third, erect steels of moral instruction. Any who repeat these abominations shall face the axe without mercy. In essence, destroy the cult's theological foundations, eliminate every practitioner, forbid any future revival of this bloody tradition, and prescribe strict penalties for violation. After verifying his draft for errors or omissions, Lin Bai submitted his scroll. I have completed the Catastrophe Cavern examination. Please evaluate. His scroll vanished. Instantly a voice sounded in his ear. The trainee has met the minimum requirements to pass the pseudo-human trial. Only a single tone, indicating his response was adequate yet far from exceptional. No sooner had the voice faded than a surge of teleportation energy enveloped Lin Bai. Meanwhile, in the Central Imperial Martial Academy of the Great Xia Dynasty, a young woman had just finished reviewing both recordings. She appeared 17 or 18. Dressed in golden yellow imperial robes, her expression impassive, her hair bound by a phoenix-shaped hairpin. Her coldness differed fundamentally from Wang Yu's. Wang Yu's chill was surface-deep. Warmth emerged readily around those she trusted. Hers emanated from the marrow, absolute, unyielding, and ancient. Xian Yuanshu paused briefly in thought, then took up her brush. Their tribe blasphemes heaven with vile rites. Their nature is that of owls and jackals, incapable of reform through humane cultivation. Thus, extraordinary measures must be taken to sever the root of humanity's affliction. Therefore we shall burn their scriptures, demolish their ancestral temples, and split their spirit tablets, leaving no refuge for wandering ghosts. We shall execute their shamans and scribes, slaughter their elders and chieftains, eradicate their bloodlines, ensuring no trace of evil endures. We shall erase their names, banish their territories from memory, and blot their nation, their people, their customs from all historical records, as if buried beneath endless abyssal ash, never to be spoken of again across 10,000 generations. Thereafter, under sun and moon alike, only the sacred way shall reign. Every specter and demon purged from existence. Heaven and earth shall return to pristine tranquility. Future generations shall know only the simple virtuous ways of antiquity, and never learn that a cataclysm of unimaginable horror once rose from this very soil. Having completed her essay, she submitted it. The Catastrophe Cavern began its assessment. The trainee has passed the pseudo-human trial and demonstrated exceptional insight. Her opening arguments aligned broadly with Lin Bai's, but with greater precision and depth. Crucially, she introduced a dimension he had entirely overlooked. Total historical erasure. Not merely destroying the present cult, but excising all evidence of its existence from history itself, ensuring future generations remain ignorant of this dark chapter, believing only in the purity of ancient virtue. Had Lin Bai read her essay, he would instantly comprehend the chasm between them. True destruction is oblivion. His own essay failed to fully address the central revelation of the first recording. Xian City's people were originally ordinary humans, until their cannibalistic rites warped them. That transformation triggered Lin Bai's blood memory, proving this was not an isolated atrocity but part of a widespread era-defining plague. Only a civilization-wide epidemic of such monstrous rites could have seared such a violent killing instinct into humanity's collective blood memory. Lin Bai's proposal focused narrowly on Xian City alone. Xian Yuanshu's essay pierced to the core, targeting the very cultural DNA of the sacrificial cult for absolute irrevocable annihilation. Back in his courtyard, Lin Bai confronted his identification token. Token, show yourself. Why wasn't my essay rated exceptional? He was thoroughly indignant, convinced his work was peerless. The Catastrophe Cavern had deemed him merely passing, not exceptional. Could he accept that? Certainly not, because of missing bonus rewards. The token remained silent. Lin Bai knew it wouldn't answer. He was merely venting, releasing pent-up frustration. Fine. It has no emotions. Yelling accomplishes nothing. Let me check how many merit points I earned this time. He drew out the token. Its glow the only comfort he needed. 500 points. More than I earned passing the Shueyu Pass. Could the Catastrophe Cavern's rewards scale with depth? Rewards increase the further one descends. He suspected otherwise. but after 1 second of intense contemplation abandoned the question entirely. Enough. Who cares? More merit points are always better. He tallied his accumulated points carefully. 2,900 from the testing palace and the first floor of the Marshall Tower, plus 2,000 from this catastrophe cavern trial, and scattered rewards from classroom assessments, totaling 5,150 points. He considered this a substantial accumulation. These merit points must be redeemable at the Marshall Academy. Lin Bai prayed fervently. If they proved to be mere honor points, unspendable symbolic tokens, he'd be tempted to hang himself. The Calamity Cave trial that lasted 6 days has finally come to an end. Lin Bai was quite satisfied with this trial. Though there was a minor flaw at the end, it was of little consequence. Not only did he earn 2,000 merit points, but he also acquired 5 forbidden law seals and a soul-calming jade pendant. After the trial, Lin Bai returned to his normal studies at the martial arts hall, continuing to learn the art of talismans, honing his martial skills, and enhancing his cultivation. Time passed swiftly as the stars shifted. In class, the course on basic runes had completed its final lesson on the attributeless rune, also known as the universal rune. This universal rune has no form, no attribute, and its constructed nodes are the most complex. Of course, for Lin Bai, a talisman genius with extraordinary mental strength and a powerful connection to the heavens, it was simply child's play. Lin Bai immersed his consciousness in the spiritual space of the Huang Lu rune paper, building each node one by one. Eventually, he formed a transparent rune resembling a gear. But this was merely the beginning. With a slight shift of thought, Lin Bai removed several key nodes from the gear, and the entire structure reconfigured like precise building blocks, instantly transforming from a gear into a mortise and tenon structure. The universal rune can be said to have only one type, yet it can also be described as having countless varieties. Unlike the previous 35 types of 5-element runes that have fixed properties and structural forms, the universal rune can add or reduce nodes based on its original structure, forming different properties and shapes. It is precisely this ever-changing characteristic that endows the universal rune with the magical ability to link and carry all 5-element runes. This is why the attributeless universal rune is deemed an essential rune for all talisman masters to learn without exception. If other 5-element runes are not learned, one may simply be unable to produce the corresponding talismans, but if the universal rune is not mastered, then nothing can be achieved. You won't even be able to draw the most basic talismans because you fundamentally cannot connect different runes, thus failing to form an effective talisman structure. Lin Bai was having a blast in the rune space, depicting the universal rune in various shapes: chains, ropes, curved hooks, softballs, and so on, all of which he developed. In a fit of enthusiasm, he even began attempting to connect those 35 basic 5-element runes using his crafted universal rune without any reference to existing talisman structures. The experiment was successful. Before Lin Bai, 3 circular fire runes were linked pairwise by the universal rune. It's a pity it only has the structure with no practical effect. To form a talisman, the runes must be arranged and combined according to a specific structure. His haphazard arrangement would not suffice. Currently, Lin Bai's knowledge was too limited. In the future, once he has seen more, he could create his own original talismans. Nevertheless, this small success from experimenting still excited him. The solitary instructor began a phased assessment. Students, you can now quickly complete the construction of 36 runes. The next step is to learn formal talismans. With a wave of his sleeve, the instructor gathered spiritual light in the air, revealing the phantom structures of 4 talismans. They were the Clear Water Rune, Fireball Rune, Growth Rune, and Gentle Breeze Rune. The Clear Water Rune summons a handful of clear water, while the Fireball Rune generates a ball of fire. The Growth Rune promotes the growth of plants and medicinal herbs, while the Gentle Breeze Rune calls forth a wisp of gentle wind. These are the most widely circulated and simplified low-level talismans, laying a solid foundation for the students before they determine their future major in the talisman canon. Of course, the effectiveness of these talismans varies from person to person. The talismans drawn by beginners and those by talisman masters are worlds apart. The solitary instructor began teaching these 4 talismans. Take a look at this Fireball Rune. Its main structure is composed of numerous fire attribute runes supplemented by a few wood attribute runes to aid combustion. The overall structure must simulate the rising state of a bonfire, with the core balance lying in explosion and combustion. The Clear Water Rune, on the other hand, is composed of water attribute runes, and wood attribute runes, with the water attribute runes being predominant. The structure is as follows. These 4 talisman structures have already been simplified. As the solitary instructor explained, 4 models appeared on Lin Bai's desk representing the structural designs of these 4 talismans. The talisman structure consists of basic runes as nodes connected and combined according to specific rules. The 4 talisman structures before Lin Bai are the simplest static three-dimensional structures in the vast talisman system. High-level powerful talismans often do not have static structures. They must also consider the dynamic changes of the runes. The artist needs to perform extremely complex calculations and deductions in their mind. The creators of high-level high-power talismans must be talisman masters with both high mental and intellectual capacities. Only with a vast amount of spiritual energy can one form enough runes, and only with extremely high intelligence can one calculate the ever-changing structures of advanced talismans. Fools and mediocrities will be rejected by the path of talismans. After the solitary instructor finished explaining the models of the 4 talismans, he paused and spoke again. My explanation is complete. Next I will give you half a month. You must learn at least 1 talisman or you will be expelled. The solitary instructor then shifted the conversation, revealing another significant piece of news. Moreover, with the year-end holidays approaching, your performance in drawing talismans will also relate to your privileges in selecting the canon after you return. Lin Bai deduced 3 pieces of information from the solitary instructor's words. The first is that in the next half-month, the students must master any 1 talisman to prove their worth. The martial arts hall's free training is based on one premise, that you are a genius. The second piece of information is that the holidays are coming, and this world also has corresponding festive holidays. Lin Bai's entry into the martial arts hall was at the end of September, and now 3 months have passed quickly, nearing the year-end break. This means Lin Bai can return to rest for a while. In the martial arts hall, there are no weekends as known in his past life. Since arriving at the martial arts hall, he has been studying around the clock like 007. The third is that the results of this talisman drawing will affect the choice of the canon. The more talent one demonstrates in the martial arts hall, the more resources and rewards one receives. What exactly is the canon? The canon, also known as the Zuodao canon, is the methodology learned by every practitioner of Zuodao before reaching the master level. The Pill Dao canon records the proportions for refining medicinal pills and various alchemical methods, while the Refining Tools canon contains the crafting diagrams and restrictions for various items. As for the canon of Talisman Path, it consists of the structural diagrams of various talismans. Some students of the Zuodao system come to this martial arts hall specifically to obtain the canon, as their family legacies do not suit them. As the solitary instructor's words fell, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly tightened to the extreme. The threat of expulsion combined with the allure of the canon pushed the martial arts hall to both coerce and entice, aiming to maximize the potential within the students. Of course, if you cannot draw a talisman within the specified time, the martial arts hall will indeed expel you. The solitary instructor continued to quietly observe Lin Bai and the others, as they had not yet reached the level where he needed to intervene. Lin Bai felt a bit nervous. Drawing a talisman within half a month is probably just the minimum requirement. Only by mastering all 4 talismans can I select a high-quality canon. Lin Bai's mind raced as he contemplated which of the 4 talismans to begin inscribing. Let's go with the growth rune. This choice was not made randomly. Rather, it was the result of careful consideration. According to Lin Bai's analysis, although the growth talisman is also composed of runes with both wood and water attributes, its main body is the more manageable wood attribute runes, while the water attribute serves merely as assistance and nourishment. More importantly, its overall structure simulates a tree branch, which is relatively intuitive, unlike the violent fireball talisman or the ethereal breeze talisman, making it easier for beginners to construct. The primary goal now is to carve out the first talisman within half a month. Otherwise, the expulsion from the martial arts hall will not be a joke. Lin Bai picked up the yellow willow talisman paper and immersed his consciousness into its internal spiritual space. He began by sketching a large number of wood attribute runes, including all 7 attributes, with the most being the wood and yang wood attribute runes. Fortunately, Lin Bai's talent in the way of talismans was relatively good. He could multitask and sketch a large number of runes simultaneously in a short time, while an ordinary person could only construct them one at a time, achieving Lin Bai's starting point only through practice. Sometimes talent is unreasonable, leaving one feeling helpless. After forming a large number of wood attribute runes, Lin Bai cautiously used his mental energy to guide these runes to the correct locations. Gradually, a slightly rough but already substantial outline of a branch was constructed. He then generated a small number of water attribute runes consisting only of water and in water runes. Lin Bai placed these water attribute runes at the broken branches and forked openings of the branch, simulating the scene of morning dew nourishing the leaves. Lin Bai carefully adjusted the positions of these runes with his mental energy, ultimately forming a structure resembling the growth talisman model on the desk. Alright, now all that's left is the myriad symbols talisman to connect these runes. I hope it succeeds at once. Lin Bai looked at the branch-shaped structure before him, knowing that it was merely superficial. These runes appeared to be connected, but were essentially a pile of loose sand. At this point, the myriad symbols rune was needed to truly fuse these runes together. Lin Bai contemplated what shape of myriad symbols rune would be best. The shape is a branch or dual attribute wood and water, so I will use a thread-like myriad symbols rune. Vines cling to trees, making this rune structure the least likely to conflict. If directly connected in a straight line, it would be less aesthetically pleasing. Without hesitation, Lin Bai first manifested a long strip-like myriad symbols rune, and then began to reduce the nodes of this myriad symbols rune. As the nodes that constituted this rune were adjusted, its shape also changed, twisting from a long strip into a form resembling slender vines. Lin Bai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, just like this. He then began to replicate the thread-like myriad symbols rune in large quantities, controlling it to intertwine with the already placed wood and water runes forming the branches. The thread-like myriad symbols rune connected them through the gaps between the branches. This myriad symbols rune was too fine, disappearing after merging with the other runes. Lin Bai adjusted slowly, and the talisman structure presented before him was exactly the same as the teaching model in reality. A branch forked into 4 twigs, the leaves lush and green with water droplets hanging from the leaves and branches seemingly on the verge of falling. However, looking at this so-called perfect replica of the talisman structure, Lin Bai's brows furrowed tightly. Failed, but why? This looks exactly like the teaching model of the solitary instructor, he thought, filled with confusion. This structure appeared complete and vivid but lacked the most crucial element: a certain internal vitality. This is a talisman, not a painting. Without this vitality, how can it be effective? No matter how beautiful and vivid it looks, it's useless. This is the first formal talisman carving failure. It's quite normal. Calm down and find the problem. Lin Bai forced himself to remain calm, suppressing the slight irritation from his initial setback. He began to carefully compare his sketched structure with the model on the desk repeatedly. So that's how it is. After a long while, Lin Bai suddenly realized where the problem lay. In his rune structure, the connection points for the water attribute runes were incorrect. The proportion of water adhering to the openings of the branch's structure was insufficient. Water nurtures all things. Lin Bai's growth talisman structure had not fully adhered to the laws of nature, so it could not succeed. After understanding the mistake, Lin Bai picked up a new talisman paper and began to adjust again. No, it's still too little and too much. It needs to be reduced a bit. The proportion of the water attribute is still wrong. The wood runes should be denser here to support a stronger vitality. Through repeated improvements, Lin Bai's growth talisman gradually began to show vitality. From initially being hollow and false, it slowly gained truth. Just a little more to go. Lin Bai carefully adjusted the structure and proportions, and when a water attribute rune was placed in the most appropriate position, the entire structure shook violently. This time, the growth talisman structure presented was significantly different from the original, resembling a real dewy branch appearing out of thin air in this spiritual space. If the previous improved growth talisman was realistic, then this structure was truly real. Lin Bai felt this surge of vitality. Did I succeed? I did succeed. With the formation of this talisman structure, the talisman paper also began to change. The material of the talisman paper changed from its original soft and thin state. Its hardness and thickness increased, ultimately becoming a sturdy card. Lin Bai opened his eyes and carefully examined this talisman. Its color shifted from yellow to yellow-green, with simple sketches of Version 4-part branches engraved on both the front and back, the lines smooth and filled with a vibrant aura. Lin Bai's fingers rubbed the surface of the growth talisman ceaselessly. He could not contain his joy. This was the first talisman he had carved with his own hands, and it represented the minimum standard for this test, which he had met. The stone in his heart also fell as the threat of expulsion was significant. While Lin Bai was busy admiring his carved talisman, the solitary instructor on the podium was also paying attention to him. Or rather, at the moment Lin Bai completed the correct structure of the growth talisman, the solitary instructor's attention was mostly focused on him. This student named Lin Bai is quite remarkable. He actually completed a formal talisman carving, so quickly earning a grade of A, but whether he can achieve excellence will depend on his future performance. After observing Lin Bai's carving process, the solitary instructor gave a high praise. He then continued to observe the carving progress of other students, sighing inwardly. There are too few talented individuals. Only a few students have just begun to connect runes, and their talisman structures have numerous flaws. As for the other mediocre students, they are still preparing to manifest runes. After witnessing Lin Bai rapidly and completely draw the growth talisman, the solitary instructor felt gloomy seeing the dismal progress of the other students. However, this could not be entirely blamed on the students. The forces that sent them in feared it would affect their selection of scriptures, so they dared only to teach them the most basic runes. Thus, these students were also carving talismans for the first time, encountering numerous errors, and slow progress was to be expected. A progress like Lin Bai's, which could be described as monstrous, was indeed abnormal. Due to Lin Bai's speed, the solitary instructor even subconsciously raised his overall expectations for this batch of students from Yunmeng County. But it was clear that there was only one prodigy. Compared to the gloomy solitary instructor, Lin Bai was in a very good mood. He began to attempt carving the fireball talisman, but it failed on the first try. However, he was gradually finding his rhythm. There are too few wood attribute runes, and the yang fire runes are too heavy. Just as Lin Bai was immersed in his own world, adjusting and testing again and again, class time was over. Students, today's teaching session has ended, the solitary instructor announced, and it was at that moment that Lin Bai suddenly woke up. The students from the talisman class were teleported out, and some began to discuss this year's endofire test. Time flies. I haven't even understood the structure of the breeze talisman. You're doing quite well. My fireball talisman runes condense too slowly. If I get expelled, it will be very embarrassing. Hearing the words expulsion, most of them showed expressions of fear. Each of them bore various reasons and responsibilities, and getting expelled was worse than throwing themselves into the Dream Cloud River. Of course, this did not include Lin Bai, who had already landed on shore. He had met the minimum passing standard by completing the carving of the growth talisman. Moreover, had it not been for the end of class, Lin Bai would have nearly completed his analysis and improvement of the fireball talisman. So without any psychological burden, he began to inquire about the endofire test as an auditor. Because there were various students in the square, he also learned about some professional exam subjects. For instance, alchemists and blacksmiths like Lin Bai studying talismans were required to produce refined pills or items. Spirit herb cultivators were required to heal spirit herbs, while formation masters had to engrave formation discs. The assessment for literature students was quite interesting, as their classrooms were akin to the realistic illusions of disaster caves, teaching students various ways of governing a country. Thus, this time their test involved managing towns under various circumstances, including those that have experienced droughts, floods, wars, and plagues. The requirements were extremely strict, demanding the survival rates of the populace as well as the impact of policies to judge, which was relatively subjective. However, since it was assessed through the martial arts hall's perspective, it would not pose too big a problem. Just as Lin Bai was preparing to dash to another place to continue satisfying his curiosity, the corner of his clothing was gently tugged. Lin Bai turned his head, and there stood Wang Yu. After being teleported out, Lin Bai had instinctively begun gathering intelligence upon hearing others' conversations. So subtly that he drifted away from the talisman class's group without even realizing it. Wang Yu, spotting him vanish into the crowd like an eel slipping through water, chose not to push through the throng. Instead, she waited until Lin Bai emerged, only to be caught red-handed as he prepared to move elsewhere and continue his reconnaissance. Now Miss Wang Yu stood before him, cheeks flushed with indignation, demanding answers. "You wretched Lin Bai, what excuse could you possibly offer for abandoning me? And why must you always pry into everything? Worse, you didn't even bring me along." Outwardly impassive, Lin Bai's mind raced at lightning speed. Should he admit fault now? Absolutely not. As Wang Yu rattled off his alleged transgressions, Lin Bai suddenly sighed. A deep, sorrowful exhalation, feigning wounded regret. Wang Yu fell silent, eyes wide, bracing herself to hear whatever flimsy justification he might come. "Xiao Yu, you've disappointed me deeply." His voice was heavy with solemn reproach. "I've watched you go out time and again to gather intelligence. I couldn't bear the guilt of standing idle while you bore that burden alone. This time I slipped away secretly, not to exclude you but to prepare a little surprise. Yet you've misjudged my intentions so profoundly." Wang Yu, already exasperated by his habitual fabrications, nearly laughed, until she resolved to ignore his excuses and resume her scolding. But Lin Bai abruptly seized her robe sleeve, stepped forward, and locked eyes with her. His gaze unwavering, his tone fervent. "Xiao Yu, you must trust me." Her cheeks bloomed crimson in an instant. He stood far too close, so close that she could count his eyelashes. "Oh, is that so?" Her righteous fury dissolved to her voice softened, almost inaudible. "Then, did you uncover anything useful?" "Of course. I'll tell you as we walk." Seizing her sudden shift in tone, Lin Bai responded without hesitation. At that moment he knew he'd won. Did Wang Yu truly care whether he spun tall tales? No. Her anger stemmed solely from his silent departure, leaving her behind without word. To Wang Yu such conduct felt like a betrayal of their unspoken revolutionary bond. Hence, Lin Bai understood her grievance perfectly. His initial attempt to deflect with levity had failed, leaving him no choice but to deploy the handsome stratagem. To his quiet astonishment, it worked remarkably well. Yet the maneuver wasn't complete. He needed to honor his earlier claim. So as they walked back toward the courtyard, Lin Bai recounted every detail he'd observed and overheard. "It seems students of the literary vein face extraordinary hardship. By comparison, our path in auxiliary arts appears far more forgiving. No help for it. The Jiangwu Martial Hall enforces such strictures. By the way, how fares your talisman inscription progress?" Having confirmed his credibility with this report, Lin Bai smoothly pivoted the conversation. At his question, Wang Yu's brow furrowed, and she shook her head. "It's terribly difficult. I've only just sketched the rough framework of the growth talisman, and still must refine it endlessly. What about you? Which talisman did you choose to inscribe? If it's the growth talisman, I can tutor you before you're expelled." Lin Bai paused, then replied deliberately. "I chose the growth talisman too, though I've already completed its inscription." "The growth talisman? Then yes, I can certainly guide you." "Wait, did you say you've already succeeded?" "Indeed." Lin Bai nodded firmly. Stunned, Wang Yu stared at him, disbelief etched across. For any novice talismanist, the first inscription of an unfamiliar talisman is the most arduous trial, requiring countless trials and adjustments to deduce the correct structural configuration without prior guidance. That Lin Bai, a mere talisman apprentice, should master a full inscription in a single day defied all. Such mastery signaled unparalleled talent on the talisman path, suggesting real potential to transcend the rank of talisman master and perhaps even glimpse the exalted realm of talisman grandmaster. Wang Yu grasped this truth instantly. She swiftly scanned their surroundings. Then, satisfied no one was near, urgently tugged Lin Bai back toward her courtyard. Only once inside did she exhale in relief, her furtive manner leaving Lin Bai utterly bewildered. "Wang Yu, what on earth is going on?" Seeing his baffled expression, Wang Yu's temper flared anew, her voice rising in exasperation. "Are you truly dim-witted? Don't you realize how perilous your talent is? Such things must never be spoken aloud. What's there to fear? I scanned the area thoroughly before speaking, and if you ask, of course I'll answer. Even if I ask, it's forbidden. What if your perception missed someone, or worse, a cultivator concealing their aura nearby?" Wang Yu half wished she could crack open Lin Bai's skull and inspect its contents. What followed was a stern lecture on his recklessness, after which Lin Bai swore a solemn oath never to repeat the mistake. Privately, he thought her alarm excessive. His intuitive sense was no ordinary ability. It evaded detection by virtually no one, especially not by students of the Yunmeng Jiangwu Martial Hall. Moreover, compared to his far greater secrets, the cocoon-breaking dual talent and the 10th Azan plus sentient diagrams, mere prodigious promise on the talisman path paled into insignificance. Lin Bai knew with absolute certainty that revealing even a whisper of those two truths would erase him from existence within half an hour, including every thread of his karmic destiny. Thus he never uttered a word about truly lethal matters. Even he wasn't reckless enough for that. Still, he heeded Wang Yu's earnest counsel. He recognized clearly and gratefully who stood by him. All right. I vow never to do it again. Besides, I only wanted to share it with you." Once Wang Yu had vented her frustration, Lin Bai hastened to affirm his loyalty. Lin Bai was far less careless than Wang Yu assumed. His candor emerged only when she asked to with others. He deflected with practiced charm. Their bond ran deeper than friendship. Lin Bai's mother bore the surname Wang, making Wang Yu his legitimate, albeit distant, maternal cousin. As a core heir of the Wang clan of Yunmeng City, Wang Yu posed no risk of disclosure. Indeed, Lin Bai's ascension to Talisman Master would greatly benefit her entire clan. "So, shall I teach you the growth talisman's inscription?" Lin Bai asked. "Yes, shall you? I'm quite thirsty, and my shoulders ache." Hearing her assent, Lin Bai's sly grin surfaced. He began directing her to brew tea and massage his shoulders. Wang Yu gritted her teeth at his audacity, yet performed the tasks without protest, conceding for once that Lin Bai held the upper hand. As Lin Bai sipped tea and leaned into her kneading hands, he sighed contentedly. Ah, bliss. Behind him, Wang Yu's knuckles pressed harder, irritated by his insufferable smirk. Anyone familiar with Wang Yu would gape in disbelief to see her willingly massaging Lin Bai, perhaps even suspecting he'd cast a soul-calming charm upon her. After all, they'd known each other barely 3 months. Sensing her pressure intensify, Lin Bai knew the jest had reached its limit. If pushed further, playful banter would curdle into something else entirely. Enough. Shall you try this tea? Now let me explain the growth talisman's architecture. He handed her a cup as repayment for her ministrations. She drank, then glared at him, steaming. Humph. If your teaching fails me, I'll pound you into yunmeng cake. Rest easy. I was once hailed the golden lecturer. A what lecturer? Unimportant. Just trust me. Show me the diagram of your growth talisman architecture. Due to Wang Yu's Dao path ability, she could materialize her growth talisman structure on paper. It was three-dimensional and intuitive without the need to draw by hand. Wang Yu took out a stack of spirit paper she usually used and began to replicate her growth talisman structure. The more she drew, the deeper Lin Bai's frown became. Wang Yu's structure appeared to conform to the teaching model from class, yet in reality it was riddled with flaws. Although the final product of the talisman did not need to match the model exactly, the general framework's keynodes had to align. However, Wang Yu's model resembled the form but lacked the essence. Many crucial architecture nodes were incorrect. After she finished replicating, Lin Bai pointed to the area with the most errors and asked, "Why are there so many water runes here? It even reaches the point of water flooding wood, drowning out all vitality. And there are too many wood runes within wood, making it seem bloated." Lin Bai cited all the mistakes he observed, and while Wang Yu occasionally murmured a few defenses, most of the time, she silently nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the structure of the growth talisman was relatively simple, so there was still a way forward. Next, Wang Yu copied the improved structure again. There were still many issues, but it was already much better than the last time. Lin Bai had no choice but to help her correct it repeatedly, but this only familiarized Wang Yu with the basics. The true talismans needed to be depicted by her own mental strength in the spiritual space of the talisman paper. The next day, Lin Bai successfully created a fireball talisman and a clean water talisman, and on the third day, he directly produced the most challenging gentle breeze talisman. On the third day, Wang Yu also completed her first talisman. Originally, Lin Bai intended to suggest that they skip class from then on and focus on testing their skills in the palace. However, Wang Yu advised him not to be too conspicuous. If he stopped attending class after just 4 days, everyone would know about Lin Bai's talent in talisman crafting. It wasn't just the fear of jealousy from others, but also due to the Wang family's influence. Lin Bai had been inseparable from Wang Yu in the martial arts hall for so many days. Coupled with his mother's identity, he had already been stamped with the label of Wang family member. The advantage was that no one bothered Lin Bai. It was well known that conflicts often arose when people of different classes and identities mingled. Wherever people gathered, conflicts would inevitably arise, especially among a group of young cultivators with blatant attacks and covert traps. It was an endless cycle of open and hidden strife. However, despite being from different families or commoner groups, none disturbed Lin Bai precisely because of there were drawbacks as well. Those with rivalries and grudges within the Wang family, upon seeing Lin Bai's talent, would certainly resort to underhanded tactics to make him stumble. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai accepted Wang Yu's suggestion. He was not afraid of difficulties and challenges, but there was no need to create trouble for himself. Moreover, Lin Bai was not idle in class. Although he had already completed the drawing of 4 talismans and conducted the engraving test, talismans could be modified, and it wasn't very difficult. For instance, the fireball talisman generated a ball of fire. You could change the size of this fireball, adjust its temperature, or alter the density of the fireball. All of these were modifications. They could either be beneficial or detrimental. Lin Bai's goal was to improve the fireball talisman, preserving the critical nodes while changing the distribution of other nodes. Most of his experimental results ended in architectural conflicts, failing to form a complete talisman. However, Lin Bai still managed to produce some results. The first was that he enlarged the shape of the fireball without injecting additional energy, relying solely on the spiritual energy inherent in the talisman paper. The larger fireball correspondingly had reduced temperature and power. Though the first attempt was a success, its power was too weak. Lin Bai even suspected it was akin to a firework. However, he truly created something with the second attempt. The second fireball talisman's modification plan aimed to enhance the temperature and density of the fireball while maintaining its normal size. On the final day, his experiment succeeded. Within the talisman paperspace, Lin Bai observed the fireball talisman structure he had improved. The structure still resembled a burning bonfire, but the color of the flames shifted from red to orange, and the overall texture appeared more substantial. He estimated that this fireball talisman had increased the flame temperature by at least 30%, and the density of the fireball had also improved significantly. In fact, there was still room for further modifications of various parameters of the fireball could still rise, but Lin Bai's knowledge was insufficient, and he had already reached his limits. This was Lin Bai's signature fireball talisman. The modification result of this fireball talisman was extraordinary. The enhanced orange fireball talisman saw a significant increase in power, elevating its efficacy by 30%, marking a qualitative improvement. However, modifying talismans relied on talent. Lin Bai had merely seized upon a moment of inspiration to design this remarkable fireball talisman. He didn't need to ask Wang Yu to know the absurdity of this matter. In fact, it was ridiculous from the moment Lin Bai decided to modify the fireball talisman. Modifying talismans wasn't inherently difficult, yet Lin Bai wasn't even a junior talisman master. He was merely a talisman apprentice. To his surprise, he actually succeeded in the modification, and the modified talisman exhibited a qualitative enhancement compared to the original version. Lin Bai had heard of such feats before, mentioned in biographies of renowned figures in the Comprehensive Guide to Basic Talisman Knowledge. In childhood, a novice talisman master improved a talisman in a month, later becoming a grandmaster. Almost every biography of individuals at the level of talisman grandmasters included such introductions. Previously, Lin Bai had thought it was mere template flattery. But now he had achieved it and even surpassed expectations. While Lin Bai repeatedly engraved the improved fireball talisman, enhancing his talisman engraving speed, the solitary guest on the podium was conducting the final review, subsequently reporting to the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven to determine the talisman selection authority for these students. Not bad. This batch of students has at least learned to craft one talisman, and none will be eliminated. Fong Ming completed the engraving of 3 talismans specifically rated as level intermediate. Wang Yu completed the engraving of 4 talismans specifically rated as a level beginner. Lin Bai completed the engraving of 4 talismans specifically rated as a level advanced. Wait a minute, what's going on with this kid's fireball talisman? The solitary guest, upon noting Lin Bai, discovered something amiss with the fireball talisman. He chose to construct it differed significantly from the original. He has improved the fireball talisman himself, and very successfully at that. As a top figure in the path of talismans, even though he was merely a projection in this martial arts hall, his discernment was sufficient to immediately determine what Lin Bai had accomplished. It was precisely because he understood that he was astonished. He has only studied for a few days and can already modify talismans, and this improvement has increased the power of his fireball talisman by 35%. Yet, after his astonishment, the solitary guest's mood shifted to delight. Initially, he had poured his heart and soul into summarizing the fundamentals of talismans, subsequently publishing them with the aim of strengthening humanity and igniting more creative ideas in talismans. After reaching the Tao Ancestor Realm, he accepted the invitation to teach at Fire Cloud Cave Heaven, which was one of the reasons. While Lin Bai's speed in crafting talismans represented merely his rapid learning, now that Lin Bai had succeeded in modification, it indicated his creative talent. Humanity lacked individuals who learned quickly, but those with strong creativity were always in short supply. The solitary guest pondered for a moment and altered Lin Bai's evaluation, assigning him a higher rating. Student Lin Bai, if you improve a talisman within half a month, you will receive the evaluation of a prodigy, granting access to the highest level of foundational text privileges. The solitary guest directly applied for the highest talisman inheritance for Lin Bai. This time Fire Cloud Cave Heaven did not approve immediately, but reported to the human Tao, beginning a series of assessments on Lin Bai. This included talent, family background, character, conduct, style, and over 100 items to review. Previously, foundational text inheritance only required a look at talent, meaning that only the capable were promoted. However, the highest talisman inheritance applied for by the solitary guest was different. Any hint of anti-human or antisocial tendencies in Lin Bai would disqualify him. This highest level talisman, foundational text privilege, represented the crystallization of humanity's wisdom regarding the path of talismans throughout history. Thus, everything Lin Bai had done since birth needed to be scrutinized. Fortunately, Lin Bai was gradually awakening to his innate wisdom, equivalent to that of a newborn. To the human Tao, he was a genuine young talent of humanity, not some old monster possessing a body. Even with the terrifying deduction ability of the human Tao corresponding to the heavenly Tao, it took a full half an hour to repeatedly confirm that there were no omissions or errors. Respected guardian of humanity, your application has been approved. Please do not disclose this externally. The solitary guest was slightly surprised to see that the human Tao review had passed. The heavenly Tao consists of all things in heaven and earth, while the human Tao corresponds to the entirety of humanity. Passing the human Tao review signified that Lin Bai was a standard successor of humanity. This was not just based on high talent in talismans. He also had to pass various other assessments. In fact, the human Tao review was not rigid. For instance, Lin Bai's impressive performance in the beast trap was considered a merit. However, this review was exceptionally complicated. Any single nonconformity would lead to disqualification. Thus, the solitary guest submitted the application just to try his luck without much hope and unexpectedly succeeded. This kid really has good luck obtaining this highest talisman foundational text inheritance. The solitary guest couldn't help but exclaim. If previously others praised Lin Bai as a seed of a talisman master, it was merely a beautiful expectation for his future. Now it became a certainty. It was akin to being guaranteed admission. Lin Bai's future achievements in talismans would have a minimum threshold of master level, while the upper limit was truly incalculable. At this moment, Lin Bai, who was engraving talismans below, was unaware of the tremendous opportunity he had received. It was as though a pie had fallen from the sky. He could only mutter to himself, "Strange, why hasn't the solitary guest announced the end of class yet? Seems like the class has been dragged on." While Lin Bai fretted over instructor Gudu, keeping the class longer than scheduled, Gudu, having just applied for Lin Bai to receive access to the highest talisman scripture, continued recording the remaining students' results. Because the talisman class was not large, the task was completed swiftly. When Gudu finished, he clapped his hands and signaled for the students to look up. The crisp sound in the quiet lecture hall immediately drew every eye. All the students raised their heads in unison to look at instructor Gudu. Lin Bai was among them. After all, it was the final day of assessment and the moment to announce the holiday arrangements. Even the weakest among them had completed the engraving of a talisman, so none faced the risk of being relaxed. They behaved like ordinary pupils eager for the holiday. Though they had appeared quietly focused on their talisman, engraving, their attention had been fixed outward, awaiting Gudu's announcement. Seeing the students' excited faces, instructor Gudu could not help but smile. He had once been young too and knew exactly what they were thinking. Gudu began by summarizing the test, offering congratulations to all for passing this talisman examination, and informing them that upon return from their annual leave, they would each receive their own talisman scripture. He did not elaborate on individual grades or rewards, only spoke in broad terms. Then, with a rare mischievous drawl intended to toy with their anticipation, he lengthened the next words for effect. He announced that the annual leave would last 1 month starting tomorrow. At 8 in the morning, the Jianggu Hall and the passage to the mundane world would open, allowing them to return home. With a smile he finished, and his form slowly faded from sight. At the news of a month-long holiday beginning the next day, the students erupted into cheers. Some shouted with glee about how they would pamper themselves at home. Others were so excited they spoke with a lively exchange, followed teasing and correcting one another as they joked about titles like spiritual cultivator versus spiritual healer. They laughed and jostled each other, the usual little grievances forgotten in the warm bustle. In a corner, Wang Yu turned toward Lin Bai and whispered to him. She asked how he intended to spend the holiday. Lin Bai replied that he would go with his sister, though she might not have much leave since Lin Su now served as a junior alchemist at Shanshin Hall and would likely have only a few days off. Shanshin Hall was strict with its rules. Even disciples of great alchemists were expected to observe them closely. Only at the level of a grandmaster do the rules themselves seem to bend. Wang Ye's eyes brightened when she heard Lin Bai had no fixed plans. She eagerly invited herself along. Lin Bai agreed, and they sealed the plan with a cheerful exchange. Buoyed by Lin Bai's promise, Wang Yu chattered excitedly about their arrangements. Lin Bai had no objections. Having someone make plans for a holiday was pleasantly convenient. After being sent back, Lin Bai returned to the courtyard to gather his things. In truth, he only needed to tidy the Jianggu Hall yard and take Emoling and the Qingzhong blade with him. Humming a folk tune from his hometown of Anning County, Lin Bai began the general cleaning. The courtyard's dust removal formation meant he only had to set things in order. While moving items, Lin Bai noticed something amiss. He muttered, where was Emoling? He had been unusually quiet today, and a bad feeling prickled at him. He set aside his tasks and focused his spiritual sense to investigate. In a corner, Emoling lay in deep sleep. Gray-black chi shimmered across his dark body and slowly dispersed the creature, radiating an odd, yet steady ripple of energy. Lin Bai probed the beast's condition carefully and realized what was happening. This was Mo Ling entering a growth period. After nearly 3 months, it was only natural. Once he understood Lin Bai's furrowed brow smoothed, and his worry transformed into genuine delight. What is a growth period? Beast life stages are usually divided into juvenile growth and full forms. Given enough time, a beast can mature to its full form. These age stages greatly affect a beast's combat power. Beasts of the same bloodline will almost always see older specimens overpower younger ones. The longer a beast grows, the more of its bloodline potential it can excavate, strengthening body and abilities. Mo Ling was sleeping now to delve into the potential buried in its bloodline. Mo Ling's bloodline had already undergone one evolution before, which was why its growth period came more. The higher the bloodline's tier, the longer a beast lingers at each stage. Divine beasts such as dragons or phoenixes can remain in their juvenile state for over a decade before entering the growth period. If Mo Ling's bloodline had remained the original Enya, it might have reached full form within 3 months instead of only now entering the growth period. Even so, a juvenile Mo Ling with an evolved bloodline would defeat a full-grown Enya. This was welcome news. Not only was there a holiday, but Mo Ling had also entered its growth phase. A double blessing. Lin Bai hurried to the bamboo grove beside the yard to gather materials, and crafted a bamboo basket for Mo Ling to use the next day. Mo Ling was not merely unconscious, but extremely somnolent. During this period, its food requirements would increase greatly to sustain growth. It needed to adapt to the rising concentration of bloodline energy from juvenile to adult before it would fully recover. This transition is a major hurdle for wild beasts. In the growth period, they often lose strength, which hampers their ability to obtain food and lowers their awareness of danger. Contracted spirit beasts enjoy a different fate as their keeper bears all costs. Lin Bai had even heard of some beast keepers who impoverished themselves to give their beasts the best chance to grow. It was the beast keeper's version of never letting one's child go without. For now, Lin Bai had only Mo Ling, a low-level true spirit, so he could afford it. At higher tiers, the daily cost of feeding and outfitting such creatures would be enormous. A fortunate Early the next morning, Lin Bai slung the bamboo basket with Mo Ling over his back, hung the Qingzhong blade at his waist, and prepared to meet Wang Yu before teleporting home. Wang Yu was just leaving as well, and the two happened to meet. She noticed the bamboo basket and looked puzzled. She asked about his companion. Lin Bai showed her the sleeping Mo Ling nestled in the basket. The little creature slept soundly on one of Lin Bai's old garments. Wang Yu clicked her tongue in admiration. She observed that Mo Ling's bloodline was not a simple and hence the delayed entry into the growth phase. Mo Ling's current lineage was Ing Zhuoshao, an evolution from Enya and far from ordinary. Hurrying along, Lin Bai told her it was almost 8, and that if they missed the time, they would have to wait until the next day. When they arrived at the square, they realized they were rather late. Small clusters of students gathered across the square, waiting for the moment to leave. The waiting time always drags on slowly. Lin Bai and Wang Yu found a spot on the periphery of the Wang family's circle, quietly waiting for the opening of the spatial passage. During this time, Lin Bai felt some gazes frequently landing on him. Those people were in another circle These eyes carried a sense of scrutiny and curiosity, perhaps with some other implications, leaving Lin Bai perplexed. In the end, he activated his super hearing to eavesdrop on the conversations of those few people. He is Lin Bai, unexpectedly involved with the young lady of the Xingxiu Wang family. Being handsome is truly beneficial. You don't know Wang Ye's status in the Wang family is quite high. Oh, why do you say that, Brother Li? I'm not entirely sure, but I vaguely know that Wang Ye's position is among the top nurtured in the Wang family. Tisk, this little pretty boy really hit the jackpot. Upon hearing their sour remarks, Lin Bai realized that it was his long-term association with Wang Yu that caused this trouble. After clarifying the reason, Lin Bai's mindset became calm, instead even finding it somewhat amusing. His attitude towards it was, just say it openly and confidently. After hearing those people's sour words, Lin Bai not only did not feel angry, but instead felt a wave of refreshment. He didn't enjoy being belittled, but their words were so pale and powerless that they revealed a sour taste. He liked the feeling of "you can't stand me, yet you can't do anything about me," especially since those who had just been discussing were likely from literary circles. Even their insults were quite eloquent, adding a bit of comedic effect. While Lin Bai was carefully listening to others calling him a pretty boy, Wang Yu noticed Lin Bai, who was lost in thought beside her. She pouted and nudged him with her hand. Lin Bai, did you hear me speaking? Sorry, what did you just say? I asked what you were listening to. Why are you ignoring me? I just heard a dog barking and got a bit distracted. A dog barking? Wang Yu looked confused, thinking where could there be a dog in the lecture hall. Lin Bai stifled a laugh and subtly pointed to the group of people in the distance. Seeing Lin Bai's expression, Wang Yu also began to feel curious. Although Wang Yu didn't possess Lin Bai's extraordinary hearing, provided by his strong physique as a wealthy practitioner in the Qi refinement series, she was not short of magical props. She took out an earring and attached it to her left earlobe. After a while, Wang Yu understood Lin Bai's intent. She chuckled softly and gently patted Lin Bai's arm. Indeed, it is a dog barking. Then the two began to eavesdrop on their subsequent conversation, and would tease each other when something interesting was said. Wang Yu even playfully nudged Lin Bai with her elbow and lowered her voice. Hee, how about it, Lin Bai? Are you interested in being my concubine? You heard how well they are treated, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Bai pretended to ponder seriously while stroking his chin. Not really. The job benefits are too poor, being responsible only for resources to help me reach the transcendence realm. You need to work harder. If you were the head of the Xingxiu Wang family in the state of Zhou, maybe there would be a chance. Unfortunately, those who were gossiping were not specifically there to criticize Lin Bai and Wang Yu, and the topic soon shifted elsewhere. This made Lin Bai quite upset. He had finally heard some stories in the morning, yet it quickly came to an end. Was it that Lin Bai wasn't handsome enough, or was the gossip about him and Wang Yu not explosive enough? Why didn't they continue talking? Fortunately, the time soon arrived. A ray of golden light floated above the cloud sea over Lin Bai and the others' heads, and everyone felt a gentle yet irresistible pulling force wrapping around their bodies, distorting their sense of space. See you in a bit. After Wang Yu said this to Lin Bai, she suddenly vanished, and in the next moment Lin Bai also disappeared from the square. All the students in the square were engulfed by that golden light and teleported away in just a few breaths. About 3 hours later, Lin Bai was spat out. He shook his head and observed the surrounding environment. Lin Bai had returned to the place he initially came from, but this time there was no need to register his name, as it was a collective teleportation, and everyone landed almost at the same time. I'm back, finally back. Brother Zhao, why not have a drink or two? That should be the case, but I entered the lecture hall by chance, so I should first return to inform my parents of the good news. I didn't think it through ill post to invite Brother Zhao in a few days. Damn, a day in this lecture hall leaves no time to spare. The students who returned to the real world were exceptionally excited, inviting friends and setting travel schedules. They were also venting various emotions. Although Lin Bai was excited, he maintained a certain level of rationality. Wang Yu and he were not far from the teleportation point, and the two quickly found each other. Wang Yu pointed to the black carriage beside them, indicating her discovery. A faceless person in a raincoat jumped down from the carriage upon seeing the returned crowd and knocked on the gong in his hand. All students, please line up orderly to board the carriage. Do not linger or make noise here. The voices of the excited discussion among the crowd were interrupted as everyone turned their attention to the carriage parked nearby. Each carriage also displayed the names of the respective students. Let's go. The students all found the carriage corresponding to their names and boarded. Lin Bai and Wang Yu quickly found their carriage. Upon boarding, it was still the same 5-person configuration as before. In addition to them were Zhao Rang, Zhong Yuhe, and Fang Ming. However, since they were all classmates from the Talisman class and had been together for several months, they were somewhat familiar with each other. Thus it wasn't too awkward. In a crowd, Wang Yu returned to her aloof demeanor. She quietly leaned against Lin Bai, listening carefully to his conversation with these people. Zhao Rang, with a calm expression, was the first to speak. Fellow classmates, do you have any plans? Zhong Yuhe shook her head, indicating that she had no plans. Lin Bai shifted his position to a more comfortable stance against the carriage and said, Brother Zhao, just speak directly. Beside him, Fang Ming, who seemed to be more familiar with Zhao Rang, also smiled and teased. Yeah, Zhao Rang, this doesn't sound like the style of the Yulong gang. Why are you speaking so eloquently? Zhao Rang's expression remained unchanged in the face of everyone's gaze, but his hands, hidden in the wide sleeves, unconsciously tightened, nearly embedding his nails into his palm. It's nothing major. I was asked by young Master Jiang Zuan of the Literary Path to invite you all, our Yunmeng Lecture Hall students, to gather after the new year. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed, staring at Zhao Rang with astonished eyes. Among the students of the Yunmeng Lecture Hall, even Wang Yu, from a prestigious family, had informed Lin Bai that Jiang Zuan was the young master of the county magistrate. Of course, the key is not this. The key is why Jiang Zuan invited Lin Bai and these students as guests, yet sent Zhao Rang to notify them. This is not just a simple courtesy issue. In the Great Xia, the messenger for sending invitation letters is usually a servant of lower status. One must understand that Zhao Rang was admitted to the lecture hall. No matter where he goes, his future is bright. But why would he willingly accept such humiliation? Does Zhao Rang not know? How could Zhao Rang felt those several substantial gazes upon him, maintaining a calm expression, yet only he knew how heavily his heart was pounding in his chest. He certainly understood that this was a humiliation, but what could he do? The Yulong gang was ultimately a pawn of the government, and he Zhao Rang was also a pawn of Zhang Ziyuan. Ordinary lecture hall students certainly have a bright future, but his quota was essentially granted by the county magistrate. Otherwise, how could the Yulong gang possibly possess such a thing? Zhao Rang swore an oath to obtain this quota, and his life and death in cultivation were controlled by others. Someone who doesn't even have freedom, how can they talk about dignity and choice? Young Master Zhang Ziyuan only commanded me to inform you all first. The invitation letter will be sent formally later. After saying this, Zhao Rang closed his eyes and remained silent. The other four on the carriage displayed various expressions. Wang Yu and Lin Bai were indifferent, while Zhong Yuhe and Fang Ming, having met Zhao Rang in the lecture hall, showed their disdain towards his current demeanor. You can choose any path, but you must also accept the peculiar gazes of others, unless you can become strong enough that others do not dare to cast odd looks at you. Due to this small episode, everyone fell silent, waiting to arrive in Yunmeng City. After several hours, Lin Bai finally reached his destination. The carriage stopped in front of the Goodwill Hall in the market. We've arrived. I'm leaving now. All right, I'll come find you to hang out later. I'll remember that. Lin Bai bid farewell to Wang Yu and prepared to get off the carriage. Next, there were only Wang Yu and Zhong Yuhe left in the carriage. Fang Ming and Zhao Rang had already disembarked before Lin Bai. Zhong Yuhe, after listening to the conversation between Lin Bai and Wang Yu, looked at Wang Yu with great interest, pondering quietly. Although she was unsure of Wang Ye's specific background, the fact that someone of her status didn't know about another person's information hinted at other information. Family line protection. After all, her Zhong family also had such measures. It was precisely because of this that Lin Bai and Wang Ye's closeness attracted others' attention. Real invisible people are those whom no one cares about. Meanwhile, Lin Bai stepped out of the carriage, and the clamor of the bustling marketplace flooded his ears. It was already late December, and frost lay thick upon the land. Snow piled over a foot deep along the roads. Most pedestrians wore heavy padded cotton robes. Occasionally cultivators passed through, slim in light attire, striding calmly amid wind and snow, forming a serene spectacle of their own. Lin Bai himself wore summer-weight garments. His robust constitution rendered him impervious to such cold. A few icy gusts swept past, snowflakes alighted upon his bare face and melted instantly, unimpeded by any protection. He breathed deeply of the biting air, felt the meltwater trace cool paths down his skin, and listened to the vibrant symphony of the marketplace. Slowly he exhaled, a faint, indescribable, stagnant chi dissipating with his breath. At last, I have returned. The Huayun cave heaven was magnificent, but prolonged residence unsettled cultivators' senses. For the Huayun cave heaven lacked a certain authenticity, a subtle resonance that cultivators' heightened perception instinctively registered, whispering of its artificial stillness. It was midday. His elder sister Lin Su was likely still refining pills. Fortunately, she had earlier granted him a pass token. Guards at the rear courtyard of the Shanshin Hall would not impede his entry. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Bai found Lin Su indeed absent. After settling Mo Ling safely, he leapt onto his small bed and sprawled across it. Ah! This little bed is still so comfortable. A quiet calculation stirred in his mind. How many days remained until the Lunar New Year holiday? 4 days left. In the Great Xia dynasty, the New Year festival spanned 10 grand days. The first day honored heaven and earth. The second paid homage to spirits and deities. The third welcomed ancestral souls. The fourth revered sages and worthies. The remaining 6 were devoted to visiting kin and friends. This year Lin Bai would spend the festival in Yunmeng City. Not with his parents, but at least with his sister. Nightfall descended softly, lanterns glowed one by one along the lanes. Lin Su concluded her daily alchemical cultivation and returned to the courtyard. Alerted by the array's subtle chime that someone stood within, she arched a brow. Only her foolish younger brother held such access. A gentle smile touched her lips. Indeed, even the Zhenggu Hall grants winter break. As she pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside, a whoosh cut the air. A whirlwind of motion burst from the house, brimming with unrestrained vitality. Sister, I'm back. Lin Bai beamed radiant with joy. Noted. Her reply was as placid as commenting on fair weather. Don't you miss me at all? Seeing her calm composure, Lin Bai feigned heartbreak with When I first came to the Shanshin Hall to study, I could return home only once every 6 months. And it's been just 3 months since I last saw you. Hardly a long separation. You're studying. Why should I feel sorrow? Oh right. Lin Bai scratched his head, then stubbornly protested. But this isn't anything like the tearful reunions in those stage dramas. At the very least, your eyes should glisten with tears. We should clasp each other and weep. Countless times he'd rehearsed such poignant scenes in his mind, only for Lin Su's unruffled response to quietly dismantle them all. Enough jesting. Come write a letter. A letter? To whom, sister? She guided him indoors and laid out brush and paper. To father and mother. You've been here long enough. It's time you wrote them. Lucky you returned today. Tomorrow the Shanshin Hall's carriage departs. You even handle mail delivery. Of course, not everyone can go home for the festival. 2 years ago, when I couldn't return, I sent word via courier. Don't you recall? Her reminder jolted his memory. He stilled his playful spirit, sat upright, paused thoughtfully, and began to write, recounting his gains over the past 3 months. First, he briefly noted his entry upon the cultivation path, and his extraordinary fortune in gaining admission to the Jianggu Hall. Most of the letter described life there. Yet before exiting the Huayun Cave Heaven, he'd been warned by his token no specifics about the Jianggu Hall were to be disclosed, so he kept his account deliberately vague. Finally, he urged his parents to care for their health. Longing surged, unstoppable, overwhelming. He filled 3 sheets, then scrutinized his work, sensing something amiss, as if a vital element were missing. He lifted his brush once more and added a final line. Am I impressive? Once I attain true mastery, I'll bring you both back to Yunmeng City. Lin Yi and Wang Xiu had settled in Anning City not by chance. It was an official appointment arranged by the Wang family. Years earlier, Wang Xiu's modest cultivation aptitude had led to her assignment there, effectively serving as the Wang family's eyes and ears in the region. Lin Yi followed, establishing their home in Anning City. Yet this was inevitable. Though her talent was unremarkable, the Wang family granted her resources. Thus, when appointed, she accepted without protest. The principle of equivalent exchange and commensurate responsibility held universal validity. Still, all would change if either Lin Bai or Lin Su broke through to the transcendent realm, or advanced their auxiliary cultivation arts to the high tier. Then Lin Yi and Wang Xiu could return to Yunmeng City without reproach, and Wang Xiu herself would carry no guilt. For cultivating favor with cultivators of such caliber vastly outweighed mere intelligence-gathering duties. Watching her brother pen that final line, Lin Su's lips curved into a tender, knowing smile. Do you still remember what father and mother said long ago? Of course I do. Lin Bai replied while reviewing his letter. In their earliest childhood, Lin Yi and Wang Xiu sometimes spoke wistfully of Yunmeng City, but as the siblings matured, their parents ceased such talk, fearing they might transmit sorrow or burden them with silent pressure. Yet Lin Bai and Lin Su possessed innate brilliance, and retained those rare fleeting words. Satisfied with his draft, Lin Bai handed the letter to Lin Su. Sister, done. She accepted it, tucking it neatly beside her own letter into a single envelope. This will depart tomorrow, and arrive in time for the festival. With the essential task complete, Lin Su and Lin Bai settled in for a quiet reunion. Lin Bai summarized his Jianggu Hall experiences. Lin Su continued her daily studies under Master Jin Hua, accumulating knowledge to ascend to mid-tier alchemist status. By the way, Sister, Mo Ling has entered the blood awakening growth phase. Do you have any high-energy pills? Hearing his request, Lin Su sifted through her mental pharmacopoeia for suitable formulas. Yuanling pill. Accumulates primordial qi, fortifies foundations, and subtly nourishes the spirit. A 3rd-rank pill, safe for both humans and spirit beasts. She recited its properties, awaiting his verdict. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. That's it. Exactly what we need. Lin Su's recommendation perfectly matched Mo Ling's current needs. And a 3rd-rank pill was ideal for a spirit beast at the mortal refinement realm. Before, the Rebirth realm auxiliary cultivation artifacts were ranked 9 ranks, with 3 ranks typically corresponding to 1 major cultivation tier. A 3rd-rank pill suited Mo Ling's stage precisely. Exceptional pills differed. Like the Yunshin pill Lin Bai had consumed during his awakening, uniquely potent yet harmless even to an ordinary mortal. His elation faded as a stark realization struck. He was penniless. Indeed, his pockets held not a single spirit stone. His cultivation resources in the Huayun Cave Heaven had always been supplied by the Jiangu Hall. Money had never crossed his mind. Only now did he grasp his utter destitution. Sister, how much does this pill cost? Lin Su, reading his flustered expression, understood instantly. Relax. It's trivial. No need for you to pay. Just focus on strengthening yourself. Seeing his ploy succeed, Lin Bai erupted in triumphant cheers. You're the best sister ever. Lin Su rolled her eyes, but the gesture held no sting, only fond exasperation. The next day Lin Su returned from work and brought Lin Bai a small gourd filled with 10 Yuan Ling pills. These pills were more than sufficient to provide the energy required for Mo Ling during its early growth stage. In the following days, as the new year approached, the flow of people in Yunmeng City increased significantly, leading to a surge in customers buying medicine, which made Lin Su even busier. Thus, the honorable responsibility of cleaning and preparing for the new year fell squarely on Lin Bai's shoulders. There were indeed customs for celebrating the new year in this world. One such custom was to hang colorful coins at the corners of the yard. These coins came in 5 colors: red, yellow, purple, gold, and green. They represented the wish for a better life in the coming year. Another custom involved bundling special mulberry leaves and sweeping them over the tiles in the house, symbolizing the expulsion of the bad luck from the old year and welcoming the new one. Due to their auspicious meaning and limited supply, these mulberry leaves were in high demand as the year-end approached. Early that morning, Lin Bai rushed into the market, aiming straight for the best quality mulberry leaves. Just as his hand reached the target, another swift hand appeared beside him. Young man, you're quite fast with your hands. Auntie, you're not slow yourself. After a silent struggle, Lin Bai, being young and strong, ultimately prevailed, successfully grabbing the mulberry leaves and left with a triumphant expression under the impressive young one gaze of the aunt. On the last day before the new year, Lin Su finally had a day off. Sister, the Goodness Hall only gives 7 days off. Actually, it's not bad. Some alchemists and physicians even have to stay at the Goodness Hall during the new year. I only have these few days off because of my teacher. Lin Su felt helpless, but the rules of the Goodness Hall were just that. The New Year's Eve dinner was prepared by Lin Su, while Lin Bai was responsible for assisting and tasting. The first day of the new year was called Worshipping Heaven and Earth. No elaborate rituals were necessary, as humans are also part of heaven and earth. People simply needed to eat, drink, and rest peacefully to honor heaven and earth. Lin Bai fully agreed with this and executed it quite well. The next day was dedicated to worshipping the deities, where before meals one needed to offer sacrifices to their believed deities, or the local gods of mountains and rivers. The specific ritual procedure involved placing food on the table, setting up an incense burner with incense in front of the food, and praying to gain good fortune for the coming year. It was a very simple ritual, and one could eat once the incense burned out. Lin Bai privately believed that the customs of the first 2 days of the new year were purely established by ancestors seeking a legitimate excuse to relax and rest. During these 2 days, Lin Bai experienced great comfort. Aside from his daily fixed cultivation, he felt justified in lounging around. On the second day of the new year, Lin Bai and Lin Su, having no deities to worship, annually performed rituals for the local goddess of Yunzhou, Yunxi Nyang. In the local mythology of Yunzhou, she created the human race and protected them during their primitive times. During dinner, Lin Bai clasped his hands into fists and began to pray for good fortune from Yunxi Nyang. Although he felt that she probably had no time to pay attention to a small fry like him, what if Yunxi Nyang heard Lin Bai's prayer and truly bestowed her blessings? That would be a huge gain. After praying and having dinner, Lin Bai suggested to Lin Su, "Sister, I heard there's a lantern festival in Yunmeng City on the night of the second day of the new year. It's very lively, and we can release lanterns by the Yunmeng River to pray for blessings. Shall we go take a look?" "Look at the lanterns." Lin Su pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, let's go out for a walk." Lin Bai changed into a new outfit and waited in the yard for his sister to get ready. Luckily, Lin Su was not one to dawdle. After changing into a splendid dress and applying light makeup, she was all set. "Wow, sister, you look so beautiful in this outfit. If you go out, how will the other girls in Yunmeng City live?" Lin Bai sweet-talked her and immediately struck a pose, as if he was mesmerized by Lin Su. What a smooth talker! Although Lin Su playfully scolded Lin Bai, a smile still appeared on her face, indicating that she appreciated his compliment. "Really, sister, in this outfit you will definitely make others feel inferior." Lin Bai's words carried a bit of flattery, but Lin Su, who usually preferred light-colored clothes, looked stunning in her suddenly luxurious dress. Seeing Lin Bai continuously praising her, Lin Su gave him a roll of her eyes and walked out of the yard. "You're such a smooth talker, let's go already. Are we not going to see the lanterns?" "Wait for me, sister." The Lantern Festival was by the Yunmeng River outside of Yunmeng City, and the siblings chose to take a spirit-powered carriage there. During the new year, the market had seen a significant decrease in foot traffic, and there were very few pedestrians on the road. However, as they approached the city gate, the crowd gradually increased with clusters of people, and many carriages converging in the same direction. "Sister, there are so many people." Watching lanterns is a traditional activity in Yunmeng City during the New Year and festive seasons, so naturally there will be many people. "I see. Sister, have you ever gone to see the lanterns? Are they beautiful?" "I haven't gone to see them. It's not that interesting to see lanterns alone." Lin Bai hadn't realized that his sister had been in Yunmeng City for so long and had never seen the traditional lanterns. Indeed, she was a homebody among homebodies. The Yunmeng River was the main source of water for the residents of Yunmeng City, and it was not far from the city. After exiting the city gate, they arrived quickly by carriage. Upon getting off the carriage, Lin Bai was captivated by the bustling scene of lanterns along the Yunmeng River. The river had transformed from a waterway into a continuous torrent of light. The lanterns in the water dispersed and then clustered together. Thousands of lanterns densely covered the entire water surface, shimmering like crushed gold near the shore, while in the center of the river, they formed a wide, brilliant, and slowly flowing band of light. This light did not twinkle like stars, but rather it was clustered in formations, shining brightly and warmly illuminating the night sky with a warm orange hue. "Sister, look quickly. These lanterns are truly beautiful." Lin Bai excitedly shared his joy at the sight with Lin Su. Followed closely after getting off the carriage, her gaze fixed on the radiant river surface, the brilliant lights reflected in her clear eyes, and she was momentarily lost in thought before softly saying, "Indeed, it is beautiful." However, Lin Su had a relatively calm temperament. After admiring it for a while, she regained her senses. She tugged at Lin Bai, who was still lost in the beautiful scene. "Let's walk while we look. We need to buy lanterns too. If we go late, all the pretty lanterns will be taken by others." Reminded by his sister, Lin Bai also came back to his senses. "I almost forgot. Sister, let's hurry." Lin Bai and Lin Su walked towards the small market formed by the riverside. This small market was a temporary trading spot where some vendors who saw a business opportunity gathered to sell various small items. Among them, the vendors selling lanterns and snacks were the most numerous. The air in the small market was filled with a mixture of smoke, incense, and sweet cakes, and the cacophony of voices, laughter, vendors' shouts, and the distant sound of drums from the opera stage intertwined to create a joyous ocean. Sister fried New Year treats. Lin Bai bought various snacks along the way, and did not forget to hand Lin Su a portion. They soon found a lantern stall, and the lanterns at this stall were clearly more exquisitely crafted, featuring shapes like lotus flowers, treasure ships, jade rabbits, and pagodas, each unique. This attracted many people to gather in front of the stall. The stall owner was a family of four, a couple with a pair of siblings around 7 or 8 years old. Lin Bai picked up a beautifully crafted red lotus lantern and presented it to Lin Su. "Sister, how about this lantern? Let me take a look." Lin Su accepted the lantern Lin Bai handed over and carefully examined its design. "Not bad, you should look for more to see if there's one you like better." Just as the two were seriously selecting lanterns, a clear and melodious voice resonated throughout the bustling market. The speaker was a skilled practitioner whose voice spread through the market without being jarring. "The time has come, the competition is about to start. Catch the treasure fish." The people in the market were originally busy buying things, admiring lanterns, and enjoying the fair. But upon hearing this sound, the crowd seemed to be pulled by an invisible string, surging toward the source of the noise. Some vendors even began to pack up their stalls, abandoning their business. It was as if there was gold ahead, and anyone who hesitated would have it snatched away by others. There were quite a few people gathered around the stall in front of Lin Bai, but upon hearing this sound, they all fled in a hurry. This left Lin Bai bewildered, prompting him to ask Lin Su, "Sister, what's going on? Are they giving away money over there?" Lin Su shook her head in confusion, indicating that she was just as clueless about the situation. However, it was understandable. Lin Su had never attended the Lantern Festival in Yunmeng City, so she naturally wouldn't know. Fortunately, the vendor next to them was packing up the lanterns and overheard their conversation, offering an enthusiastic explanation. "Dear guests, do you not know about the fish-catching competition at this Lantern Festival?" "What is that?" Seeing that Lin Bai genuinely did not know, the vendor answered their questions while continuing to tidy up. This is the grand finale of our Yunmeng City's Lantern Festival on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Every year, the authorities release a batch of treasure fish into the Yunmeng River. These fish hide good things within them. From ordinary pills and talismans to genuine Dao inheritances, every year a few lucky individuals embark on the path of cultivation by catching these inheritances. The vendor's face revealed unabashed envy when he spoke of the Dao inheritance, and he suddenly remembered something to remind Lin Bai. By the way, guests, only ordinary people who have not yet embarked on the path of cultivation can participate in this fish-catching competition. If a cultivator is caught trying to fish in muddy waters, they will surely face severe punishment from the authorities. So that's how it is. After hearing the vendor's kind explanation, Lin Bai became even more interested. After all, he was at the Lantern Festival for fun, and to enjoy the spectacle. How could he miss such excitement? Even if he couldn't participate in this event, Lin Bai still wanted to take a look. However, seeing the vendor packing up, he couldn't help but make a jest. "Hey brother, are you also going to participate in this competition and test your luck?" Haha, trying a hand at it doesn't cost anything, and the authorities provide safeguards every year, so there's no fear of injury. If luck is on my side and I catch something, wouldn't that be a win? At this moment, the vendor's little children peeked out from behind him, vouching for their father. The little boy said to Lin Bai, "My dad is very capable. He's a swimming expert." The little girl nodded repeatedly behind him, showing her agreement with her brother's words, clearly admiring their father. Seeing the two children, Lin Bai did not feel disappointed, but instead praised them together. However, the little siblings wanted to say a few more words to Lin Bai, but were pulled back by their mother. No more mischief. After understanding the situation, Lin Bai bid farewell to the vendor. "We're off now. I wish you good fortune." "Haha, thank you for your kind words, little brother." Lin Bai turned to Lin Su, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sister, let's go and enjoy the excitement." Naturally, Lin Su had no objections. She had come out to accompany her brother, and was also a bit curious about this unique event. The two followed the crowd to the riverbank. The Yunmeng River wasn't very wide, only about several thousand meters across, but it was quite deep, with the center reaching about 100 meters. At this moment, the area close to the shore had been decorated by the authorities with colorful flags and hung with 5-colored money for blessings, creating a festive yet formal atmosphere. The land near the river seemed to have been enchanted by someone, creating earthen viewing platforms of varying heights and sizes. It was said that cultivation changes lives. Just a moment ago, when Lin Bai was admiring the lanterns, these platforms did not exist. He had only been in the market for less than half an hour, yet outside a large number of these platforms had silently appeared. They chose a small earthen platform of moderate height with a good view where small groups had already gathered. Lin Bai found a spot with a good sightline for Lin Su to occupy, while he went to inquire about when the treasure fish activity would begin. Due to his sweet tongue and youthful advantage, the people nearby easily told him, "Thank you, sisters. Hee, little brother looks so well behaved. Do you want to watch the competition with us big sisters?" No, my sister is still waiting for me." Lin Bai bid farewell to the small group, which was composed of young women. Judging by their attire and demeanor, Lin Bai guessed they were likely students from an academy. After saying goodbye, Lin Bai jumped back to Lin Su's side. "Sister, I found out that the competition starts half an hour after the announcement every year, so it should be starting soon. Got it? Just don't run around, sit down quickly." Lin Su nodded, indicating that she understood, while not allowing Lin Bai to wander off. As time passed, more and more people gathered near the riverbank. The stone platforms and riverbank were crowded with spectators. Finally, the time had come. Suddenly, an old man dressed in a purple robe, exuding an aura of celestial elegance, appeared without warning above the Yunmeng River. He scanned the dense crowd below, nodded slightly, and his voice resonated like a bell, clear and audible to everyone. "The competition is about to begin. There will be a total of 100 genuine treasure fish, and among these fish there are 5 inheritances of the Tao." After speaking, the old man in purple casually pointed, and the section of the Yunmeng River beneath him ceased to flow, the frigid water of winter beginning to warm. Then, with a wave of his embroidered robe, countless golden dots floated down onto the still surface of the river, transforming into golden dragon fish upon contact with the water. Lin Bai was taken aback by this scene. It was his first time witnessing the power of a high-level cultivator. To stop the flow of the Yunmeng River, what kind of might was that? Fortunately, Lin Bai observed closely and finally discerned the principle. The Yunmeng River was not entirely still, or rather it was not completely motionless. This purple-robed elder, using great magical power, made the upper surface of the Yunmeng River still, while the lower layers continued to flow. The principle was that within the originally flowing river channel, a vast area of independent water was forcibly cut and solidified, creating an illusion that the entire Yunmeng River had come to a standstill. Though it was still quite remarkable, it was much better than completely halting the Yunmeng River, which flowed through several counties despite its name. Once again, I will reiterate the rules. The purple-robed elder's voice suppressed a wave of gasps. Cultivators are not allowed to participate. Each participant is limited to catching 2 dragonfish. First come, first served, no fighting. Violators will be severely punished. After speaking, the purple-robed elder's figure vanished silently from the air as he had appeared. The officials maintaining order and safety by the riverbank took out a gong and began to strike it. Treasure fish catching is on. You can all enter the water now. Splash, splash, splash. Those who had been waiting impatiently surged into the river, plunging into the warm water, like arrows released from a bow, desperately swimming toward the golden dragon fish gliding through the water. There were at least several thousand of these people, and their swimming skills were excellent. They swam fiercely and swiftly. Make way, let me go first. Get lost, who would let you go now? Ugh, this fish isn't looking too good. Let me catch another one. Damn, this fish is so strong I can't hold it down. For many ordinary people, this treasure fish catching was an opportunity not to be missed. If not for the strict rules of first catch, first served, and the prohibition against fighting, the water would have turned chaotic long ago. As time passed, some people had successfully returned to the shore with their caught dragonfish. The first to come ashore was a burly bald man, each hand gripping a writhing golden dragon fish, his face beaming with excitement, soaking wet yet indifferent. His success immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding spectators who gathered around him. People were shouting loudly, "Treasure fish, treasure fish." These voices drew the attention of other spectators who had initially not noticed. What is Kai Bao Yu? It is similar to opening a blind box from my past life. These golden dragonfish are not real creatures. They have just been turned from illusion to reality by the extraordinary means of a prominent figure. So after these dragonfish leave the water and come ashore, they will gradually return to their true form. There is no telling how many dragonfish are in the water, but only 100 of them contain treasures, and among those only 5 hold the most important Dao lineage. Thus it is a matter of luck when opening the treasure boxes. Lin Bai's attention was drawn to the first lucky one by the riverbank amidst the crowd's commotion. Sister, do you think the first contestant to come up has a chance of getting a big treasure? It's hard to say. All these golden dragon fish look the same. Hee sister, you might not know this, but when I inquired earlier, others told me that the first contestant often has some luck, making it very likely they will receive something. Oh, so there is such a saying. Lin Su was intrigued as the siblings gazed at the bald man about to reveal the answer. The bald man who had just come ashore felt the weight of the crowd's gaze, but fortunately, he was mentally resilient. More importantly, all his thoughts were focused on the 2 flopping dragonfish in his hands. The bald man was certainly aware of the saying that the first to open the treasure box was lucky, and the dragonfish in his hand began to turn ethereal. Meanwhile, the crowd was intensely staring at the golden dragonfish as it transformed and scattered. The dragonfish in his left hand was the first to yield results. Golden specks fluttered and faded away ultimately. Nothing. The crowd felt a bit disappointed and began to chatter. The first to open the treasure this year can't be a total dud, right? That's not a good omen. It's hard to say. There's still one more, let's keep watching. The bald man's face darkened upon hearing the crowd's comments, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he murmured to himself. No way, no way. Damn it, how could I possibly be the unfortunate one among 100? His right hand's golden treasure fish was nearing its transformation, and the discussions around him quieted down. The bald man held his breath, daring not to make a sound. After the golden dragon fish's golden specks dissipated, a small wooden box fell to the ground with a thud. It's out. It's out. I knew my luck couldn't be that bad. The bald man exclaimed, feeling a great sense of relief, as if proving something to those who had just been discussing him. He eagerly picked up the box and opened it, revealing a pill inside. Although it was not the most precious Dao lineage, a pill was still a hard currency, far better than opening something strange and useless. After the bald man obtained his treasure, the atmosphere among the crowd became even more lively, and everyone cheered for him. A familiar man squeezed through to tease him. You lucky fool, it's a good thing you got something, otherwise you'd be pointed at when you go back. No kidding. How could I be that unlucky? Let me see what this pill does. Dragon Tiger pill, a second grade pill. Taking it can increase strength and improve stamina, a secret pill for the chamber. As he read the last 4 words, his voice grew softer, and his face flushed dark red at an astonishing speed. Is this pill any good? Of course. Increasing strength is a tangible benefit, and not to mention the latter. For some people, it is an invaluable treasure. However, to receive such a pill in public and loudly announce its effects, the embarrassment could make one want to dig a hole to hide in. Sure enough, when the crowd heard this, they fell silent for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter and jeers. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that you looking so big are actually just a silver-plated spearhead? Otherwise, how could you have received this pill? Brother, heed my advice, this thing is harmful to the body. You can't handle it. Yeah, brother, I'll take a hit and buy it from you at 30% above the market price of a second-grade pill. I'll help you bear this burden. The bald man's face turned even redder, but he retorted. Get lost. I'm in great shape, and this pill was earned by me. Why shouldn't I take it? Saying that, he actually tilted his head back and swallowed the dragon tiger pill, demonstrating his determination not to part with it. Seeing that the bald man had already taken the pill, the wealthy merchants who had intended to buy the pill could only disperse. As for why they didn't threaten or coerce the man, this was a major competition hosted by the government, and the prominent figure who just pointed out the Yunmeng River might still be watching. Forcing the contestants to give up their prizes would be like slapping the government in the face. It would be courting death. Few lives would dare to play such a game. After this incident, the atmosphere on the scene grew even hotter, with the sound of splashes echoing continuously. It seemed that the bald man had used up a good portion of his luck, as most of the subsequent contestants came ashore empty-handed, sighing in disappointment. Though these unfortunate souls were hurt and angry, they did not lose their senses, nor did they curse the government or challenge the rules. Just as Lin Bai was watching slowly, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. It was the lantern stall owner he had just spoken to. The stall owner had also gone into the river to catch 2 golden dragon fish, with his wife and children surrounding him, preparing to open the treasure. Fortunately, his luck was good, and he actually obtained a treasure from the fish. A pill. Lin Bai nudged Lin Su beside him and asked, Sister, what kind of pill is that? As a disciple of a master alchemist and a novice alchemist herself, Lin Su naturally recognized most pills. Pei Yuan pill, a second-grade pill with health-preserving and body-nurturing effects. Its medicinal properties are mild, and even ordinary people can take it. While Lin Su was explaining to Lin Bai, the stall owner carefully divided the pill into 4 portions and took it with his wife and children. Then the stall owner held his family's hands, his face beaming with satisfaction as they prepared to return home. The little boy was even excitedly dancing beside his mother, describing something animatedly. What a happy family! Just as Lin Bai was feeling sentimental, another wave of voices drew his attention away. It's out! Someone has opened a Dao lineage! The scene fell momentarily silent, then countless mixed gazes of shock, envy, and jealousy focused on one point. A young man who appeared to be in his early 20s stood somewhat flustered in place. Before him, a soft bamboo slip radiating mysterious fluctuations was quietly hovering. The young man seemed dazed by this sudden stroke of luck, only snapping back to reality when he felt the countless burning gazes upon him. 3. I have opened a Dao lineage. I am going to become a practitioner now. The young man stammered out this sentence, still in disbelief. After finishing, he slapped himself hard. Touching his fiery red face and feeling the envy and jealousy in the gazes of others, the young man dared not linger any longer. He hurriedly stepped forward to accept the inheritance. If it weren't for the Lantern Festival, some people might have already rushed over to forcibly take the inheritance. Damn it, the first Dao lineage has already been taken. Damn it, this person really has good fortune. Why don't I have such luck? Does anyone know where this young man is from? Is he married? The discussions, filled with envy and jealousy, surged like a tide, and many opportunistic individuals began to scheme about how to obtain benefits for themselves from this established fact. Lin Bai observed the crowd still in an uproar below and realized just how significant the Dao lineage was for ordinary people and small families. The Dao lineage is different from basic cultivation methods. The term inheritance signifies a mature system, while basic cultivation methods can only slightly hone the physical body. Does the realm achieved through basic cultivation methods truly count as a genuine transformation? It counts, yet it also does not count. This thing has combat power, but is merely a basic threshold for physical strength to reach the transformation realm. However, even so, basic cultivation methods are still very hard for ordinary people to obtain, let alone the Dao lineage. Even the weak and peculiar Dao traits like strength warrior, armored soldier, and young boy are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Just as Lin Bai continued to watch the spectacle, Lin Su suddenly asked him a question. Lin Su asked Lin Bai, "Xiao Bai, do you know why the government is holding this fishing competition? And why are they offering a Dao path as a reward?" Lin Bai was stumped by Lin Su's question. Is it because they want to share joy with the people? Is it a local tradition? Or is it just a historical habit? He frowned, pondering for a moment before giving an answer, but even he felt uncertain. Lin Su shook her head and revealed the answer. None of those. Humans are creatures that cannot live without hope, but when the path ahead is shrouded in darkness with no glimmer of light, chaos will inevitably ensue. But sister, even if people's hearts are restless, the power of the cultivators in Yunmeng City can easily crush any dissent right. Lin Bai began to understand Lin Su's meaning, but his doubts grew even larger. A person's thoughts and actions carry weight. Coupled with the heavenly Dao's heavenly mandate is unpredictable, and the human Dao's a spark can start a fire. It becomes quite terrifying. Lin Su's answer enlightened Lin Bai. The heavenly Dao and human Dao are watching over the mortal realm. Every individual is a part of these forces which cannot be changed. Thus the government must periodically relinquish some benefits to maintain a semblance of hope for the masses, even if that hope seems faint. This hopeful mindset is entirely different from one of despair. In a place devoid of hope, extremism is most likely to arise. One either completely resigns and seeks solace in the void, or produces a multitude of madmen who become highly aggressive and destructive. Yet both the heavenly Dao and human Dao carry the connotation of renewal and change, hence, they project a portion of their power onto those unpredictable individuals, hoping to see if new sparks can emerge. The power here is not conventional strength, but something more akin to celestial mandate bestowed upon it. Common manifestations include, but are not limited to, encountering fortuitous opportunities, while breaking through in the face of strong opponents, and demonstrating a life force as resilient as that of a cockroach. They can be called children of destiny, or rather those individuals at this time are indeed the children of destiny. Just as Lin Bai was lost in thought, almost entranced by deeper reflections, Lin Su suddenly smiled, reaching out to gently pinch his cheek. "My silly little brother, why do you believe everything I say? This is just my speculation. Perhaps your idea of sharing joy with the people is the right one. Sister, let go. I'm trying to think." Lin Bai protested incoherently. "I told you this speculation just to encourage you to think about the problem from different angles, not to make you get stuck in a rut." She gently patted Lin Bai's shoulder. "All right, stop overthinking. Let's continue watching the activities below." At that moment, a young man below had just completed his inheritance, and upon opening his eyes, his demeanor changed instantly. However, this aura did not last long, as a group of elderly people surrounded him, starting to inquire about marriage arrangements. "Young man, are you married yet? Young fellow, I just heard your accent. You must be from our South City." In the end, it was a perceptive, wealthy merchant who, under the guise of wanting to befriend the young talent, half persuaded and half dragged him out of the crowd. Lin Bai and Lin Su were eating snacks, watching the people's moods rise and fall due to the results of the treasure chest opening. "Sister, this event is almost over. I just found out that it only lasts for 1 hour each year." "Is that so? But I see that only one Dao path inheritance has been opened." "It doesn't matter, the time is predetermined. Opportunities require not only chance, but also fate, or otherwise they will slip away like sand through fingers." Clearly the people below also understood that time was running out, and they became even more frantic in their fishing. Those who arrived late had not even prepared their short clothes and trousers, and jumped straight into the river. As time approached, another Dao path inheritance was opened, this time by a short-haired woman. The short-haired woman was very vigilant. After receiving her inheritance, she immediately returned to her family's camp. From the looks of it, she seemed to come from a well-off family, and many of her clan members were present. Her clan members joyfully protected her in the center, while some young adults vigilantly scanned the surroundings, preventing anyone nearby from trying to cultivate relationships. This was a small hope. Many cultivating families often started in this manner. After the short-haired woman, no other lucky individual opened a Dao path inheritance. Merely some pills, talismans, or materials were retrieved. Suddenly those still in the Yunmeng River were lifted by an invisible force and sent back up. They either failed to catch anything or only managed to catch one golden dragonfish. Those with a fish in hand still held onto their last glimmer of hope, while those empty-handed were crying out in despair. "Thank goodness, thank goodness. At least I have one. Please don't let me down, little treasure. Woo-woo, I came late. I didn't catch a single treasure fish. I swear I'll come early next year. It's my fault. I was greedy and wanted to choose, and now I've caught one. Hee, you all came late. Can you treat this opportunity as a joke? The emotions of these people, varied and most, were filled with regret, while some who had already caught 2 treasure fish mocked them. But regardless, the event had concluded. The Yunmeng River began to flow again, and the golden dragon fish dissipated one by one, the river water once again turning painfully cold. Those holding dragon fish on the shore also began one last large-scale treasure fish opening. However, there were mostly no goods, just some low-level cultivation equipment materials. This year's treasure fish event yielded 2 Dao Path inheritances. People began to disperse, discussing this year's lucky individuals who opened treasure fish with their friends. As Lin Bai and Lin Su walked through the market, they heard nothing but the buzz of conversation. Old brother, it's such a pity you didn't go earlier. This year 2 Dao Path inheritances were opened. But your clever little brother stood right beside them, memorizing the appearance of the dragon fish with goods. Quick, give me paper and a pen so I can draw it. Next year let's both go into the water. We'll definitely reap rewards. All right, you little rascal finally did something right. This was the conversation Lin Bai overheard between the 2 brothers. Lin Bai and Lin Su continued to stroll through the lively little market, where many who had been waiting outside for the treasure fish event did not enter, but now that the event was over they all poured into the market, making the crowd seem even larger. Lin Bai found a beautiful lantern stall run by an elderly couple mainly selling common lotus lanterns, as well as some exquisitely crafted treasure boat lanterns and carp lanterns. In Yunzhou, there are many tales of lanterns granting wishes. In the end, Lin Bai chose a treasure boat lantern and a lotus lantern, while Lin Su selected 4 lotus lanterns of different shapes. The kind old stall owner gave them a discount, charging a total of 300 coins. After paying, Lin Bai naturally took on the task of carrying the lanterns, and as they walked he couldn't help but tease Lin Su. Sister, you have too many wishes, don't you? As a cultivator at the Transcendence Realm, isn't it normal to have an unstable mind? Lin Su replied, her face calm. Having desires is having desires, and she never shied away from it. The siblings walked along the Yunmeng River, where many people were already placing these lanterns. They found a spot with fewer people and gently placed the lanterns into the water in pairs. Their lanterns floated along with the water and merged with those of others, forming a river of light that drifted down majestically. The candlelight of the lanterns was mostly a warm yellow, creating a flow of soft golden light. Amidst this golden light, there were occasionally a few exceptionally large and intricately crafted king lanterns which might be shaped like dragon boats or pagodas. These lanterns were pushed forward by the current, drawing waves of astonishment and cheers from spectators on both banks. Lin Bai excitedly said to Lin Su, "Sister, let's make wishes quickly." Saying this, Lin Bai clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to wish. Lin Su, seeing her brother's serious expression, smiled gently and began to pray in the same manner. The lantern's flames flickered in the wind, reflecting on the water, only to be broken apart by the ripples. The entire surface of the water sparkled, flowed, and danced with light, as if a slumbering giant dragon had awakened, gliding through this festive occasion with its golden scales. This was no longer a simple act of releasing lanterns to make wishes. It was a vibrant expression of life in the city, bustling and filled with the warmth of human existence. Just as Lin Bai and Lin Su were enjoying themselves in Anning County at the Lin residence in South City, Lin Yi had just returned from the temple fair, looking at Wang Xiu, who seemed lost in thought. Xiu, what's wrong? Wasn't the temple fair quite beautiful? Wang Xiu shook her. The fair was wonderful. I was just thinking about Su and Xiao Bai. They aren't here, and I wonder how they're doing now. Just as Lin Yi was about to comfort Wang Xiu, a maid led in a person dressed as a servant from the Goodwill Hall. Master, this messenger from the Goodwill Hall says there's a letter from the young miss. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and Wang Xiu straightened up. Quick, bring it here. You take this messenger to the treasury to collect some money as a New Year gift from our Lin residence, and you get a share too. After sending the servant away, Wang Xiu eagerly snatched the letter from Lin Yi's hands. Xiu, Lin Yi called helplessly, but Wang Xiu ignored him, and he could only lean in behind her. Wang Xiu opened the letter, which was written by Lin Su. She read it slowly, almost word by word, as if trying to see her daughter's face through the lines. After finishing Lin Su's letter, knowing that she was living well and studying smoothly at the Goodwill Hall, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Next was Lin Bai's letter. Unlike his sister Lin Su's formal writing, his letter was whimsical, jumping from one thought to another. In the letter, Lin Bai briefly mentioned his recent situation, and Lin Yi couldn't help but show a joyful expression as he read. Good boy, not only did you obtain a suitable Dao path inheritance, but you also entered the martial hall. Lin Ye's tone was filled with fatherly pride. Seeing Lin Bai's good fortune, Wang Xiu's anxious heart completely relaxed, and she smiled as she continued to read. They both knew what the martial hall was. It was a great opportunity. But upon reading the last sentence, Lin Yi and Wang Xiu were stunned. Aren't I amazing? Once I achieve success in my cultivation, I'll bring you both back to Yunmeng City. In Lin Ye's mind, the image of his son appeared proud and serious as he made this promise. Wang Xiu tenderly caressed the last sentence of the letter, while Lin Yi fell into silence. Xiao Bai. Wang Xiu's eyes glistened with tears. This is a good thing. Next, Lin Yi and Wang Xiu repeatedly read the letters from the two siblings, wondering how they were doing now. By the Yunmeng River, Lin Su opened her eyes after making a wish, only to see Lin Bai approaching her with a playful smile. Sister, what wish did you make? You released 4 lanterns. But no matter how Lin Bai pressed Lin Su, she remained tight-lipped. The third day of the new year is called Welcoming the Ancestors. This name is straightforward as it signifies honoring the ancestors and reminiscing about the forebears. Lin Bai and Lin Su, being in Yunmeng City, will spend this day together with their grandmothers. Lin Bai finally met his uncle Wang Xiu. He is the elder brother of his mother Wang Xiu, and he works in the government office in Yunmeng City. Wang Xiu is tall and slender with a handsome and refined face, initially seeming more like a scholar from an academy than someone from the martial arts path. As a nephew and uncle, Lin Bai and Wang Xiu had plenty to talk about. As Lin Bai conversed with him, the scholarly aura became even more pronounced. Unfortunately, Wang Xiu ultimately could not suppress the martial artist's fervor within him. Little nephew, let's lend each other a hand. Originally, Lin Bai and Wang Xiu were having a normal conversation, but after Wang Xiu said this, Lin Bai felt his demeanor change. His entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously mild, scholarly essence receded like a tide, and his eyes became sharp and spirited. What Lin Bai did not know was that when his uncle Wang Xiu first met him, he had already judged him to be a martial arts expert. This was not due to any probing secret technique, but rather the instinct of a martial enthusiast which Wang Xiu trusted wholeheartedly. However, upon just meeting his little nephew, it would not be proper to immediately challenge him to a match, as that would violate etiquette. Suppressing his urge, he first engaged Lin Bai in casual conversation to build familiarity. Feeling that the moment was right, he could no longer hide his thoughts. Lin Bai was quite troubled. Although he was currently only at the transcendent stage, even his grandmother at the extraordinary stage could not defeat him, let alone Wang Xiu, who was also at the transcendent stage. He did not want to discourage this uncle with whom he had a good rapport. As for why he wouldn't hold back. In this world where everyone is a cultivation fanatic, to deliberately weaken oneself in a duel with a martial artist is a blatant insult. However, if he didn't hold back, his uncle Wang Xiu would not be able to withstand even one of his moves. This was what Lin Bai's intuition told him. Just as Lin Bai was in distress, a savior appeared. His aunt Wang Qian stormed over to Wang Xiu. Brother, have you lost your mind? On such a festive occasion, you want to challenge your nephew to a duel. Wang Xiu, being questioned by his sister, felt a bit embarrassed and offered a rebuttal. Sister, you misunderstood me. I did not intend to duel with Lin Bai. I was just thinking of seeing how strong he is. During the new year, how could I not know the limits? After saying this, Wang Xiu frantically signaled to Lin Bai, indicating for him to help. Wang Qian, hearing Wang Xiu's explanation, was unwilling to believe it, and turned to Lin Bai. Little Bai, is this true? Seeing Wang Xiu behind Wang Qian, still frantically making faces at him, Lin Bai had no choice but to help his uncle. Uncle indeed only said he wanted to test strength and arm wrestle, not to fight. Hearing Lin Bai cover for him, Wang Xiu immediately perked up. You see right, Xiao Qian. My little nephew has proven my innocence. You just don't trust me enough. Wang Qian looked skeptical, thinking that Lin Bai had given Wang Xiu a false testimony, but upon seeing Wang Xiu's smug expression, her anger flared up again. That's still not acceptable. During the new year, one should stay put and behave, and I don't trust you because I know you too well. Wang Xiu was at a loss for words against Wang Qian's admonishments, as he had too many past experiences to refute. In the end, it was Lin Bai who acted as the peacemaker, stepping in to mediate. Aunt, please let uncle off this time. Only then did Wang Qian relent, and Wang Xiu hurried to change the topic, lowering his voice mysteriously. Xiao Qian, Xiao Bai, do you know what I encountered recently in Hailang Mountain? Due to Wang Xiu's mysterious tone, both Lin Bai and Wang Qian shifted their attention. What was it? New mountain spirits, or perhaps treasures of heaven and earth? Hailang Mountain is right next to Yunmeng City, and as a local native Wang Qian had heard countless tales about it. Among the strangest tales was that the terrain of Hailang Mountain changes every year as if it were alive. Of course, in this fantastical world, it wouldn't be surprising if Hailang Mountain were indeed alive. Because of this characteristic, ordinary mountain climbers dare not venture deep for fear of getting lost. Not at all. I saw a stone turtle, and this stone turtle was entirely golden yellow. What's so special about that? Even a golden turtle wouldn't be surprising. There must be plenty of dragon species in Hailang Mountain, right? Wang Qian, who had initially hoped Wang Shu would share some intriguing secrets, was greatly disappointed. Don't interrupt. The color of this stone turtle is certainly not strange, but it has a unique characteristic. It makes people forget about it. Even now, as a transcendent stage cultivator, I can only remember the stone turtle's color. I don't recall any other details about its appearance at all. Wang Qian fell into thought upon hearing this, as it was astonishing that Wang Shu, being a cultivator, could not even remember the detailed appearance of such a creature. Let me check. You might have been poisoned or cursed. Don't worry, little sister. I'm not foolish. After returning to the office, I had the town's transport beast carefully check for any hidden tricks. Wang Qian insisted on investigating, and Wang Shu, having no choice, obliged her. Meanwhile, Lin Bai pondered. Uncle, you must have encountered a Di'in turtle. Di'in turtle? What kind of monster is that? Since Lin Bai's path is closely related to beast taming, he had received extensive teachings about monsters. Lin Bai carefully detailed the characteristics of the Di'in turtle, asking Wang Shu if it matched. Wang Shu strained to recall. It seems. That's exactly how you described it, Xiao Bai. Wang Qian, however, was not concerned with the Di'in turtle. She just wanted to know if this monster had left any hidden harm on Wang Shu. Xiao Bai, could this turtle monster have left any hidden damage on your uncle? Aunt, don't worry. If it really was a Di'in turtle, then there should be no problem. Lin Bai then proceeded to explain the abilities and characteristics of the Di'in turtle to them in detail. The Di'in turtle is a natural child of the earth with extremely strong defensive capabilities. It is called the Di'in turtle because of its innate abilities. Its innate ability is called Di'in, and this monster passively releases magnetic forces to create a mirage magnetic field to help conceal its movements and appearance. When the Di'in turtle leaves, the magnetic field that concealed it also disappears. In reality, Wang Shu did not see the true appearance of the Di'in turtle. The images in his memory were automatically filled in by his mind. Upon hearing Lin Bai's detailed explanation, Wang Shu suddenly understood. So that's how it was. No wonder my perception felt somewhat blurred at that time. I thought I was cursed or under some evil spell. I even had the town's transport beast check thoroughly, only to find out it was an illusion. Wang Qian felt relieved and turned to complain at her brother. Elder brother, you must not venture deep into Hailang Mountain anymore. It's fortunate that you encountered a non-harmful monster this time. What if next time you meet a ferocious beast? Wang Shu smiled awkwardly, promising Wang Qian. Don't worry, I absolutely won't go again. After Wang Qian finished advising Wang Shu, Lin Bai asked him, Uncle, where did you encounter this Di'in turtle? You're not planning to go to the depths of Hailang Mountain, are you? No, absolutely not. Wang Shu hastily shook his head upon hearing Lin Bai ask for the specific location. In Wang Shu's view, Lin Bai was just a novice who had just begun cultivating. How could he be allowed to go to such a dangerous place as the depths of Hailang Mountain? Wang Qian also joined in the persuasion. Yes, Xiao Bai, you absolutely cannot go to such a dangerous place. Lin Bai felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. His cultivation time was too short, and while he appeared to be at the transcendent stage, it did not reflect his true combat strength. Aunt, uncle, you must trust me. If he did not reveal some of his foundation today, he feared he would not obtain the coordinates. He said no more, quietly loosening some of the restraints on his breath-concealing technique. In an instant, a fierce and tyrannical aura erupted like an ancient ferocious beast awakening, filling the air with a thunderous presence. Although the aura was released and then withdrawn, the momentary oppressive feeling left Wang Shu and Wang Qian breathless, as if the well-behaved youth before them had suddenly transformed into a terrifying existence that devours those who approach. The awakening of Lin Bai's aura also alerted the grandmothers Tan Shu and sister Lin Su, who were originally inside the house talking. Tan Shu rushed out with a weapon in hand, shouting sternly, "Who goes there?" Wang Qian snapped back to her senses and swallowed hard, pointing at Lin Bai. "Mom, there's no enemy. It was just Xiao Bai who released his aura." Xiao Bai? Tan Shu was astonished as she was at the extraordinary stage, and thus understood the terrifying aura that had just emerged, thinking that a formidable enemy had come knocking. However, upon recalling that her enemies had all been dealt with by her in advance, leaving no foes behind, she was surprised to find that it was her own grandson who had emitted such an aura. She looked Lin Bai up and down, finding it hard to associate the terrifying aura with the handsome youth before. Lin Su also peered out from behind her grandmother, her eyes filled with shock. She knew her younger brother was exceptionally gifted, but she had not expected his strength to have grown to such a degree. Wang Qian briefly recounted the events, and Tan Shu nodded slightly. So that's how it is. At this moment, Wang Shu also came back to his senses, looking at Lin Bai with shining eyes filled with excitement. Such an aura! Such an aura! As a martial enthusiast, he was well aware of the significance of this aura, the immense power contained within this violent aura, and its owner's undefeated mindset. Wang Shu said to Lin Bai, "Lin Bai, it seems I underestimated you. I viewed your genius through the lens of my own experience. Uncle, you flatter me." Lin Bai smiled wryly. He only wanted to obtain the coordinates of the Dian turtle to subdue it, yet he had inadvertently created such a scene. Nonetheless, the outcome was favorable, as Wang Shu provided him with the coordinates of where he encountered the Dian turtle in Hailang Mountain. However, the consequence of revealing his strength was that Uncle Wang Shu was even more eager to spar with him. As for his sister and aunt, they quickly regained their composure. They had always known their younger brother-nephew was a genius, and now it was merely an update on their recognition. Among those present, only Grandmother Tan Shu, a martial artist at the extraordinary stage, had a relatively clear understanding of Lin Bai's strength, but she said nothing more, merely ruffling Lin Bai's hair. Yet a new hope ignited in Tan Shu's eyes. She felt she should prepare something for this little grandson of hers. In the world of cultivation, the relationships among family members are often described with the following poem. Once the dragon soar's warmth fills the family mountain, relatives and old friends share in the blessings of rain and dew. During dinner, Grandmother Tan Shu was absent-minded, while Lin Bai paid it no mind, thinking that it was merely his rapid cultivation progress that had startled her. The fourth day of the Lunar New Year bears a formal title veneration of the sages. This day differs markedly from the preceding three. Those honored the Tao spirits and ancestral phantoms, all ethereal and remote. Yet most of humanity's sages remain truly alive. Occasionally rumors even surface of newly discovered sage relics. The sages do not dwell aloof upon distant altars. They watch over the mortal world with abiding concern and actively participate in its education and cultivation. For instance, Master Gudu, an instructor teaching talisman arts at the martial lecturing hall, is himself one of the venerated sages, though the figure teaching there is but a manifested avatar. Naturally, when you revere and honor the sages, their gaze descends upon you in turn. On this day, the sages bestow blessings, not mere wishes but tangible grace. Through grand arrays, they dispense vast quantities of primordial life essence, which falls as a fine gossamer rain enveloping the entire mortal realm. Absorbing this essence is akin to ingesting a supreme restorative pill. It heals wounds, dispels fatigue, replenishes vital energy, and even mends minor physical impairments. Lin Bai once reasonably surmised that the extraordinary longevity of this world's human race stems significantly from this primordial rain of life. Around 4 o'clock in the pre-dawn hours, Lin Bai and his companions set forth under the veil of night, bound for the sage temple outside Yunmeng City. This sage temple enshrines only those sages formally recognized by human civilization. It requires no human construction. So long as a settlement thrives with sufficient vitality and collective qi, the temple manifests spontaneously. Ordinarily, the temple serves as a place for incense offerings and solace-seeking. Yet today, the sages themselves activate their arrays and observe the mortal world directly. Additional, minor opportunities are granted. Each year brings tales of fortunate souls who receive rare blessings. For 15 years straight, Lin Bai has attended without fail, even as an infant cradled in his mother Wang Xiu's arms. Alas, each year brims with hope, and each year ends in disappointment. The odds of receiving such an opportunity are inherently slender, and the sages' bestowals follow no discernible pattern. But this year feels different. Lin Bai feels an unshakable confidence. Though he feels it every year, this time he is certain something will change. Out of reverence for the sage temple, their spirit energy carriage halted 10 li away, and the group continued on foot. Lin Bai strode briskly at the fore, Lin Su and Wang Qian followed closely. Behind them walked grandmother and Uncle Wang Shu. Wang Qian sidled quietly toward Lin Su and pointed ahead at Lin Bai's spirited figure. "Why is Lin Bai so unusually animated today?" Lin Su pressed her lips together, suppressing a gentle smile. From childhood onward, he's always been like this, convinced each year that this will be the year he receives the sage's blessing. Even after disappointment, he returns next year brimming with unwavering faith. If Lin Su and Wang Qian came chiefly to uphold tradition, offering incense and prayers, Lin Bai arrived bearing the quiet absolute conviction of inevitable success. Hearing his sister's whispered commentary, Lin Bai curled his lips in mild protest, a gesture he meant as rebuttal. He firmly believed no gambler loses every single day, no child weeps endlessly. The past losses were merely laying the groundwork for fortune's return. Lin Bai called back over his shoulder, "Big sister, Auntie, I heard you. I know you're gossiping about me again." His intention was clear, to signal he'd overheard them and urge restraint. Yet Lin Su and Wang Qian, far from quieting, only deepened their banter with renewed delight. Lin Bai responded with dignified silence, his quiet fury banked but not forgotten. Their dismissal of his protest had already been inscribed in his memory. "This grievance pricks like a thorn beneath my skin. Yet a true gentleman bides his time, of vengeance need not be swift." As Lin Bai mentally recorded this slight, the crowd thickened steadily. Everyone hoped, however faintly, that the sage's blessing might alight upon themselves or their kin. Thus families gathered en masse, newborn infants swaddled in silks, elders leaning on canes, all drawn by shared hope. Fortunately, the sage temple itself is stratified. It comprises 3 distinct architectural complexes. One for ordinary mortals, one for transcendent cultivators, and one reserved for those who have ascended beyond even that rank. It was Lin Bai's first visit to the Yunmeng City Sage Temple, so he lacked familiarity with its layout. He fell back into the main group, allowing Lin Su and Wang Qian to lead the way. Lin Su watched him return wordlessly and smiled inwardly. She had assumed he knew the path. The more populous and auspicious a city, the more magnificent its sage temple. When the Yunmeng Prefecture's temple finally came into view, only 3 words surfaced in Lin Bai's mind: Jinluan Hall. Its facade exuded solemn grandeur and resplendent opulence. Unapologetically radiant, Lin Bai found himself imagining the sage temples of provincial capitals, and even the imperial court, were they perhaps true celestial palaces. More wondrous still, such a colossal edifice remained imperceptible until one drew near, a subtle threshold beyond which its presence bloomed unmistakably into awareness. They headed toward the precinct designated for mid- and low-tier cultivators. Each cultivator might bring up to 2 accompanying relatives, subject only to a brief verification ritual. Though still crowded, it was far less congested than the teeming plaza Lin Bai had glimpsed earlier. Without pausing, the group entered the main hall. Before the hall rose sweeping white jade steps and a broad reception platform. The temple gates, neither metal nor wood, radiated a warm, lustrous elegance. Inside, over 100 white jade pillars, each carved with coiling dragon motifs, soared skyward, imbuing the space with awe-inspiring majesty. Yet what captivated the eye most were the bas-relief statues of sages embedded within the walls, each accompanied by murals depicting their legendary deeds and charming anecdotes. A temple attendant robed as a Taoist priest approached with profound courtesy and deference. "Esteemed patrons, do you have a particular sage you wish to venerate first?" "Yes, we seek the patriarch of talisman arts, Elder Gudu. Since your choice is settled, please follow me." The Taoist gestured for them to proceed. Though Elder Gudu was indeed a sage, his shrine occupied no central position. The foremost altars were reserved for ancient luminaries, such as you, the great heaven sovereign and King One. Lin Bai's family had already agreed Elder Gudu would be their first offering. After all, he was Lin Bai's master at the martial lecturing hall, and honoring him first was both natural and proper. "Sister, which sect do these priests belong to?" Lin Bai observed the Taoist priests, Buddhist monks, and shamanic practitioners moving gracefully through the hall, evidently of divergent lineages. "Do you recall the Shun De Wu, the spirit possession shamans I mentioned before? These are they." "Ah, so they are the Shun De Wu." Lin Bai nodded, suddenly understanding why the temple bustled with so many attendants. The palace was immense. It took them a long while to reach Elder Gudu's shrine. After bowing respectfully, the guiding Taoist withdrew silently. Lin Bai studied the stone statue of Master Gudu intently. Unlike the gentle, composed demeanor he displayed at the martial lecturing hall, the statue radiated a transformed aura entirely. Its face bore a carefree, defiant smile, its right hand lifted slightly while countless luminous talismans, forged from pure energy, swirled around it in vibrant hues as if declaring to unseen foes, "Come all at once. I fear none." Its haughty sovereign bearing leapt vividly from the stone. Those talismans were no static carvings. They rotated slowly, following some arcane, ineffable rhythm exuding profound mysticism. There Lin Bai also encountered several fellow students from the martial lecturing hall who studied talisman arts. They exchanged silent nods of recognition, but Lin Bai scanned the crowd in vain for Wang Yu. Beneath the statue lay rows of meditation cushions for devotees to sit and pray. Lin Bai's group found an empty row and settled in sequence, calming their minds and focusing their spirits as they awaited the formal commencement of the sage veneration ceremony. As Lin Bai quietly waited in the temple in the boundless heights above, several human sages who controlled this year's blessing formation were gathering in a temporarily created void. As the festive seasons come every year, it is impossible for all sages to attend each year. Only a few sages' powers are needed to operate the formation and bestow blessings of spiritual rain upon the mortal realm. In this space, there were 5 sages, including the lonesome guest whom Lin Bai was paying homage to, and they were casually discussing among themselves. One of the female sages, surrounded by the ethereal shadows of pure lotuses, looked at the lonesome guest with a smile. "Lonesome, why is it every year you are here? You can't really enjoy the feeling of operating the formation to bless the mortal world, as the rumors say, can you?" This lotus sage had attained enlightenment at the same time as the lonesome guest, and they knew each other before their enlightenment. The reason the lotus sage teased the lonesome guest was that ever since the golden age began, he had been presiding over the formation in the mortal realm without fail. The lonesome guest did not defend himself too much, but instead asked a more important question. "Lotus, I am searching for someone who can break through the limits of the Tao ancestor. How has your secluded cultivation been? Is there any hope for the future?" They had all reached the peak of the Tao ancestor realm, and at their level there was no concern for lifespan, yet cultivators at this realm felt completely stuck without any direction for progress. If he could glimpse a higher, more profound vista, even if it meant experiencing obliteration on the spot, the lonesome guest would not hesitate. Upon being asked this, Lotus could only smile bitterly. "Even if I seclude myself for 10,000 years, it would probably still be in vain. Ahead there is still no path." Upon hearing this, the lonesome guest felt unsurprised. If seclusion could break through the Tao ancestor realm, he would have done so long ago. Why bother traversing the mortal realm for 10,000 years in search of exceptional talents? "How is your seed project? Have you found any extraordinary geniuses that surprise you?" Lotus asked in turn. She was aware of this project. The lonesome guest believed that their inability to break through the Tao ancestor realm stemmed from their lack of genius. As long as they could find a true prodigy and nurture them carefully, perhaps they could open the door to a new world. However, Lotus was not optimistic about this. She believed her own talent was unparalleled throughout history, and that even the most gifted descendants could only hope to match her, preferring to trust herself over others. Of course, differing opinions did not mean they were in conflict, or, on the contrary, their relationship was quite good, mutually hoping for each other's success. "Not bad. There are a few promising candidates worth focusing on," the lonesome guest said calmly. "Really? And several of them?" This time it was the lotus sage who was taken aback, for the lonesome guest would not joke about this. "What are their current realms? Do they need my assistance? Although I don't believe the seed project can succeed, seeing hope in your plan is certainly better than my stubborn seclusion, so I also hope to be of help." Their conversation attracted the attention of the other 3 sages, and feeling the probing gazes from everyone, the lonesome guest shook his head slightly. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but you know the uncertainties of my seed project. When I get closer to a breakthrough, I will naturally inform you." "Lonesome, when did you also learn to tease people's appetites?" An impatient sage said to the lonesome guest, but no matter how the others pressed him, he remained tight-lipped. The others were helpless, but had no choice but to turn the topic to someone else. "Tai Chu, you and King Yu delved into the Sea of Chaos in search of a new world. Have you discovered anything?" A sage inquired of the ancient-looking Tai Chu sage, whose hair was as white as snow. Tai Chu shook his head slightly. "No discoveries. The Sea of Chaos seems truly chaotic. It might also be that the Sea of Chaos is too vast and our exploration time and effort were insufficient. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's time to activate the formation and bless the mortal realm." After a round of discussion, the sages all felt that the path ahead was still long, and thus they proceeded to bless the mortal realm, ending this gathering. The sages departed from this temporarily created space and arrived at the layer of violent winds above the mortal realm. One sage casually tossed out a precious orb, and the clear radiance cast down, instantly calming the ferocious winds. The lonesome guest and a white-bearded sage acted simultaneously, countless intricate and profound symbols and formations flowing from their fingertips, interlocking and connecting. The formation drew upon the immense stellar power from the endless void beyond the layer of violent winds, and the vast starlight gathered here, settling and refining. Lotus then crafted from the void, transforming the starlight into a large amount of life essence, and the final Tai Chu sage summoned a white jade bottle to contain this oceanic potion. Tai Chu waved his sleeve, and the white jade bottle fell into the core of the massive formation that covered the entire mortal world already prepared. The blessing formation began to operate smoothly, and the essence within the bottle was gradually drawn out, transforming into a misty spiritual rain that contained boundless vitality, showering every corner of the mortal realm. Thus, the main part of the sage's blessing was complete. However, for some unknown reason, the sages always enjoyed selecting some fated individuals to bestow upon them some small opportunities during this time of universal prayers, and this year was no exception. The 5 sages spread their divine senses, and with a thought they could perceive vast stretches of rivers and mountains, seeking among countless beings those fortunate individuals who caught their eye or bore some destiny. At this moment, the mortal realm was shrouded in a light drizzle. Whether in the Great Summer, Great Chien, or the Eastern Sea Islands, wherever there were human traces, blessings were present. People in the streets, on the plains, and in the deserts were all enjoying the blessings of the sages. Inside the Lin Meng County Sage Temple, Lin Bai suddenly saw the incense in the large cauldron before the statue spontaneously ignite with blue smoke spiraling upward. It has begun. He felt a shiver in his heart, hurriedly closed his eyes, and pressed his palms together in silent prayer. Lonesome mentor, can you hear me? I wish for a chance, and it would be even better if it were 10 or 8 great opportunities. No matter what techniques, divine weapons, or secret pills, I won't be picky. As Lin Bai fervently prayed, the lonesome guest's divine sense had already descended upon the surrounding counties of Lin Meng. Through the reporting of his avatar in the martial hall, the lonesome guest knew there were some good talents here, so he deliberately lingered to give this little genius a small opportunity. Right here, before long, the lonesome guest found his target, Lin Bai, who was muttering to himself. At the same time, he also heard Lin Bai's prayer, unable to help but chuckle. This little friend is too greedy, wanting so many things. Since Lin Bai's rank in the lonesome guest's seed project wasn't low, he was also pondering what would be most suitable to give Lin Bai. By calculating, the lonesome guest had a rough idea of what Lin Bai possessed. Very well, I shall grant you a protective trump card, leaving a line of retreat, so as not to be overly reckless. With a thought, the lonesome guest condensed a wondrous talisman containing the true meaning of space, penetrating through layers of spatial barriers silently and unnoticed, falling into the temple below. After completing this task, the lonesome guest withdrew his attention. His 10,000 years of teaching experience made him deeply understand the principle that too much care is as bad as neglect. A good seedling only needs occasional nurturing, while excessive care could harm its roots. Lin Bai, who was muttering in the temple, suddenly felt something appear in his left palm. Before he could lower his head to check, the object had already fused into the flesh of his palm. Immediately, a profound piece of information surged into his mind. Void Traversal Talisman. When encountering irresistible danger, this talisman will randomly teleport the owner to a safe location. It cannot be resisted by anyone below the Dao Ancestor Realm. After processing this information, Lin Bai was stunned, and then joy overwhelmed his heart. I have been chosen. I have struck it rich. The effect of this talisman was almost equivalent to that of a resurrection armor. After the initial surprise, a trace of doubt surfaced in his mind. Logically speaking, the blessings from the sages usually matched the current cultivation level of the blessed. Wasn't this blessing too high for him? Forget it, who cares? What if the lonesome mentor just thought highly of me and gave me something good? It's hard to say with sages. The doubt was quickly dismissed by Lin Bai. The most important thing now was to continue praying for blessings and see if he could still reap some benefits. After the sacrificial blessing ended, Lin Su raised an eyebrow as she looked at the spirited Lin Bai, having some speculations in her heart but not voicing them. However, Lin Bai could not contain his excitement and secretly inched closer to his sister to share this astonishing news. Unexpectedly, before he could open his mouth, Lin Su subtly nudged him away with her elbow, while keeping her gaze forward, admonishing him in a low voice. The ceremony has just ended. Be more solemn and sit properly. Oh, Lin Bai obediently retreated. To outsiders, it seemed like the sister was reprimanding her mischievous brother, but Lin Bai already understood the meaning his sister wanted to convey. Don't tell me what you obtained. As they walked out of the main hall with the crowd, they discovered that the outside world was entirely different. A light drizzle shrouded the palatial complexes and majestic mountains, The rain that touched people's garments did not soak them but transformed into pure vitality, seeping into their bodies. There were no puddles on the road. The rainwater that was untouched by people would be absorbed by the soil to nourish the land. This spiritual rain blessing would probably last an entire day. However, to prevent ordinary people from absorbing too much, the rain formation would emit regulatory powers during its operation, ensuring that everyone's absorption of rainwater was limited. On his way home, the raindrops falling on Lin Bai would skillfully slide away. Even when he actively reached out to catch the rainwater, it would not blend in. Looking at his sister and aunt, it was the same, and he knew their share was already full. However, Lin Bai maintained a calm demeanor regarding this. Having received the dew of the clouds, I dare not ask for the immortal spring. Although the holiday lingered, the grand New Year ceremonies had already concluded. Every member of the household was occupied. Elder sister Lin Su and Aunt Wang, she had departed for the Alchemists' Exchange Conference in Yunmeng City. A gathering neither particularly relished, yet one whose social obligations could not be declined. Uncle Wang Shu had gone to spar with a friend while Grandma Tan Shu worked on something mysterious, refusing to divulge even a word, responding only with enigmatic smiles whenever pressed. Lin Bai too had his own mission to journey to the Black Dragon Mountains in search of the earth-hiding tortoise, hoping to form a pact with it. Ordinarily, the earth-hiding tortoise preferred solitude and rarely ventured far. Thus, any sighting of them moving collectively signaled but one thing: imminent spawning. Lin Bai surmised that the earth-hiding tortoise's uncle Wang Shu had encountered in the Black Dragon Mountains likely belonged to a migratory clan arriving to lay eggs. Where there were eggs, there would inevitably be hatchlings or fertile clutches. Lin Bai had no intention of stealing eggs or abducting hatchlings. The reproductive ethos of demonic beasts differed profoundly from that of humanity. They harbored little emotional attachment to their offspring. This held especially true for tortoises like the earth-hiding tortoise. After laying their eggs, they simply departed, leaving survival entirely to fate and the resilience of the young. Only the most fortunate and tenacious hatchlings endured. Though such utter abandonment was rare among demonic beasts, most cared for their young for a time before departing. This species stood as a stark exception. Thus Lin Bai need not confront mature earth-hiding tortoises at all. He merely needed to locate their nesting grounds. A task both critical and exceedingly difficult. His desire to bind an earth-hiding tortoise stemmed from its extraordinary earth-hiding talent, a formidable ability that not only shielded its bearer from divination and fated calculation but also generated potent magnetic illusions. Indeed, even the Wanshou Hall of Yunmeng City carried no such beast for sale. Hence Lin Bai's arduous trek to the Black Dragon Mountains. Lin Bai stepped onto this ancient weathered range. The Black Dragon Mountains. No solitary peak, but a sprawling confluence of ridges stretching endlessly across the land. The name derived from legend. It was said the mountains were formed from the petrified corpse of an ancient black dragon. Viewed from afar, their sinuous contours indeed resembled a colossal dragon resting upon the earth. Guided by the map Uncle Wang Shu had provided, Lin Bai scrutinized it carefully, cross-referencing landmarks with precision. Southeastward, it must be. Having confirmed his bearing, he surged forward at blinding speed, simultaneously releasing a subtle aura to deter venomous serpents and bloodthirsty insects lurking in the undergrowth. Wang Shu had not followed the well-trodden paths of mountain trackers. His route wound unpredictably, but for Lin Bai it felt no more treacherous than walking upon level ground. Just as he leapt skyward, springing effortlessly from branch to branch like a spiritape, a camouflaged banded serpent shot forth from the foliage, only to recoil, violently shattered by the backlash of his latent force before ever making contact. Thud! The serpent hung limply from the branch, its viscera pulped, bones pulverized. Beyond saving. Instantly the forest stirred. Swarms of carrion insects converged, drawn by the scent of imminent death to feast upon the dying creature. Lin Bai glanced once. Cold, dismissive. A foolish serpent. He had already projected his aura. For it to still strike was sheer mindless recklessness. 8 more peaks. Should reach them by noon. Lin Bai estimated the distance. He did not know why Wang Shu had ventured so deep into such remote terrain. Yet reflection brought clarity. Precisely because it was so secluded, the earth-hiding tortoise might dwell there. Along the way, occasional foolish creatures launched futile attacks. Mere diversions, adding fleeting amusement to an otherwise monotonous journey. Almost there. He paused again to reorient himself, when suddenly faint sounds drifted on the wind. Someone's near. More than one. He stilled his breath, sharpened his hearing. Footsteps grew louder, ragged and urgent, punctuated by harsh shouts. Without hesitation, he slipped into a dense thicket and activated his breath-concealing art, vanishing into silence, as if he had never existed. Scarcely had he concealed himself when a figure burst forth, disheveled, burdened with a satchel. A young woman pursued closely by 3 men whose expressions radiated menace. The leader called out to her, "Young lady, we mean you no harm. Halt, return what is ours, and we'll cease our pursuit." Jiang Zhu Yu let out a cold, mirthless laugh. "Yours? Was it not I who discovered it first? And do you truly expect me to believe you'd spare me the moment I stopped? We're not novices in this Jianghu. Spare us your hollow tricks." Exposed Yang Tian's expression remained unchanged. He had only tested her, wondering whether she was a green fledgling new to the world's cruelties. "Brother, she's a veteran. No need to test further. She's poisoned anyway. Won't flee far. Once we overtake her, kill her outright. Better than risking another ambush." A dart pierced Jiang Zhu Yu's left shoulder, deeply embedded. A creeping numbness spread from the wound. She knew the toxin had taken hold. "I can't run much longer." For now her cultivation suppressed the venom. But soon that control would falter. Her mind raced. Mid-stride her fingers flickered almost imperceptibly. Colorless threads wove silently through the air. Then, whirling sharply, she unleashed a barrage of invisible filaments toward her pursuers. "Watch out! The wench's threads are unnatural." Brother 4 fell to them. The black-robed men bore fresh trauma. One comrade grazed by those threads had instantly become her puppet, until Yang Tian, acting without hesitation, struck him down. Though eerie, the threads were fragile. One man spat forth searing flames, severing them midair, the fire's tongue lashing toward Jiang Zhu Yu herself. Jiang Zhu Yu staggered, leaning heavily against a tree, her posture feigning utter exhaustion. "She's succumbing to the poison. Seize her!" Yang Tian shouted, but deliberately lagged half a step behind. These men had joined late, and none knew how cunning she truly was. He sensed hidden gambits still unplayed. True enough, within moments the 2 black-robed men advanced a dozen paces and triggered Jiang Zhu Yu's pre-laid thread trap. Shink! The threads coiled like living things around their ankles. Before they could react, the real execution unfolded. Boom! Boom! Twin bursts of thunderfire erupted beneath their feet. Scorching screams cut short as they dissolved into ash. Brother 3, Brother 5. Her frontal assault had been mere misdirection. In secret, she had woven 2 lethal filament snares into the very earth. Pity. Only 2 thunderfire orbs remain. Jiang Zhu Yu gasped, her vision blurring. Gritting her teeth, she drove her threads into key acupoints, activating a forbidden art to forcibly restore her fading vitality. "I cannot fall. Not yet. My vengeance remains unclaimed. My ideals unfulfilled." Yang Tian watched her sway, seemingly spent, yet still dared not close the distance. Then inspiration struck, bombarded her from afar with darts. Without delay he loosed a volley, whistling projectiles slicing the air. Snap! Snap! Most darts were deflected by her defensive filaments, ricocheting wildly into the surrounding woods. Yang Tian noted the threads still shimmering around her. Confirmation she retained hidden reserves. Damn it! Trap confirmed. Yang Tian lived by one creed: safety above speed, caution above courage. Years as a bandit, from nameless foot soldier to second-in-command, had been built upon this unshakable prudence. Deflected darts scattered chaotically through the trees. Suddenly one veered sharply into a thicket and rebounded with a sharp clack. Both Yang Tian and Jiang Zhu Yu stiffened, movements freezing mid-gesture. "Someone's here." "Who's there?" "Oh dear. Found out." A figure dropped lightly from the thicket. Yang Tian squinted, a handsome youth in black robes, a long sword slung across his back. The figure who appeared so suddenly was none other than Lin Bai. Lin Bai had been watching the scene from behind the shrubbery with keen interest, until a dart, ill-timed and unerring, shot straight toward his face. Instinctively, he raised a hand to block it, and thus revealed himself. Yang Tian's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Bai and demanded, "Who are you? Why do you lurk here?" His tone ignited Lin Bai's ire in turn. He had graciously vacated the clearing to let them duel in peace. Yet instead of gratitude, this brute responded with baseless accusation and insolent interrogation. "What? Is Black Dragon Mountain your private estate? Must I register my presence with you before setting foot here?" Lin Bai folded his arms across his chest, his voice sharper still. "Not only did you delay my journey, but you hurled concealed weapons at my face. Shouldn't I be the one incensed?" Not a trace of fear flickered in Lin Bai's eyes. His innate intuition, told him plainly both men stood at the shedding mortality realm, utterly incapable of threatening him. Even that thunderfire projectile could not pierce his defenses. To everyone's surprise, Yang Tian flinched. Not Lin Bai. Apologies, fellow Taoist. I spoke too rashly just now. Please forgive me. But this is a private matter between us. I beg you not to interfere. Humph. Mind yourself next time. Seeing Yang Tian yield, Lin Bai did not press further. He had no time to waste. He was racing against the hour to locate the earth-hiding tortoise. Wait, please. Just as Lin Bai turned to leave, Jiang Zhueyue parted her lips to plead for aid, only to realize she held no leverage, no offering, no bargaining power. Yang Tian seized the moment, launching another assault upon Jiang Zhueyue, without granting her even a breath of respite. Lin Bai paid no heed. His steps never faltered. Sect feuds and grudges held no weight upon his path. Jiang Zhueyue watched him go, and a wry self-mocking smile curled at the edge of her lips. So today truly is the day I fall. Yet that fleeting despair vanished in an instant, swept aside by a fierce, unyielding resolve. Then I must resort to that technique. Even if it shatters my foundation utterly, so long as I survive, hope remains. And with that artifact still in my possession, resurgence is inevitable. Just as the three were about to part ways and resume their separate destinies, fate intervened. Once more, a colossal figure vast as a living mountain crashed down before Lin Bai, blocking his path with seismic force. The man stood nearly 3 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-limed, his jet-black skin taut over dense muscle, resembling nothing so much as a massive stone roller. Slung across one shoulder loomed a monstrous spiked mace, and his bearing radiated raw, arrogant dominance. Brother too? Who is this? Yang Tian glanced back, and recognized his elder brother Yang Shang. Humiliated moments earlier by Lin Bai's defiance, he seethed inwardly and nearly spun a lie, to paint Lin Bai as a threat worthy of slaughter. But then he hesitated. What if he misjudged, and stumbled into disaster? He steeled himself inwardly. Endure. Just endure. Endure a little longer. Once I break through to the transcendent realm, why should I suffer such indignity ever again? Having fortified his resolve, he called out to his elder brother. Elder brother, this man is irrelevant. Merely a passerby. Let him go. Come. Help me slay this wretched woman. Oh, irrelevant, you say? The giant had clearly heard every word. Yet what followed defied all expectation. Without warning, the heavy spiked mace whistled downward, a shrieking vortex of wind, aimed squarely at Lin Bai's skull. Whoosh! Yang Shang's strength was prodigious. The impact sent up a plume of dust and grit. As the dust swirled, Yang Shang grinned, his irritation kindled by Lin Bai's gaze, calm, unwavering, utterly devoid of reverence. Ever since ascending to the transcendent realm, few had dared meet his eyes without trembling. That a mere shedding mortality cultivator would stare so blankly, so insolently, was intolerable. Though outwardly brutish, Yang Shang was no fool. Having confirmed Lin Bai bore no hidden cultivation level, no pretense of concealing strength, he indulged his caprice without restraint. To kill a man simply because his gaze displeased you, that truly was the unvarnished law of the... As the dust settled, no crimson ruin awaited Yang Shang's gaze. Lin Bai stood unmoved, encircled by a swirling veil of black mist which had absorbed the mace's full fury. As the dust settled, no crimson ruin awaited Yang Shang's gaze. Lin Bai stood unmoved, encircled by a swirling veil of... why on earth provoke death so needlessly? I truly abhor killing. Lin Bai found the man's motives incomprehensible. Yet he lived by an ancient creed, an eye for an eye, a life for a life. Since the man had come to take his life, no words remained to be spoken. Only execution. Wait. Brother, just now. Sensing the glacial aura of lethal intent, Yang Shang scrambled desperately to explain. But Lin Bai granted him no reprieve. Clang! The blade, long forgotten at his back, leapt from its scabbard in a flash of silver, cleaving the air like a bolt of white lightning. Yang Shang knew reconciliation was impossible. His body swelled, muscles knotting, flesh hardening, desperate to withstand the descending sword. Yet, before absolute supremacy, such resistance was futile. Thud! A muffled explosion echoed, the sound of a man hurled backward like a leather ball struck by titanic force. Blood erupted from Yang Shang's mouth in a crimson arc. His transcendent realm physique granted him resilience. So Lin Bai's strike did not bisect him cleanly, but sent him reeling instead. Yang Sheng knew with chilling certainty that he had met his match. One blow, and he could already feel bones splintering throughout his frame. Any thought of counterattack vanished. Flight became his sole instinct. Yet Lin Bai materialized before him like a phantom blade flashing anew. Another impact, another violent ejection. Thud, thud, thud. Again and again. Each impact repeating the same brutal rhythm. From Zhang Zhuiyue's vantage, a transcendent realm grandmaster was being batted back and forth like a child's toy. Powerless, humiliated, utterly broken. Minutes later Lin Bai ceased his assault. He gazed down at the gasping giant, breathing more than inhaling, and shook his head slightly. He had intended a swift, merciful end, but the man's martial path emphasized tenacity and toughness. His hide was thick, his sinews unyielding. The blade refused to bite deep. So Lin Bai resorted to the blunt edge, methodically crushing vitality itself. Lin Bai twisted his blade once more, deep within Yang Sheng's heart, then severed his head, ensuring no deception of death could save him. Ah, there remains one more. Lin Bai recalled Yang Sheng was not alone. With the thoroughness of one who finishes what he begins, he resolved to reunite the brothers in oblivion. Yet when he turned, the black-clad assassin had vanished. Fled. Frowning, Lin Bai approached the sole remaining witness. Zhang Zhuiyue trembled beneath his gaze, bracing her wounded body with rigid discipline. "Senior, where is the man who fought you just now?" Lin Bai asked directly. "This senior respectfully reports. He fled the moment he saw you hurl his master backward." Decisive indeed." Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, then asked, "Why did they pursue you?" At that question, Zhang Zhuiyue promptly unslung her satchel and opened it before him. Inside lay a modest hoard of spirit stones, roughly 200 in number. Their surfaces bore the patina of age, suggesting they had lain untouched for years. Lin Bai blinked in mild surprise. "For these, Senior, I swear upon my Tao path, these are all I possess. You with your profound cultivation may not grasp their worth, but for humble cultivators like myself 200 spirit stones constitute great fortune." That remark stirred Lin Bai's memory. He had never lacked resources, drawing from Lin Su and Wang Shi or receiving full support from the martial instruction hall. He had forgotten how scarce spirit stones truly were. With no rare treasure revealed, Lin Bai lost interest. He inquired after Yang Tian's escape route, determined to eradicate the threat entirely. Which direction did he flee? Zhang Zhuiyue straightened her spine, summoning her last reserves to point the way. He fled precisely that way. Watching Lin Bai vanish into the distance, Zhang Zhuiyue exhaled, relief flooding her limbs. Standing before a senior who could casually annihilate a transcendent realm master had been suffocating. If only I possessed such strength, perhaps I could avenge Mother. She sighed, recalling the battle, then shook her head, dispelling the fantasy as swiftly as it arose. After swallowing an antidote pill, she stared at the spirit stones before her, heart pounding with exhilaration. This was the greatest windfall of her entire cultivation journey. 223 in total. Gazing upon the trove, she felt, even if hunted again, it would be worth it. Meanwhile, Yang Tian ran, lungs burning, legs leaden. His face was etched with terror. Every few strides he twisted around, scanning the trees behind, half expecting death to materialize at his back. The moment he witnessed Yang Sheng flung aside like a fly, his decades of survival instinct screamed disaster. Without hesitation he fled. Surely he cannot catch me now. He prayed silently, then cursed aloud, using profanity to drown out his dread. Damn Yang Sheng, showing off like a fool, kicking steel instead of stone, and dragging me into this mess. No, still not far enough. Keep running. No need to run anymore. A calm voice sounded beside him. Run, or else he'll catch me. Wait, no. Yang Tian's reflexive retort died mid-breath as he turned, and saw Lin Bai perched atop a nearby branch, motionless, watchful. Grandfather, spare. His plea ended before it left his lips. Lin Bai flicked a single ordinary leaf, imbued with crushing force, propelling it like an arrow loosed from a war bow. It struck true, shattering Yang Tian's skull in an instant. Calling me grandfather changes nothing. Next time, choose your elder brother more wisely. Not every brute deserves loyalty. Lin Bai gazed down at the corpse and sighed. Clever perhaps, but fatally blind. Blast it all. What a wretched chain of events. All he'd wanted was to form a pact with an earth-hiding tortoise. Instead, chaos erupted, yet leaving loose ends unsettled him. So he tracked the final fugitive and delivered finality without hesitation. As Lin Bai muttered under his breath, a sudden dizziness washed over him. Faint yet unmistakable, Lin Bai, thinking he had been struck by something unseen, snapped to attention and scanned his surroundings. No one. No, that cannot be. He told himself the sensation had not been imagined. After looking around and finding no enemy, Lin Bai remained certain the feeling had been real. Could it be? A conjecture formed in Lin Bai's mind. He immediately produced his map and compared it. Indeed, this vicinity matched the place where his uncle Wang Shu had encountered the Diyin Gui. Before meeting those people, he had already been close to the destination. Then Yang Tian fled in this direction, which ultimately led Lin Bai here. The brief dizziness earlier was not the result of treachery, but the phantom magnetic force naturally emitted by the Diyin Gui brood, a field capable of warping perception. The field's intensity, however, was insufficient to trap Lin Bai in an illusion. Instead, his keen bodily senses perceived it as a subtle, strange sensation. Realizing this, Lin Bai's joy was immediate and bright. It felt like finding a gem where one least expects it. Indeed, doing a good deed had its rewards. Having just sent Yang Tian away to reunite with his chief, Lin Bai turned and discovered a clue to the Diyin Gui. He resolved to perform more such quiet kindnesses in future. Yet practical concerns remained. He knew the Diyin Gui were nearby, but how to locate their lair with precision? What should he do? Blind searching would be like seeking a needle in the ocean. The area was not small, and random probing would only squander effort. He rubbed his chin and let his gaze sweep over the ordinary trees, then a flash of inspiration. If the magnetic field of the Diyin Gui could not deceive him, yet still produced that odd vertigo, then that meant the closer he drew to their nest, the stronger the disorienting sensation would grow. So be it, Lin Bai decided at once. He closed his eyes, calmed his spirit completely, and exerted his intuition Zhigan, turning himself into a human detector. Intuition Zhigan, a sixth sense that blends an animal's foreboding of danger with a warrior's sudden inspirations, proved especially apt for discerning external threats and anomalies. Even if the Diyin Gui's magnetic aura posed no direct threat to him, the discordant distortion of reality could not evade his intuition's scrutiny. Not this way. This feels normal too. Wait, this direction. With his eyes closed, he turned slowly in place, and suddenly he sensed a bearing that felt highly discordant. It was neither a false illusion nor a strong menace, merely a slight misalignment, a subtle offset compared to other directions. Lin Bai did not rush to judgment. He circled once more to ensure his perception was true. No mistake, this is the bearing. He advanced along that line. The sensation vanished several times en route and only returned when he concentrated his sensing anew. After a long while, Lin Bai opened his eyes and beheld an utterly ordinary patch of low shrubs. Nothing conspicuous at all. This is it. His voice carried certainty. Even without intuition, Lin Bai could perceive the disharmony between this spot and its surroundings. He pushed aside the front foliage and stepped into the thicket. The scene altered in an instant. He plunged into a mud pit. On closer inspection, the shrubs had been nothing but an illusion. The mire extended for several hundred meters. It should have been easy to notice, yet Lin Bai had only found it with great difficulty through intuition, and even then he could not wholly pierce the deceptive veil. The source of all these phantoms lay within the mud pit itself. Scattered across the mire were dozens of mottled eggs, and among them some newly hatched Diyin Gui hatchlings, half buried in the sludge, with only small heads exposed, curious and wary as they studied this unexpected visitor. Lin Bai estimated roughly 100 hatchlings and eggs in total. The juvenile Diyin Gui bore little cultivation, but their mirage fields, when combined, formed a natural illusion array. The power of that array was not negligible. An ordinary transcendent would pass through here without detecting any anomaly or discovering the hidden Diyin Gui. Lin Bai had found the place only because he had prior knowledge of the Diyin Gui's presence, and then searched carefully with intuition. My head grows muddier. He rubbed his temples, recognizing the pain as his bodhi's ongoing resistance to the pit's intense magnetic field. I must hasten to find a suitable contract beast. The phantom magnetic force here is too strong to linger. He tapped his forehead to clear his mind and, frowning, activated the passive detection of his break cocoon Pogian talent to scan each Diyin Gui hatchling. This one won't do. The base stats are poor. This one has no traits at all, also no good. This one looks decent. I'll mark it for now and keep searching. If nothing better appears, take it. During the scans, Lin Bai discovered some eggs could not be sensed. Whether they were infertile or undeveloped, he could not tell. In truth, with a break cocoon Pogian talent, Lin Bai need not be so painstaking in choosing a bonded beast. Even the weakest demon beast could be opened onto a brighter path by that gift. But who, when drawing cards, would willingly choose a blank over a golden one? It would be courting misery. The worse the bloodline, the more resources required to compensate. The detection technique itself did not consume much spirit, yet under the interference of this strong magnetic field the toll on his mind multiplied. A dull ache pressed at Lin Bai's brow, but he grit his teeth and persisted, afraid of overlooking some latent sovereign-level specimen. After examining every hatchling and egg, he could sense Lin Bai made his choice and carefully skirted to the eastern edge of the mire. While the other Gue had concealed themselves at his arrival, the little one he favored lay fast asleep on a hard clod of dried mud, snoring softly. Lin Bai scooped it up. The sudden assault startled the creature awake. It turned its small head in bewilderment and clawed at the air with instinctive, puzzled motions. When Lin Bai came into its sight, the hatchling froze, its tiny mind filling with questions. This shape, this visage. Could it be a human? Will he eat me? The image of the human race had been etched into the genes of most demon beasts. This little one was no exception. In their ancestral memory, humans rarely bore flattering roles. Sensing the hatchling begin to struggle violently, Lin Bai hurried to speak aloud his intention. Little one, do not be afraid. I do not mean to harm you. I wish to form a contract with you. If you agree, cease your struggling. He repeated the assurance several times to ensure the hatchling understood. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, the small creature gradually stilled and fixed its wide eyes on him, seeking to verify the truth of his claim. Lin Bai met its gaze calmly, and without evasion, letting his sincerity show. Contract. In the bloodline lore of many demon beasts, humans are deemed dangerous and untrustworthy. Yet another strand of that ancestral wisdom holds that human beastmasters can be beneficial. This notion too runs through their inherited memories. Hearing that Lin Bai did not intend to eat it, but wanted to contract, the Gue accepted without hesitation, and life in the wild was no gentle thing. The Gue were not apex predators. An adult at best might ascend to a transcendent state. Their strengths lay in defense, powerful illusionary magnetism, and defensive calculation. Abilities that favored protection and perception over raw attack. Moreover, the wild offered no high-energy pills. Beasts had to fight peers of similar level to obtain sufficient energy. But to contract with a human beastmaster was different. Such troubles would become the beastmasters. Even a newly hatched little turtle could by instinct weigh the advantages and disadvantages. So the little Gue stopped its struggling and used its body language to convey assent.